Hey guys, like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 67. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight slanted into Victor's lounge through the arched windows high up in the west tower. Victor slowly opened his eyes, without the usual moment of drowsiness and weariness he felt when he woke up early. On the contrary, I felt unusually clear-headed and sharp, as if my mind had been washed by the purest mountain spring. Feeling refreshed and invigorated, he lay on the soft bed, not getting up immediately, but letting his thoughts flow freely. In my mind, the vast landscapes and countless fragments of inspiration I had seen last night in the mind space of the Ravenclaw crown, those about spatial magic, contract magic, and the architecture of wisdom, did not become blurred by sleep. Instead, they became clearer and more active, as if activated by the morning sunlight. Countless novel ideas, bold hypotheses, and ingenious designs emerged like a fountain. Regarding the nested stability of spatial folding, the dynamic equilibrium node of contract magic, the coupling effect of magic flow and spatial expansion, and how to spiritually graft biological partner contracts with magical creations. They collide, intertwine, and derive from each other, forming a vortex of inspiration full of infinite possibilities. Victor couldn't help but chuckle softly, the feeling was simply too wonderful. He turned to the side and looked at the luxurious cat bed next to the bed. Tom was indeed still fast asleep inside, his silvery white belly rising and falling with his breath. Occasionally, its forepaws would twitch unconsciously, clearly immersed in a beautiful dream filled with dried fish and adventure. Victor reached out and skillfully and gently stroked Tom's fluffy head and the back of his neck. The cat purred comfortably twice in its sleep, its tail tip swayed unconsciously, and it shifted to a more relaxed position, showing no sign of waking up. "Sleep well, little explorer," Victor whispered, withdrawing his hand with a smile in his eyes. Without further delay, he quietly got up. "After a quick wash, I didn't even have time to eat the sumptuous breakfast that my house elf had delivered on time." After quickly drinking a glass of perfectly warm pumpkin juice, she couldn't wait to walk to the deck chair by the window and pick up the Ravenclaw tiara that she had placed on the small table the night before. The icy touch returned. Victor took a deep breath and put it securely on his head. In an instant, the noise of the outside world faded away, and inner peace and clarity returned. His consciousness was gently drawn in, instantly sinking into his own newly transformed mental palace. A deep blue circular room, a flowing silver star map, and towering bookshelves. Everything was as it was yesterday, yet it seemed to have gained an indescribable vitality. Victor's consciousness focused directly on the hidden gift that had been triggered last night, those profound insights and design ideas about the essence of space and contract magic. He no longer merely browsed and memorized, but began to actively and purposefully organize, analyze, and deduce. What first caught his attention was the stroke of genius that Mrs. Ravenclaw used in designing the Room of Requirement. The core structure of the magical space is attached to a key node in the vast and stable ancient magical network of Hogwarts Castle. Within the design drawings and flow of inspiration presented under the crown, Victor clearly saw. The House of Requirement is not an isolated, created alternate dimension pocket. Its entrance may appear in a specific location on the 8th floor. However, the basis of its existence, the energy required for its changes, and the intelligent logic of its response to needs are all deeply rooted in the magical fabric of Hogwarts Castle itself. It is like a sophisticated magical parasite, or symbiote, drawing magic from the castle to sustain its existence and perform miracles. At the same time, its unique existence adds a flexible variable node to the castle's magic network, enriching the entire magical defense and functional system. Affiliate with a magic node. Victor's sparks of consciousness danced excitedly within the temple of thought. A bold and brilliant idea flashed through my mind like lightning. How about expanding the space in your own suitcase? That portable little world that he meticulously constructed, integrating multiple systems such as the seamless stretch spell, space stabilization runes, and ecological simulation magic. It currently relies entirely on its own magical input and pre-stored magic crystals to maintain stability and expansion. Although well-designed and highly self-sufficient, it still has its limits. What if the core of the suitcase space could be attached to a magical node at Hogwarts, just like the Room of Requirement? Victor's mind raced, and with the Crown's blessing, he deduced the details of this possibility. The ley lines and castle magic accumulated by Hogwarts over thousands of years far exceed the total amount and stability of any individual wizard. Once successfully attached, the energy supply of the suitcase space will be fundamentally guaranteed, the spatial structure will be more stable than ever before, and the ability to resist external interference and internal disorder will be increased exponentially. With near-infinite stable magical support, expanding the suitcase's internal space, adding more complex environmental simulations such as extreme climates, special magical fields, and constructing more powerful protective or functional areas will all become effortless in the future. We could even try to build some advanced magical ecosystems or experimental fields that require a continuous consumption of massive amounts of magic power. The most crucial point. Currently, the entrance to the suitcase moves with the suitcase itself. If a permanent, stable spatial connection point could be established within Hogwarts Castle, it would be equivalent to creating a fixed portal for the suitcase within the castle. The advantages are obvious: entry and exit are more convenient and discreet, eliminating the need to carry a physical box, while the box itself can serve as a backup entrance or for special purposes. It is possible to permanently house infrequently used but important facilities, reserves, or even dangerous experimental sites within a suitcase, with secure access via a fixed entrance. This could even lay the foundation for developing the suitcase space into some kind of demigod or secret realm or even a real small world in the future. This idea thrilled Victor. This also brings benefits to Hogwarts, such as increasing its cultural foundation, stabilizing its space, and enriching its defenses and species. Of course, he was also keenly aware of the enormous challenges involved. How to accurately locate nodes in the Hogwarts magic network that are suitable for affiliation and are relatively safe and hidden. How to establish a stable, safe, and controllable spatial passage connection without interfering with or damaging the castle's original magical system. And how to obtain permission to affiliate with Hogwarts magical network, which possesses strong autonomy and an ancient guardian contract. Perhaps I could first create something as a transitional item, establishing a connection between my suitcase and the castle. Perhaps young wizards would be a good medium. Little wizard, suitcase, magical creatures. Perhaps games are a good entry point. This direction should be sound, and its potential is limitless. Victor muttered to himself in his mental palace, his eyes gleaming with the fervent light of a researcher. Chapter 68. Moreover, the new perspective on contract magic that he received last night also inspired him. Ravenclaw's understanding of contracts is not merely a magical agreement of binding or exchange, but a dynamic, organic, and evolving relationship framework. It can deeply connect and interact with space, knowledge, and even spiritual beings. This reminded him of one of the core elements of his druid class, the Animal Companion Pact. The traditional Animal Companion contract is a deep spiritual and magical connection established between a druid and a specific animal, sharing perceptions, fighting together, and growing together. But what if this principle of an organic contract between life and life were combined with magical creations? Is it possible to create a pseudo-life or contract construct? It is not a real life form, but by mimicking the spiritual connection and magical resonance principle in animal companion contracts, it can be endowed with a certain degree of autonomous responsibility, learning and adaptation ability, and even develop a tacit understanding and growth potential with the user similar to that of a partner. He even went further and made a contract with his own little space, which would then be attached to Hogwarts. Could he then indirectly access and use Hogwarts magic, much like Ravenclaw in the core of the Room of Requirement? In addition, all sorts of ideas keep popping up. Years of travel around the world, coupled with the gifts from Ravenclaw, brought forth a torrent of inspiration at this moment. Just do it. Victor's research enthusiasm was completely ignited. With the 110 time flow advantage provided by the crown, he immediately began a high-intensity simulation experiment in the Hall of Mind. He accessed all the knowledge he possessed regarding spatial magic, contract magic, alchemy, rune arrays, ancient runes, and druidic natural contracts. They were then combined, integrated, and developed with the advanced concepts and design ideas presented in the Ravenclaw gift. In the center of the Temple of Thought, silver runes began to emerge, combine, and change in large quantities once again. They simulate different magical flow paths, spatial structural stress, contract rune links, alchemical matrix resonance. Victor was like a highly focused conductor, guiding this rhapsody of thought, constantly building models, testing parameters, observing simulation results, eliminating error paths, and optimizing design solutions. Time flies by when you're deep in thought. In his mind's eye, Victor felt that he had conducted at least 40 hours of intense, non-stop deduction and simulation experiments. During this period, we experienced countless configuration collapses, magical backlash simulations, and contract conflict alarms. However, under the powerful acceleration of thinking, enhanced focus, and shielding against interference, the crown. He maintained high efficiency and a calm mindset throughout, gradually advancing that initial idea from a vague concept to a basically formed alchemical item design. He tentatively named it the Spiritual Covenant Hub of the Hogwarts Space Anchor Point. The core of the design is a palm-sized, multi-layered mithril alloy base. The interior is engraved with an extremely complex composite magic array. Spatial positioning and anchoring array, dynamic contract rune core, magic siphon and conversion circuit, multi-layered protection and alarm barrier, and scalable interface. On the base, several key magical gems will be inlaid as the energy center and functional core, and a small, replaceable command core slot will be left. A magic crystal used to store and record specific identification logic, access permissions, and emergency protocols. The overall design strives for stability, security, intelligence, and scalability. Although it is only a preliminary plan, there are still many details to be perfected, materials to be prepared, and actual tests to be conducted before it can be successfully produced. But at least in terms of theoretical deduction and magical configuration, it is already feasible. Call. Feeling a distinct sense of fatigue is a normal reaction to prolonged, high-intensity work in the mental space. Victor knew he needed to rest for a while. He gathered all the information in his mind about the design concept of the hub, the key rune array, the magic flow simulation data, the preliminary list of materials, and so on. The notes were organized and recorded systematically in the Temple of Thought, forming a thick, shimmering silver virtual research notebook. After doing all this, he had a thought, and his consciousness, like a light boat reaching the shore, slowly withdrew from that deep starry sky of thought. Visual restoration. It was already noon outside the window. The brilliant sunlight poured into the room without reservation, bathing everything in a warm golden hue. The magical flames in the fireplace appeared soft in the sunlight. Victor blinked, adjusting to the change in light, then turned to look at Tom's luxurious cat bed. It was completely empty. All that remained was a small blanket that had been kicked and was in a mess. Clearly, the little guy had already had a good sleep and was full of energy when he slipped out to carry out his daily castle adventure, or rather, to patrol his territory and freeload. I knew you couldn't stay still. Victor smiled, removed the crown, and carefully placed it back into a box protected by a protective charm. I stretched my stiff neck and felt a pang of hunger in my stomach. He changed into a neat black robe, tidied his appearance, and then left the room, heading towards the auditorium. The auditorium was still bustling with activity during lunchtime. The 4 long tables were filled with students, and the aroma of food, conversations, and laughter mingled together, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The professors were also having their meal at the professors' table. As Victor walked toward the area near the Ravenclaw table that belonged to the professors, he immediately spotted Professor Flitwick. The Ravenclaw dean seemed unusually different today. He sat on a pile of books, but his body was not as stable as usual. Instead, he would glance around from time to time, his short body leaning slightly forward, his large eyes sparkling with a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and an irrepressible urge to share. Even his eating movements were a few seconds faster than usual. When Professor Flitwick saw Victor approaching, his eyes lit up as if he had seen the person he most wanted to see. He almost jumped right off the book, but he restrained himself and just waved his fork-holding hand at Victor eagerly. "Victor! Over here, come quick!" His voice was high-pitched with excitement. Victor smiled and walked over, sitting down in the empty seat next to him. "Good afternoon, Professor Flitwick. You look very well." "Good? It's more than good." Professor Flitwick lowered his voice, but his excitement was almost overflowing. Chapter 69. He looked around to make sure no students were paying too much attention to them before leaning closer to Victor, his eyes wide, and asking impatiently. "How does it feel? I mean, the tiara. You used it last night, didn't you? How does it feel?" "Oh, Merlin's beard. That's Rowena Ravenclaw's creation. A true legend." Is it like the legends say, that it can make one's mind race like lightning and grant photographic memory? Can you feel a vast amount of knowledge flooding into your mind? Is it helpful for research?" "A huge help, right?" He bombarded him with a barrage of questions. His short body trembled slightly with excitement, his face filled with boundless longing and curiosity for the power of the Founder's relics. Victor understood his feelings. As the Dean of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick's reverence for the Founder was ingrained in his very being. Being able to get so close to the crown and witness it being handed over to someone else was undoubtedly an incredibly exciting event for him. Victor cut off a piece of roasted lamb chop, slowly put it in his mouth, chewed and swallowed it, and then, under Professor Flitwick's almost burning gaze, smiled and answered. "It feels very unique, Professor Flitwick. It has really been a huge help to me. However, it's not like some exaggerated legends, where a massive amount of knowledge is directly poured in. Principal Dumbledore is right, it's more like an incredibly powerful mind tool. Wearing it will put you into a very calm and focused state, with external distractions almost disappearing. More importantly, it can help you better organize, sort out, and utilize your existing knowledge, making your thought process extremely clear and efficient, and even, allowing you to re-examine what you have already mastered from different angles, generating new inspiration and connections. For research and learning," Victor concluded sincerely. "It is indeed priceless." As expected of the Ravenclaw Lady's crown, its design concept and magical principles still seem advanced and ingenious to this day. These descriptions alone were enough to excite Professor Flitwick. "I knew it. Oh, I knew it." Professor Flitwick excitedly waved his little fist, almost spilling the pumpkin juice next to him. "To inspire wisdom, not to bestow it. That is the true philosophy of Ms. Ravenclaw. The crown is a tool, a catalyst, a key to the temple of thought." "Fantastic, absolutely fantastic." He rambled on about his excitement and admiration for the Founder's wisdom, only calming down after a while before seriously enjoying his lunch, though the smile on his lips never faded. Victor continued his meal with a smile, his mood brightened by the morning's breakthrough and his friend's joy. Shortly after lunch, it was time for the 5th grade class on the protection of magical creatures. Today's class will be held in the extended space of Victor's suitcase, a simulated forest environment on the edge of the Scottish Highlands. The weather was magically adjusted to be sunny and comfortable, with a gentle breeze carrying the scent of grass and trees. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Victor didn't start today's classes with theoretical explanations or in-class quizzes to put pressure on the students, as he usually does in some classes. Instead, the more than 20 5th grade students were divided into several groups and given basic survival kits containing limited water, compressed food, simple tents, basic white spirit, etc. They were then given a practical task simulating wilderness survival and the observation and rescue of magical animals. Your task is to safely spend the next hour and a half within this simulated area. During this time, you will need to use your knowledge to find safe campsites, identify edible plants, handle simulated dangers you may encounter, and most importantly, he pointed to the depths of the forest. There are several injured magical simulated animals preset there, ranging from bowtruckle to moonfox. You need to work in teams to find them, assess the injuries, and provide aid in the right and gentle way. Remember, calmness, observation, proper techniques, and minimizing disturbance are the core of conservation efforts. The young wizards were initially confused, but then their eyes lit up. This is much more interesting than sitting in a classroom reciting texts or memorizing features from specimens. It's full of challenges and a sense of adventure from the unknown. Remember, safety first. If you encounter a danger that you cannot handle, you can fire a red signal spell. However, each time you fire it, your team's evaluation level will drop by 1 level. Victor added, then waved his hand. Now, let's begin. Have a good time with the animals. For the next hour and a half, the suitcase space was filled with the excited yet tense chatter of students, the sound of cautious footsteps, the low gasps when they discovered the injured, and the earnest expressions of students trying to cast healing or soothing spells. Victor walked quietly through the woods, observing the performance of each group, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking his head. Occasionally, they would step in to correct any mistakes that might cause secondary harm to the simulated animals, or secretly add a surprise to a group that performed exceptionally well. They used shape-shifting to conjure mountain monsters and other creatures to launch a sneak attack on the young wizards. At the end of the course, most students looked a little tired, but their faces were flushed with excitement and satisfaction. They discussed their experiences, comparing which group found more injured people, whose technique was the most standard, and which response was the most thrilling and exciting. Seeing their energetic appearance, Victor's smile deepened. It seems everyone had a fulfilling and fun time. He clapped his hands, drawing the students' attention. Today's practice is to help you understand more deeply that protecting magical animals is not just about learning about them in books, but also about how to live with them in real life and provide appropriate, non-intrusive help when they need it. I hope you have gained something from it. The students nodded in agreement, and many of them did indeed see something more vivid in their eyes than just pure knowledge memorization. So, as a reward for your active participation today, Victor paused, his smile growing even brighter, as preparation for more complex situations you may encounter in the future. With a wave of his wand, a thick stack of parchment scrolls appeared out of thin air and then flew precisely to each student. This is a comprehensive review and extension of all the amazing animal habits, common injury and disease identification and treatment, and basic rules of wilderness survival involved in today's simulation practice. Each of you will have 3 papers, covering multiple choice questions, short answer questions, and situational analysis questions. Everyone, please do your best in your demonstrations. Victor said with a smile, ignoring the excited expressions that froze on the students' faces and their eyes that gradually widened. Make sure you solidify today's practical experience. Get out of class dismissed. No. Professor. 3 cards. Merlin. The 5th graders, who had just been in high spirits, suddenly burst into wails. Seeing the students who had instantly fallen from heaven to exam hell looking like they were about to cry and were kicking themselves, I was deeply saddened. Victor cheerfully put away his wand, turned around, and left the briefcase space with light steps, leaving behind a miserable world. Chapter 70. Victor walked out of the classroom and headed down the corridor toward his office. Just as I rounded a corner, I bumped into 2 furtive red-haired figures. They were peering out from behind a suit of armor, looking towards the other side of the corridor, as if they were hiding from someone or searching for something. Those strikingly identical red hairs, and the mischievous aura that you could feel even from their backs, could only be George and Fred. The twins obviously heard the footsteps and turned around at the same time. When they saw it was Victor, their eyes lit up simultaneously, and their faces instantly blossomed into bright, even fawning smiles, as if they had seen their dearest galleon bag, no, as if they had seen their most interesting adventure guide. They immediately abandoned their armor and, like two nifflers discovering galleons, darted in front of Victor, flanking him from both sides. "Good afternoon, Professor Scamander," George said with a grin, his tone rising. "The weather's really nice, perfect for learning something new, right, Professor?" Fred added, blinking. The two asked in unison, full of anticipation, about what you promised to teach us some new knowledge last night. "When can we begin?" "We can't wait." Looking at the two faces in front of me, filled with anticipation, curiosity, and eagerness, Victor had a sudden inspiration and remembered the alchemical item he had worked on that morning in the crown space, which was basically complete but needed a lot of practice to perfect and test. "These two pranksters in front of me are clearly highly skilled, have some alchemical background, are quick-witted, unafraid of failure, and even enjoy challenges and explosions, judging from their endless stream of prank products. Aren't they just readily available, excellent, and enthusiastic laborers and experimental assistants? Moreover, teaching them, watching them grow, and guiding their talents in a more constructive direction is itself a very fulfilling thing." A plan quickly took shape in Victor's mind. He gave a more gentle, but knowing, smile, his gaze sweeping over the twins' faces. "It seems you're quite interested, Gentleman Weasley," Victor said slowly. "Of course. Absolutely." The twins nodded vigorously. "Very well. Then, I'll give you two choices." Victor held up one finger. "First, I can dedicate 2 hours each weekend to instructing the two of you. The content can include advanced applications of Patronus charm that you want to learn, more sophisticated transfiguration techniques, or other practical, but perhaps less textbook magic." The twins looked at each other. This option sounded good, 2 hours of dedicated tutoring every week. But they didn't nod immediately because the professor said there were two options. Victor held up a second finger, his smile deepening. "Second. I can go to Professor McGonagall and change your nightly detention time from cleaning the trophy room or wiping chamber pots to my duties. You will be confined here with me, and you will need to help me conduct some alchemical experiments. From material processing and basic rune engraving to the assembly and testing of some components, it may be tedious and a little dangerous, but of course, I will ensure basic safety. In return for this teaching, I will systematically teach you all sorts of alchemical knowledge throughout the process, from basic principles to advanced techniques, from common recipes to some, less common, unconventional applications." Upon hearing the word alchemy, the twins' eyes instantly lit up like two little suns. They all instinctively held their breath for a moment. Victor noticed that both of them glanced at his seemingly ordinary briefcase with remarkable speed and subtlety. Clearly, they had long coveted and yearned for the magical space inside Victor's suitcase. Seeing their gazes, Victor chuckled inwardly and continued speaking, his tone full of seduction. "Furthermore, if you work hard enough, have genuine talent in this area, and can help me complete the experimental tasks well." He paused deliberately, looking at the twins' ears that were almost standing up. "I could also consider teaching you some basic principles of expanding space creation. For example, how to stabilize a space with a seamless expansion spell, how to set up internal environmental magic, and even, how to add a disguised entrance to a small space." The twins' mouths gaped slightly, their faces filled with shock and ecstasy at the thought. Merlin's stinky socks. What did we just hear? But that's not all. Victor seemed to have casually thrown out an even bigger bait. "Besides that, I have some knowledge of magical techniques from all over the world. Eastern talisman drawing and paper doll making, African voodoo doll making and curse protection, Far Eastern ice golems, ancient rune variants from all over Europe. As long as you are interested, you can find time to discuss and learn after you have helped me complete the core alchemy experiments. Oh, right, Victor said as if he had just remembered, uttering the most shocking words in the most casual tone. When I was young, I had the privilege of studying under Master Nicholas Flamel for a period of time. Although it was only a superficial understanding, I did manage to jot down some of his unique tips and insights on alchemy. If you perform well enough, I wouldn't mind sharing a little of it. Nico Flamel. The twins gasped in complete astonishment. Their eyes were wide open, they were gripping each other's arms, and their bodies were trembling slightly with extreme excitement. A legendary alchemist. Creator of the Philosopher's Stone. A legendary figure who has lived for hundreds of years. His unique skills. This temptation was like a nuclear bomb for any alchemist interested in alchemy, especially for creative and adventurous young wizards like George and Fred. Without any hesitation, and without even needing to make eye contact, George and Fred Weasley shouted almost in unison, using all their strength. The second one. Professor. We choose the second one. Confinement. Alchemy. We'll learn from you. The sound was so loud that it attracted the curious glances of several Hufflepuff students passing by at the other end of the corridor. Victor was not surprised by this answer. After all, any wizard with a bit of common sense and ambition about the magical world would find it hard to refuse the word's instruction from Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 71. And what he said was not untrue. His grandfather, Newt Scamander, fought alongside Nicholas Flamel during the burning of Paris, together stopping Grindelwald and forging a deep bond of camaraderie in battle. This is what connections are, it's part of family legacy. He did indeed study briefly for a few months at the Devonshire home of Lemaitre, at his grandfather's recommendation. Although the master was advanced in years and had limited energy at the time, and taught mostly basic concepts and ways of thinking, his unique tips and insights were genuine and invaluable. A wise choice, gentlemen of the Weasleys. Victor nodded in satisfaction. So, starting today. Be in my office at 8 p.m. sharp tonight. Bring your wands, and be prepared to use your brains and your hands. No lateness allowed. Yes, Professor. We guarantee we'll be on time. The twins stood at attention excitedly, almost giving a military salute. Seeing they're almost floating with joy, Victor waved them away and turned to walk toward Professor McGonagall's office. He needs to receive the lockdown access of his two new assistants. When Victor knocked and received permission to enter, Professor McGonagall was sitting behind her desk grading a pile of papers, her brows furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with some of the content. Good afternoon, Minerva. Sorry to bother you, Victor said politely. Good afternoon, Victor. Professor McGonagall looked up, adjusted her square glasses, and her expression softened slightly. Is there something you need? Victor stated his purpose directly, it's about George and Fred Weasley's confinement. I want to transfer their confinement arrangements for the next period of time to my place. Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with inquiry. Transfer to your side? Victor, I remember you're not in charge of regular solitary confinement supervision. And, those twins. Her tone carried a hint of headache and helplessness. What they need is strict discipline and physically demanding work that expends excess energy, not. I understand, Minerva, Victor said with a smile. But I think there might be another way to constrain and consume their energy, and they were the ones who informed me in time yesterday, so I plan to have them assist me in some alchemical experiments and research. This requires rigor, focus, and the opportunity to learn real, constructive knowledge. I think this allows them to utilize their strengths more effectively than simply having them wipe trophies or sweep the corridors, and it might also make them a little quieter. He paused, then added, of course, I will keep a close eye on them to make sure they don't cause any trouble in my lab, at least, not trouble that affects the rest of the castle. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Victor, seemingly assessing the seriousness and feasibility of his proposal. She was well aware of the twins' destructive power and creativity, and understood that conventional punishments would have limited effect on them. Perhaps Victor's approach of guiding interest with research and restraining frivolity with rigor can actually achieve unexpected results? Moreover, Victor does have a knack for magical creatures and magical practices, so perhaps he can really keep those two mischievous monkeys in check? After a moment of contemplation, Professor McGonagall slowly nodded, her tone serious. "Okay, Victor. I agree to move their detention time to your area. But," she emphasized, "you must ensure their safety and make sure they don't use what they've learned from you to create more Weasley-esque trouble. If I find that their pranks have escalated because of your teaching, or caused more serious disruption, I will immediately terminate the arrangement and their punishment will be doubled." "Of course, I promise," Victor promised earnestly. "I will keep an eye on them and guide them to use their talents in more appropriate ways." "I hope so." Professor McGonagall sighed and made a note on a form on the table. "I will inform Filch and the other professors." "So, they are in your hands, Victor. Thank you for your trust, Minerva." Victor politely took his leave and left Professor McGonagall's office. He breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped outside. An official permit for labor source has been obtained. Next, it's time to prepare the laboratory and tonight's first lesson. Back in his office, Victor found that Tom hadn't returned yet. "I wonder if he's wandered off to some kitchen or some kind student's place to freeload, or maybe he's just taking a nap in some sunny corner." He raised an eyebrow, then spoke, calling out in a clear tone, "Jamie." A soft pop sound came from the air. A house elf dressed in a neat tea towel, with ears like a bat and big eyes like tennis balls, appeared instantly on the floor in front of Victor. He bowed deeply, his high-pitched voice filled with respect, "Mr. Scamander. Jamie awaits your orders." "Good afternoon, Jamie," Victor said gently. "I need your help with something. If you see Tom, please tell him to be back in my office by 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to start our experimental research." Jamie blinked his big eyes and bowed again, "Yes, Mr. Scamander." Jamie remembers. "Tell Mr. Tom when you see him. Make sure it gets through." "Thank you, Jamie." Victor nodded. "It is Jamie's pleasure to serve you." Jamie bowed again, then disappeared with a pop once more. Housepocket's communication efficiency is undeniable. Victor was no longer worried about Tom's absence. He walked to the center of the office, waved his wand, and cast several silencing and warning spells on the doors and windows. Then, he gently placed the seemingly ordinary suitcase that he always carried with him on the floor. With the tip of his wand, he tapped twice lightly on the brass clasp of the box in a special rhythm, while whispering a short activation incantation. A soft click sounded. The suitcase seemed to come alive, automatically unfolding and transforming. The original brown leather surface now gleams with a metallic sheen, and the wooden edges are wrapped and extended by a more robust alloy structure. The enclosure rapidly expanded and increased in height, its outline changed. Within seconds, the unassuming suitcase had transformed into a heavy, sturdy metal door, imbued with a blend of industrial and magical aesthetics. Chapter 72. The door frame is edged with intricate protective runes and spatial stabilization arrays. At the center of the door is a complex emblem that appears to be composed of gears and starlight, which is the logo that Victor designed for his mobile laboratory. The metal door slid open silently to both sides, revealing the scene behind it. It is no longer a stairway to simulated natural scenery. Instead, it was a spacious, bright, extremely clean, and fully equipped alchemy laboratory. The ground was a smooth, dark stone slab marked with magic pathways. The surrounding walls are fitted with built-in storage shelves and workbenches. Various sizes of crucibles, crystal flasks, precision balances, grinding tools, tweezers, and carving knives are neatly arranged on top. And countless labeled bottles and jars containing powders, liquids, minerals, plant extracts, and ingredients from magical animals. In the center of the room was a huge experimental platform made of some kind of high-temperature resistant and magic-resistant alloy, which was already preset with several multifunctional fixing fixtures, magic output interfaces and waste disposal grooves. The ceiling is inlaid with magical crystal chandeliers that provide stable and bright light, as well as a highly efficient air circulation and filtration system. In the corner, there was even a small high-risk experimental area separated by reinforced glass, where some instruments and materials that looked very unstable were placed. The entire laboratory was spotless and well organized, exuding a rigorous and efficient scientific research atmosphere. It is completely different from the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts Castle outside. It's more like Victor compressed the core laboratory of a top-tier magic research institute into this suitcase space. "All right," Victor said with satisfaction, looking at his home turf. He twirled his wand nimbly between his fingers and cast a powerful cleansing spell on himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He stepped through the metal door that led to infinite possibilities. The soft, steady light from the laboratory elongated his tall figure, casting it onto the smooth floor. The door behind him slowly closed, separating the inside from the outside. The afternoon sun in the castle was still warm, and the occasional laughter of students could be heard from the corridors. The laboratory lights were soft and constant, and there were no windows, which completely robbed people of the sense of the passage of time. Victor was immersed in that microcosm, composed of intricate runes, flowing magic, and constant trial and error. All he could see were the complex magic circle gradually taking shape in his hands, the depth of the runes engraved, and the resonant frequency of the magic circuit. In the center of the experimental table, the red and white metal box was beginning to take shape. The outer shell is forged from a lightweight yet sturdy magic alloy, with a finely polished surface that feels warm to the touch. The front features a slightly square screen area, which is currently completely black. There are a few simple buttons around it, and a few hidden interfaces and a small groove on the side. Those are reserved certification points for injecting magic and dripping blood to activate the contract. Its internal structure is much more complex. The multi-layered alchemical circuit board is woven from threads made of unicorn tail hair and spider silk from an 8-eyed giant spider. It contains the core contract magic circle, spatial positioning module, magic power conversion and storage unit, and simple thought reading and feedback runes. And that core of virtual interaction and growth simulation that Victor meticulously designed, drawing on the principles of memory magic and the pensieve. Time flies when you're focused. Victor completely forgot about dinner until his stomach began to protest slightly. Then he took out a homemade nutrient potion from a thermos in the corner of the materials shelf and drank it down in one gulp. The potion, with its blend of mint and citrus flavors, quickly dispelled the hunger and provided a refreshing boost to the constantly depleted mental energy. Around 7:30 p.m. Victor was using a special magic engraving knife to carve the last few microrunes for affinity feedback and sustaining the summoning channel onto the edge of the core magic circle with near microscopic precision. His movements were steady and precise, each strike accompanied by an extremely faint ripple of magical energy, ensuring that the runes were perfectly integrated with the entire system. Just as the last rune was connected to the main circuit, the warning magic he had set up outside his office door emitted a faint signal, gently triggered by magic of a specific frequency. It wasn't an invasion, but rather a tentative exploration tinged with curiosity and caution. Victor brought the carving knife to a steady stop, the blade just millimeters away from the alloy plate. A knowing glint flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "It seems our assistants are already impatient," he said softly, placing the carving knife on the specially made stand. Victor removed the protective robe he wore during the experiment, which was equipped with temperature control, stain resistance, and basic protective charms, revealing a more casual dark-colored outfit. He picked up the finished red and white box on the table. It felt slightly heavy and had a premium feel. The screen remained black, but one could vaguely sense the orderly flow of magic within, which was in a dormant state. The Famicom, which was already more than half finished, was put down again. He walked out of the core experimental area, through the outer area where various semi-finished products and material preparation tables were placed, and came to the heavy metal door. The door slid open silently. The warm light filtering into the office contrasted with the cool white light in the laboratory. Victor stepped out, and the metal door closed silently behind him, sealing the door perfectly. He walked to the office door, but instead of opening it directly, he gently knocked on a protrusion on the door. The scene outside the door then appeared before Victor. Sure enough, two identical redheads, filled with excitement and curiosity, were pressed tightly together, trying to peek through the crack in the door. Tom stood gracefully at their feet, the tip of his tail swaying gently. Victor smiled and reached out to open the door. "Good evening, gentlemen of the Weasleys. It seems you have a rather proactive grasp of time." His tone carried a hint of teasing. "Good evening, Professor." George and Fred immediately stood up straight, speaking in unison, their smiles so bright they could almost light up the corridor. "We're just, well, here to get familiar with the surroundings," George said quickly. "Yes, to familiarize ourselves with the environment. And while we're at it, let's see if there's anything we can help prepare in advance." Fred made a seamless transition, but his eyes couldn't help but wander behind Victor, toward the massive metal door that seemed out of place in the office. Tom meowed, leaped lightly, and landed precisely on Victor's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek before looking down at the twins as if declaring his status as best assistant. Chapter 73. Come in. Victor stepped aside to make way. The twins immediately filed in, curiously looking around Victor's office. The furnishings here were much simpler than they had imagined, consisting of only essential furniture, a large number of books, some interesting magical gadgets, and exotic souvenirs from all over the world. But their attention was quickly drawn to the huge metal door in the corner. Victor didn't offer any further explanation, he simply waved his wand. A thorough cleaning and freshening. 4 gentle, breeze-like rays of light simultaneously enveloped the twins, Tom, and himself. Wherever the light passed, it carried away all the dust, sweat, and any traces of magical dust that might have adhered to it. It also forms an extremely short-lived but effective sterile barrier, ensuring that external biological or magical contamination is not brought into the highly sensitive experimental environment. The twins felt a refreshing sensation all over their bodies, and even their hair became exceptionally smooth, causing them to blink in surprise. "Come with me," Victor said, walking to the metal door and striking it with his wand in a specific rhythm as he chanted the incantation. Under the twins' wide-eyed gaze, a few seconds later, the heavy metal door, a blend of industrial and magical aesthetics, stood before them once more, slowly sliding open to reveal a bright, clean, and vast laboratory space filled with a dazzling array of equipment. "Merlin's beard," George murmured, his mouth slightly open. This is," Fred's eyes widened like galleons, his gaze sweeping from the massive central lab bench to the towering storage shelves around him. Then we passed by those glittering, sophisticated instruments and countless bottles and jars with mysterious labels. Finally, the focus shifts to the intricate magical lighting fixtures and ventilation system on the ceiling. This isn't a laboratory, it's the alchemical paradise they've always dreamed of. Every corner exudes an aura of knowledge, creativity, and unabashed galleon. Compared to their Weasley's Wizarding Tricks workshop, cobbled together in an abandoned classroom with rudimentary tools and materials acquired entirely through waste utilization and creative acquisition, this place is like the difference between Hogwarts and the Hog's Head. The two swallowed hard, their eyes blazing with an indescribable intensity. Choosing to follow Professor Scamander was simply the most correct, wisest, and Merlin-blessed decision they had ever made in their lives. Victor didn't disturb the twins, who were caught in a state of shock and ecstasy, and simply nodded to Tom on his shoulder. Tom nimbly jumped down, then pulled out a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and expertly put them on. Then, with a snap, It pulled out a small clipboard from somewhere and returned to its familiar spot next to Victor. Then several faintly glowing observation crystals floated in front of him. He is using his extraordinary senses, which surpass those of an ordinary cat, and his contractual bond with Victor to assist in monitoring the magical stability of several key nodes. Every now and then, it would lightly tap the air with its claws to adjust the brightness of a particular rune. His expression was serious to the point of being solemn, and his beard trembled slightly with the subtle changes in the flow of magic, making him look like an experienced deputy. At this point, the twins finally recovered slightly from their initial shock. But his eyes still couldn't take it all in, darting around everywhere, his face filled with expressions that said, "I want to touch it, what's that, and this thing must be very expensive. Welcome to my mobile laboratory, Ark." Victor's voice rang out clearly in the empty laboratory, tinged with pride. "Everything here is designed for efficient, safe, and precise magical research and alchemical experiments. You will gradually become familiar with it." He walked to the central experimental table and placed the red and white box he had just completed on the specially made fixture. "Now, before I officially begin explaining what your future work and studies will entail, I need to complete the final debugging step of this little thing." As he spoke, he gestured for Tom to take his place. Tom immediately jumped onto the special soft pad on the side of the experimental table, his little paws making virtual taps in the air, and the monitoring runes at several key nodes lit up faintly. Victor then picked up a specially made magic stylus with tiny sapphire crystals inlaid at the tip, held his breath, and gently touched the tip of the stylus to an extremely small, almost invisible interface on the side of the red and white box. He closed his eyes, and magic flowed smoothly through the stylus, his consciousness sinking into the magic circle inside the box. He was performing the final system wake-up and connecting the basic logic chain. The twins held their breath, their eyes fixed on Victor's hands and the mysterious box. The only sounds in the laboratory were the soft hum of the instruments and the subtle tinkling of magic flowing through a crystal forest. About a minute later, Victor opened his eyes and put away the stylus. Almost simultaneously, the pitch-black screen on the front of the red and white box suddenly lit up. It wasn't a blinding light, but a soft, milky white halo with a pixelated texture. Immediately afterwards, a light and rhythmic electronic sound effect rang out, deng 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 deng. The sound seemed particularly novel in the laboratory filled with technology and magic. Accompanied by sound effects, a cute niffler made up of simple pixels suddenly jumps out from the bottom of the screen in the center. It wiggled its round body, blinked its two little eyes, and then struck a smug pose with its paws on its hips. Above the niffler image, several whimsical magical characters, also composed of pixels, emerge and shimmer with a faint light. Pokémon. The twins involuntarily took a step forward, and George exclaimed, "Cool." Fred stared at the lifelike pixelated sniff. It moved. How did it do that? Is it image magic? Or some kind of advanced magical projection? Victor did not answer immediately, but instead reached out and operated several buttons on the red and white box. The screen then changed, displaying several simple option menus: New Adventure, Encyclopedia, Backpack, Friends, and Settings. The font is clear, and although the interface is retro, the logic is immediately apparent. This is not a simple portrait or image, Victor finally spoke, picking up the device he temporarily named the Pokémon Encyclopedia. It is an interactive medium for magical contracts, a learning tool, and a companion summoner. He looked at the twins, his eyes sparkling with the light of an inventor sharing their achievement. Chapter 74. Simply put, the user, such as a Hogwarts student, needs to first infuse the device with a trace of magic and sign a variant of the Druid Animal Companion contract that I have modified and simplified. This contract establishes an indirect but stable connection with my suitcase expansion space and the many magical creatures living in this space. The twins listened intently, vaguely grasping at some key point. After signing the contract, students can use this encyclopedia to explore at Hogwarts and even other places they may go to in the future. Victor continued, swiping his finger on the side of the device to bring up a simulated map interface with some flashing dots. The device's built-in detection magic can sense virtual marks corresponding to the magical creatures in the suitcase within a certain range. When students approach these markings, the device will unlock the corresponding information about the magical creatures and access the encyclopedia. They can then learn about the animal's habits, characteristics, conservation status, and other information through the device. Then, they can choose one of them to establish a virtual bond within the device. He clicked on the New Adventure option, and a simple pixelated figure appeared on the screen, along with several lifelike images of magical creatures to choose from. However, currently only a few basic models are available, such as Niffler, Bowtruckle, and Puff. By injecting magic into the device to feed and interact with it, and completing some small tasks or knowledge quizzes set by the device, you can increase the affinity between you and the magical creature linked to this virtual magical creature, and increase the affinity between the two of you. This sounds like a game. Fred blurted out, his eyes lighting up. That's right, it has the fun of a game, and its purpose is to attract young wizards to participate. Victor nodded approvingly. But at its core is a serious magical contract and education. When the monitoring magic inside the device determines that the user's affinity with the corresponding magical creature reaches a certain threshold, and the user also demonstrates genuine understanding and care for the corresponding magical creature in reality. He paused, his tone becoming serious. The device will open a test. After passing the test, the user will be able to try to truly summon the real magical animal companion in the suitcase space that corresponds to the virtual image through the connection of this contract. Wow! George and Fred gasped simultaneously. Summon real magical creatures as your companions? This is 1,000 times cooler than their biting quills and water-spraying badges. No, 10,000 times cooler. Of course, summoning has limitations and costs, and it requires mutual consent, Victor added, his expression serious. Fantastic beasts are not toys. The device rigorously monitors the summoner's mental state, magical level, and attitude toward the animals. And any misconduct will result in the contract being temporarily frozen or even terminated. The animals in my space also have the right to choose whether or not to respond to the call. That's fantastic, Professor! Fred exclaimed excitedly. This will allow more people to learn about magical creatures and become friends with them. And that's all under the premise of safety and control. George added, already imagining what a fun zoo Hogwarts would become if every student had such a device. Victor gazed at the flashing Pokémon Pokédex on the screen in his hand, his thoughts flowing through his mind far more profound and expansive than he could express verbally. Ultimately, all these designs are for that final goal, to attach their suitcase space to Hogwarts. The Pokédex in my hand, developed based on the Pokémon game that was a global phenomenon in my previous life, forms the basis of this merchandise. As we all know, the fundamental significance of Hogwarts has never been this stone castle that has stood for thousands of years. Rather, it is the vibrant, growing, and sheltered young lives within the castle. The four founders established it with the intention of providing young wizards with a safe home to learn, explore magic, and grow into independent adults. Its magic, its will, its core have always been closely linked to the fate of generations of young wizards. Therefore, I want my space to gain the recognition and acceptance of this ancient magical fortress. The most fundamental approach is not to forcibly break through its defenses, nor to search for any hidden magical nodes, which may be accessible but difficult to integrate into. The real key lies with the children themselves. Through this encyclopedia and through carefully designed contracts, I have enabled the young wizards to establish intricate emotional and magical bonds with the suitcase space and the magical creatures within it. Every successful virtual bond, every sincere interactive learning experience, and even the potential for a real-life partnership. And all of this, invisibly, deeply binds my space to Hogwarts' most precious core, its students. This kind of binding is two-way and benign. The young wizards gained knowledge, fun, and potential companions. The little ones in their own suitcase space received attention, understanding, and friendship from the outside world. As for me, I gained a large number of stable and vibrant connections. When there are enough such links, and when the arc is intertwined closely with the overall destiny of Hogwarts through these young wizards, quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. The ancient will of Hogwarts may not resist, but rather tend to accept, such an external space that has become an active part of its students' growth. At that time, affiliation will no longer be a technical problem that requires a strong breakthrough, but may be a natural symbiotic invitation. My suitcase space will then be firmly anchored to the magical network of Hogwarts, and may even receive some degree of active maintenance from the castle. By then, a stable, almost limitless supply of magic, an indestructible spatial structure, and permanent entrances and exits within the castle, all of these will become possible. And this is just the beginning. A truly symbiotic mobile magical space with Hogwarts, possessing a stable foundation and limitless potential, could do so many things. Victor's heart pounded slightly, but he maintained a calm and infectious smile on his face. Looking into the two pairs of eyes before him, filled with curiosity and eagerness, he knew it was time to extend a formal invitation. So, Gentleman Weasley, he said, gently placing the Pokédex back on the shelf on the lab table, his gaze sweeping over George and Fred. This Pokémon Pokédex is only a prototype. It needs to optimize the interface, enrich the database of magical creatures, debug the stability of contract magic, improve the security monitoring mechanism, and design more fun and educational interactive elements. Furthermore, future considerations may include mass production, widespread adoption, and addressing unforeseen usage scenarios. His tone became formal and full of expectation. This is a large and interesting long-term project. And I need a reliable, creative assistant who is passionate about alchemy and magical creatures. I formally invite you, George Weasley and Fred Weasley, to join the development and improvement of the Pokémon Pokédex. You will not only be my apprentices, but also core members of the project's development team. The twins' eyes widened even more instantly, and they held their breath for a moment. Core R&D members. Participating in such a cool and meaningful project. This was far more exciting and glorious than they had imagined to help out or learn some alchemy skills. Without the slightest hesitation, and without even exchanging glances, the two spoke in unison, their voices trembling slightly with excitement. We're in, Professor. Absolutely. 100%. Fred added, clenching his fist. George nodded vigorously, his face flushed with excitement almost matching the color of his hair. We'll do everything we can, Professor. We'll do whatever you need us to do. Studying, experiments, testing, anything. Victor smiled with satisfaction as he watched their burning enthusiasm. He pointed around the laboratory. Very good. So, as project members, your first task is to quickly familiarize yourselves with the basic environment, safety procedures, and commonly used tools of the ARC laboratory. Tonight, we'll start with the basics. He walked toward a row of storage shelves, which were neatly arranged with crystal beakers, crucibles, measuring tools, and grinding tools of various sizes. Identifying and processing alchemical materials is the foundation of everything. Even the simplest purification, grinding, or pre-treatment according to a specific magical frequency directly affects the quality of the final product and the stability of the magical circuits. He picked up a small jar containing some kind of silver powder and pointed to a finely crafted magical scale next to him. For example, this moonstone powder is often used to stabilize spatial magic arrays. However, it has very high requirements for the fineness of the grinding and the purity of the magic. Overgrinding will damage the internal crystal structure, and residual magic will affect its sensitivity in linking with runes. Victor began to explain in a simple and easy-to-understand way, his voice steady and clear. Tom, who was sitting on the cushion beside him, had somehow pulled out the decorative little notepad again. He held the quill pen in his paw and nodded seriously, as if he was taking notes. The twins immediately calmed their initial excessive excitement, forced themselves to concentrate, and tried their best to absorb the knowledge that Victor was imparting. They knew this was an unprecedented opportunity, a ticket to channeling their mischievous talents and creativity into a truly remarkable career. The world behind the door was far more vast and fascinating than they had imagined. The laboratory lights shone steadily, casting several figures onto the smooth floor. Outside the window, the night at Hogwarts was deep, and the castle slept peacefully under the starry sky. Inside the castle, in this folded space, a project that blends ancient magical wisdom, forward-thinking educational concepts, and grand spatial ideas has officially begun. The screen of the red and white encyclopedia flickered slightly, and the pixel niffler sat quietly on the menu interface, as if waiting for the first little wizard to sign a contract with it and embark on a brand new magical journey full of surprises and bonds. For the artisans who created this journey, their work has only just begun. The night is long, but creation never stops. Chapter 75. Time flies, and it seems like only a few days and nights have passed before the unpredictable weather of the Scottish Highlands has cycled around the castle's stone walls for 2 weeks. As autumn deepens, the morning mist grows increasingly heavy and damp, and the distant mountains are often obscured by the grey curtain of rain. When the sun occasionally shines, it carries a crisp chill. Inside Hogwarts Castle, however, the familiar, inexhaustible joy and excitement remained. The fire in the fireplace dispelled the damp chill, and the energy of the young wizards filled every corridor. Over the past 2 weeks, 3 main things at the castle have sparked much discussion among the students. The first thing is about the bizarre disappearance of 2 college ghosts. Lady Grey, who always exuded a melancholy and haughty aura in Ravenclaw Tower, and Barrow, the sinister and silent blood man in Slytherin Dungeon, both ceased to appear in the castle around the same time. At first, only a few observant students noticed, but then the news spread rapidly, like a pebble dropped into still water. The ghosts were all conflicted, feeling both blessings and regrets. Mrs. Pants complained twice in the library that she couldn't find Barrow to help drive away the students causing trouble near the restricted section. This almost caused a small panic. Could ghosts also meet with misfortune? It wasn't until breakfast that Headmaster Dumbledore stood up and, in his calm yet instantly quiet voice, explained the situation to all the teachers and students. He informed everyone that Lady Grey and Barrow the Blood were 2 of the most famous ghosts in Hogwarts' 1000-year history. They have all resolved their centuries-old obsessions and inner conflicts, and chosen to move on. He did not elaborate on why he was obsessed or how he resolved it. He simply praised them in a gentle and respectful tone for their long years as guardians and witnesses of Hogwarts, and wished them peace on their new journey. Dumbledore then publicly invited the existing ghosts in the castle to recruit new volunteer ghosts for Ravenclaw and Slytherin, willing to take on the duties and honors of being the house ghosts. These words sparked a long and enthusiastic buzz of discussion in the auditorium. Ghosts walk on? This is a concept that is both unfamiliar and somewhat sad for many young wizards. They were used to Peeves' mischief, Nick's rambling, the fat monk's good-naturedness, and even Lady Grey's indifference and Barrow's terrifying presence. Ghosts seem to be an eternal part of the castle, like the moving staircases and the talking portraits. Now that 2 heavyweight ghosts have departed at the same time, many students, especially those from Ravenclaw and Slytherin, feel a sense of emptiness, as if a page of a living history has quietly turned. Speculation about their obsessions, what keeping going really means, and who will become the new ghost of the academy. These topics continued to simmer for several days in the common room, hallway, and dining room. The second matter concerns the gender reversion of the Savior Boy. After the bizarre potion incident at the beginning of the school year, which was privately referred to as Tom's curse, Harry Potter, who had been appearing as a girl for a month and a half, finally regained his male form on the 2nd weekend of October, thanks to the continuous and meticulous treatment and cooperative research of potions master Severus Snape, Britain's youngest potions master. When Harry walked into the Great Hall again, dressed in his boy's robes and sporting his perpetually unkempt black hair, he drew stares and whispers from almost every year. After Harry turned back into a boy, the changes in potions class became even more pronounced. The period of Snape's special attention that Harry enjoyed because of his special research value, which made Ron Weasley green with envy and wish he could become a girl, and which also left Harry with mixed feelings, came to an end with the recovery of his body. Professor Snape instantly withdrew his rare, awkward patience and reverted to his bat-like form, with his black robes billowing, cold eyes, and merciless spray of venom. However, to the surprise of many, Harry did not seem too disappointed. On the contrary, under the high-pressure training of a month and a half, his potion-making talent, which had been hidden by fear and prejudice, was truly stimulated and unearthed. He no longer simply followed the textbook steps mechanically. Instead, they began to understand the principles of how the ingredients of a potion react with each other, and felt the unique rhythm and beauty of magic flowing, fusing, and sublimating in the crucible. When Harry, now a boy again, brews a near-perfect potion in potions class using his understanding and skill. Even though Professor Snape scrutinized Harry from head to toe for 10 minutes with his hawk-like gaze, and even examined the color and transparency of the potion under a microscope, he could only manage to squeeze out a barely passable acceptable through gritted teeth. Then, with a gloomy face, he unleashed double the firepower of his nitpicking on Ron Weasley, who was relieved to see Harry succeed but then made a mistake that caused the cauldron to emit yellow smoke, and Neville Longbottom, who was so nervous that his hands trembled as he added the wrong porcupine quills. Watching his friend take the blame for him in the past, Harry felt a sense of relief, but also a strange sense of familiarity with the bubbling cauldron. The world of potions seemed to have truly opened a new door for him. The third thing is more like a castle legend circulating in a specific circle. The energetic and mischievous students at Hogwarts, who enjoyed challenging school rules and creating surprises, discovered their newly appointed and highly respected leader this year, Tom, the assistant instructor of the Fantastic Beasts Protection class. And the two original leaders, George and Fred, suddenly became elusive. Previously, it was a secret hideout in a corner of a corridor, an abandoned classroom, or near the kitchen. You can always find them gathered together, excitedly discussing new prank ideas, or testing gadgets that scream, change color, or explode. But in the last 2 weeks, Tom, the eldest son, has rarely been seen strolling around the castle, and the twins seem to have been put into hiding. Occasionally, when they bump into each other during mealtimes or on their way to class, the two always seem to be in a peculiar state. He had obvious dark circles under his eyes, and his face showed signs of fatigue from lack of sleep. But in those identical blue eyes burned an intense excitement, as if they had discovered a gold mine. Chapter 76. When a mischievous friend approached them curiously to ask what they were doing, the twins would either smile mysteriously and remain silent. They either brush it off with vague excuses like conducting some great experiments or accumulating capital for a more glorious future of pranks. Then they would leave in a hurry, often heading towards the 8th floor of the castle, or directly towards the area where the professor of the Department of Protecting Magical Creatures office was located. This unusual move naturally sparked a small-scale discussion. "They're definitely planning something big," a third-year Gryffindor student declared confidently. "Maybe it's one of those new fireworks that fill the whole auditorium with the smell of rotten eggs," another Hufflepuff guessed, his tone filled with awe and anticipation. "I've heard they've been going to Professor Scamander a lot lately, maybe to learn how to make the Swallowtails more mischievous." Ravenclaw's reasoning sounded more academic. In any case, in the hearts of the mischievous children of Hogwarts, the Weasley twins and Tom's mystery project has become one of the most intriguing unsolved mysteries of October. Amidst this ordinary yet extraordinary commotion, time quietly slipped into the third week of October. On a Thursday evening, under the typical leaden-grey clouds of the Scottish Highlands, the castle was lit up early. On the 8th floor, behind the heavy wooden door of the professor's office in the Magical Creatures Protection Department, an even larger metal door was tightly closed, isolating all sounds from the inside and outside. However, at a certain moment, "Yay! We did it! That's amazing! Fred, did you see that? It really responded. 2 cheers, almost lifting the roof off, filled with ecstasy and exhaustion, suddenly erupted from behind the metal door. Even through the excellent soundproofing magic, a few faint wisps of excited sound waves still managed to escape, creating a slight echo in the quiet corridor. Inside the metal door, in the center of the Ark laboratory, under the bright magical lights, George and Fred Weasley held up their red and white Pokédex. He jumped and danced as if he had won the Quidditch World Cup, his face beaming with pure, childlike joy. Their already heavy dark circles under their eyes were even more pronounced by the contrast of their excited flush, and their hair looked somewhat disheveled from not being properly groomed for a long time, but their spirits were at their peak. Even more striking are the things on their shoulders. On George's right shoulder sat a round, shiny black sniff with a long, duck-like beak. It seemed to be infected by George's mood, holding a silver coin that it had just snatched from George's pocket with its 2 little paws, squeaking excitedly, its big black eyes squinting contentedly, and occasionally nuzzling George's cheek affectionately with its head. On Fred's left shoulder floated a strangely shaped little creature cobra. Its entire body is covered with fluffy, almost translucent silver-gray down, and its body outline is like a wisp of drifting mist, with the down at the edges shimmering slightly like starlight. There are no fixed facial features, only 2 obsidian-like spots that shimmer mischievously in the places that should be the face, and a crescent-shaped light mark that occasionally grins open, revealing a playful smile. It has no fixed hands and feet, but from time to time, a few more dense, misty tentacles will peek out from its downy fur and sway flexibly. At this moment, the little Cabora was swirling and dancing lightly around Fred's head, making a tinkling sound like a wind chime, clear and slightly mischievous. Occasionally, it would suddenly accelerate, gently bumping Fred's ear with its fluffy, misty body, or extending a wisp of downy tentacles to quickly scratch the back of his neck, causing Fred to laugh and shrink his neck. This little mischievous sprite clearly understands Fred's thoughts. Every action is filled with intimacy and a tacit understanding as if they share a secret. The natural intimacy and tacit understanding between the 2 magical creatures and the twins could not have been cultivated overnight. Clearly, during the past 2 weeks of intensive support for research and development and testing, they not only established a deep virtual bond with the little guys on their shoulders who came from the Victor suitcase space, but also won their trust and affection in reality. Beside the lab bench, Victor Scamander looked at the scene before him, a smile of the most relaxed and gratified he had seen in days appearing on his face. He leaned against the meticulously tidy workbench, having taken off his lab coat and changed back into his usual dark casual clothes. He looked slightly tired, but his eyes were clear and bright. On the experimental table beside him, dozens of brand new red and white illustration devices, the last batch of which had just been completed, were neatly stacked. They gleamed softly under the lights, like soldiers awaiting inspection. In a nearby corner, there were several boxes of neatly stacked Pokédex entries. These are the results of Victor, Tom, and the twins Weasley working day and night for the past 2 weeks. From the initial theoretical refinement, the finalization of the rune array, to the optimization and debugging of the magic circuit. Later came the tedious but crucial process of mass carving ancient runes, the alchemical treatment of the outer shell, and the embedding and activation of the core magic stone. Every step is the result of hard work and dedication. Tom provided assistance in ways that far exceeded expectations. With its keen senses, it assists Victor in adjusting the most subtle magical flow, manipulates observation crystals with its claws to record data, and even helps deliver tools and materials. In addition, he would occasionally use his magical hammer to deliver a powerful blow and get the result directly, making him the most capable assistant. The twins' performance far exceeded Victor's expectations. They quickly mastered the techniques of handling basic materials and engraving runes. Furthermore, his innate hands-on skills, intuitive understanding of magical machinery, and his fearless and adventurous spirit greatly accelerated the entire production process. Especially the extremely tedious and meticulous work of carving the basic runes of ancient runes, which requires thousands of repetitions. The twins relied on amazing patience. Perhaps also driven by a strong expectation for the final result, they persevered and saved Victor a great deal of time and energy. This is why this considerable quantity and consistent quality of the first generation Pokémon Pokédex was able to be completed in just 2 weeks. Seeing the twins celebrating with their respective magical animal companions, Victor knew that the most important tests of contract response and emotional connection had been successfully completed. This proves that his design idea is entirely feasible. The encyclopedia can not only serve as a learning tool, but also truly build a bridge of understanding and friendship between young wizards and magical creatures. Chapter 77. Victor stepped forward, smiling as he ruffled the already messy heads of the 2 red-haired boys. Well done, George, Fred. You've proven its worth and your own abilities. The twins stopped jumping, panting, with bright smiles on their faces and eyes full of accomplishment. This is incredible, Professor. George said excitedly, stroking his shoulder and sniffing the smooth fur. When it winked at me on the Pokédex screen and then actually answered my call in reality. Merlin, I felt like I had won the whole world. Cabra is simply the perfect partner for pranks. Fred stretched out his finger, letting the little fluffy ghost land lightly on his fingertip, its fluffy tentacles affectionately wrapping around his finger. It understands my wildest ideas and can even help me refine the details. This is much better than when we were working in isolation. Victor nodded, turned around and took out 2 small but heavy velvet bags from under the lab table, handing them to the twins. The bag was slightly ajar, revealing a golden glow inside. It contained 2 bags full of galleons. The twins were taken aback, their excitement fading slightly, replaced by surprise and a hint of hesitation. Professor, this is the reward you deserve, Victor said gently but firmly. The initial agreement was that you would be confined to help with the experiment, but the work you've done in the past 2 weeks has far exceeded the scope of helping. You are not only qualified R&D assistants, but also indispensable participants in this project. This is your reward for your labor, wisdom, and time. Please accept it. Fred and George exchanged a glance, seeing excitement and a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Their family was not wealthy, and they always had very little pocket money, so these galleons were undoubtedly a huge sum for them. More importantly, this was earned through their own genuine interest and hard work, making it exceptionally meaningful. Thank you, Professor. George no longer refused and solemnly accepted the money bag. It felt heavy in his hand, which reassured him. We'll definitely make good use of it, like buying more experimental materials. Fred took the money bag, grinned, and started making plans. George even took 3 shiny galleons out of his purse and held them to the little paw sniffing on his shoulder. Hey little guy, you deserve some credit too. Sniff's little eyes widened instantly as she stared incredulously at the golden temptation before her. Then it let out a joyful squeak, and hugged the 3-gallon, burying its head in them and rubbing against them. Then she lifted her little face and rubbed it affectionately against George's chin, making George laugh out loud. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Victor smiled, his gaze falling on the 2 people's heavy dark circles. All right, the toughest part is over for now. No other tasks tonight, he said, pointing to the lab exit. Now, I order you 2 to return to the Gryffindor Tower immediately, take a good hot bath, and then sleep until noon tomorrow. This is the professor's order. The twins did indeed feel an overwhelming wave of fatigue. After 2 consecutive weeks of high-intensity work, even someone young and energetic needs to catch up on sleep. They didn't insist any further. The Niffler and Kepala on their shoulders also made a soft, sensible call, and turned into a glimmer of light as they returned to their habitat and Victor's suitcase. Then the twins carefully put away their Pokédex and said goodbye to Victor and Tom. With a satisfied smile and a heavy purse, he left the laboratory. Victor breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to the footsteps receding outside the metal door. Tom, perched on his shoulder, meowed, nuzzled his cheek, and jumped down. Then, it skillfully took off its mini white coat and glasses, transforming back into its usual lazy and elegant appearance. Victor gently stroked Tom's head, his gaze sweeping over the dozens of neatly arranged red and white illustrations on the lab table, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. It's time to move on to the next step. The following day, Friday morning. Victor arrived at Professor McGonagall's office carrying an exquisite box containing several Pokémon Pokédex entries. In the simple yet rigorous room, Professor McGonagall sat behind her desk, grading a stack of parchment, her brows slightly furrowed, the quill pen moving with a distinctively stern rhythm. After hearing Victor's purpose, Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses in surprise, but did not ask any further questions. She directly asked the patroness to invite Headmaster Dumbledore. A moment later, Dumbledore, dressed in a robe with stars and moons and with silver hair and beard, appeared at the door with a smile, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles sparkling with curiosity. "Ah, Victor, Minerva. What a lovely morning, isn't it? I hope I haven't missed any interesting tea parties." He spoke cheerfully, conjuring up a comfortable armchair and sitting down. Without much small talk, Victor opened the box, took out 2 brand new red and white bestiaries, and handed them to Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore respectively. "Professor McGonagall, Headmaster Dumbledore, this is a small project that I recently completed with Tom and the Weasley brothers, the Pokémon Pokédex." Then he began to give the two a brief introduction to the basic functions of the encyclopedia. Contract signing, virtual exploration, knowledge learning, affection cultivation, and ultimately, the possibility of summoning a real magical animal companion under certain conditions. He demonstrated how to infuse magic and activate the contract with a drop of blood, showcasing pixelated magical creature images and interactive menus on the screen, and roughly explained the contract magic, spatial linking, and educational concepts integrated behind it. Professor McGonagall listened with some seriousness at first, but as Victor explained, her sharp gaze gradually became focused, even showing a hint of surprise. When she heard that the device could systematically teach young wizards about magical creatures and cultivate their understanding and love for magical creatures in a safe and controllable way, she nodded, a rare expression of approval on her face. "Very creative, Victor. Combining playful fun with serious teaching objectives to spark the interest of young wizards is far more effective than dry lecturing," she commented, her fingers gently stroking the smooth cover of the encyclopedia. "This can greatly make up for the lack of accessibility and sustainability of existing magical creature protection courses, especially for younger students." Dumbledore, on the other hand, was like an old child who had discovered a new toy. He immediately poured a gentle magic into the encyclopedia in his hand with great interest, and following Victor's instructions, he lightly tapped his finger with the tip of his wand, squeezing out a drop of blood into the authentication groove. The blood was quickly absorbed, the encyclopedia screen lit up, and the cheerful startup sound effect made the old headmaster's eyes crinkle into crescents with laughter. Chapter 78. He browsed the menu with great interest, clicked on the encyclopedia, and looked at the few magical creatures that were already unlocked and commonly seen, making exclamations like "oh" and "aha." "A brilliant design, Victor." Dumbledore looked up, his eyes gleaming with insight and appreciation. "This is not just an educational tool, but a bridge connecting knowledge and emotion, a bridge connecting the children in the castle with the life in your wonderful space. I can feel the goodwill and vision contained within it." Victor then made his own request. "Ask Professor McGonagall for a public lecture open to all students of Hogwarts. During class, each young wizard receives a free Pokémon Pokédex and is shown how to use it." At the same time, he also revealed his longer-term vision to the two principals for the first time. The hope is to gradually expand the space of their suitcases and attach them to the stable and vast ancient magical network of Hogwarts Castle. He explained the benefits of this concept, which provides near infinite stability to the suitcase space, enhancing its structural integrity. In the future, a permanent entrance and exit may be established within the castle, and the space may even be developed into a secret realm or special teaching area of Hogwarts, ultimately forming a symbiotic and mutually beneficial relationship. The Pokémon Pokédex project is a key step in realizing this vision. By enabling young wizards to establish deep connections with the space, the existence of the space is closely integrated with the growth of Hogwarts students, thereby winning the recognition and acceptance of the castle's ancient will. Professor McGonagall listened very attentively. She always had the greatest enthusiasm for any suggestion that could genuinely help students learn and promote the development of Hogwarts magical education. Open class? Of course. She took out the course schedule from the drawer almost without hesitation. How about Saturday morning? There are no other arrangements in the auditorium, it's large enough to accommodate all the students. I will inform the deans and students. As for your space hosting plan. She looked at Victor with the rigor of a professor reviewing an excellent lesson plan, but with even more support in her eyes. This is a bold and constructive idea, Victor. If it can be realized, it will undoubtedly add valuable depth and resources to Hogwarts. I strongly support this in principle. However, its implementation must ensure absolute safety and must not pose any potential risks to the castle's existing magic system or the safety of teachers and students. You need to develop an extremely detailed and repeatedly verified plan. Of course, Minerva, safety is always the top priority, Victor solemnly promised. This is currently just a long-term goal. The encyclopedia project is the first step, and also the most crucial one, and I will proceed with caution. Dumbledore listened quietly, his finger lightly tapping the screen of the encyclopedia, while the pixel niffler made faces at him on the screen. Only then did he slowly speak, his voice calm yet full of power. The greatness of a castle lies not only in its ancient stones and magic, but also in the ever-growing and intertwined lives and stories within it. Victor, your thoughts remind me of the early days of Hogwarts. The four founders have brought together their unique magic and ideas here, not to build a fortress that is closed off from the world, but to create a cradle full of possibilities and growth. His deep blue eyes gazed intently at Victor through his glasses. Your suitcase space, your stories with animals, the bridges you're trying to build now, these are all new possibilities. I'm happy to see such attempts. Hogwarts always welcomes souls with good intentions who wish to grow with it. Go for it, Victor. If you need help, Minerva and I, and the castle itself, will be there for you. With the explicit support and deep understanding of the two headmasters, especially Dumbledore, Victor felt much more at ease. That evening at dinner time, when most of the teachers and students had finished eating and the auditorium was filled with the clatter of glasses and the sound of conversation, Professor McGonagall stood up and gently tapped her wine glass with her fork. The crisp sound quickly silenced the auditorium. Please note, Professor McGonagall's voice was clear and resonated throughout the auditorium. On Saturday morning, which is tomorrow, after breakfast, all students are requested to remain in the auditorium and not leave. We will be holding a special open class on the protection of magical creatures, which will be conducted by Professor Scamander. She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the young wizards on the four long tables, whose eyes instantly lit up with curiosity. Professor Scamander will introduce and distribute a brand new magical learning device. Please note that this open class is very important and all students are required to attend. As soon as he finished speaking, the auditorium erupted in chaos. Open classes for the whole school. New magical learning equipment. Free to be distributed. The younger students whispered excitedly to each other, while the older students guessed what it was. Around the Ravenclaw table, several students, recalling the recent disappearance of the twins and Tom, as well as the magical space in Professor Victor's suitcase, engaged in a more heated discussion. At the Gryffindor table, Percy Weasley tried to maintain his composure as a prefect, but a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He vaguely knew what his brothers were doing for Professor Scamander, and he felt proud of it. George and Fred, though still a little dark-circled under their eyes, stood up straight with barely suppressed smug smiles on their faces, accepting the curious or envious glances from their classmates. Ron leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, what's tomorrow? You two have been going to Professor Victor's place every day lately, you must know, right?" The twins simultaneously raised their chins, revealing inscrutable expressions. "Just you wait, little brother Ron, you'll be absolutely blown away tomorrow." Harry and Hermione looked at them curiously, and Hermione even took out her schedule and marked the Saturday morning spot. Amidst excited speculation and anticipation, time quietly slipped away. Saturday morning, the weather was unusually clear. The clear sunlight streamed through the tall stained glass windows, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the stone floor of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Breakfast ended earlier than usual, with the house elves collecting all the cups and plates with astonishing efficiency. 4 long tables, each occupied by a college, were filled with students from the 1st to the 7th year, arranged neatly by college. The air was filled with the lively chatter of students discussing their colleges. Apart from Victor, all the professors were present on the professor's chair. Dumbledore sat in the center, wearing a deep purple robe embroidered with twinkling stars, watching the vibrant scene below with a smile. Professor McGonagall sat upright, her expression serious yet tinged with anticipation. Professor Snape still had that gloomy expression, but his gaze occasionally swept over the seemingly ordinary briefcase in front of Victor. Professor Flitwick was so excited that he swayed slightly in his raised chair. Professor Sprout smiled gently, and even the usually aloof Professor Sinister showed interest. Victor stood before the professor's table, on which sat his brown briefcase and several open boxes filled with the red and white pictorial guide. He was wearing a well-fitting dark travel robe, and Tom, dressed in a formal suit and posing like a teaching assistant, was perched on his shoulder. Tom seemed particularly energetic today, his fur shiny, the tip of his tail swaying leisurely, and his emerald-like cat eyes scanning the dark mass of people below. Chapter 79. Quiet. Professor McGonagall stood up, her voice not loud, but carrying an invisible authority. The noise in the auditorium subsided as quickly as if it had been sucked away, and thousands of eyes focused on Victor. "Thank you to all the professors and students for attending on time." Victor stepped forward, his gentle yet clear voice carrying to every corner. "I'm sure everyone is curious about what today's special open class is all about." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with youthful curiosity. In the field of magical animal conservation, the transmission of knowledge is certainly important, but true understanding, respect, and care often stem from personal contact and emotional connection. However, for safety and feasibility reasons, we cannot allow every student to interact closely with many magical animals at any time. Therefore, my assistants and I. He turned to the side, gesturing to Tom on his shoulder, and to George and Fred, who were sitting at the front of the Gryffindor table, trying to remain calm but with gleaming eyes. "We have been working together to develop this little thing over the past period of time." He picked up a red and white picture book and held it up high. "We call it the Pokémon Pokédex." Before he finished speaking, he had already gently unfastened the clasp of the suitcase in front of him with his other hand. There were no incantations or complicated movements. Just as the lid of the box was opened a crack. Buzz! A gentle yet irresistible suction force suddenly burst forth from the suitcase. "Whoa! What's going on?" Exclamations of surprise rang out instantly. All the young wizards in the hall, whether sitting or standing up in surprise, seemed to be gently lifted up by an invisible hand. Then they transformed into blurry figures, exclaiming and laughing, drawn by the suction force and swiftly thrown towards the seemingly small suitcase entrance. The professors were clearly aware of the situation beforehand or were mentally prepared. Apart from a few who showed surprise, they did not object. Dumbledore chuckled and was the first to float up, as if riding an invisible elevator. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, her body slightly tense but remaining calm. Professor Snape's black robes billowed, his face darkening further, but he still allowed the suction to pull him away. In just over 10 seconds, the Hogwarts Great Hall, which had been bustling with activity and packed with people, became completely empty. Only the burning fireplace, the high-hanging courtyard flag, and the scattered tableware on the long table remain as evidence of the lively atmosphere just moments before. Sunlight still streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating the sudden silence. The interior of the suitcases extended space. On a vast meadow, meticulously sculpted by magic, like a natural garden magnified many times over. The soft grass blades were damp with dew, and the surrounding area was the edge of a simulated, lush magical forest. In the distance, the outlines of mountains and floating clouds are faintly visible, the air is fresh and filled with the fragrance of plants and soil. The sky was a soft, milky white magical canopy, providing even and bright light. Thump! Ouch! Merlin, where is this? The Hogwarts students and teachers who had just been sucked in were now sitting, standing, or staggering as they steadied themselves on this strange meadow. The younger wizards, especially the first and second year students who had never been here before, were completely stunned by the sight before them. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, marveling at the wilderness environment that was so different from the castle. "We're in the suitcase? That suitcase? Look over there. There really are mountains. And forests. The grass is real. The soil is real too. This is amazing. Can the seamless stretch spell really do this much?" The younger wizards were also filled with awe and curiosity, looking around at the legendary Professor Scamander's mobile space. The professors were also observing their surroundings. Professor Sprout crouched down, picked up a bit of soil with his fingers, sniffed it lightly, and showed a professional expression of admiration. The perfect ratio of humus, and it even simulates trace amounts of magical plant secretions, an amazing ecosystem. Professor Flitwick floated to a tree, tapped the trunk with his little wand, and listened to the echo. Structurally stable, with natural magical flow. It's not just a transformation spell, it incorporates advanced spatial solidification and weather magic. Professor Snape remained expressionless, but his dark eyes sharply scanned his surroundings, seemingly assessing the level of magical protection and potential risks. Dumbledore stood there with a smile, as if he were just an old wizard on a beautiful holiday in the countryside. But the blue eyes observed every detail of the space with profound insight. Especially that feeling of being completely integrated with Victor's magic, yet subtly resonating with the outside world. Victor and Tom were the last to appear, standing calmly on a slightly raised grassy slope in front of the group, as if they were the masters of this space. As the teachers and students below gradually recovered from their shock and refocused their attention, Victor tapped his throat with his wand. The voice is loud and clear. "Welcome to my world. My mobile research lab and home to some magical animal companions." His gentle voice echoed in the space. "This place is more spacious than the auditorium, which will be more conducive to our lesson today." He raised the Pokédex again, then waved his wand and cast a projection spell, enlarging the Pokédex in his hand into mid-air. "As I just said, this is the Pokédex. Its function is far more than just an electronic book that records information about animals." Victor began to explain in detail, starting with the infusion of magic and the signing of a contract with blood, and then moving on to gamified learning methods such as virtual exploration, encyclopedia collection, and affinity cultivation. And finally, the possibility of forming partnerships with real magical creatures. His explanations were clear and easy to understand, and with the help of gestures and the illustrations on the screen, he packaged the complex principles of magic into fun and intuitive operations. The young wizards listened with rapt attention, especially when they heard about the chance to actually summon magical creature companions. Countless eyes lit up with longing. "Of course, all of this is inseparable from the hard work of my two excellent assistants." Victor changed the subject, smiling as he looked in the direction of the twins. George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and my old partner Tom have put in tremendous effort over the past 2 weeks to perfect this project and produce the first batch of illustrations. Let us thank them." A burst of enthusiastic applause erupted instantly, especially in the area where the Gryffindor table was located, where the applause was particularly loud, mixed with whistles and cheers. Percy Weasley stood up excitedly and shouted, "Those are my brothers! Well done, George! Fred!" His face was full of pride. The twins stood up under everyone's gaze, trying their best to look cool. But their bright smiles and slightly red ears betrayed them. They stepped forward and came to Victor's side, and at the same time, their figures appeared in the projection in mid-air. "Now, let George and Fred show you what it's like to interact with your magical animal companion." At Victor's prompting, the twins each took out their own encyclopedia entries and skillfully manipulated them for a few moments. George's encyclopedia screen lit up, and the pixel sniff popped up. On Fred's screen, Pixel Cabra, a fluffy, misty little ghost, spun playfully. The two men almost simultaneously hissed, "Come out, my partner!" The light flickered. The round, chubby Sniffle reappeared on George's shoulder, nuzzling him affectionately. Then, it curiously looked at the dark mass of people below, raised the silver shako in its paw as if showing it off. On Fred's shoulder, Caborum materialized like wisps of smoke. Its fluffy, silvery grey misty body floated slightly in the air, and its shimmering, bright eyes and crescent-shaped mouth revealed a mischievous expression. It made a tinkling sound like a wind chime and quickly circled around Fred. Then it extended a wisp of downy antennae and quickly brushed against Fred's red hair on his forehead, causing Fred to burst into laughter. It also emitted a cheerful, chuckle-like bell sound. Wow! The appearance of real magical creatures is more convincing than any explanation. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Exclamations, exclamations of admiration, and envious shouts filled the air. Many young wizards stood up excitedly, craning their necks to get a better look. The professors smiled and applauded in response. Professor McGonagall looked at the two magical creatures with very different personalities but equally close to their owner on the twins' shoulders, and a noticeable smile curved her stern lips, her eyes full of satisfaction. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow, seemingly having mixed feelings about the Niffler's greedy nature and Keplin's obvious mischievousness, but he said nothing. Dumbledore clapped the most enthusiastically and even winked at the twins. Enjoying the moment of being the center of attention, the twins exchanged a glance, and then dramatically turned around in unison, bowing deeply to the crowd below. Their exaggerated movements, imbued with their unique sense of humor, drew even louder laughter and applause. "All right, quiet down." Victor waited until the applause subsided before speaking again. "I know everyone's been waiting impatiently." So now he waved his wand. The large boxes behind them suddenly opened, revealing hundreds of neatly arranged red and white illustrations inside. Like a flock of birds awakened, they shimmered with light and took flight together. Under the influence of magic, they flew precisely and steadily towards every student on the lawn and every professor present. "Every student and every professor will receive a first-generation Pokédex for free," Victor's voice came clearly. "Please infuse a wisp of magic as I just explained to complete the simple contract binding. This will be your first step in exploring the world of magical creatures and establishing a connection with your potential future magical animal companions. Please note that once the contract is established, please treat your Pokédex with care, and treat every Pokémon you encounter within it with respect and love. They are not data, but projections and bridges corresponding to real life. Now, let's begin." As he finished speaking, the red and white encyclopedia floating in front of everyone simultaneously lit up with a soft, milky white light. The cheerful startup sound effects ding 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 rang out one after another, and the pixel-style Pokémon title flashed, as if extending a silent invitation. The next moment, the entire space was engulfed by an even greater sound wave. "Mine is lit up. Look. How do I infuse it with magic? Oh, I see. What does this button do? I opened the encyclopedia. It has a bowtruckle in it. And there's a description. Look, my niffler is wagging its tail at me. My cobra is making faces on the screen. Mine is a rune snake. The young wizards couldn't wait to try it out. Exclamations, laughter, discussions, and various sound effects from the encyclopedia intertwined, creating a symphony full of life and surprise. The professors were also engrossed in arranging their own illustrated guides. Professor Flitwick attempted to communicate with the fluffy pixelated figures in his encyclopedia. Professor Sprout carefully read the section on herbs and their symbiosis with magical creatures. Even Professor Snape had a dark expression, but his fingers were swiping across the small screen, seemingly looking at entries linking some potion ingredients to magical creature products. Headmaster Dumbledore smiled and had successfully summoned the pixelated image of himself who had signed a contract with Fawkes after returning home. A pixelated little animal, resembling a phoenix chick, is playing a simple interactive game with it, laughing like a child. Victor stood on the grassy slope, Tom on his shoulder nodding smugly, his emerald cat eyes watching the bustling scene below with satisfaction. The sunlight shone softly on him, and on each of the little wizards who were engrossed in their new toys and whose faces were filled with curiosity and excitement. Sprinkled on those small, red and white devices that symbolize new possibilities. Victor's gaze slowly swept over the crowd gathered here because of him, over the space he had created and continued to expand. Finally, it seemed as if they had broken through the barriers of space and looked into the depths that were gradually resonating with the ancient magical network of Hogwarts. The bridge has been erected. The seeds have been sown. The future is quietly being conceived amidst this noisy and hopeful laughter. The open class concluded successfully in an atmosphere of great success. When Victor reopened the suitcase entrance, sending the reluctant teachers and students back to the Hogwarts Great Hall, everyone had an excited blush on their faces, clutching their own red and white guidebooks tightly in their hands, and enthusiastically sharing their experiences and discoveries with their companions. It is foreseeable that for a long time to come, Pokémon Pokédex, virtual bonds, and summoning partners will be the hottest topics at Hogwarts. The name of Professor Victor Scamander, and the legend of the Weasley twins and Tom the Elder, will also be deeply ingrained in the hearts of every young wizard through these small red and white devices. October at Hogwarts is therefore exceptionally different. New stories, new connections, and new possibilities are flourishing in this ancient castle, carried on the crisp autumn winds of the Scottish Highlands. Chapter 80. The noise in the auditorium subsided slightly when the students returned to their long tables to prepare for lunch. But the excited current in the air did not diminish in the slightest. The young wizards clutched the red and white encyclopedia tightly in their hands and placed it on their laps. Some people even couldn't wait to poke at the screen with their greasy fingers while gnawing on chicken legs. Those students who are quickest to grasp the ins and outs are often the ones who figure things out first. Someone asked first, "How do I add friends?" Subsequently, explorations into friends list and communication functions spread like wildfire. Here, under the social menu, a 6th grader from Ravenclaw showed to his friends. Just enter the other party's real name and Pokédex number to send an application. Merlin, this is even more convenient than the two-way mirror. Look, I've added Cedric Diggory, an excited Hufflepuff girl whispered. Fred and George's friend requests must be overflowing by now, someone guessed, looking towards the Gryffindor table. And that is indeed the case. The twins were surrounded by people, their faces glowing, their fingers flying across their respective encyclopedias as they received a flood of friend requests and adoring greetings. Percy tried his best to maintain order, but he couldn't suppress the urge to smile. Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed into a corner of the Gryffindor table, their three heads huddled together. Okay. Add friend, type Harry Potter, Ron muttered, clumsily tapping the screen with his finger. Harry's encyclopedia vibrated slightly, and a pixelated animation of an owl carrying an envelope popped up on the screen, followed by a message. Ron Weasley wants to be your friend. Accept/decline. Harry smiled and accepted. Almost simultaneously, Hermione sent a friend request. Soon, each of the 3 characters' names and a small green dot representing their online status appeared in the social section of their character profiles. That's so cool! Ron exclaimed excitedly. Now we can chat even in the dorm. Come on, let me see which friends you all chose. Harry tapped my partners and turned the screen toward the 2 of them. A delicate, tiny pixelated bird appears on the screen. It has golden feathers, a round and fluffy body, and shimmering wingtips. It is twirling lightly in the center of the screen, scattering golden glitter. Its image is labeled with the name, Golden Flying Man. Golden Flying Man! Hermione gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Fantastic beasts and where to find them says they're almost extinct. They're the birds that seekers dream of, incredibly fast, and a symbol of good luck. Harry, you're so lucky. Harry scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I don't know either. I just received the notification while exploring a forest that was shimmering with gold. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he recalled the moment he acquired the rare magical creature. Look at mine. Ron couldn't wait to show off his screen. A lifelike little red dragon is standing tall and proud. It is only the size of a palm, with skin covered in fine red scales and bright, amber eyes. What's most eye-catching is the cluster of orange-red flames that constantly leap and crackle at the tip of its tail. Charmander, that's how it's labeled. It's called Charlie. Ron announced, naming it after his brother who was studying dragons in Romania. Don't let its small size fool you, it has a terrible temper. In virtual space, it almost burned down a whole bush before I managed to calm it down. Awesome! Ron, be careful. Even with virtual partners, you still need to follow the safety rules. Hermione offered her a reminder as usual, but her eyes were also full of curiosity. What is its flame temperature? What are its food preferences? Is there detailed information in the encyclopedia? Of course, Hermione, this thing is a mobile library. Ron flipped through it. In its early stages, the flame temperature is not high, and it mainly feeds on small magical insects and fragments of ore rich in magic power. It needs to practice breathing fire regularly in a safe environment to control its ability. When it was Hermione's turn, she unusually showed off by clicking on her companion's profile. On the screen, a beautiful butterfly, resembling a folded page from a colored book, unfolds its wings. Its wings are thin and colorful, with light and shadow flowing like ancient runes and tiny characters. Its body is slender, and its antennae are like the tips of a delicate quill pen. It floats silently, its wings occasionally fluttering gently, scattering tiny, ink-scented specks of light. Colorful butterfly bookworm. The butterfly bookworm. Hermione's voice was filled with surprise and awe. I read about it in the appendix of rare magical creatures and their habits. They live in ancient, vast libraries or studies, feeding on the fragrance of knowledge. My God, it's so beautiful. And look, she said, zooming in on the image. The light and shadow on the wings are changing, it seems to be displaying some kind of text. It's amazing. It will definitely help me understand and find knowledge better. Wow! Harry and Ron exclaimed simultaneously. Hermione's companions are a perfect match for her. What kind of junk are you showing off? A drawn-out, slightly grating voice rang out from the side. Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, strolled over to the vicinity, his face bearing his usual arrogant expression. He also held the picture book in his hand, deliberately holding it high so that the screen was facing Harry and the others. On the screen, a slender, elegant silver creature is swimming. It has a snake-like body covered with iridescent scales, but it also has a pair of small bird wings and an eagle-like beak and claws. The bird snake, in its newly hatched larval stage, appears exceptionally delicate and adorable. See that? The bird snake, Draco said smugly. Extremely rare, highly adaptable, and capable of changing its size according to the space, a truly ancient magical creature. Not some common flying insect or fire-breathing lizard. He glanced deliberately at Ron's screen. Ron's face immediately turned red. Yours is more like a hairy earthworm. At least my earthworm is silver and can fly, Draco scoffed. Potter, you're golden flying man? Humph, not bad, but it's just a prettier bird. He gestured meaningfully with the Pokédex. Malfoy, if you're only here to show off your harpy, then you've done your job, Hermione said coldly. Now, please leave. We need to have lunch. Draco snorted and turned to leave with his henchmen, but clearly, he had achieved his goal of showing off. Many Slytherin students around him were whispering about his rare bird snake companion. This little incident did not affect the mood of Harry, Meghan, and Harry. They quickly became immersed in the novel experience brought by the encyclopedia, comparing the abilities and characteristics of their respective partners, studying different areas on the virtual exploration map, and discussing how to team up together after class to explore unknown areas. Chapter 81. Over the next few days, the daily life at Hogwarts Castle was completely transformed into a kind of picture book color. In the corridor, you can see little wizards carrying red and white equipment, walking around cautiously. They would occasionally stop and frantically tap the screen on the ancient tapestries on the wall, an old tree outside the window, or even armor decorations, hoping to trigger an encounter or discover of new magical creature projections. I've heard that you are likely to encounter magical creatures made of grass near the greenhouse, a Hufflepuff student said mysteriously to his companion. Go to the astronomy tower at night, it might be related to moonlight. Ravenclaw's reasoning was as consistent as ever. Wouldn't there be mischievous sprites in the places where Peeves often causes trouble? This was Gryffindor's line of thought. The castle seemed to have transformed into a giant, augmented reality adventure park. Peeves was both confused and excited by the sudden increase in students taking pictures of it while holding up blocks. Its pranks became more frequent, and as a result, several older students documented its various mischievous ecological behaviors in a picture book, almost making it furious. However, the allure of new things is always accompanied by side effects. In class, the professors quickly noticed something was amiss. In potions class, a fourth-year Gryffindor student stared at the Pokédex screen on his lap, grinning as he watched his thorny creature roll around in the virtual grass, completely unaware that the potion in the cauldron had turned a dangerous deep purple. Snape slid silently behind him like a bat, his black robes billowing, his icy voice like the hiss of a viper. It seems that Mr. Potter's friend in the same courtyard considers the interaction with the virtual hedgehog more important than the wondrous transformation of the water of life and death. Teach, Professor. Gryffindor -10 points. Pokédex confiscated. 1 week of confinement to deal with the slugs. Snape expressionlessly pulled the red and white device away, his movements so fast they created a gust of wind. During the Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall's sharp eyes spotted a Ravenclaw student secretly using the Pokédex's instant messaging function to chat with a friend in the distance under the table. Miss Creevy, the classroom is for learning Transfiguration, not a tea party. Ravenclaw, deduct 5 points. I will keep the illustrated guide for now. Leave it with you after class. Some students even slack off during defense against the dark arts class. Lockhart himself didn't notice, he was busy practicing his smile in front of the mirror, while Filch on patrol caught several of them. The most ridiculous thing is that in Victor's own magical creature protection class, he also caught a few clueless little wizards. They probably felt that chatting using a picture book during the inventor's class was the safest option. Tom nimbly leaped over and slammed his paw on the screen, then looked up at Victor and meowed, his emerald cat eyes conveying a look at these little brats message. Victor sighed and stepped forward, looks like my class is no exception. Hufflepuff gets 3 points deducted, Pokédex confiscated, and after class you'll have to help Hagrid clean up the Flobber caterpillar slime. Similar scenes played out in classrooms across various subjects. Professor Flitwick's Charms class, Professor Sprout's Herbalism class, Professor Sinister's Astronomy class, none were spared. The professor's approach was remarkably consistent: deduct points, confiscate the illustrations, and impose additional labor confinement. After more than a dozen of the encyclopedias were confiscated, and Professor McGonagall solemnly reiterated in the auditorium that classroom discipline is sacred and inviolable. After the rule was lifted that any items unrelated to this, including the Pokédex, must not be used in class, this unhealthy trend of slacking off in class was finally curbed. Even if the young wizards love the encyclopedia, they can't afford the risk of repeatedly losing points and losing their exploration privileges. Outside the castle, new happenings at Hogwarts can never be kept secret. Reporters from the Daily Prophet quickly seized on this hot topic. A few days later, a report was prominently featured on the front page of the newspaper. The accompanying image is a large magical photograph taken by Colin Creepy during a public lesson, showing George carrying a niffler on his shoulder, Fred with a Cabora floating beside him, and Victor smiling in front of them. The headline reads, "Hogwarts sparks a Pokémon revolution. Scamander invents revolutionary magic learning device." The article describes the function of the picture book in detail and with a touch of exaggeration, emphasizing its great success in combining educational value with entertainment. Several excited students were also interviewed, citing Professor McGonagall's official assessment of it as an innovative teaching aid, and Dumbledore's mild statement that he welcomes it and sees great potential. Of course, the minor disruptions that occurred in the classroom as a result were also mentioned, along with the school's response. The report immediately attracted widespread attention in the magical community. Shop windows in Diagon Alley were crowded with wizards reading newspapers, and the number of letters sent to Hogwarts from the Owl Post Office inquiring about details surged. The person most provoked was Gilderoy Lockhart. He was in his defense against the Dark Arts Office, looking at the large photograph of Victor and the twins on the front page of the newspaper. He was so angry by the words "genius invention" and "another contribution of the Scamander family" in the article that his face turned pale and his carefully styled curly hair seemed to lose its luster. "A cheap, attention-grabbing thing," he gritted his teeth at Victor in the photo, then looked at the row of smiling portraits of himself on his wall. "Educational significance? I think it's just a distraction for students. What Hogwarts needs is solid defense stance instruction, like in my book. Not electronic pets." He picked up a quill pen, seemingly wanting to write an article to refute it, but hesitated for a moment and then put it down. He hadn't fully grasped the principles of the encyclopedia yet and was afraid of saying something wrong and revealing his ignorance. This feeling of having his limelight stolen, yet being unable to do anything about it, made him so jealous that his face contorted. Meanwhile, Victor received a deluge of letters in his Hogwarts office. The owls practically lined up on the windowsill. Most of the letters came from merchants, investors, and even some ancient alchemical or magical artifact families in the magical world. Although the wording differs, the core meaning is highly consistent. They inquired about the commercial potential of the Pokémon Pokédex, seeking collaborations, agency agreements, investments, or even the purchase of the patent. "Dear Mr. Scamander, our company, Perfect Potion, is deeply interested in your invention and wishes to obtain an exclusive production license with generous terms. Professor Scamander, we are Zoko's Joke Shop. We believe your illustrations perfectly match our brand image. Would you be willing to discuss a CO-branded custom item? Victor, I'm your uncle's old friend, Barton. Interested in discussing expanding this little thing to the American market? Profit sharing is negotiable." Victor sorted the letters into categories, but did not rush to reply. He knew that such a groundbreaking product needed to be treated with caution. Choosing partners too early or arbitrarily may harm its long-term development and even deviate from its original educational purpose. He needs time to observe the magical world's reaction, and also time to revise and improve the subsequent versions and maintenance systems of the encyclopedias that will be sold in the future. It is even more important to ensure that this project takes root firmly within Hogwarts. Cooperation is inevitable, but he will choose partners who share his vision, have a long-term perspective, and respect his core design. Among the numerous business letters that came his way, 2 letters from his family members made him feel especially warm. One of the messages was a friend message sent directly from Grandma Victor Scamander using her encyclopedia. She shared a photo of herself with her partner, a pixelated cat leopard with sharp eyes and an elegant posture, along with a voice message full of laughter. "Dear Victor, this thing is so interesting. My sentinel helped me chase away several goblin projections that were stealing herbs in the garden. Your old man's still sending letters by owl. By the way, he chose a moon-obsessed beast and spends all day grinning at the screen, dancing with it under the virtual moonlight. It's hilarious. We're all so proud of you, darling." The other letter was a long parchment letter sent by Grandpa Newt Scamander via traditional owl mail. The handwriting was slightly shaky but very neat, showing the writer's seriousness. "My dear grandson Victor, I have received the Pokédex you sent by owl. Please forgive the slow response of an old man accustomed to dealing with parchment and ink. I must say, it is a wonderful, well-intentioned, and visionary invention. It brings people closer, makes knowledge come alive, and more importantly, it builds a safe and beautiful bridge between young minds and amazing life. I experienced virtual exploration. In that wonderful world connected to the space of your suitcase, I felt as if I had returned to my travel days when I was young. But this time, there were no misunderstandings, no dangers, only pure curiosity and the joy of encounters. My companion, well, Tina may have already told you, is a moon fox. It's quiet and gentle, reminding me of many peaceful nights. It's a very special feeling. You have skillfully blended contract magic, spatial expansion, educational concepts, and even a touch of the essence of games. This is not just an achievement of alchemy or magical artifacts, but a great boost to the cause of magical creature conservation. It teaches the new generation to respect and understand through fun, which is much more effective than our past lecturing or demonstrations. The students of Hogwarts are fortunate. The support of Dumbledore and Minerva is crucial. Regarding your long-term space affiliation idea, it is bold and challenging, but if successful, it will be a great benefit to both Hogwarts and your space. Be sure to proceed with caution and proceed step by step. Your grandmother and I are doing well. Don't worry. We are incredibly proud of you. Love you, Grandpa Newt Scamander." The affirmation and support from my family were like a warm current, dispelling the fatigue brought on by the disturbances from the outside world. Victor carefully put away his grandfather's letter and looked out the window. In the courtyard of Hogwarts, you can still see groups of students exploring with their picture books during their free time. The castle's ancient stone walls and the modern, high-tech red and white equipment create a wonderful harmony. Arguments, boasting, cooperation, exploration, minor violations, and punishments, all of these constitute part of this new chapter. He knew this was just the beginning. The changes brought about by the illustrated guide will continue to unfold, and external attention and internal adjustments will also continue. But looking at the young faces immersed in the joy of discovery, feeling Tom's trusting embrace on his shoulder, and experiencing a growing and clearer magical resonance with Hogwarts Castle deep within his heart, Victor's heart was filled with certainty and anticipation. The seeds have sprouted, and the bridge is being stabilized. Ancient and modern, castles and wilderness, wizards and magical creatures, many more unexpected stories are destined to take root, sprout, and flourish in this land shrouded in magic. Chapter 82. Amidst this mix of excitement and anticipation, the October calendar quietly turned to its end. Hogwarts Castle seemed to be soaking in a potion called Festival, a potion bubbling with warmth. Everywhere you look, there's an aroma of pumpkin, caramel, spices, and just the right amount of eeriness. Paper bats and ghostly lanterns that chuckled floated in the corridor, and the armored figures were dressed up as comical knights or pirates. Peeves was in his element, wearing what he thought was the scariest outfit, which was actually just a gaudy clown costume, scattering colorful sequins that would stick to people's hair and strange-smelling smoke bombs everywhere. The popularity of the Pokédex reached a small peak just before Halloween. After nearly 2 weeks of exploration and training, a small number of exceptionally talented or particularly persistent young wizards have successfully crossed the initial threshold of favorability. They are able to briefly summon their magical animal companions in reality. Although time was limited and magic power was consumed in large quantities, it was enough to trigger a new wave of envy. In the corridors, you can often see a student accompanied by a small, carefully dressed creature. A bowerman wearing a mini pirate hat, eye patch, and with small hooks tied to its claws. A little fairy wearing a bat-patterned cloak with silver powder on the tips of her wings. There was even a fluffy creature dressed as a little ghost, fluttering around its owner's feet, eliciting gasps of surprise from the younger students. George and Fred Sniffler and Kepala have long been Hogwarts star duo. At this moment, the two little ones were also dressed up in their finest attire. Niffler wore an exaggerated black bow tie around its neck and white lace gloves on its little paws. Fred used magic to infuse Kabora's misty body with shimmering orange and purple specks of light, making it look like a floating, glowing Halloween candy cloud. The two of them were strolling around the entrance of the Great Hall, like mischievous messengers spreading joy, throwing Weasley's Magic Tricks Workshop special Halloween prank candies to passing young wizards. It is a food that, when eaten, temporarily changes the color of the tongue or makes strange noises, eliciting bursts of good-natured laughter and chasing. On Halloween, the weather seemed to want to add to the festive atmosphere. Outside the window, the fierce winds of the Scottish Highlands whipped up icy rain, violently battering the stained glass windows of the castle with a rattling sound, and the sky was as gloomy as a rag soaked in ink. But this did not diminish the fervent joy inside the castle. The house elves were full of energy and decorated the auditorium like a haunted house party. Thousands of bats hovered and danced on the enchanted ceiling, pumpkin lanterns grinned with mouths of all sizes, and candle light flickered in their empty heads. Hagrid's carefully cultivated giant pumpkins, each the size of a small house, were carved into various grotesque or comical faces and placed in the four corners of the auditorium. The largest one was placed directly in front of the professor's chair, its warm orange light illuminating the entire hall. The professors, unusually relaxed, joined in the holiday decorations. Professor Flitwick used his wand to direct a group of small bells to form a dancing skull pattern in the air. Professor Sprout brought magical fungi that emitted a faint phosphorescence, which were placed in the center of the long table. Even Professor Snape had a gloomy face, but he used magic to make some black ribbons automatically wrap around the pillars, turning them into slowly twisting snake-shaped decorations. Professor McGonagall remained serious, but a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips as she carefully examined every decorative detail. Victor and Tom, of course, did not miss this grand event. They were dressed in matching, custom-made vampire outfits with meticulous attention to detail. The most eye-catching item was the special dessert brought by Victor, the meticulously crafted blood nougat. They were served on silver trays carved into the shape of coffins. The candies themselves were translucent dark red, and you could see the thin strands of sugar inside, like blood vessels. The first taste is a rich blend of sweet and sour cherry and raspberry, with a hint of minty coolness, stimulating the taste buds like real blood without being cloying at all. The young wizards gathered around Victor, tasting the mushrooms with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, before bursting into joyful cheers. "That's so cool, Professor Scamander! It tastes amazing! Is there any more?" Tom proudly puffed out his chest, as if the candy was his own creation, and every now and then he would stretch out his white-gloved paw to steal a piece from the tray and stuff it into his mouth, making everyone laugh even harder. Amidst this almost boiling ocean of joy, the atmosphere in a corner of the Gryffindor table seemed somewhat out of place. Harry, Ron, and Hermione barely touched their plates as they looked at their classmates who were excitedly discussing the upcoming Skull and Bones dance performance, their faces showing obvious frustration and regret. "I shouldn't have said yes to Nick," Harry muttered, his eyes sweeping over the tempting Halloween decorations and food in the Great Hall. "Look how great this place is! I bet the death anniversary party will only have moldy cake and who knows what other weird stuff they might have. At least it's not a real ghost, is it?" Ron said somewhat uncertainly, his eyes fixed on the direction where the Weasley twins were throwing candy in the distance. "I mean, Nick and the others are ghosts, but the food should be for living people, right?" According to the book A Study of the Hogwarts Ghost Community, Hermione tried to arm herself with knowledge, but her voice sounded somewhat sullen. "Ghosts' death anniversary parties usually feature the foods they most missed in life or can most taste after death, often some desserts that have been sitting for a long time and have a very unique flavor." She glanced at the encyclopedia on her wrist. On the screen, her butterfly bookworm file was quietly resting on the cover of a virtual book, the words and shadows on its wings slowly flowing, seemingly uninterested in the noise of the auditorium. Hermione sighed and turned off the Pokédex screen. 7 o'clock arrived quickly. When Dumbledore's booming voice rang out in the Great Hall announcing the start of the banquet, followed by enthusiastic cheers for the long-awaited appearance of the Skeleton Army dance troupe by the young wizards. Harry, Ron, and Hermione could only stand up silently and walk against the flow of people surging towards the center of the Great Hall to watch the performance, heading towards the underground classrooms. As they passed through the foyer, they saw Fred and George directing their Nifflers and Capella to demonstrate the correct way to eat the prank candy to a group of excited younger students. The laughter, like warm waves, lapped at them, yet made their steps grow heavier. The further down you go, the more quickly the usual warmth and noise of the castle fade away. The walls became damp and cold, and the torchlight seemed to have dimmed considerably, replaced by flickering, eerie blue will-o'-the-wisps. Laughter and cheerful conversation were replaced by a vast silence, with the occasional gurgling sound of water coming from a distant pipe, or some rustling sound whose source was difficult to discern. Their breath condensed into white mist in the cold air. Finally, they came to a long, empty corridor. Candles with eerie blue flames were stuck in the wall, burning quietly without any heat, which only made the surrounding air feel colder. At the end of the corridor, a blurry, pearly white figure floated there. "Ah! My dear friends!" Nick, who was almost headless, greeted him enthusiastically. His head, which was almost separated from his shoulders, shook happily, and the clear slash on his neck was particularly conspicuous under the blue light. He wore a magnificent but old-fashioned knee-length coat with a ruffled collar, trying to project the most solemn image. "It's wonderful that you could come. The grandest memorial celebration in 500 years is about to begin. This way, please." Nick led them through an archway draped with a black curtain. What came from behind the door was a music consisting of a violin that was out of tune, a shrill flute, and a muffled drum. And a cacophony of sounds, as if countless people were simultaneously sighing in my ear. Just as Harry and his friends stepped into this cold and eerie ghostly gathering, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was reaching its boiling point. The Skull Dance Company truly lives up to its reputation. The smooth, jade-like white bones shimmered under the magical light. They used their shin bones to strike a xylophone made of rib bones, their skulls to blow melodious flutes, and their entire spines to pluck bass strings. The dance segment was absolutely spectacular. The skeletons performed a comical yet eerie dance with incredibly agile movements, the cracking sounds of their bones perfectly blending into the rhythm. The young wizards were completely engrossed, their laughter, applause, and whistles nearly lifting the ceiling from which the magic had conjured starlight and bats. Even the professors were all smiling. Dumbledore chuckled and tapped his wine glass lightly with his fork in rhythm with the music, while Professor McGonagall couldn't help but nod in approval of a few particularly difficult skull spins. Tom, however, couldn't suppress his inner performer when the Skull Band played a fast-paced jazz piece. With a meow, it leaped off Victor's shoulder and nimbly jumped onto the makeshift stage. It first swayed its body a few times to the music, and then, taking advantage of a gap, it stretched out its paw and borrowed the spine base from the skeleton basist next to it, who was frantically shaking his hair. The audience fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder cheers. Tom stood upright on his hind legs, his front paws holding the spine, which was a bit too long for him, and his fluffy tail swayed like a metronome. As it rapidly plucked the strings with its paws, it swayed its waist, clad in a little dress, the vampire fangs on its cat face trembling with its movements. Its emerald cat eyes sparkled under the stage lights, filled with pride and enjoyment. The members of the Skull Band were taken aback at first, but then seemed to find the suddenly added vampire cat drummer very interesting, and they all adjusted their rhythms to match it. For a moment, the sounds of bones clattering, the whistling of a leaky flute, the strange bass guitar, and Tom's enthusiastic meow meow accompaniment blended together, creating a wonderfully joyful harmony. "That's great, Tom! Long live Boss Tom!" The young wizards in the audience went absolutely crazy with joy. Many of them stood up, clapping and stomping their feet in rhythm. Even some older students started mimicking Tom's movements. The auditorium was transformed into a huge, joyful dance floor. Victor leaned back in his professor's chair, watching Tom on stage, radiant and seemingly old friends with the skeletons, a bright smile spreading across his face. He picked up a piece of blood nougat and put it in his mouth, feeling the sweet and sour taste melt on his tongue. His gaze then swept over the long table below. Many young wizards also released their own dressed-up magical creature companions. A swallowtail dog wearing a tiny tricorn hat is chasing its own tail in circles. 2 baby raccoon cats are slapping each other's small bat wing decorations with their paws. Even Draco Malfoy seemingly casually allowed his harpy cub to perch on his shoulder. The little creature's silver scales were intricately decorated with mysterious dark gold patterns, which shimmered faintly in the candlelight, attracting many eyes. Food, music, dance, laughter, and these amazing companions. Everything before him formed a near-perfect Halloween scene in Victor's mind. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction and peace, as if his long-term efforts had finally yielded the sweetest and most direct reward. Time flew by in the midst of the revelry. Before they knew it, the hands of the magic clock on the wall had already pointed to 9:45. Despite the Skull Band's still wonderful performance, Tom continued to tirelessly serve as a special guest on stage. But most of the young wizards were already showing signs of fatigue after several hours of feasting, drinking, and excited screaming. They gradually put down their knives and forks, letting out satisfied burps, and huddled together in 2s and 3s to chat, or teasing their equally lazy magical animal companions beside them. Finally, as a cheerful Scottish folk melody began to play, Tom jumped into the spot that a skeleton drummer had voluntarily given up. Then, with a slightly hoarse but exceptionally infectious cat-like voice, he led the Skull Band in presenting the final song for tonight's feast. It was an old ballad about harvest, ghosts, and friendship, with humorous lyrics and a catchy melody. Tom sang with great passion, sometimes soaring high, sometimes low, and interspersed with just the right amount of cat purring as harmonies. The young wizards in the audience, whether or not they understood all the lyrics, swayed gently to the rhythm and hummed softly, filling the entire hall with a warm, languid atmosphere full of festive spirit. As the song faded to its last note, Tom gave a graceful bow. Thunderous applause erupted instantly and lasted for a long time. Dumbledore stood up and smiled as he greeted Tom and the Skull and Bones dance troupe. "Thank you to our talented guests, and to our equally talented Tom, for providing us with such a wonderful evening." Dumbledore's voice was loud and cheerful. "Now, I declare this year's Halloween party a complete success. Prefects, please lead your students back to the common room in an orderly fashion. Good night everyone, sweet dreams or perhaps, some funny little scares." Amidst sighs of lingering reluctance and joyful farewells, the young wizards, greeted by their prefects, began to leave the great hall in a bustling throng. Chapter 83. The professors also relaxed in their chairs, chatting quietly and enjoying a moment of leisure after the busy holiday. The house elves had already quietly begun clearing away the mountain of plates and food scraps piled up on the long table. Victor also stood up, stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, and prepared to go find Tom, who was probably accepting an invitation to the skeleton's victory celebration. However, at that moment, Professor Dumbledore, a third-year Gryffindor boy, pale-faced and panting, rushed in from outside the Great Hall, almost tripping over his own robes. His voice became shrill and distorted with terror. Almost simultaneously, more sounds of screams, cries, and incredulous discussions drifted from the corridor outside, like chaotic waves stirred up by a boulder thrown into a calm lake, rapidly approaching from afar. The relaxed atmosphere on the professor's desk instantly froze. Dumbledore's smile vanished, and his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles sharpened like an eagle's. Professor McGonagall stood up abruptly, her wand already in her hand. Snape's thin lips pressed into an even colder straight line. Victor felt a chill run down his spine, and Tom seemed to sense something as well. She darted back from the direction of the stage in an instant, landing lightly on his shoulder, her emerald cat eyes looking warily toward the door. The joyful expression he had during the performance had vanished, leaving only focused vigilance. "What's going on?" Professor McGonagall asked the boy sternly. "Outside, the third floor, Mrs. Loris, there are words, how scary." Faced with Professor McGonagall's questioning, the boy stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed towards the door. "No further explanation is needed." Dumbledore strode down from the professor's seat, his robes billowing behind him. The other professors, including Victor, followed without hesitation. Professors Flitwick and Sprout exchanged a glance, then tacitly remained where they were, beginning to reassure the students in the auditorium who were still somewhat panicked and had not yet completely left. The professors walked quickly in the direction from which the noise was coming. After turning a corner, a corridor on the third floor that is rarely visited comes into view. The scene was chilling. The corridor was already crowded with students who had gathered after hearing the commotion, most of them with expressions of fear, confusion, and intense curiosity. They tiptoed and peered inside, whispering anxiously to each other, their voices buzzing and creating an unsettling background noise. At the very front of the crowd, near a damp wall, the scene appeared particularly abrupt and jarring. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger stood there alone, their faces pale. Ron's freckles were particularly noticeable in the dim light, and Hermione bit her lower lip tightly. The caretaker, Filch, nearly lunged at Harry, his thin fingers gripping Harry's pajamas tightly, trembling with extreme anger and grief. Spit almost landed on Harry's face, and his hoarse voice was full of accusation. "You! It's you! I know! You hate it! You hate my cat! You!" Above them, Mrs. Loris hung stiffly from the cold iron hooks of the torch holders. It usually struts around the corridor with its tail held high, looking very proud. At this moment, it resembled a tattered fur rag, its limbs stiffly outstretched, its eyes wide open, pupils dilated, and its last vestiges of terror frozen within them. Its fur stood on end, and its tail pointed straight down. What's most chilling is that on the damp stone wall next to us, a dark, sticky light flickers in the flickering torchlight, outlining a line of large characters. The writing appeared to have been applied with some thick, undried liquid, meandering between the bricks and stones. "The secret room has been opened. Be wary of those who oppose your heir." Below the writing, there was a small puddle of water, which gleamed ominously in the dim light. "Meow." A cat's meow, sounding like a sob, came from Victor's shoulder. Tom leaped off Victor's shoulder with the speed of a black lightning bolt. It landed lightly beneath the support that held Mrs. Loris, looking up at the stiff body of its former playmate and treat-trading partner, its emerald eyes filled with unbelievable sadness and anger. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it nimbly leaped onto the wall, hooked its claws onto the support, and with its other claw, quickly and gently removed Mrs. Loris's stiff body from the hook, cradled it in its arms, and slowly lowered it back to the ground. Tom laid Mrs. Loris flat on the cold ground, reached out his paw, and gently, tentatively touched the tip of her nose, then leaned close to listen to her chest. Then it raised its head and made a series of rapid and anxious meows toward Victor and Dumbledore, gesturing with its paws on Mrs. Lawrence as if urgently explaining the situation. Victor's heart sank. He quickly stepped forward, knelt down, and examined the area closely. Dumbledore also came over, his gaze behind his crescent-shaped spectacles deep and solemn. He swept over Mrs. Loris's stiff body and then slowly moved to the writing on the wall. Finally, the focus shifted to Harry, who was being held captive by Filch, his face filled with panic and injustice. "Mr. Filch," Dumbledore's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, "please release Mr. Potter first." Filch seemed to want to argue, but under Dumbledore's calm gaze, he reluctantly let go, though his swollen, red eyes remained fixed on Harry, filled with hatred. Just then, a voice broke in, carrying a deliberate air of calm and eagerness. "Ah! A terrible attack! But no need to worry, Headmaster Dumbledore. This is the moment to demonstrate my expertise." Gidrol Lockhart, a third-class Merlin Order member, an honorary member of the League of Anti-Dark Arts. "I have done extensive research on these kinds of evil events, and I have discussed in detail how to deal with sudden dark attacks in my books, Sailing with Vampires and Wandering with Werewolves. How about we go to my office first? It's more, private there, and it'll be easier for us to devise a strategy and find the real culprit." Lockhart had somehow squeezed in, wearing an overly ornate crimson robe, and his smile seemed particularly inappropriate, even somewhat comical, for the time and place. He seemed to see this as yet another stage to showcase his heroism and professional knowledge. Dumbledore glanced at Lockhart, his gaze calm and unwavering, yet it caused Lockhart's voice to involuntarily lower. "Very well." Dumbledore nodded. "Minerva, Severus, Victor, and Mr. Filch, and the three of you." He gestured to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Let's go to Professor Lockhart's office to talk. Felius, Pomona, please keep an eye on things here. Students, please return to the common room as soon as possible. Increase patrols tonight." Professors Flitwick and Sprout, who had just arrived, immediately nodded and began to guide the gathered students in a reassuring but authoritative tone. Although the students were curious and afraid, they gradually dispersed under the professor's urging, but hushed whispers and uneasy glances still echoed in the corridor. Dumbledore turned first and walked towards Lockhart's office. Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Victor followed closely behind. Filch continued muttering foul language, but followed along. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged a frightened and uneasy glance. Under Professor McGonagall's stern gaze, they could only lower their heads and follow at the back of the group. Chapter 84. Lockhart seemed excited to finally be in charge, and strode ahead to lead the way, talking incessantly. "I have some treasured defensive artifacts in my office, as well as a personally concocted stimulant that's very helpful for dealing with this kind of shock. Oh, this way, watch out for the steps." Lockhart's office, which was almost entirely filled with his own portraits and books, was at this moment filled with an atmosphere that was the complete opposite of its owner's lavish style, heavy with a sense of unease. In the various picture frames, young Lockhart, smiling and striking various dashing poses, seemed completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere inside, continuing to wink or comb her hair, which seemed particularly absurd. The air was filled with Lockhart's overly sweet cologne, mixed with an indescribable chill emanating from Mrs. Loris's stiff body. The large desk had been temporarily cleared out and covered with a dark velvet cloth. Mrs. Loris lay silently on it, like a roughly made cat-shaped stone sculpture. Its posture remained frozen in terror as it was attacked, every bristling hair was still in place, and its amber pupils were wide open, as if still reflecting the horrific scene it had just witnessed. Tom stood guard by the table, no longer pacing anxiously as before, but sitting quietly. His once gleaming emerald cat eyes were now dull and lifeless as he stared fixedly at Mrs. Loris. With its gloved paws, it gently wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of its eyes, making soft, suppressed whimpering sounds in its throat. Headmaster Dumbledore leaned in very close, his long silver beard almost brushing against Mrs. Loris's fur. His deep blue eyes, peering through his crescent-shaped glasses, scrutinized every detail intently. His slender fingers gently examined the cat's eyelids, then slowly pressed down along its stiff spine. His brows furrowed slightly, his expression unusually serious and focused, and his crooked nose almost touched Mrs. Loris's body, as if he were sniffing out the lingering scent of magic. Professor McGonagall stood close to Dumbledore, her lips pressed into a resolute line, the tip of her wand glowing with a soft, steady white light that illuminated the fine texture and veins beneath Mrs. Norris's fur. Her eyes were sharp as a scalpel, not missing a single abnormality. Professor Snape, like a somber shadow, leaned against a bookshelf in the distance, arms crossed, his black robe almost blending into the shadows. His obsidian-like eyes coldly swept over the people around the desk, especially lingering on the hairy trio, a more mocking smile curving his lips as if silently blaming them for the trouble they had caused. Victor stood on the other side of Dumbledore, his wand hovering very slowly and steadily across Mrs. Norris's back, limbs, and head. His brows were furrowed, and there seemed to be subtle, almost imperceptible, magical ripples between the tip of his wand and the cat's stiff body. The sensation transmitted through the wand to the fingertips was not the softness and warmth of a living thing, but rather a thorough, bone-deep hardness and coldness, like touching a piece of granite just taken from an ice cellar. He could clearly sense a sinister, ancient curse, filled with resentment and coldness, clinging to Lady Loris's life core like a maggot, forming a solid stone cage that imprisoned and froze her life force. But, it's not death. Deep within that core of life, a faint, flickering vitality, like a candle in the wind, remained firmly protected at the heart of the petrification curse, never extinguished. Victor breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily moved his wand away, and turned to speak softly to Tom, who was staring intently at him. "Don't worry, Tom. She's just petrified, a very strong curse, but she's still alive." Tom suddenly raised his head, his ears twitched, and the sadness in his eyes was replaced by a glimmer of hope. It stretched out its paw, seemingly wanting to touch Mrs. Loris again, but ultimately refrained, simply nodding vigorously and letting out a short, grateful meow. Almost at the same moment, Dumbledore also straightened up, and his blue eyes, which always sparkled with wisdom, were now filled with a sense of understanding and heaviness. He turned to Filch, who was almost slumped in his chair, his voice still gentle but carrying an undeniable certainty. "Argus, I have good news for you. Mrs. Loris is not dead." Filch's cloudy eyes widened suddenly, a glimmer of light emerging from the abyss of despair. Dumbledore continued, "It was petrified. It's the effect of an extremely ancient and powerful curse. Very thorough, but reversible. What we need is the Mandrake Regeneration Potion. Once this batch in Professor Sprout's greenhouse matures, Severus will be able to concoct the antidote. It will get better." "Petrification," Filch muttered to himself, his thin fingers twisting together, his gaze shifting between Dumbledore's calm face and the stiff cat on the table. Hope was rekindled, but what followed was an even stronger surge of anger and fear that needed to be released. He suddenly turned to Harry, who was cowering against the wall, his gaze like a poisoned knife. "It's you. It must be you!" Filch roared, his voice even more hoarse from excitement and prolonged shouting. "You hate it! You hate it for always catching you in the hallway for breaking school rules. You hate me! I know! You!" He seemed to be trying to find the most vicious words, but his speech was slurred with anger. "You filthy, lewd, despicable little—" "Mr. Filch," Professor McGonagall interrupted him sternly, her voice as cold as ice, "calm down. Accusations without evidence are meaningless." "Evidence? He was there. And these two too. Filch pointed at Ron and Hermione, spitting as he spoke. They're in cahoots. They. Filch, Dumbledore's voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange penetrating power that instantly drowned out Filch's roar. To petrify a cat to such an extent, as you can see, without even a struggle or a slow petrification, but an instantaneous and complete solidification, requires the most profound knowledge of dark magic, something a second-year student could never master. His gaze swept over Harry, Ron, and Hermione's terrified, pale faces. I believe they can't do that. Filch's face turned a deep purplish red, his lips trembled, gripped by despair and helplessness, and he screamed almost incoherently. Who else could it be? Hey! I know what you all think of me. A useless, magic-incapable squib. Guarding this castle, I can't even protect my own cat. My Loris, my... He covered his face, his shoulders shaking violently, his anger instantly transforming into a deeper, more heartbreaking pain and inferiority. An awkward silence fell over the office. Lockhart opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to offer some insights to ease the tension or demonstrate his understanding of this kind of psychological trauma. But under Professor McGonagall's stern glare and Snape's undisguised mockery, she wisely shut her mouth, only awkwardly adjusting her ornate collar. The words on the wall, "The secret room has been opened." These words haunted everyone's mind like a ghost. As Victor looked at Filch's pained expression and recalled the sticky, ominous writing on the wall, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He scratched his head subconsciously, a strange expression on his face. A secret room, he murmured to himself, his voice not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in the quiet office. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Victor cleared his throat and said somewhat helplessly. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that many years ago, when I was still studying at Hogwarts, well, I had a little physical interaction with some Slytherin guy. He was beaten black and blue by me, and he was still yelling angrily that Slytherin had left a secret chamber in the castle, where a terrifying monster was hidden, and only his true heir could open it to purge those in the school who were not worthy of learning magic. He paused, noticing Dumbledore's thoughtful expression and Professor McGonagall's suddenly furrowed brow, and added. At the time, I just thought he was upset about losing and made up a story to scare people, or to boast about the great legacy of their academy's founder. So many years have passed, I'd almost forgotten about it. But now it seems. His gaze fell on the stiff Mrs. Loris on the table and on the void that seemed to still be filled with an ominous aura. That annoying guy, maybe he wasn't completely bluffing. Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Professor McGonagall gasped, her face turning extremely pale. This can't be true? The legendary. There's no smoke without fire, Dumbledore said slowly, his fingers unconsciously twirling the tip of his beard, his blue eyes gleaming with unfathomable light. The legend of the Chamber of Secrets has indeed been passed down among the descendants of Slytherin and some ancient families. Purge the unworthy, that does resonate somewhat with the warning on the wall. He glanced at Filch, who was still immersed in grief and anger, and said meaningfully, Lady Loris is not a wizard. Snape broke the silence with a barely audible snort. His dark eyes, like cold, deep pools, turned to the pale-faced Harry trio, and he spoke slowly, his voice smooth and malicious. So, it might not be a coincidence that our celebrity Mr. Potter, and his loyal friends, are at the crime scene tonight? A death anniversary party, what a perfect, inconspicuous reason. Perhaps they know something about the heir, or the entrance to the secret chamber. We didn't. Harry immediately retorted loudly, his face flushed with anger and grievance. We just went to Nick's party. We didn't know anything. We certainly didn't open any secret room. We don't even know where the secret room is. Ron chimed in hastily. Professor, Hermione said, trying to remain calm, but her voice was still trembling. We've been at the anniversary celebrations all along, and many ghosts can testify to that. Besides, how could we possibly possess the kind of magic that could instantly petrify Lady Loris? Snape simply looked down at them, the corner of his mouth curving with distrust, as if to say, "You're just making excuses." "Severus," Dumbledore said calmly. "I believe they are telling the truth. At least, they lack the ability and knowledge to cast such powerful dark magic. As for whether they witnessed something by accident or were drawn into it." He hesitated for a moment. "They were quite frightened tonight. Minerva, take them back to Gryffindor Tower first. Remember," he said, looking at the three children. "Don't mention what happened tonight to anyone until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Go straight back to your dorm, understand?" Professor McGonagall nodded sternly, signaling Harry and his two friends to follow. The three felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They quickly lowered their heads and hurriedly followed Professor McGonagall out of the suffocating office filled with Lockhart's eerie smile and self-portrait. The atmosphere in the office didn't ease much after they left. Filch, holding Mrs. Loris's stiff body, also left dejectedly, preparing to head to the medical wing. The door closed, isolating the outside world. The remaining professors were Dumbledore, Snape, Victor, and Lockhart. "Well then," Dumbledore broke the silence first, his tone regaining its usual composure, but his eyes remained sharp. "Regardless of whether the legend is true or false, and regardless of who the successor is, one thing is clear, an extremely dangerous dark magic force with a clear intent to attack has appeared within Hogwarts. Mrs. Norris is the first victim, but may not be the last. We must act immediately to find out the source of this power and whether the so-called secret chamber truly exists," Professor McGonagall said firmly. "I suggest," Snape's voice rang out coldly. "We will conduct rigorous screening and monitoring of all students, especially those whose bloodlines may be questionable." He paused meaningfully. Victor frowned, but said nothing. Dumbledore shook his head. "Unless there is solid evidence pointing to a specific group, Severus, a large-scale investigation will only cause unnecessary panic and division. The priority is to ensure the safety of all students and to find out the truth as soon as possible." He surveyed the crowd. "We need to conduct a thorough, meticulous, carpet search of the castle. Start from the oldest and most secluded corners, looking for any possible secret chamber entrances, unusual magical fluctuations, or signs of other victims. Minerva, you'll be in charge of coordinating the professor's patrol shifts and areas. Severus, your potion knowledge might help us analyze the composition of the remaining writing on the wall. Victor." He looked at Victor. "Your knowledge of ancient magic and magical creatures, and your Tom, might be able to spot some clues we've overlooked." Victor nodded solemnly. Tom also lifted his head from his shoulder, his emerald cat eyes gleaming with determination, as if to say, "Leave it to me." "And what about me, headmaster?" Lockhart puffed out his chest eagerly, his face once again sporting that smug smile. "I believe my practical experience and defensive knowledge are exactly what's needed right now. I could easily lead a search team or provide emergency defense training for students. You know, I mentioned this in my book, Breaking Up with the Female Ghost." "Gideon," Dumbledore interrupted him gently but firmly. "Your office has an excellent location with a great view. Perhaps we could have you stay here as a liaison and support center? After all, we need a stable base of operations." Lockhart's smile froze for a moment, clearly dissatisfied with this arrangement of sitting in the rear. But facing Dumbledore, he dared not say anything more, and could only nod awkwardly and mutter to himself. "Oh, of course, a stable rear is crucial. I'll make sure communications here are working smoothly." No one paid attention to the resentment in his words. Dumbledore made the final decision. "There's no time to lose. We'll increase patrols tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll develop a detailed search plan. Until the truth comes out, everyone, please be on high alert. The safety of Hogwarts is in your hands." Chapter 85. The search that night was like a stone thrown into a deep pool. It initially stirred up a few ripples, but was quickly swallowed up by the boundless darkness and silence. The professors moved through the corridors, staircases, abandoned classrooms, and empty galleries, the light from the tips of their wands illuminating their solemn and weary faces. Professor McGonagall devised a meticulous patrol route, and Professor Flitwick examined every mural and carving that might conceal mechanisms or hidden doors. Professor Sprout even examined the soil of all the large potted plants in the castle and the moss next to the ventilation ducts. Like a giant bat, Snape silently swept through every corner of the cellar and potion storeroom, not missing a single trace of suspicious potion or magical material residue. Victor, with Tom by his side, focused their inspection on the areas of the castle associated with ancient legends of magical creatures. They examined the towers that were rumored to have been nests of winged beasts, explored the clock tower corridors that were said to be haunted by invisible beasts, and even sneaked into several ancient greenhouse ruins covered in dust and cobwebs. Tom remained highly alert, his ears like the most sophisticated radar, capturing the slightest sound, his nostrils flaring, not missing a single unusual odor. However, aside from a few frightened vixens, a group of goblins busy repairing tapestries torn by Peeves, and several ancient, long-dead prank magic traps, they found nothing. The Chamber of Secrets, along with the monster or successor capable of casting the petrification curse, seemed to have completely blended into the bricks and shadows of Hogwarts over the past millennium, leaving no trace. The professor's only gain was a few ignorant young wizards who tried to explore or meet in the middle of Halloween night. They ran into professors who were on edge and highly vigilant, and their fate was naturally tragic. A fifth-year Ravenclaw couple were caught by Snape near the restricted section of the library. They were each deducted 50 points and given the honor of cleaning the armor in the prize room every night for a month. A Hufflepuff third-year student who tried to sneak into the kitchen to steal food was pulled out by Professor Flitwick using a levitation charm, resulting in a deduction of 20 points and an additional week of cleaning up Filch's hallway armor. The unluckiest student was a fourth-year Gryffindor student who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to try and summon some Halloween candy near the Room of Requirement. As a result, they ran into Professor McGonagall, who was in a very bad mood and had just returned from an observatory inspection. Then he was deducted 30 points and received the severe punishment of reporting to my office at 7 o'clock every night for the next month to copy the Hogwarts rules. The wails and excuses of these unfortunate souls sounded particularly jarring in the silent castle, adding a touch of absurdity and helplessness to this unsettling night. The professors reprimanded them sternly, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, and then escorted them back to their respective common rooms. The curfew was strictly enforced, the password was changed temporarily, and the prefects were asked to be extra vigilant. As the eastern sky began to lighten and the deep darkness of night was gradually dispelled, the weary professors gathered in the lobby. They exchanged a knowing, solemn look and shook their heads. The first night's search yielded no results. Dumbledore showed no surprise or disappointment, but calmly told everyone to go back and rest for a while, and to meet again in the morning to discuss the follow-up plan. His blue eyes still gleamed with a thoughtful light, as if he had already anticipated that things would not be so simple. Victor did not return to his office immediately. With Tom, who was also somewhat tired but still had sharp eyes, perched on his shoulder, he returned to the third-floor corridor where the attack had taken place. The morning light had not yet fully penetrated into the depths of the castle, it was still dark here, with only the faint, dying glow of the torches on the walls. A lingering tension from last night still hung in the air, along with the sounds of cleaning agents and brushes rubbing against the stone. Filch is still there. He hunched over, using a worn-out brush dipped in the murky soapy water from the bucket, and fiercely scrubbed the wall with the warning written on it. His movements were almost frantic, he gritted his teeth and uttered broken, resentful whispers. "Filthy, vicious, my Loris, you will pay the price, brush it off, brush it clean." However, his efforts were completely in vain. The dark, sticky writing seemed to have become part of the stone itself. The brush could only leave shallow grayish-white scratches and patches of water stains, unable to make any difference whatsoever. Filch's robe was soaked through, his hands were covered in soap bubbles and stone dust, and his face showed a mixture of exhaustion, anger, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Victor watched quietly for a while, a complex emotion welling up inside him. He stepped forward and gently waved his wand, cleaned up. A soft light swept across the wall, and the stubborn writing seemed to be covered by a thin veil, instantly becoming dimmer and blurrier, no longer as glaring and ominous as before. Filch, who was vigorously painting the wall, suddenly stopped. He stared in astonishment at the changes in the writing on the wall, then looked down at the useless brush in his hand, seemingly unable to comprehend what had happened. He slowly turned around, his cloudy eyes meeting Victor's calm gaze, and Tom, who was perched on Victor's shoulder, quietly watching him. Professor Scamander. Filch's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with disbelief. Mr. Filch, Victor nodded, the writing on the wall is imbued with strong magic, and cannot be removed by ordinary means. I'm just making it less conspicuous for now. Filch's gaze lingered on Victor's face for a few seconds before shifting to Tom. He remembered that Mrs. Loris loved to hang around the professor who always had magical creatures with him, and she didn't dislike the clever cat. She even sometimes got a little dried fish from Tom. On his gaunt face, the expression that was a mixture of resentment and pain softened slightly, and a rare, almost weak look flashed across his face. Thank you, Professor." Filch's voice lowered, with a barely perceptible sob. "Loris, it likes you, and your cat. It's just a naughty little thing, all it does is follow me on patrol and catch those unruly students, it shouldn't." He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength. Those eyes, which were always full of criticism and anger, were now staring straight at Victor, burning with an almost desperate plea. "Professor, you know those amazing things, you and your cat are so incredible, please find that murderer. Whatever it is. Avenge my Loris. It's my only." He didn't finish his sentence, as if he was afraid that if he continued, the barely maintained defense would completely collapse. He turned around abruptly, picked up the bucket of dirty water, grabbed a brush, and almost staggered as he quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor, leaving only the heavy, disordered sound of his footsteps echoing around him. Victor watched him leave, remaining silent for a moment. Then he raised his wand again and pointed it at the wall. This time, the incantation he recited was more complex, and the flow from the tip of his wand was no longer a simple cleansing or concealing spell, but a stream of silver-grey light. The light, like mercury spilling onto the ground, slowly seeped into every crevice of the stone wall. On the wall, the faded writing, like morning frost exposed to sunlight, melted and evaporated at a visible speed, eventually disappearing completely as if it had never existed. Only a slightly smooth stone wall surface remains, which is somewhat different from the rest of the stone wall. The corridor returned to complete silence, even more deathly still than usual. The torchlight seemed to have dimmed a bit. Victor did not leave. He stood in the middle of the empty corridor, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. Tom jumped onto the windowsill in front of him, curled up, and looked at his master with his emerald eyes, his tail tip swaying gently, as if keeping him company in his thoughts. Last night, because the incident happened suddenly, a large number of students gathered, and various auras and residual magic were mixed together, like a pond that had been stirred up. Therefore, the tracking magic items he carried, such as reflection powder, were completely ineffective and could not capture any clear and unique traces. But that petrifying curse was so thorough, completed in an instant, carrying an ancient, resentful, and cold quality. Magical creatures or magical creations possessing similar abilities. A creature of Medusa's bloodline? Indeed, looking directly into the eyes of the Gorgon would cause petrification. However, Medusa herself is extremely rare, and her bloodline descendants mostly exist in other forms. Such a pure and powerful petrifying gaze left no trace of movement. Could it be the existence of a bloodline that has reverted to its ancestral form? The Gudiao? A mythical beast from Eastern legends, whose gaze can also turn people to stone. Petrifying monitor lizard? A magical lizard that lives in specific areas, whose saliva or eyes contain a strong petrifying toxicity. However, their effects are usually slow, and their individual strength is not enough to be so terrifying. The Chamber of Secrets left by Salazar Slytherin. This monster, or rather the Guardian, has existed for at least 1,000 years. A monster that has lived for 1,000 years. Or it is an extremely powerful and long-lived individual. Such as certain dragons, ancient magical creatures, or ancient beings that are bound by special magic and are in a state of slumber or semi-sealing. Alternatively, it could be a self-reproducing or self-sustaining group. But if it's a clan or group, even if they hide it well over 1,000 years, traces of their activities, food needs, magical fluctuations, and so on will eventually leak out. It's impossible for them to be completely clueless like they are now. Moreover, eliminating the unfit sounds more like an individual carrying out specific instructions than a group. Therefore, it is highly likely that he is a powerful individual. A powerful individual who has been lying dormant for 1,000 years in the underground or within the walls of Hogwarts, awaiting the summons or commands of the heir. Victor's gaze drifted out the window. As dawn broke, the dark green outline of the Forbidden Forest appeared and disappeared in the thin mist, and the surface of the Black Lake rippled with light. The creatures of the Forbidden Forest, centaur, thestral colonies, unicorn families, and even the ancient trees and magical creatures have lived here for generations, almost as old as the castle itself. They might sense unusual vibrations from deep within the earth or from ancient magical veins that the wizards inside the castle cannot detect. Certain creatures that are extremely sensitive to energy and life forms, such as unicorns, might react to that resentful petrifying magic. There's also Black Lake. Victor's gaze fell on the calm surface of the lake. According to Hagrid and some ancient books, that giant squid likely existed at the very beginning of Hogwarts. It has lived in the depths of Black Lake for many years, witnessing thousands of years of wind and rain and countless changes inside and outside the castle. The lake water and the castle's underground pipes, or even some legendary secret waterways, may be secretly connected. Its enormous size and ancient life form might be able to sense the unusual magical pulse emanating from deep within the castle's foundation. Tom seemed to sense his owner's thoughts. He stood up, meowed softly, and touched Victor's hand with his paw, his eyes filled with eager anticipation, as if saying, "Let's go ask." Victor snapped out of his daze, ruffled Tom's hair, and a determined smile appeared on his lips. "Yes, Tom. There's no point in sitting here daydreaming. Some answers may lie outside the castle," he whispered. "Go ask those old neighbors who know this land better than we do. First, go to the Forbidden Forest and talk to Bane or Ronan, then visit the Unicorn clan. If time allows, we might also have to find a way to chat with that old man in the Black Lake." He glanced at the walls, now clean but still shrouded in an unsettling atmosphere, then turned and walked toward the castle gate. Tom nimbly leaped onto his shoulder, and the morning light streamed through the high window, casting long shadows of the man and the cat onto the empty corridor floor. A new day has begun, but the shadows hidden behind the joyous festival seem to have only just begun to unfold. The road to finding the truth is destined to be bumpy, but at least the direction has begun to emerge. The morning light draped the Forbidden Forest in a thin veil, and dewdrops shimmered like diamonds on the spider webs. Victor led Tom into this ancient yet vibrant land, where the damp earth, the smell of decaying leaves, and the subtle traces left by countless creatures filled the air. Tom's ears and whiskers stood up, and he made a low growl in his throat, a mixture of excitement and alertness. They didn't venture too far before encountering patrolling centaurs. These proud creatures held spears, their upper bodies were muscular, and their lower bodies were strong like those of horses. Their chestnut coats gleamed healthily in the morning light. The centaur Bane, who was leading the way, recognized Victor. He stomped his forelegs, bowed slightly, and spoke in an ancient and solemn tone. "Child of nature, guide of the starlight. The forest senses your sorrow. Bane, Ronan, guardians of the forest," Victor returned the greeting with equal solemnity. "Hogwarts is shrouded in shadow, and I need to hear the echoes of ancient wisdom." Chapter 86. The horsemen led them to the tribe's settlement, a clearing in the woods surrounded by ancient trees. The campfire was lit, burning with fragrant wood and the rich aroma of spices. The smell was not pungent, but rather refreshing. The elder of the centaurs, an old centaur with a beard that almost reached his chest, whose eyes seemed to be blind, yet seemed to see through people's hearts and stars. He had Victor sit on a smooth boulder, while he himself looked up at the gradually brightening sky and began a long and obscure narration. "The star's trajectory has not shifted, but shadows have climbed the castle walls. Ancient bloodlines whisper, an icy hatred grows in the cracks of the stones. An uneasy throbbing comes from the depths of the earth, forgotten vows, bound rage. Child of nature, what you hear is not the wind, but the panting of a prison. Danger is not far away, it is right beneath your feet, lurking and awakening beneath your laughter and jubilation." Victor listened patiently, trying to extract useful information from the symbolic and prophetic words. When the elder finally stopped and wearily lowered his head, Victor concluded. "You mean that an ancient, hateful being, bound deep within the castle, has awakened and brought danger. This danger is imminent." The elder nodded slowly and said nothing more. Bane stepped forward. "The forest can feel that evil chill, but its lair does not belong here. This is all we can tell you, child of nature. Beware where the water meets the shadows." Leaving the centaur tribe, Victor's mood grew even heavier. The clues point to the depths of the castle, but remain vague. They then visited the unicorn herd. These sacred creatures roamed beside crystal-clear forest streams, led by an ancient unicorn with a body entirely silver and horns like pearls. It approached gracefully, touched Victor's hand with its warm nose, and a pure yet worried emotion seemed to flow from its body as if by telepathy. "Evil, ancient evil, a cold gaze, it makes the forest tremble." In addition, Unicorn could not provide any more specific information. The dark valley where the Thestrals roosted was filled with uneasy commotion. These creatures, which can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, flapped their skeletal wings restlessly, emitting silent hisses. They are exceptionally sensitive to the sense of death, but what they perceive is an ancient, solidified, and fearful aura that is not truly death, the source of which also points to the castle. Buckbeak, the hippogriff, was relatively polite to Victor. However, it and its people can only express an instinctive aversion and vigilance towards powerful predators, unable to describe the details. Finally, Victor ventured deeper into the forbidden forest and visited the special pack of wolves. A being born from the union of a werewolf and a wolf, born on the night of the full moon, possessing intelligence no less than that of humans. Their leader was a grey wolf of exceptionally large size, whose eyes gleamed with a mixture of intelligence and wildness. It can communicate in a low, intermittent human language. "A smell, a bad smell, seeping from the stones. I smelled it long ago, danger, a great danger, not from wolves, not from any creature of nature." Similarly, no further gains were made beyond confirming the dangerous, unnatural and ancient characteristics. Just as Victor was about to leave in disappointment, the oldest unicorn slowly stepped forward and communicated telepathically once again. "Spiders, eight-legged web weavers, they come late, but perhaps they remember more. Last time, when the cold awoke, they had just arrived in the forest." Victor's heart skipped a beat. Eight-eyed giant spider. He immediately turned toward the direction of the eight-eyed giant spider's nest. Tom seemed to recall his pleasant scavenging experience and the delicious crab legs from last time. His ears twitched, and he followed Victor briskly. The eight-eyed giant spider's nest now appears much emptier than when Victor last visited it. The enormous spider webs were still layered upon each other, but the number of stock hanging on them had clearly decreased, and the number of active spiders was also much less than before. As they approached, several patrolling young giant eight-eyed spiders first made threatening clicking sounds and rushed forward, waving their long, hairy legs. However, when they saw that the newcomer was Victor, and Tom, who was baring his teeth and whose claws were flashing coldly, on his shoulder, the spider in the lead suddenly braked, its 8 eyes simultaneously revealing terror, and it let out a sharp screech before turning tail and running away, even crashing through a spider web in its panic. The other spiders scattered instantly, rustling as they disappeared into the shadows and the depths of the cave. Victor successfully reached the deepest part of the nest and met the 8-eyed giant spider leader, Aragog, who was almost exhausted. Its massive body is now emaciated, covered in a grayish-brown shell, and most of its eyes are cloudy and blind, only occasionally revealing a glimmer of light when it turns its head. It lay paralyzed in the center of the enormous spider web, barely able to move. "It's you again, the wizard who took away so many of my descendants." Aragog's voice was hoarse and low, filled with weariness and a lingering fear, "and that horrible cat." Tom meowed smugly and licked his paws. "Aragog, I need information about the attack on Hogwarts Castle 50 years ago, Victor said bluntly. "The unicorn told me that you came to the Forbidden Forest after that." Aragog's massive body seemed to tremble slightly, a fear stemming from the depths of his memory. 50 years ago, yes, a terrifying time, in the castle, that thing was released. Its voice grew fainter, as if the memory itself was a burden. A cold, deathly gaze, through the wall, a young human female, dead, right there in the bathroom, the sound of weeping, never ceasing. Victor's heart tightened. That thing? What does it look like? Did you see it? No, no spiders saw it, Aragog gasped. But we felt an unbearable terror, more terrifying than the hungriest dragon, colder than the deepest darkness. Hagrid, my friend, he's been accused of supporting us, they say. We killed the girl. So, 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a girl died, and Hagrid was wrongly accused. Victor spoke slowly, the clues gradually connecting. And that's why you followed Hagrid into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Yes, Aragog's voice was barely audible. After saying this last sentence, he seemed to have exhausted his strength. His huge head drooped down and he stopped responding. Victor didn't ask any further questions. He solemnly nodded to the spider leader, whose life was already coming to an end. "Thank you, Aragog. Get some rest." Leaving the gloomy, damp spider's nest and returning to the relatively fresh air of the forest, Victor's mind raced. The thing that could instill such intense fear and threat in these top-tier, highly perceptive magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest must be extraordinary. The scope has been greatly narrowed. Unnatural, ancient, powerful, filled with cold hatred, active 50 years ago, imprisoned deep within the castle. Chapter 87. After leaving the seemingly empty nest of the giant spider, Victor did not immediately go looking for the giant squid and the weeping myrtle. He found a gnarled old tree, sat down with his back against its rough bark, and Tom quietly rested on his lap. The morning light completely dispelled the thin mist in the forest, but the fog in Victor's heart grew even thicker. He closed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hair behind Tom's neck, and began searching his memory for those terrifying things that matched the descriptions, created directly or indirectly by the hands of wizards. The first thing that comes to mind is gargoyles. They guard Gringotts and many ancient wizarding buildings, including the towers of Hogwarts. They are creations of magic that endow stones with twisted life and a protective instinct, loyal, tenacious, and merciless towards intruders. However, gargoyles usually lack independent will and their range of movement is limited to the area they are assigned to protect. Their gaze brings physical tearing rather than magical petrification, let alone that ancient, hateful spirituality. They are more like complex magical puppets than the beings Aragog described that instilled a primal fear in all the creatures of the Forbidden Forest. Next up are the five-legged monsters. These are magical creatures that live near water and have an extremely unnatural appearance. 5 long legs support a round torso, and a huge mouth full of sharp teeth almost occupies the entire face. There are many theories about their origin. Some say they are the product of ancient wizards' failed transfiguration experiments, while others say they are mutations caused by some kind of magical contamination. They are dangerous, greedy, and adept at lurking in ambush. However, while the five-legged monster is unsettling, it is more of a physical threat. Its magical properties lean towards chaos and devouring rather than precise, cold, cursed petrification. They are not beings that can lie dormant for thousands of years in the usual sense. Then, a darker, more unnatural, cold, and fear-inducing image emerged: the Dementor. These beings, draped in tattered cloaks and radiating despair and coldness, are believed to have been born in the darkest corners of the magical world, perhaps terrifying spirits born from the combination of some extreme negative emotion in a specific magical environment. They feed on happiness and hope, leaving behind only numbness and cold memories. Their kiss can suck away souls, bringing an end more terrible than death. However, Dementors are usually confined to places of despair like Azkaban, or are subject to limited control by the Ministry of Magic. Their coldness is due to the deprivation of emotion, not a physical transformation. Most importantly, neither the attack 50 years ago nor last night's events were accompanied by that signature, despairing aura that devours all joy. Hogwarts' protective magic also strongly repels and warns against highly dark beings like Dementors. Moreover, Slytherin's concepts of the Chamber of Secrets and Purge the Unworthy do not seem to be entirely consistent with the Dementors' indiscriminate pleasure-seeking nature. While the possibility of some extremely evil wizards manipulating or creating similar entities cannot be completely ruled out, the probability is low. Finally, a name that had been associated with the legend of the despicable Herpo for thousands of years, crashed heavily into Victor's thoughts with a hissing echo: the basilisk. It matches almost all the clues perfectly. The oldest and most famous record of the birth of the basilisk is closely linked to the name of a dark wizard named Helpo. He is one of the earliest known snake talkers, who artificially created this terrifying creature by incubating eggs under the body of a toad. It is a product of wizards' dark magic and forbidden knowledge, a completely unnatural creation devoid of emotion. Furthermore, basilisks have extremely long lifespans, theoretically capable of living for hundreds or even thousands of years. A basilisk bred or placed in the Chamber of Secrets by Salazar Slytherin himself could very well be still alive today. Its gaze is deadly, and its venomous fangs are almost incurable. Apart from a few legendary items such as the Phoenix's Tears, even the Mandrake Resurrection Potion may not be able to completely counteract the consequences of its direct bite. It is the most lethal biological weapon. It can be moved entirely through the castle's pipe system. The sound of water and the damp smell in the pipes might mask some of its presence. The girls' restroom where the Weeping Myrtle was located was the very spot where the crime occurred 50 years ago. And this also aligns with the centaur's warning. Victor suddenly opened his eyes, his breathing slightly rapid. The morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face, but it couldn't dispel the solemnity between his brows. Each feature, like a puzzle piece, was assembled in his mind. All the clues point to this answer. However, final confirmation is still needed. The information from Aragog is indirect, not direct enough. He needs more conclusive eyewitness testimony, or corroboration from another witness from 1,000 years ago. Victor glanced at Tom on his shoulder, and Tom seemed to understand his thoughts, nodding vigorously. First, go to Black Lake and ask that old man. Then, we need to find Myrtle and confirm what she saw last. At the edge of Black Lake, the water is deep and still. Victor stood on the shore, his wand waving gently, and the unique druidic call to animals emanated from him. Unusual ripples began to appear on the lake. Moments later, the water near the shore slowly rose. A huge, wet, dark brown body covered in moss and barnacles emerged from the water. It was a creature of indescribable size, more like some ancient aquatic magical behemoth than a giant squid. Its eye, as large as a round table, was slightly open beneath its thick eyelids, calmly, or rather, with an indifference honed by 1,000 years of time, watching the tiny man and cat on the shore. Victor then asked the giant squid if it knew anything about Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and the monster inside. Without any verbal communication, a low, slow echo, as if from the deepest silt at the bottom of a lake, entered Victor's mind directly, carrying the coldness of lake water and the weight of time. The castle, an ancient companion, has awakened. It hates light, hates life. It has slept long in the stone. Its awakening brings fear and death. I hear it sliding through the pipes. Cold gaze. A chill seeps through the water. Yes, it has always been there. The guardian left behind by Slytherin. The information is concise and unmistakable. The ancient existence of the Black Lake confirms that a monster from the same era as Slytherin exists beneath the castle. But what does guardian mean? Keeping this question to himself, Victor strode toward the castle to find the final piece of the puzzle, the Weeping Myrtle. Back at the castle, Victor went straight to the famous girls' restroom on the second floor. This place is damp and cold year-round, filled with a faint sense of melancholy and the smell of disinfectant. Myrtle often appears here. Myrtle? Myrtle Warren! Victor called softly to the empty, water-stained cubicle. A pearly white ghost girl wearing glasses floated out of the innermost toilet bowl, sobbing and covering her face with her hands. Oh, who called me? Are you here to mock me again? Or do you want to use my bathroom? She peeked at Victor and Tom through her fingers. Oh, it's Professor Scamander, and that nasty cat that's always trying to scratch me. She made a face at Tom, who responded with a dismissive flick of his tail. Myrtle, I'm not here to mock you. I want to ask you something very important, about how you died. Victor's tone was gentle but serious. Myrtle immediately burst into tears, her cries echoing between the tiled walls. How horrible! How rude! To ask a girl such a question. Wah! Myrtle, this is very important, Victor said patiently. This could be related to the safety of other students. Was the last thing you saw a pair of big, yellow eyes? The crying stopped abruptly. Myrtle lowered her hand, and a real, frozen fear appeared on her blurry, ghostly face. She looked around, as if those eyes would reappear. How did you know? She whispered, her voice trembling. Yes, yellow, huge eyes, right behind that pipe. I was crying in my cubicle, then I heard a boy's voice. I wanted to see who was so disgusting, then I opened the door and died. She started sobbing again, right here, all alone. Oliver Humbert even laughed at my glasses. Confirmed. Huge, vertical yellow pupils. All the clues, all the inquiries, all point to the same answer. Salazar Slytherin left behind a deadly basilisk, 1,000-year-old creature that obeyed his heir, in the secret chamber deep within Hogwarts Castle. Victor's expression instantly turned extremely serious. 1,000-year-old basilisk capable of killing or petrifying with a single glance roams the pipe system of Hogwarts. This is far more dangerous than any monster they initially anticipated. The students' safety was under the most direct and deadly threat. We must inform Dumbledore immediately. Thank you, Myrtle, this is very important. Victor said hastily, then turned and left, with Tom following closely behind. Wait. Professor. You're just leaving like that? Doesn't anyone care about how I feel? Wah! Myrtle's cries came from behind him again, but Victor had no time to pay attention. He practically ran through the corridors toward the principal's office on the upper floor of the castle. We must find Dumbledore immediately. The basilisk has awakened, and every pipe and every damp corner of Hogwarts could become a passage to death. The corridor on the 8th floor was quiet, with only the soft snoring and rustling of the portraits on the walls. Victor's footsteps echoed quickly and clearly on the stone floor, with Tom close behind, his fur standing on end. He stopped in front of the familiar dripping spout stone statue, his breath slightly short. "Blood nougat," he said clearly. The eyes of the dripping spout stone statue seemed to flash with a knowing glint. Perhaps it was an illusion, but it did indeed come to life immediately, leaping and twirling with a joyful energy that seemed completely out of place in the tense atmosphere, making way for the spiral staircase leading to the principal's office. The stairs rose automatically, and Victor climbed them 2 steps at a time, while Tom lightly leaped onto his shoulders. The principal's office door was ajar, and hushed, serious conversations could be heard coming from inside. After knocking twice, Victor pushed the door open and entered without waiting for a response. The circular room was filled with the soft humming and spinning of various silver instruments, and the portraits of past principals on the walls seemed to be awake, staring solemnly at the center of the room. Dumbledore stood behind his large desk, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles looking at Professor McGonagall, who stood in front of the desk with a pale face. The air seemed to freeze between the two, clearly they were discussing an extremely serious situation. Hearing the door open, they both turned around at the same time. Professor McGonagall saw that it was Victor, and her tightly pursed lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but Victor interrupted her directly, which was extremely rare for him. "Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall," Victor's voice was slightly hoarse from running, but every word was firm and resolute, "I know what's in the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling him to continue. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, leaned forward, and gripped the edge of the table tightly. "It is neither any of the natural creatures we previously guessed, nor a simple magical construct." Victor strode to his desk, placed his hands on the smooth surface, and stared intently at his 2 colleagues. "It's a basilisk. A basilisk left behind by Salazar Slytherin, which has been lurking in the castle's underground pipe system for thousands of years." The office fell into a deathly silence. Only Fox, perched on a gilded perch, gently moved its wings and emitted a barely audible whistle. Professor McGonagall's face turned as pale as the silverware behind her, and her knuckles turned white from the strain. She opened her mouth, but couldn't make a sound immediately. For the first time, a crack appeared on Dumbledore's calm face, an expression that was a mixture of shock, understanding, and deep worry. He slowly sat back in the high-backed chair, his blue eyes sharply locking onto Victor through his glasses. Chapter 88. Victor took a deep breath and, using the most concise and clear language possible, recounted the entire morning's investigation process and conclusions. The warning of the Forbidden Forest centaur's shadow climbing the wall, the cold gaze sensed by the unicorn, and the scent of unnatural creation detected by the wolf pack. Aragog's harrowing memories of events from 50 years ago. The giant squid confirmed that the guardian left behind by Slytherin is sliding in the pipes. And the most crucial element, the pair of huge yellow eyes that the weeping Myrtle saw before she died. So, Lady Loris didn't die directly, but was petrified, most likely because she didn't look directly into the basilisk's eyes. Victor spoke faster, making clear and logical deductions. When Filch found it, it was hanging near the torch holder on the ceiling, its body stiff. I remember there was a large puddle of water on the floor, and Mrs. Loris most likely saw the basilisk crawling through the ceiling pipe opening or in the shadows through the reflection of the puddle. Indirect sight caused petrification, not immediate death. He paused, looked at Dumbledore, and added another detail that puzzled him. Also, Albus, when the giant squid was relaying the message, it referred to the basilisk as the guardian left behind by Slytherin. That title is a bit strange. Why would a murderous monster filled with hatred, used to eliminate the unworthy, be called a guardian? The office fell silent again, with only the silver instruments humming more urgently, as if they too were anxious about this terrible conclusion. Professor McGonagall was completely frozen, her lips pressed into a pale line, and the knuckles of her fingers gripping the edge of the table protruding. A moment later, She turned sharply to Dumbledore, her wand already gripped tightly in her hand, its tip trembling slightly, not from fear, but from extreme anger and a sense of urgency. "Albus! If it really is the basilisk, we must act immediately. Evacuate the students? No, that would cause panic, and the basilisk is in the pipes, leaving the castle might not be safe. But at the very least, all washrooms, sinks, and any place that might be connected to the sewers must be sealed off immediately. Organize professors to patrol, equip them with mirrors, or..." Her mind raced, but the more she spoke, the more she realized the complexity and pervasiveness of the ancient castle's pipe system, and her voice carried a rare, almost desperate urgency. Dumbledore raised a hand, signaling her to calm down. The shock and worry on his face had subsided, replaced by an unfathomable calm, but the light in his blue eyes was as sharp as an icicle. He nodded slowly, his gaze shifting from Victor's face to Professor McGonagall's. Finally, it landed back on Victor's shoulder on Tom, whose ears were also perked up, tail taut, as if ready to fight at any moment. "Thank you, Victor. A very good and efficient investigation. Your deductions are logical, and all the clues point to the worst, but also the most plausible possibility: the basilisk left behind by Salazar Slytherin." He paused, his voice becoming lower and slower, each word seemingly carrying weight. "And this confirms my deepest fears. 50 years ago, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets led to the death of a student. At the time, the Ministry of Magic was eager to close the case, and Rubeus Hagrid was ultimately charged. But I know that the real murderer was someone else: Tom Marvolo Riddle, who later became Voldemort." Professor McGonagall gasped, her face turning even paler. Victor's heart sank as well, the appearance of that name cast an even darker shadow over the entire incident. "Back then, I couldn't find conclusive evidence against Riddle, so I could only keep a close eye on him." Dumbledore continued, his fingers unconsciously twirling his long, silvery white beard. He cleverly framed Hagrid and his pet spider. "Now, the Chamber of Secrets is open again, and the basilisk has awakened once more. This is no coincidence. I suspect that Riddle, or rather, Voldemort, left some kind of contingency plan at Hogwarts, some kind of medium that could influence or control the Chamber of Secrets, and now, that contingency plan has been triggered." He looked at Victor, "The guardian you just mentioned, this gives me a guess that might be closer to the truth. Salazar Slytherin, along with the other 3 founders, built Hogwarts, and they left behind more than just a castle. Those moving staircases, the room of requirement, the stone golems throughout the castle, the giant squid guarding the Black Lake, and even the many ancient creatures that coexist with the castle in the Forbidden Forest. In the beginning, they may have all been various defenses or tests set up by the 4 giants to protect the school." His gaze became distant, as if piercing through time. "The basilisk left behind by Slytherin may not have been intended solely to eliminate the so-called unworthy. It may have been designed as an extreme, last-ditch guardian. When Hogwarts faces an insurmountable external invasion or a major internal crisis, it is awakened by the true heir and used as a terrifying biological weapon to defend the castle. However, Slytherin's ideas on who is worth protecting differed too much from those of the other founders. The awakening conditions and targets of this basilisk were set too narrowly and darkly, making it a dangerous double-edged sword that may even have contradicted some of his original intentions. Voldemort, as a descendant of Slytherin, discovered it and twisted its purpose, turning it into a tool to realize his pure-blood ideals and create terror." Victor suddenly realized, so, the basilisk itself might be part of the guardian force, but it's been abused. And this awakening is most likely due to the contingency plan left behind by Voldemort. "Very likely." Dumbledore nodded, his expression grave. "We must find and deal with that backup plan, otherwise even if we temporarily deal with the basilisk, the hidden danger will still exist. Voldemort will not leave only one way out." "Albus!" Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself, her voice rose with excitement, interrupting Dumbledore's contemplation. Even if we have to find Voldemort's backup plan, we must ensure the safety of the students immediately. The basilisk is in the pipes. It could emerge at any moment from any sink, toilet, or even a leak in the wall. We cannot sit here analyzing history and politics while exposing children to imminent death. Hogwarts' sewer system is intricate and has accumulated over thousands of years. We cannot possibly search it all. But at least we can place powerful warning spells and caution spells at all known main pipe entrances, public restrooms, kitchen drains, and other similar locations. Do something. Now. Her chest heaved, her eyes filled with absolute conviction as the vice principal and protector. Dumbledore showed no displeasure at being interrupted, instead, he looked at her with eyes full of understanding and reassurance. Of course, Minerva. You're absolutely right. The safety of the students is always the top priority. Finding Voldemort's backup plan and protecting the students must go hand in hand, and the protective measures must be implemented immediately and as a priority. He turned to Victor. Victor, I remember you are quite skilled in alchemy and crafting protective magic items. Right now, we need a piece of equipment that can effectively defend against the direct threat of the basilisk's gaze. The basilisk's gaze can kill or petrify. It is essentially a powerful curse magic transmitted through the visual medium. Is it possible to create a special kind of curse-resistant glasses? It doesn't need to completely block it, as long as it can be significantly weakened or distorted to buy the wearer reaction time or create conditions for indirect observation. Victor immediately understood Dumbledore's intention, and his mind raced. Magical items that can directly and completely defend against the basilisk's gaze are extremely difficult to create, requiring extremely precious materials and time. But if it's just about selectively filtering, refracting, or dispersing cursed magical rays of a specific wavelength, perhaps it's feasible to create lenses using thin crystal flakes that are sensitive to negative energy, combined with micro-engraved arrays of confusion and protection spells. Furthermore, to ensure that all students, especially those in lower grades, can wear them at all times and avoid accidents, it is best to make them in the style of contact lenses, so that they are difficult to remove or forget. Invisible protective glasses. Dumbledore's eyes lit up slightly. That's a great idea, Victor. It provides basic protection while minimizing disruption to students' daily activities and avoiding the speculation and panic that wearing conspicuous glasses might cause. Can you handle this? As for materials, the castle warehouse and my private collection should be able to provide most of them. If you have any special needs, you can contact me anytime. No problem, Headmaster. I'll start designing and making samples immediately, and then mass-produce them as soon as possible. Tom and the twins can help with some of the delicate pre-processing of the magical materials. Victor agreed without hesitation, and Tom on his shoulder also gave a serious meow, puffing out his chest as if he were undertaking a great mission. Dumbledore then looked at Professor McGonagall, his tone solemn. Minerva, please immediately summon the other deans and reliable senior professors and explain the situation. Only reveal that we have discovered dark creatures that attack through sight in the pipes, and that we urgently need to strengthen our defenses. There is no need to go into details about Voldemort's backup plan. Organize them, lead the prefects and student council members, and immediately investigate all known exits, entrances, and vents within the castle that may be connected to the sewer system, and deploy warning spells such as danger sense, abnormal movement alarm, and bright light flash. Prioritize water pipe connections in public areas, along corridors, and within dormitory buildings. At the same time, notify all students to avoid using secluded washrooms alone as much as possible and to pay attention to any unusual pipe noises or water stains. He glanced at the large, golden-red bird perched on a branch, listening quietly. Fox and I will personally examine some of the oldest and deepest pipe nodes to see if we can find more traces of the basilisk's activity, or the possible location where that backup plan might be hidden. Upon hearing that Dumbledore would personally intervene and that there was a concrete and feasible protection plan, Professor McGonagall's tense expression eased slightly, but the sense of urgency in her eyes remained undiminished. "I'll get on it right away, Albus. I'll have Filch produce the most detailed piping diagrams of the castle, though his diagrams may not be complete, they're better than nothing." She turned around swiftly, her robes fluttering, and almost ran out of the principal's office, her high heels clicking rapidly on the spiral staircase. Only Dumbledore, Victor, and Tom remained in the office. Dumbledore emerged from behind his desk, walked up to Victor, and gazed intently at him with his deep blue eyes. "Victor, there's one more thing. Besides making protective goggles, we also need to strengthen students' self-protection awareness and basic skills, especially those in the lower grades. I hope you can add some relevant content to the Duel Club and your Magical Creatures Conservation class. It doesn't directly mention basilisks, but rather popularizes the characteristics of common black magic or dangerous creatures that work through sight, hearing, or other media, teaching them basic danger avoidance, emergency defense, and help-seeking procedures. Most importantly," he spoke with particular seriousness, warning them not to easily trust any magical items that are thinking or any magical advice of unknown origin, unless they are 100% certain of the intentions and location of the controller behind them. Victor immediately understood what this veiled warning might be referring to: a Horcrux, which could be disguised as a harmless object to seduce students. "I understand, Albus. I will strike a good balance, being vigilant without causing excessive panic." "Very good." Dumbledore patted Victor on the shoulder, the force carrying a heavy weight of trust. "Go ahead, Victor. Time is of the essence. I'm leaving the protective goggles to you and Tom. Contact me immediately if there are any developments." Victor nodded solemnly, then turned and left with Tom. He knew that in the days to come, Hogwarts would enter a silent battle to defend itself against time and shadows. Over the next few days, beneath the seemingly normal teaching order, the atmosphere at Hogwarts quietly became tense. Professor McGonagall efficiently organized the professors' patrols and magical arrangements. Inconspicuous, shimmering runes or small silver bells appeared at many pipe corners, bathroom doors, and near kitchen drain grills throughout the castle. Students received a notification that the plumbing system was undergoing maintenance and that they should be careful. They were also reminded to use the restrooms in groups and to be aware of any unusual activity. Victor then plunged headlong into his alchemy laboratory, the Ark. Dumbledore provided several boxes of extremely fine natural crystal flakes, mithril threads, phoenix tail feathers, and other rare materials. Victor combined ancient runic protective arrays with modern enchantment micro-engraving techniques to design a double-layer composite lens structure. The inner layer is an extremely pure crystal sheet, edged with tiny rune rings that absorb and scatter curse energy. The outer layer is a transparent magical film with permanent slight refraction and light confusion spells attached, ensuring that even if you look directly at the basilisk, your gaze will be deflected and you will not be able to make direct eye contact. The first batch of samples was quickly produced, and after Dumbledore and Victor themselves conducted rigorous magical tests, it was confirmed that they had a significant weakening and deflecting effect on various cursed gaze spells. While not completely immune to the basilisk gaze, it is enough to significantly reduce the lethal or petrifying effects and give the wearer precious time to close their eyes or turn around. When George and Fred Weasley arrived at Victor's place as agreed to help deal with the magical creature byproducts. What you see is a workbench that sparkles with various magical lights and is filled with precision tools and crystal lenses. And Professor Victor, with a serious expression, and Tom, wearing a monocle, looking very proper. "Wow!" George whistled, his eyes shining as he looked at the exquisite magical artifacts. "Professor, are we going to switch to making glasses? A new fashion trend at Hogwarts?" Fred grinned. Victor didn't laugh, he briefly explained the situation. "The school has discovered the presence of a dark creature that may pose a danger through gaze. Special protective goggles need to be made for all students. The mission is urgent, requires secrecy, and demands extremely high precision and stability in magical operation." The twins exchanged a glance, their playful expressions instantly replaced by a mixture of excitement, a sense of responsibility, and a solemn feeling of finally being entrusted with an important task. "No problem, Professor. We guarantee to complete the task. We are skilled craftspeople. Mom says our stitches are better than hers when we mend socks." Thus, the Ark every night transformed into a tense yet orderly magic glasses workshop. Victor was in charge of the core rune etching and magic membrane enchanting, while the twins, under his strict guidance, carried out processes such as crystal cutting, mithril wire inlay, and frame shaping. Tom is the quality director, responsible for the final magic circuit inspection and clean packaging. The twins displayed amazing focus and skill, and worked even harder when they learned that the glasses would eventually be given to all their classmates for free. Victor also subtly reinforces safety education in the classroom and during dual club activities. During the magical creatures protection class, he went on to explain the special attack methods of certain magical creatures and the principles of dealing with them, emphasizing the importance of observing the environment, maintaining distance, taking cover in time, and reporting to the professor. At the dual club, he added defensive training against non-contact magical attacks, teaching students how to quickly use obstacle charms to create cover, or to use a variant of fluorescent blink to create a bright light that would impair their vision. After a club event, he stayed behind and spoke seriously to the students who had gathered around him. "Remember, the dangers of the wizarding world don't just come from spells and monsters. Some dark things can disguise themselves as harmless quills, beautiful crowns and other everyday decorations, or even kind advice. Always be vigilant, especially against any magical item that tries to teach you independent thinking, grant you special abilities, or secret knowledge. Unless..." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each young face. "Can you figure out exactly what it is, or can you find out where its brain is and who controls it?" Hermione frowned as if she had just realized something, while Harry and Ron looked completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Ginny, who was looking at Harry with a pale face, thought of Tom Riddle's diary hidden under her pillow that could talk to her, and a sense of unease rose in her heart. The days passed by in a flurry of activity, vigilance, and quiet anxiety. Production of the protective goggles is progressing steadily with the full assistance of the twins and Tom. The professor's patrols and magical surveillance network are becoming increasingly tight. Dumbledore and Fawkes appeared and disappeared mysteriously, seemingly conducting some kind of deeper investigation. The castle still stands, and classes continue as usual, but everyone can sense that the unseen shadow still lingers in the dark, waiting for the next opportunity. Chapter 89. 2 days later, on the afternoon of the same day, at the edge of the Quidditch pitch. It was a rare, clear, and bright autumn day at Hogwarts. The sky was a clear, deep blue, with a few wisps of thin clouds drifting lazily by. The warm sunlight shone on the lawn, dispelling the chill and dampness of the past few days. However, the scene next to the 3 flat arenas that were originally used for dueling club activities has undergone a surprising change. Overnight, a lush, small forest appeared out of nowhere. This forest is tightly surrounded by a wall of dense, tangled, dark green thorny bushes, about 1 kilometer in diameter. From the outside, one can see towering fir trees, lush oak trees, and beech trees. The forest was dimly lit, with vines hanging down and the ground covered with a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves. You could even smell the unique scent of the forbidden forest, a mixture of soil, damp wood, and a faint floral fragrance. Without a doubt, this was the work of Professor Victor Scamander. Using his mysterious druidic magic, he borrowed an ecosystem from the Forbidden Forest and transplanted it here. At this moment, the area surrounding this newborn miniature forest is already filled with young wizards. All the members of the Duel Club were present, along with many other students who were drawn by this novel sight. They pointed and whispered among themselves. Victor stood before the only open archway in the thorny wall, formed by twisted vines. Tom, perched on his shoulder, stood tall and proud, his face beaming with an air of self-satisfaction, as if the forest were a masterpiece he and Victor had created together. "Quiet, everyone." Victor's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, and the crowd immediately quieted down, with countless eyes focused on him. "As you can see, this is a new venue prepared for the duel club and all students who are interested in practical combat, as well as a new activity." Victor smiled slightly as he glanced at the eager students. "I call it Battle Royale." This novel and somewhat dangerous name immediately sparked another round of whispers. "The rules are simple," Victor raised his voice. "You enter the forest through this entrance. Once inside, the plants will randomly send each person to any location within the woodland. You will initially be scattered." He paused, making sure everyone was listening. "Every 10 minutes, a brief magical mark will appear on the wrist of everyone still in the forest. At the same time, you will be able to roughly sense the location of others through a simple magical rune on the back of your hand. Of course, this sense is mutual. Your goal is to survive to the end in the forest. You may use any spells you know that do not cause irreversible damage. But there are 2 important restrictions. First, you are not allowed to use any magical items other than wands, such as spy glasses, anti-spell glasses prototypes, prank props, etc. You must rely solely on yourselves, your wands, and your wisdom. Second, being hit in a major part of the body by an effective attack spell, don't worry too much, the plants in the forest and my magic will make the judgment is considered dead. The dead will be safely transported out by the plants." Seeing the excitement and nervousness in the students' eyes, Victor's smile deepened, and he added, "Oh, by the way, to make this survival game more interesting and to better test your adaptability, I've prepared some surprises for you all. I hope you'll like them." "A surprise?" Ron whispered to Harry and Hermione. When Professor Scamander says surprise, he usually means we might get a shock. Hermione pursed her lips, but her eyes gleamed with a competitive light as she quickly reviewed the spells she might need. Harry touched his wand, feeling a familiar thrill mixed with tension and anticipation, just like before every Quidditch match. Fred and George Weasley exchanged a knowing glance. They hadn't heard about this side project when they were helping to make the protective goggles, but it was clearly more to their liking. Cedric Diggory stood among the Hufflepuff students, his expression calm and focused, recalling the tips Victor had given him in his magical creatures conservation class on observing the wild, using the terrain, and staying calm. Students from other houses, including many Slytherins, were also eager to compete, none willing to be outdone. "Professor, can we participate?" some students who had originally just come to watch the fun asked loudly, looking at Victor expectantly. Of course, Victor waved his hand generously. "This activity is open to all students who have mastered basic defensive spells. Anyone who wants to challenge themselves is welcome to participate. Remember, safety first, learning second, and winning third." Meow. Tom also raised his paw and meowed, his amber eyes full of eagerness. Victor glanced down at it and chuckled, "Oh, looks like our quality director is interested too. Well, Tom, you're a special participant too. The rules apply the same way, though I suppose the definition of death might need to be a bit more flexible for you, like being grazed by a spell." Tom immediately raised his head, made a disdainful expression, and then whoosh jumped off Victor's shoulder. With confident cat-like steps, he took the lead and walked to the entrance. He turned back and shouted "ooh-ho-ho" twice at the crowd, as if to say, "Follow me." This comical and adorable gesture drew a burst of good-natured laughter, making the atmosphere even more lively. Well then, Victor stepped aside to make way for the entrance. The first ever Hogwarts Battle Royale is about to begin. Good luck, have fun, and most importantly learn something. Yeah! The young wizards cheered and rushed eagerly toward the vine archway. The first to step in, Neville Longbottom, was caught in the darkness as soon as his figure disappeared. Several seemingly supple vines gently but quickly wrapped around him, dragging him into the depths of the forest and disappearing among the trees, leaving only a short gasp. One by one, others entered, and each entrant was quickly and randomly carried away from the entrance area by different plants, whether it was vines, aerial roots that suddenly drooped down, or even a carpet of moss that suddenly moved underfoot. The twins went in arm, but as soon as they entered, 2 different ivy vines wrapped around their ankles and pulled them in opposite directions. They only had time to shout to each other, "See you in the Forbidden Forest." Harry, Ron, and Hermione wanted to go together, but Hermione was immediately surrounded and dragged away by a clump of flowering bushes as soon as she entered. Ron was then tripped by a tree root that suddenly sprang out from the ground, and before he could get up, he was wrapped in a moss blanket and slid to the left. Harry himself was wrapped around the waist by the soft air roots hanging from the top of his head, and swung like a swing into the depths of the forest. Cedric appeared calm as he entered. He observed the movement of the plants at the entrance and skillfully moved with the vines as they rolled over him. Although he was also carried away, his demeanor was much more composed than that of the other students who were flustered. Finally, it was Tom's turn. It swaggered to the center of the entrance, even turning back to wave its paw at Victor. The next second, several exceptionally thick vines shot out, precisely wrapping around its limbs, neck, and tail. "Meow!" Tom exclaimed in surprise. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the vines began to pull forcefully in different directions. Tom's body was instantly stretched out. Like a highly elastic and resilient piece of gummy candy, or more vividly, like a stretched noodle. Its body was stretched thin, its eyes bulged out, and its mouth opened wide, emitting a distorted and out-of-tune comical cry of "Ooh ho 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 ho." Then, with a whoosh, the entire cat strip was dragged into the depths of the forest and disappeared behind the dappled sunlight and shadows of the trees. The students watching burst into thunderous laughter, and even some professors couldn't help but chuckle. Victor smiled and shook his head, watching the last student be swallowed by the forest. The thorn archway slowly closed, returning to its original impenetrable state. He raised his hand, tapped his wand lightly, and several complex magical runes lit up in the air before disappearing into the forest's edge. A huge, translucent hourglass phantom appeared above the forest, beginning its timer. At the same time, a faint, leaf-shaped green rune appeared on the back of the hand of everyone who entered, including Tom. "All right," Victor muttered to himself, a mischievous glint of anticipation in his eyes, "I hope you like the little surprise I prepared." The surprise he spoke of was currently unfolding in this magically maintained miniature forest. Those were a batch of insects and small animals that he had carefully processed with the spell Grow Bigger Quickly. Ants, half a person tall with shiny black shells, are diligently carrying huge fallen leaves. Fist-sized, brightly colored spiders are weaving shimmering webs in the forest to trap squirrels. A praying mantis, almost as tall as a child, crouches silently behind the leaves of a bush, its compound eyes darting about. A snake as thick as a wrist glides silently among the fallen leaves. Of course, their aggression was gently suppressed by magic, and their main function was to create fright, obstacles, and tension, forcing the young wizards to use what they had learned. Within the forest, the battle and the struggle for survival have already begun. Harry Potter was placed on a thick branch of a large oak tree by aerial roots. He took a breath and immediately looked around warily. The forest was dimly lit and filled with various rustling sounds. He gripped his wand tightly, his heart pounding. He was still 10 minutes away from the location marker and was all alone. "Fluorescent glow," he murmured, the tip of his wand emitting a soft light that helped him see his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard footsteps and hushed voices below. It was 2 lower-year Slytherin students who seemed to have formed an alliance. Harry held his breath and crouched low. As the 2 students stepped directly beneath him, he lunged forward, wand pointed at them. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light, and a Slytherin student's wand flew out of his hand. Another turned around in a panic. "I'm fainting." Grinning and swooshing. Harry was 1 step ahead. The Slytherin student was under a spell. He collapsed to the ground, laughing maniacally, and his wand fell to the ground. The vines quickly appeared, gently wrapping up the two fallen students and carrying them out of the forest. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, slid down from the tree, and then waved his wand. He could ignore the other spells, but he found himself becoming more and more adept at using the disarming charm. Hermione Granger was placed at the edge of a relatively open clearing in the woods by the flowering shrub. She immediately leaned against a large tree and quickly and carefully observed her surroundings. Poor lighting and limited visibility mean there might be an ambush, she muttered to herself, her mind racing. She first whispered to herself to lighten her pace, then moved carefully among the trees. She heard incantations and shouts in the distance, but did not approach rashly. When the 10 minutes were up, the runes on the back of her hand felt hot, and the locations of several blurry points of light appeared in her mind. She immediately began to analyze them. The nearest point of light is moving rapidly, possibly being chased. A little further away, 2 points of light are almost overlapping, possibly forming an alliance or engaged in battle. She decided to avoid these obvious places of trouble and explore in a direction without any light, hoping to find favorable terrain. Along the way, a hairy spider, about half a person's height, suddenly emerged from behind a tree, its 8 eyes staring at her. Hermione gasped, but didn't panic. Vadavazi! She waved her wand, and a stone flew up and smashed into the tree trunk next to the spider with a loud bang. Startled, the spider quickly slithered away. She then used a transfiguration spell to turn several fallen leaves into a few squeaking mice, sending them running in another direction to create noise and attract any potential lurking creatures. Ron Weasley was led behind a damp thicket by the moss blanket. He scrambled to his feet, feeling dizzy, and brushed the moss debris off his body. Damn it! I've been separated from Harry and Hermione. He muttered to himself, gripping his old wand tightly, and looked around nervously. He was lucky and soon spotted a lone Hufflepuff first-year student with his back to him, who was nervously looking around with his wand in hand. Ron's eyes lit up a chance to launch a sneak attack. He crept closer, emerged from behind the tree, and shouted, "Legs freeze, stop, die." The spell struck the young wizard's leg, who cried out and staggered to the ground. The vines appeared and carried him away. "Ha! Got it!" Ron was a little smug and went over to take a look at his spoils of war. Just as he bent down, he suddenly felt the light above his head dim. He looked up in confusion. A huge, hairy face with 8 black eyes was hanging upside down from the branches above, almost touching the tip of his nose. It was a forest spider magnified many times over, its mouth parts slightly open and closed. Ah! He didn't even have time to utter a single spell. The vines appeared just in time, catching the unconscious Ron and his wand, and silently carrying him out of the forest. In the distance, one could hear Fred and George sighing dramatically. Although Fred and George were initially separated, their tacit understanding clearly indicated that they had a plan in place. George deflected the sneak attack spell with a beautiful armor shield and then grinned at the little wizard who had attacked him. Immediately move in the direction suggested by the direction guide trick that you agreed to use when meeting up in complex environments, as you remembered it from Fred. Fred was using a similar method to search for his brother. The two used a combination of tarantella dance and toothstick challenge on the road, causing their opponents' front teeth to grow wildly while dancing, resulting in many laughs. Finally, they successfully met up at the edge of an open area covered with fluorescent mushrooms. "Brother! Brother!" The two high-fived, stood back to back, and warily surveyed their surroundings. "Looks like Ronnie is dead," Fred said, looking at the familiar dot on the back of his hand that had just been refreshed and was now missing one. "I guess he was scared unconscious by something. Maybe it's a big spider," George shrugged. "Whatever. How do we play? Hunt it actively or ambush it?" "Take the initiative," Fred grinned, "and see what this surprise the professor is talking about is." "Wow!" Before he could finish speaking, a bright green mantis, almost half his height, carrying two enormous scythes, gracefully emerged from behind the ferns. Its triangular head turned toward them, its compound eyes gleaming with curiosity. "This is quite a surprise." George whistled, and the two immediately went into battle mode, pointing their wands at the giant insect, their eyes filled with more excitement than fear. "What do you think about giving it a color-changing charm? Or how about trying that new trick we came up with?" Cedric Diggory's performance was exemplary. He was randomly taken to a creek. Instead of moving immediately, he first observed the direction of the water flow and the angle at which sunlight pierced through the leaves to determine the approximate location. He gathered several large leaves, used magic to temporarily toughen them, and simply made wristbands and a shawl to help him conceal himself in the forest and protect against abrasions. He tried to avoid walking in open areas, moving slowly along the shade of trees and bushes, stopping occasionally to listen. When the marker refreshed every 10 minutes, he quickly memorized the location and movement trend of several points of light, and chose a route that would avoid most people, be close to the water source, and be a place where others might come, making it suitable for ambushes or observation. Along the way, he encountered a hedgehog that had grown larger and looked a bit aggressive. Instead of attacking, Cedric softly recited a gentle incantation that Victor had mentioned in class to soothe small animals, while slowly retreating. The hedgehog gradually calmed down, curled up into a ball, and ignored him. He also used a variant of whirlwind sweep to kick up a small patch of sand, interfering with the view of those who might be peeking from the side. A small area of damp mud was created using clear water like a spring to slow down the trackers. His performance was less like a fierce competitive game and more like a cautious and skillful wilderness adventure. Tom's experiences are extraordinary. After being stretched by the vines, it snapped back to its original shape with a pop and fell into a pile of soft fallen leaves. It shook its head, a little dizzy, but quickly became excited. This place was simply its playground. It first easily dodged the spell of a little wizard who panicked and randomly launched a flock of birds, which resulted in a bunch of chirping birds attracting more people. Then, relying on the agility of a feline, it quickly leaped and darted between the trees. It spotted the shape-shifting rat Hermione had released, and, seized by a playful impulse, fluttered around for a while. It encountered the giant spider that had terrified Ron, but instead of being afraid, it arched its back, bristled its fur, hissed menacingly, and stretched out its claws to scratch a few times. The large spider seemed to sense that something was wrong with the small animal, hesitated for a moment, and then crawled away. Tom meowed smugly. Then it saw Fred and George confronting the large praying mantis. Its eyes darted around, and it silently slipped up the tree behind the mantis. Just as the twins were about to unleash their spell, Tom seized the opportunity and pounced down from the tree. Although it wasn't a real pounce, the commotion and the loud meow startled the focused praying mantis, causing it to turn around abruptly. The twins seized the opportunity to unleash their spell's color change. Leg-lowering curse. The praying mantis instantly turned bright pink, and at the same time, its legs went weak, causing it to stumble and swung its sickle-shaped forelimbs to maintain its balance, looking extremely comical. "Well done, Tom." Fred laughed. "It's a pleasure working with you." George replied with a smile. Tom landed, elegantly licked his paws, winked at them, and then dashed back into the depths of the forest to continue his adventure. It seems to treat dodging spells and creating chaos as a game, and enjoys it immensely. In the clearing outside the forest, as the hourglass's shadow faded, flashes of light appeared, and one by one, young wizards, some dejected, some excited, and some still in shock, were carried out by vines. Some had leaves stuck to their clothes, some had their hair stuck together with some kind of sticky substance, and others were laughing uncontrollably. Victor watched all this with a smile on his face, but his sharp eyes observed the state of each student who came out, assessing their performance in his mind. The air around him rippled slightly, and Dumbledore's figure appeared silently, watching the vibrant forest with equal interest. A very creative teaching method, Victor, Dumbledore said gently. Learning under pressure, growing through play. And, it seems your surprise has worked remarkably well. They need to face unconventional situations, Victor nodded. Whether it's a giant beast that suddenly appears or a classmate hiding in the shadows, this can train their reaction, spell usage, and well, courage. He glanced at Ron, who had just been brought out and was still patting his chest to catch his breath. How is the progress on the protective goggles? Dumbledore asked. The first batch, enough for all faculty and staff and some upperclassmen to try out, has been completed and is undergoing final checks and enchantment stabilization. The twins were a great help, their craftsmanship is exquisite, Victor replied. Mass production will take a few more days, but by next week at the latest, all students should be able to wear them. Very good. Dumbledore's gaze was far-reaching. The castle's security is being strengthened, and the glasses are being prepared, but we all know that the real threat may appear in ways we do not expect. It is always good to give the students more preparation. The two turned their gaze once again to the bustling and vibrant miniature forest. The battle inside continued, with screams, chants, collisions, and the occasional ooh-hoo-hoo of Tom weaving together a unique autumnal symphony at Hogwarts. Harry continued to traverse the forest, dodging the patrols of the giant ants while searching for Hermione's trail. Hermione has already cleverly and skillfully dealt with several opponents and surprise creatures, and is moving toward what she believes to be the final possible safe zone. Cedric, like a seasoned hunter, steadily advanced toward the heart of the forest, attracting almost no attention. The twins and Tom's temporary alliance is creating more chaos and laughter. Who will survive to the end in this unique battle royale? The answer is still brewing in that magical forest. But in any case, on this day, the young wizards of Hogwarts, whether happy or frightened, truly experienced an unforgettable practical lesson. Victor knew that this kind of training might give them a glimmer of hope in the face of the real shadows they might encounter in the future. Chapter 90. The excitement in the playground continued to grow, and the screams and laughter of the young wizards almost became the new background noise of Hogwarts, piercing the sky and echoing between the castle towers. Even at the edge of the forbidden forest, the noise, a mixture of excitement and fear, could be heard. This constant uproar finally pushed Argus F to his breaking point. With a livid face, he flipped through the entire list of school rules in the appendix of Hogwarts, A History of the School. Then he went through his greasy personal notebook, filled with various supplementary punishment measures, 3 times from beginning to end. They couldn't find a single clause that could be accurately applied to using magic to attack each other and frighten giant insects in the forest conjured by the professor. Outrageous! Utterly outrageous! He was so angry that he was panting heavily, and his sparse hair stood on end. The headmaster must do something about this. This is a serious violation. Disrupting the castle's order. Creating noise pollution. And a safety hazard. Look at those being carried out. How can these people be allowed in Hogwarts? He was referring to yet another Gryffindor sophomore who had been thrown off while trying to ride a giant longhorn beetle, landing with a bruised and battered face, now being gently carried out by vines, a silly grin on his face. Filch strode stiffly and angrily toward the principal's office. Ignoring the commands, he pounded the dripping spout stone statue with his fist. The stone statue slowly turned, revealing a spiral staircase, which Filch practically rushed up. Headmaster Dumbledore! He burst into the office, his chest heaving, his voice sharp with excitement. This is a serious violation. It must be stopped. That so-called playground is a breeding ground for chaos. Students are fooling around in there, casting spells at each other, provoking those disgusting, enlarging bugs. They should all be arrested and put in solitary confinement. 1 month each. No, a whole semester. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, with a huge ancient book in front of him, its pages shimmering with starlight. Hearing Filch's roar, he looked up, his blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses blinking, revealing a hint of pleasure rather than anger. "Good afternoon, Mr. Filch. Don't get excited, would you like a lemon sorbet?" he said gently, pointing to a spinning silver plate on the table. "I don't need candy, headmaster." Filch waved his arm, nearly hitting a silver instrument that was quietly bubbling nearby. "I need order. Rules. Punishment. Look outside. Those brats are practically turning the world upside down." Dumbledore followed the direction Filch pointed, and it seemed he could actually see the lively scene in the game field. He leisurely stroked his long, silvery white beard. "Ah, yes, very energetic, isn't it? Full of youthful vigor. To be honest, Mr. Filch, looking at them makes me feel a few years younger. I wonder if they'd let me join in and have some fun." "Albus!" A serious voice rang out, and Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway, clearly drawn by Filch's commotion, or perhaps she had originally intended to come and discuss the playground issue. She strode in, her brow furrowed, her expression not much better than Filch's, but more out of worry than anger. "Headmaster, we have to talk about this. Student safety. This morning, 2 more Ravenclaws were sent to the school hospital. One was chased by bats he conjured and crashed into a tree, and the other was accidentally injured by his partner's legs lowering curse and tumbled off a simulated cliff. Though it was just a distorted bush, it was still pretty bad. This kind of potentially harmful activity should be strictly limited, even." "Minerva," Dumbledore interrupted her, his voice still calm, but with an undeniable gentle strength. He picked up a pile of cockroaches, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and spoke in a muffled but clear voice. "Madame Pomfrey has prepared enough white stigma, bone-strengthening agents, and tranquilizers. Her inventory is plentiful. I just approved an additional payment for these herbs last week." "Of course." He swallowed the candy, his blue eyes sparkling with intelligence. "I believe our children are actually more sensible than we think. They know when to stop, especially when it comes to shared, well, surprises. Want a chilled mouse, Minerva? It's good, very refreshing." He pointed to the silver candies emitting a chill on the other side of the plate. Professor McGonagall stared at the plate of candy, then at Dumbledore's relaxed expression, and pressed her lips even tighter. "Okay, thank you." She finally reached for a piece of iced rat. Thank goodness it wasn't a pile of cockroaches. But the worry on his face did not lessen. "But I still hope you can at least stipulate that spells with obvious harmful effects be prohibited in the game arena, or limit the intensity of the combat." "Minerva!" Dumbledore interrupted her again, this time in a lower, more subdued voice. He put down the ancient book in his hand, leaned forward slightly, and his gaze behind his crescent-shaped glasses became deep and distant. "Have you ever seen a lion as a cub? In the wild, or in a zoo?" Professor McGonagall was taken aback, clearly not expecting the topic to shift to this. She paused, then said, "Of course I've seen you." As an animagus who is a cat wizard, she has a natural understanding and affinity for felines. "Then you should know," Dumbledore's voice said, as if recounting an ancient parable. "Young animals always learn the skills they need to survive through play. For example, lion cubs learn hunting techniques and strength control by biting their brothers' and sisters' tails, they learn speed and stealth through chasing and hiding, and they establish hierarchy and connections within the pack through roughhousing. For them, play is not meaningless frolicking, but a rehearsal for future life and death." He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the wall, landing on the noisy yet vibrant miniature forest in the distance. "Our children are the same, Minerva. In their hands, the wand is not just a tool for doing homework and conjuring flowers. It is an extension of a wizard, a bridge between will and magic. If they cannot learn how to use it effectively in a relatively safe and controllable game, learn to think under pressure, collaborate in a crisis, and learn to judge when to attack, when to defend, and when to run away, then real and cruel life will sooner or later teach them these things in a colder and more painful way. The office was quiet for a moment, with only the soft hum of silverware. Filch's lips moved as if he wanted to argue, but looking into Dumbledore's all-knowing eyes, he finally just mumbled something. Professor McGonagall held the ice mouse in her hand, feeling its icy touch against her fingertips. She recalled the scene she had glimpsed as she passed the edge of the playground. Harry Potter didn't hesitate to use a beautiful body armor to shield a terrified Hufflepuff first year from a mischievous spell that was shot from the side. Students from several different colleges spontaneously formed a circle and worked together to drive away an overly enthusiastic giant dung beetle. They even spotted Pansy Parkinson. That usually arrogant Slytherin girl was actually clinging tightly to Hermione Granger's sleeve. Although her face was covered in terrified tears, her other hand trembled as she held up her wand, trying to freeze her legs and kill the beetle Hermione was fighting, even though the spell was way off track. Those scenes were completely different from the classroom where students diligently recited spells and carefully practiced wand gestures. There was something primal, vibrant, even shining amidst the chaos. I only regret one thing now. Dumbledore's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. A childlike, slightly annoyed smile appeared on the old principal's face. Why didn't I bring Victor on as a professor sooner, or think of this kind of game? Think about it, back in our school days, besides sneaking around dueling in abandoned classrooms, where did we have such a fun and educational activity space? Professor McGonagall's lips twitched, as if she wanted to laugh, but she forced herself to hold it back. She finally sighed, turning that unspoken sigh into a word of compromise. I will go and double-check with Mrs. Pomfret to see if the school clinic's stock of medicines and bandages is really enough to cope with the potential increase in patient traffic. She uttered the word passenger flow with a hint of gritted teeth, then turned around, her black robe billowing as she strode quickly away from the principal's office. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground seemed a little lighter than when she arrived. Filch watched Professor McGonagall's departing figure, then glanced at Dumbledore, who had picked up the ancient book again as if nothing had happened. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he just let out a heavy humph, dragged his feet, and left dejectedly. He needs to find out if there's any school rule that can prohibit making continuous noise in non-teaching areas. The Great Hogwarts shouldn't be this noisy. The white-bearded principal squinted slightly, not immediately returning to his book. He gently waved the elder wand, and the wall on one side of the office became transparent, clearly showing a real-time view of the game stadium in the distance. He saw Harry Potter, like a nimble antelope, weaving through the trees, cleverly using obstacles and fragments to trap a small hunting party that was trying to ambush them, before quickly moving on with a few younger students. He saw Theodore Nott of Hufflepuff display astonishing courage, taking advantage of a praying mantis being entangled to pounce on its broad, chitinous back and cling to it tightly. At the same time, he shouted instructions to Michael Corner of Ravenclaw next to him to use the freeze spell to attack the mantis's joints. Although their teamwork was clumsy, their courage was commendable, and they actually managed to slow down the mantis's movements. He saw Blaise Zabinai of Slytherin and Ron Weasley of Gryffindor, the two guys who usually glared at each other when they met in the corridor. Back to back, they brandished their wands with great force, fighting together against three magnified tarantulas that were closing in from different directions. Ron was responsible for disrupting the spider's vision and senses with Sandstorm, while Zabinai precisely attacked their relatively vulnerable leg joints with cut-off charms. Although the spells were of limited power, their coordination was surprisingly well organized. He saw Ravenclaw's Terry Boots use the illusion charm to create several phantoms of himself, successfully distracting a patrol of giant ants and rescuing the panting Padma Petal who was being chased. He saw Pansy Parkinson, yes, it was her again, screaming at a deafening volume that could shatter glass, while clinging to Hermione Granger's wrist like a drowning person grasping at a piece of driftwood. Hermione stumbled as she was pulled, but she held her wand firmly in her other hand, chanting an incantation. A powerful repel charm sent a dung beetle that was rolling a ball of dung hurtling away, crashing into a tree trunk and leaving it dizzy. Then Hermione grabbed Pansy's arm and practically dragged her behind a thick, ancient tree, yelling urgently, "Squat down! Close your eyes! Misty clouds!" As they worked together to fight those terrifying insect surprises and face the crisis of being ambushed by random opponents, the barriers between the academies and the petty grudges accumulated over time seemed to be truly dissipating. They screamed, they laughed, they were in a sorry state, but they also helped each other, actively drawing fire to cover their teammates, and even dying and being eliminated to protect other college students they didn't know at all. How wonderful! Dumbledore murmured to himself, his azure eyes reflecting the vibrant, collaborative, and occasionally flashing scenes of courage. He gently wiped the corner of his eye, which seemed a little wet. True magic is not just in the spell itself, but in the way it connects people, even if it's through being chased by a giant worm together. Meanwhile, at the window on the other side of the castle, Severus Snape stood there expressionless, his black robes like a frozen shadow. He stared coldly in the direction of the playground. His lips were pressed into a harsh line, and he held a quill pen and a piece of parchment in his hand, scribbling down a few names every now and then. "Foolish," he scoffed under his breath, watching a Slytherin fourth-year student, driven by greed and recklessness, venture alone into the enemy's territory, only to be ganged up on and sent out by 3 Gryffindors. Without any strategy, Glenstone loses 5 points for his recklessness and disgrace to the academy. Pathetic aim. He noted another Slytherin student's stunning charm, which missed its target by a full 3 feet and hit an innocent ladybug instead, enraging the ladybug. Cassius, 2 extra hours of aiming practice after class. Even in a game, he wouldn't allow his students to perform poorly. Slytherin's honor could not be tarnished, not even during play. Professor Flitwick, standing next to him, presented a completely different picture. He stood on a high stool that had been specially moved over, gesturing excitedly and letting out a high-pitched voice from time to time. "Oh! Look at that Ravenclaw! Petrify All was used perfectly. It froze that scorpion that was trying to sneak up. Oops, watch out behind you." "Great," he noticed. "A beautiful turn, fortify. Teamwork. Teamwork is key. Hufflepuff over there, quickly use levitate to move that piece of wood away, create an opportunity for your teammates." "Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Fantastic. They took care of that sentinel." He jumped around excitedly, his small body swaying on the high stool, making one worry he might fall. He focused most of his attention on the top students in his own college, such as Plenton and others, but he was also generous in praising the outstanding performances of students from other colleges. "Look at the Gryffindors' drive. Slytherin's teamwork was excellent. Hufflepuff is getting better and better at utilizing their environment." He clapped and cheered, completely ignoring the almost tangible oppressive atmosphere and the look of disgust emanating from Snape beside him. The Slytherin student whom Professor Flitwick described as having a spell as weak as a few drops of water and whose sneak attack failed was none other than Crabbe. He was somewhat clever, knowing to hide in the shadows beneath the belly of a slow-moving giant longhorn beetle, but unfortunately his combat experience and magic control were appalling, and he was easily countered by his opponent the moment he was exposed. Lack of basic training. Snape scribbled an angry line after Crabbe's name on the parchment, already thinking about how many buckets of slimy toad entrails he should have to process to make up for this deficiency. The magic of the playground has not diminished over time, on the contrary, it has flourished even more due to the students' independent development. Under the organization and inspiration of the Weasley twins, who have become unofficial playground advisors, the young wizards are no longer satisfied with simple individual or small team survival battles. They developed even more ways to play. The most popular mode is a competitive mode where teams are randomly grouped by drawing lots. All students who wish to participate put their names into a hat that has been enchanted with an anti-interference spell. George or another selected student then randomly draws names to form the white team and the black team. In this way, whether it's just 2 or 3 people wanting to have a small-scale skirmish or 30 or 40 people wanting to have a legion showdown, they can be organized quickly. Teammates and opponents are randomly generated. Today you might be fighting alongside a Gryffindor, but tomorrow you might be a Slytherin firing a Tarantella at you, greatly increasing the fun and unpredictability. Upon learning of this new way to play, Dumbledore, perhaps out of childlike wonder or perhaps to be unrespectful of his age, personally added a little magic to the game field. After the groups are formed, the participating students' robes will automatically change color, with one side being a pure bright white and the other side being a deep inky black, until the end of this round of the game. The visual effects are extremely vivid, and it avoids the embarrassment of accidentally hitting friendly forces. Of course, if it's intentional, that's another story. He even expressed his eagerness to personally participate and lead a team in the game. The proposal was met with an unprecedented unanimous rejection from the students. Principal, your wisdom should be used to guide us, not, to personally participate in this shallow game. Hermione Granger spoke as a student representative, although she herself was not very willing to take on the role and even wanted to see Dumbledore cast spells. Yes, Headmaster, if you come, we won't have any chance to play anymore, George Weasley said with a grin. If you can turn the entire forest into a candy paradise with just one spell, then we don't need to fight anymore, we can just have a tea party. And it's not fair to you either, Fred added, with a sincere "we're doing this for your own good" look on his face. The rules restrict the use of advanced magic, which is too restrictive for you. Dumbledore looked at the children's eyes, which were filled with a mixture of awe, nervousness, and a plea for them not to come, and sighed regretfully. But he yielded to the will of the people and gave up the idea of going on stage, promising only to be the most impartial audience. Despite the professors, especially Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, repeatedly emphasizing that the use of any dark magic or curses was strictly prohibited in the game, as was the intentional attack on an opponent that could be insulting or cause permanent damage. However, there are always a few students who get carried away or take a chance and try to secretly break the rules amidst the chaos. For example, a Slytherin student tried to cast a permanent glue charm on his opponent's shoelaces. A Gryffindor, driven to desperation during a battle, almost used the guts charm, and someone even tried to use a confusion charm to make the opponent mistake their teammate for a surprise insect. The punishments for these violations were swift and severe, and unlike any previous ones. Deductions and confinement are the basics. But confinement is no longer simply about copying chapters from the history of magic or dealing with slugs. Those who violate the rules will face the work they hate and least want to do. Clean the most secluded and smelliest washroom in the castle, and do not use any cleaning products, you can only use a brush and a rag manually. Filch would supervise from the sidelines with an almost ecstatic sternness. Go to the greenhouse to assist Professor Sprout in preparing special manure. Again, you are prohibited from using your wand for any stirring, handling, or other operations. You must do everything yourself. The smell and feel of it were enough to make even the most unruly student lose their appetite for days. The most severe punishment is a ban from entering the playground, which can last from 3 days to a semester. This punishment was personally approved by Dumbledore and announced publicly during a meal in the Great Hall. Some students may not be afraid of getting dirty or tired, and would rather clean toilets than copy books. But almost no one can withstand the torture of being shut out of the school's most popular and exciting activities. Watching others excitedly discuss tactics and form teams to enter that fun and challenging forest, while you can only watch from afar and listen to the laughter and exclamations coming from inside, this kind of mental isolation is more effective than any physical labor. In several typical cases, such as the Slytherin who attempted to use the permanent bond charm, he was banned for 2 weeks, and the Gryffindor who almost used a curse, he was banned for a month. After being severely punished, the atmosphere in the game area became noticeably more civilized. People began to truly understand what exchange of skills and discretion meant, knew where the red line was, and realized that the price they would pay for breaking the rules was something they absolutely did not want to bear. Even so, Mrs. Pomfrey's workload in the school infirmary did not decrease at all. Almost every day, several students with bruises, arms, or limps are brought in. Most of them were minor injuries, scratches on the cheeks from branches while running in the woods. He slipped on the unstable rock he conjured up and scraped his knee. He twisted his ankle jumping down from a tree to avoid a spell. Or, more commonly, falling from various heights, whether real tree branches or deformed platforms, resulting in broken arms or legs. In the wizarding world, unless the damage is caused by dark magic or a cursed attack like the basilisk gaze, ordinary fractures and cuts are really no more troublesome than treating a bad cold, thanks to the skillful medical skills of White Essence, Bone Spirit, and Madame Pomfrey. Drink some medicine, take a nap, or let your bones heal on their own, and you'll be jumping around again the next day. However, the number of students brought in one day was indeed more than the total number of students in the week before the playground opened. Mrs. Pomfrey was so busy that she was always on her feet, and the corner of her white coat always smelled of medicine. She would petition the principal's office at least 3 times a day, either by note, owl, or by going there in person, using the sternest language to request the immediate and permanent closure of that dangerous playground. Dumbledore always greeted her with a smile, patiently listened to her complaints and worries, and poured her a cup of calming herbal tea. Then, skillfully and firmly change the subject, or deflect it with soft words like "the children need exercise" or "Mrs. Pomfrey, your medical skills are one of the strongest guarantees of Hogwarts." On one occasion, Mrs. Pomfrey even threatened to write to the school board. Dumbledore simply blinked his blue eyes and said gently, "Oh, I think the school board members would understand that appropriate extracurricular activities are crucial for the well-rounded development of young wizards. Besides," he pointed out the window, where a huge sound, a mixture of cheers and the crashing of a giant, was coming from. "Listen, how much fun they're having. And I've noticed that because of the playground, students are secretly practicing defensive and healing spells much more often after class. Doesn't that lighten your long-term workload?" Mrs. Pomfrey looked at the headmasters. "I understand everything, but I just don't want to change." Smile and knew that further arguing would be futile. She could only sigh heavily, scratch her always meticulously combed hair, turn around and go back to take care of her clients, muttering to herself, At least don't let them try to ride those insects again. Especially the longhorn beetles. Those are not mounts." The game area was still bustling with activity. Screams and laughter still pierced the Hogwarts sky every day. In that miniature forest maintained by magic, amidst the surprises of magnified insects and the battles between randomly grouped black and white teams, the young wizards were indeed growing in an unprecedented way. They learned the practical application of spells, teamwork, staying calm under pressure, assessing situations, protecting themselves and their companions, and accepting failure and learning from it. Dumbledore stood by the window of his office, watching the sunset gild the vibrant forest, listening to the sounds carried on the wind, still noisy, yet seemingly brimming with vitality, a deep and satisfied smile playing on his lips. He knew that the shadow still lurked deep within the castle. The threat of the basilisk was not yet gone, the production of protective goggles was proceeding intensively, and the investigation into Voldemort's backup plan was also being carried out in secret. But amidst all this gloom, the vibrant scene before us, these children who have quietly become stronger, more resourceful, and more united through playing, is like a ray of light piercing through the dark clouds. "A warrior in a game is always better than a lamb in a greenhouse," he murmured to himself, popping another lemon-flavored shabu-shabu into his mouth, the sweet and sour taste melting in his mouth. Besides, who can say that these laughs aren't a powerful form of magic in themselves? He turned, his long, silvery hair and beard fluttering slightly in the evening breeze, and walked to his desk, where heavy documents concerning the secret chamber, the basilisk, and the distant threat still needed to be processed. But at this moment, his steps seemed a little lighter than usual. Chapter 91. The abandoned classroom was filled with the smells of old parchment, dried ink, and dust. This place was cleverly arranged by the Weasley brothers. Several old but fairly clean desks were pushed together, piled high with the twins' experiments. Some colorful liquid cans bubbling suspiciously, oddly shaped unfinished magical artifact parts, and a few old textbooks with charred or graffiti-covered covers. There were several Quidditch team posters on the wall, as well as a standard portrait of Percy as Boys' Council president with a huge red X drawn on it by Fred. At this moment, George Weasley was comfortably reclining in a creaking armchair, his feet propped up on another chair, tossing a fake galleon that emitted a slight scream in his hand. Fred stood by a table, directing Ron, who was sweating profusely but whose eyes were full of expectation. A little to the left, yes, that purple bottle. Handle it carefully, Ronnie, my little darling. It contains the concentrated ultimate swamp liquid. If you spill it, the three of us will be boating in this classroom tonight, Fred said in an exaggerated tone. Ron carefully carried a glass bottle with a purple label and placed it on the designated shelf. He then wiped the sweat from his forehead, but his face wore an almost fawning smile. Don't worry, Fred, I'm fine. Is there anything else that needs organizing? Do the lab records need to be categorized? Should we get rid of this waste first? George laughed heartily in his chair. Look at our dear brother, how diligent he is. It's like a completely different person. If we had known that a new wand could make him so, well, so understanding, we should have used this trick sooner. Exactly, Fred said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Maybe we should start a business, the Weasley's Magical Tricks Studio with a little brother taming service included. Ron's face flushed red, but thinking of the new wand that gleamed in Ollivander's shop, supposedly with a unicorn hair core and willow wood, he swallowed his rebuttal and just muttered something. Say what you will, just don't forget my new wand. The story begins a few days ago. During a battle royale, Ron's old wand betrayed him once again. A grinning woohoo spell that he intended to cast backfired at the crucial moment, causing him to laugh so hard he almost passed out, and his opponent took the opportunity to send him out of the game. The twins happened to pass by and, seeing this scene, Fred put his arm around Ron's shoulder and said in a tone that was both heartbroken and seductive. Ronnie, look at you. How can a Weasley man be held back by a disobedient stick? The brothers have just made a small fortune. It's time to show true brotherly love. George chimed in, that's right. A new wand of your own, one that you can use perfectly. Just imagine, Ron, no more worries about spell bounces, no more messing things up at crucial moments. You'll be a rising star in Battle Royale. Maybe you can even make your broom more obedient during Quidditch selections. Thus, after the twins' vivid descriptions and their wonderful anticipation of the new wand, Ron's attitude underwent a complete 180-degree turn in the past few days. Serving tea and water, tidying up messy experimental materials, and even helping to test some highly safe prank products. As a result, his hair turned bright blue, and it took 3 days to fade, but he did it all without complaint. All for that new magic wand, which has not yet been obtained but has already been promised, and which seems to shine with the light of hope. Don't worry, Ron, Mr. Ollivander has replied, saying that the Willow Unicorn Hair Wand is full of gentle resilience, suitable for wizards who need steadfast and loyal qualities. It sounds like it was made for you. Fred patted his chest and assured him, once we finish the final work on these protective goggles and the professor settles the remaining payment, we'll take you to Diagon Alley right away. Ron's eyes shone even brighter, and he worked even harder. Just then, the wooden door of the secret base, which had been enchanted with a disguise charm and a simple warning charm, was suddenly pushed open a crack from the outside. A small, red-haired figure flashed in. It was Ginny Weasley. But her appearance made her three brothers stop what they were doing instantly. Ginny's face was as pale as a bed sheet. Her usually bright brown eyes were now red and swollen, filled with tears. Her long, Thick eyelashes were wet and stuck together. She bit her lower lip slightly, her shoulders trembled gently, and she gripped her wand tightly in her hand until her knuckles turned white. She looked as if she had just experienced great shock and pain, her whole being enveloped in an aura of helplessness and fear. "Ginny!" Ron was the first to shout, dropping the bundle of crackling pyrotechnic fuses he was organizing and rushing over. "What's wrong? Who bullied you?" George and Fred jumped up from their chairs almost simultaneously, their playful smiles vanishing instantly, replaced by the anger and protectiveness of lions whose territory had been invaded. In their family, Ginny was the only girl, the little sister who was cherished by her 6 older brothers. Needless to say, she was loved by her mother and father. Even the usually serious Percy would soften his expression when he was with Ginny. The twins and Ron, in particular, have protecting their sister ingrained in their very bones. Seeing their sister like this, their anger flared up instantly. Fred strode up to Ginny, crouched down, and spoke in an unusually gentle voice, but his eyes burned with rage. "Ginny, baby, tell your brother what happened? Which blind BD dared to make you cry? I promise he'll regret being born at Hogwarts. No, regret being born." George also came over, his wand already slipping quietly into his hand. He scanned Ginny's entire body, checking for any signs of injury, his tone softening but still tense. "Take your time, Ginny. With us here, no one can hurt you." Ron was so angry that his face turned red and his fists clenched. "Is it Malfoy? Or some Slytherin guy? I'm going to find him right now." Surrounded by her brothers and feeling their undisguised concern and anger, Ginny's tears fell even harder. She sobbed, and began to speak haltingly, her voice muffled by her sobs. "No, it wasn't someone else, it was myself. I think I'm the bad guy who released the monster." The 3 older brothers were stunned and looked at each other blankly. "What monster? Ginny, explain yourself." George pressed on Fred's shoulder, signaling him to calm down, and moved closer to him. Ginny wiped her tears hard with the back of her hand, trying hard to find the words to express herself. "Before school started, in Diagon Alley, among the second-hand textbooks I bought, was a diary, with a black cover. It looked very old. It would talk to me. I would write in it, and it would answer." "A talking diary?" Ron frowned, finding the name somewhat familiar. Fred and George's expressions changed instantly. They exchanged an extremely serious look, Professor Victor's final warning at the Duel Club vividly resurfacing in their minds. "Always be vigilant, especially against any magical item that tries to teach you independent thinking, grant you special abilities, or secret knowledge." Ginny continued sobbing. "At first, I thought it was fun, so I talked to it, about Hogwarts, about my troubles, and Harry Potter." Her face flushed slightly at the mention of Harry's name, but was quickly overwhelmed by a deeper fear. "But later, the more I wrote, the more I felt something was wrong. Sometimes in class or while eating, I would suddenly drift off, and when I came to my senses, I couldn't remember what had just happened. Sometimes when I woke up in the morning, I would find my robe dirty and my hands muddy, but I had no recollection of going out at night." "Like sleepwalking?" George asked in a deep voice, his tone devoid of any humor. Ginny nodded vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes again. I started to get scared. Later, after listening to Professor Scamander's warning, the more I thought about it, the more scared I became. Yesterday afternoon, I threw it away. I threw it into the broom shed on the 5th floor of the castle, the one that hadn't been used for a long time." "Well done, Ginny." Ron couldn't help but praise, thinking his sister had done the right thing. But the more I think about it today, the more something seems wrong." Ginny's voice was filled with lingering fear and self-blame. "I felt I should tell the professor, whatever it was, an adult should know, so during lunch break, I went back to look for it, hoping to retrieve it and give it to Professor McGonagall or Professor Scamander. She looked up, her tear-filled eyes filled with fear. But, it's gone. There's nothing in that broom shed. I searched every corner, it's vanished. Someone picked it up? Fred asked immediately, his eyes sharp. Or, it just went on its own. George's voice was as cold as ice. A diary that can talk, influence one's mind, and even potentially control one's actions. This perfectly describes it. Seeing her brother's unusually serious, even somewhat frightening, expressions, Ginny became even more terrified and burst into tears. I'm so scared, I don't know what it is, but I feel that all the things that have happened in the castle lately, Lady Loris being petrified, and those rumored monsters, might all be related to me. I brought it in, I wrote so many words, did I, unintentionally awaken it? Did I, harm everyone? She was almost overwhelmed by intense guilt and fear. As a first-year student, she was under immense psychological pressure in the face of such a bizarre and terrifying event. No, Ginny, it's not your fault. Ron quickly comforted her. You don't even know what that thing is. But Fred and George didn't offer immediate comfort. Their expressions were terribly grave. The telepathic connection between the twins allowed them to instantly understand each other's thoughts. The seriousness of this matter far exceeds any prank or even adventure they usually handle. It involves a locked room, a monster inside the locked room, and the possibility that the younger sister was influenced or even controlled by that thing. This is too dangerous. We cannot allow Ginny to remain in this state, nor can we expose her to any potential lingering effects. She must be brought to someone who is absolutely safe and capable of handling the situation immediately. Without exchanging words, Fred and George reached a consensus in a very short moment. Fred subtly winked at George, his fingers twitching slightly behind his back. George nodded almost imperceptibly. Just as Ginny's vision blurred with tears, and Ron helplessly tried to pat her shoulder to comfort her. Faint. George's wand rose silently, and a soft red light shot precisely at Ginny. Bind me up quickly. Almost simultaneously, Fred pulled a sturdy girdle with a faint magical glow from his seemingly ordinary but actually powerful pocket. This was originally used to test some kind of automatic packaging product. With a flick of the wrist, the strap shot out like a live snake. The instant Ginny was struck by the stunning curse and her body went limp, she was quickly and methodically wrapped around from shoulder to ankle, her movements so fast they were just after images. In the blink of an eye, Ginny was wrapped up like a red cocoon, with only her pale, tear-streaked, sleeping face showing. She was firmly secured by magical belts and suspended in the air, a foot off the ground. What are you doing? Ron was stunned by the sudden turn of events, then roared and lunged at Fred. Let her go. Are you all crazy? That's Ginny. Fred easily blocked Ron's punch, his face showing a sternness and urgency Ron had never seen before. Shut up, Ron. There's no time for explanations. This is serious, 1,000,000 times more serious than you think. Ginny might be in danger, we have to take her to someone who can handle this immediately. Who are you going to see? What are you going to do to her? Ron was both shocked and angry, and still tried to struggle. George had already used a levitation charm to levitate Ginny, who was wrapped up like a mummy, and he looked at Ron, speaking rapidly. Go to Professor Victor. Only he and Headmaster Dumbledore might know how to deal with this talking dark magic artifact. Ginny was affected by it, and we don't know if there's anything left on her body or in her brain. Putting her to sleep and isolating her is the safest thing to do right now. Hurry up and follow me, no more talking. After saying that, Fred shoved aside the still dazed Ron, and together with George, protected the levitating Ginny, and rushed out of the abandoned classroom, sprinting towards the Magical Creatures Protection Department office on the second floor. Ron froze for a second, watching his brother's unprecedentedly solemn attitude and his sister being led away wrapped up. Although his mind was still a mess, a strong sense of worry and the thought that I must follow drove him to take off after them. "Wait for me. Fred. George. What's going on?" In the corridor, the sight of 3 red-haired boys, one of whom was dragging a floating red cocoon as he hurriedly ran, drew the attention of a few passing students. But the twins had no time for pretense or explanation, they had only one goal: to get to Victor Scamander as quickly as possible. As Fred ran, he whispered to George beside him, his voice filled with barely suppressed worry and lingering fear. "That diary, if it really is that thing. Ginny wrote in it for months. Merlin." George's face was equally grim. "Her description of sleepwalking and being filthy, is likely not sleepwalking. We need to have the professor examine her memory, check her for any signs of being cursed, and we must find that missing diary immediately." Their eyes met, and they both saw the determination and coldness in each other's eyes. "Whoever has that diary now, and whatever it is, since it has hurt their sister and threatens the entire Hogwarts, the Weasley brothers will never let it go." Protecting one's family and defending Hogwarts became the same thing at that moment. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the castle corridors, rapidly approaching the place that might hold the answer and hope. Chapter 92. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the empty corridor as the 3 of them escorted the floating Ginny all the way to the 2nd floor. Fred and George's faces no longer held their usual playful smiles, instead, they displayed a tense tension mixed with anxiety, anger, and resolve. Ron followed closely behind, panting, his mind a jumbled mess, filled only with worry for his sister and confusion about his brother's actions. They finally rushed to the door of the Magical Creatures Protection Division office. Fred didn't even bother to knock, he just rammed the door with his shoulder. The door wasn't locked and opened with a thud. The office was warmly lit and filled with the gentle scents of hay, herbs, and some kind of animal fur. Victor was facing away from the door, seemingly consulting a huge illustrated book lying on the table, while Tom on his shoulder looked up alertly. Hearing the BG on the door, Victor turned around and saw the 3 panting brothers at the door, and the floating figure among them, completely wrapped in magical bands, with only a pale face showing. His usual gentle smile froze instantly, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his blue-grey eyes. "Mr. Weasley." Victor's gaze swept quickly over the 3 men, finally settling on the unconscious Ginny, his brow furrowing slightly. "What's this?" He immediately turned to the side, and with a silent wave of his wand, the office door closed gently behind them and locked automatically, cutting off all outside sight and sound. "Come in." Fred and George practically rushed in, carefully controlling the floating Ginny and gently bringing her down onto a soft, thick carpet in the center of the office. Ron was the last to enter. He slammed the door shut behind him, leaned against it, his chest heaving violently, and stared intently at his sister on the floor. "Professor. It's Ginny." Ron tried to speak urgently. George interrupted him and began to speak rapidly but clearly. "Professor, Ginny may have been affected by a very dangerous dark magic item. A talking diary. She found it in a second-hand bookstore she bought in Diagon Alley before the start of the semester and has been chatting with it ever since. She's been experiencing memory gaps and seems to be sleepwalking lately. After your warning, she threw it away yesterday, but when she went to look for it today, she found the diary was gone. She's terrified and thinks she might be the one who unleashed the monster." Fred added in a low voice, "We were worried that there might still be residual effects on her, or that thing might have done something through her. We had no choice but to put her to sleep and restrain her." "Professor, that diary, it perfectly matches the characteristics you warned about before." As Victor listened, the gentle expression on his face quickly faded, replaced by a focused and serious one. He crouched down and carefully examined Ginny's face, which was still slightly furrowed in her sleep. He then reached out and pressed his hand lightly above Ginny's forehead, as if sensing something. After a moment, he stood up, his expression solemn. "Well done, gentlemen. In this situation, isolation and seeking professional help are the wisest choices. He praised them, then waved his wand without hesitation. A soft yet firm silver light flowed from the tip of his staff, like mercury spilling onto the ground, quickly covering Fred's magical band and making the binding magic even brighter and more stable. For absolute safety, temporarily strengthen the restraints. At the same time, he had already waved the magic wand in his hand. Take the god's protection. Silvery white light burst forth from the tip of the staff like a gushing spring, transforming into a guardian deity completely enveloped in a dense, almost tangible, silvery white mist. Victor whispered quickly to the unique, silvery white guardian spirit. Immediately, the silver-white guardian deity transformed into a condensed silver stream of light, passing through the wall at an astonishing speed and disappearing into the ceiling. Then, he gently touched the tip of his wand to Ginny's temple, closed his eyes, and chanted a deep, ancient incantation. The tip of the wand emitted a soft, milky white light, like a searchlight, slowly sweeping over Ginny's entire body, from head to toe. Wherever the light passed, it occasionally stirred up tiny, ominous dark ripples, like silt rising from the bottom of clear water. Victor's expression grew increasingly grim as the examination progressed. His brows were furrowed, and his lips were pressed into a straight line. His originally gentle demeanor was now replaced by a cold and solemn air. The twins and Ron were on tenterhooks. They had never seen Professor Victor with such a stern expression, not even when facing the most ferocious magical creatures. The air in the office seemed to freeze, with only the occasional, uneasily swishing sound of Tom's tail and Victor's deep chanting of spells remaining. Finally, Victor lowered his wand, and the milky white probing light dissipated. He opened his eyes and looked at the three brothers who were extremely nervous. "Professor! How is Ginny?" the three asked almost in unison, their voices filled with urgency and fear. Victor took a deep breath, his voice steady but carrying an unmistakable seriousness. "Her main problems are twofold. First, some of her memories have been skillfully modified and blocked, especially those related to her contact with the diary and certain blank periods of time, which have become blurred and fragmented. This is likely the effect of a sophisticated obfuscation spell or memory manipulation technique." Seeing the three brothers' faces turn deathly pale, he immediately added, "The good news is that this modification is not irreversible and permanent damage. With the help of a powerful legendary master or a specialized memory therapist, it is possible to sort out and recover the obscured true memories." He paused, then continued, "Secondly, and more worryingly, her life force and magic have been continuously and slowly drained. The amount is not large, but for a first-year witch, this continuous blood loss will make her weak, tired, and have a decreased resistance. She may also faint or have unstable magic when she is emotionally agitated or when her magic is greatly depleted." Ron gasped, while Fred and George clenched their fists so tightly they cracked. However, Victor's tone softened, giving them a glimmer of hope. "The damage caused by this absorption can also be recovered through careful use of magical potions, adequate nutrition, and a period of rest. Her magic core has not suffered permanent damage, and her life force will slowly recover on its own as the source of her energy is interrupted. What she needs is time and proper treatment." Hearing that Ginny's condition could recover, the three of them relaxed a little, but the thought that their sister had been so viciously harmed for months without their knowledge reignited their anger. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, short and forceful. Victor quickly walked over and opened the door. Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall stood outside the door, both with unusually serious expressions. Dumbledore's blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles were sharp as an eagle's, while Professor McGonagall's lips were tightly pressed together, and her brows were furrowed so deeply they could trap a fly. "Victor," Dumbledore's voice trailed off when he saw Ginny bound on the carpet in the office. He and Professor McGonagall quickly walked in, their eyes fixed on the small red figure. "Albus, Minerva," Victor said in a deep voice. "The situation is worse than we anticipated. Miss Ginny Weasley, the Chosen One. A diary, suspected to be a dark magic artifact, has influenced and partially controlled her for months, draining her life force and magic, and altering her memories. The diary is currently missing. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's expressions instantly became even more serious. Professor McGonagall covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with shock and heartache. Dumbledore slowly walked to Ginny's side, squatted down, and carefully examined her pale face. His gaze seemed to penetrate her skin and flesh, revealing the dark imprints remaining deep within her soul. He stood up and, without any hesitation, gently beckoned with his hand. With a clear, melodious cry, a dazzling golden red flame bloomed in the office, and Fawkes the Phoenix gracefully appeared on Dumbledore's raised arm. Dumbledore quickly pulled a parchment and a quill from his pocket, wrote a few lines at a speed too fast to read, rolled it up, tied it with a thin golden cord, and handed it to Fawkes. "Take this to Arthur and Molly, immediately, Fawkes. Tell them it's urgent, it concerns Ginny's safety, and ask them to come to Hogwarts through you at once." Dumbledore's voice was deep and powerful. Fawkes picked up the letter, tilted his head back and let out a short, loud cry, then transformed into a ball of blazing flame and vanished into the air in an instant, leaving only a few slowly drifting golden red feathers. A brief silence fell over the office, broken only by the crackling of burning wood in the fireplace. The twins and Ron looked nervously at Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, then at Victor, and finally back at their sister, their hearts filled with apprehension about their parents' impending arrival and anger at the unknown danger. A moment later, two figures emerged somewhat unsteadily from the flames that Fawkes had transformed into, accompanied by swirling sparks. It was Arthur Weasley and Molly Weasley. Arthur's usual kind smile vanished, replaced by deep anxiety and confusion, his eyes behind his glasses scanning the room anxiously. Molly's face turned deathly pale. As soon as she came out, her gaze locked onto Ginny, who was bound on the ground. She let out a suppressed gasp, "Ginny! My darling!" She almost lunged forward, but Dumbledore stopped her gently but firmly. "Molly, Arthur, please calm down. Ginny is currently in a protected coma for her safety. We need to understand the situation first." Victor stepped forward and succinctly recounted to the Weasleys what he had just told the twins and Ron, emphasizing the issues of memory manipulation and life force extraction, as well as the terrifying speculation that the diary might be a Horcrux. Upon hearing the words memory modification and life force draining, Arthur's face turned pale, while Molly swayed precariously before Arthur caught her in time. Tears welled up instantly in her eyes as she was overwhelmed by immense fear and heartache. Who did this to my little daughter?" Molly's voice trembled, filled with the fury and grief of a mother beast. "We suspect it is a terrible dark magic artifact," Dumbledore said in a deep voice. "To ascertain this, and to understand what Ginny went through and what the purpose of that diary was, we need to examine her altered memories. This requires your consent, Arthur, Molly." Arthur and Molly exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with pain and struggle, but even more so with concern for their daughter's safety and a yearning for the truth. Arthur gripped his wife's trembling hand tightly, took a deep breath, looked at Dumbledore, and nodded vigorously. "We agree, Albus. Please find out what happened and save our Ginny." "I will do my best," Dumbledore solemnly promised. He turned to the twins and Ron. "Fred, George, Ron. You did a great job, very brave and decisive. But now, the next steps require more careful handling. Please leave the office and return to the common lounge as usual. Remember, don't mention anything about Ginny and the diary to anyone for now, including your other brothers. This is to protect Ginny, and also to protect Hogwarts." Although the twins and Ron were extremely reluctant to leave, especially seeing their parents' grief and their comatose sister, they also understood the seriousness of the situation. George gritted his teeth, Fred nodded heavily, and Ron, with red eyes, took one last look at Ginny before silently leaving Victor's office with his brothers. The door closed gently behind them, shutting out the world inside. Only 5 adults and the sleeping little witch remained in the office. Dumbledore walked to the center of the room, his wand tracing a complex arc in the air. Silver light gathered and flowed, eventually forming a rough, ancient stone basin phantom more than a meter above the ground. The phantom quickly solidified, transforming into a meditation basin radiating a soft, pearly luster, and slowly landed on a sturdy small table next to Victor's desk. Then, Dumbledore gently tapped the tip of the Elder Wand on Ginny's temple once more. He closed his eyes and concentrated, chanting ancient and mysterious incantations. This time, the tip of the staff no longer emitted a probing white light, but rather strands of something like silver threads. The threads were dim and discontinuous, sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, and in some places they looked like they were tied in knots or simply broken. They wriggled as if they were alive, carefully guided by Dumbledore, until they all finally disappeared into the Pensieve, which resembled a surface of liquid moonlight. The silver substance inside the meditation basin began to slowly rotate, creating ripples. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Victor, and the Weasleys, who were huddled together, gathered around the Pensieve, exchanged solemn glances, and then pressed their faces close to the rippling silver surface. Their consciousness was instantly absorbed. Above the Pensieve, silvery clouds began to churn and condense, and fragmented yet clear images emerged like those in an old-fashioned film. Ginny curled up in bed, the curtains drawn, with only the faint light provided by the fluorescent tip of her wand. A black-covered, tattered-looking diary lay open in front of her. She bit the end of the quill pen, hesitated for a moment, and then wrote on the blank page. "Hello? Is anyone there?" The handwriting slowly disappeared. A moment later, a line of elegant, flowing handwriting, completely different from Ginny's, appeared. "Hello. I'm Tom Riddle. Who are you?" Then the scene suddenly changed. Ginny secretly wrote in her diary in various corners of the castle, behind secluded bookshelves in the library, in empty classrooms, and even in the broom shed. Her expression changed from curiosity and excitement to dependence and confiding. The handwriting in the diary always maintained that elegant yet strangely attractive tone, patiently responding and occasionally sharing some Hogwarts secrets or interesting magic. Ginny's figure appeared somewhat stiff, her eyes vacant, and she clutched the black diary tightly in her hand. She hid behind the bushes, watching the lights of Hagrid's cabin, motionless, as if waiting for something, or like a puppet being programmed. The image blurred for a moment. Ginny stood in the open space outside Hagrid's hut, a few bright feathers scattered around her, and her robes and hands were stained with specks of dark blood. Her eyes regained some of their light, but were filled with confusion and a vague fear. She looked down at her hands, then at the closed door of Hagrid's hut in the distance, then suddenly turned and stumbled away. A girl's washroom that looks long abandoned, with exposed pipes and a dried-up sink. Ginny stood in front of a pool with a snake relief carving. The scene shifts again, this time showing her holding the diary as if it were a red-hot branding iron. Her face is covered in tears, her eyes filled with extreme fear and resistance, and her lips move as if she is screaming silently. Finally, with all her might, she threw the diary into the abandoned classroom. Ginny immediately collapsed to the ground, covering her face and sobbing. The scene then begins to fluctuate and shatter violently, with silvery clouds churning, as if Ginny's altered and repressed memories are creating intense resistance and chaos, making it impossible to extract any more coherent and clear images. The five people's consciousnesses were withdrawn from the Pensieve and returned to the reality of the office. Silence. A suffocating silence. Only Molly's suppressed, heartbroken sobs and Arthur's heavy breathing could be heard. Dumbledore slowly straightened up, every wrinkle on his face seemingly edged with deep weariness and icy rage. The sparkle that used to dance in his deep blue eyes was gone, replaced by a icy sharpness and a heavy resolve. "That abandoned girl's washroom on the second floor," he said in a low voice, his voice unusually clear in the silence, "is very likely the entrance to the secret room." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall gasped, while Victor's eyes sharpened like knives. The Weasleys hugged each other tightly, feeling both fear and anger at the thought of their daughter being so close to such horror. "We must find that diary," Dumbledore's voice was resolute. "Before it finds its next friend, or uses the power it draws from Ginny to do something even more terrible." His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Victor. "Victor, I need your assistance, Minerva, to immediately conduct a thorough, covert search of the entire school, focusing on that washroom and all suspicious corners. At the same time, increase security and patrols at the playground, it's crowded and could be a target. Arthur, Molly, and Ginny need immediate and meticulous protection and treatment. I will contact the experts at St. Mungo's, but until then, it will be safer for her to remain at Hogwarts under the care of Madame Pomfrey and Victor. I will have Severus prepare the restoration potion." He paused, his gaze fixed on the deepening twilight outside the window, as if he could see through the wall the ominous black diary hidden in some corner of the castle. "Tom Riddle," Dumbledore murmured the name, as if it were an ancient curse. The fireplace flames leaped uneasily, casting the shadows of the crowd onto the wall, flickering like lurking beasts. Chapter 93. The Weasleys' eyes followed Dumbledore. Molly's tears fell silently. She almost threw herself at Ginny's side, kneeling on the carpet. Her trembling fingers hovered above her daughter's pale cheek, but she dared not touch her, as if afraid that her raw grief would awaken this imposed nightmare. Arthur held her shoulders. This usually optimistic man was now ashen-faced, his eyes behind his glasses fixed on the sleeping little face, his voice hoarse. "Albus, that thing, that Tom Riddle, it's still in the castle, still in the hands of some student, isn't it?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. He walked to the fireplace, the flames dancing on his silver beard and half-moon spectacles, but unable to warm his somber profile. After a moment, he turned around and his gaze swept over everyone present. "The diary has its own will, Arthur. It won't stay idly in some corner waiting to decay. It craves to be written on, to be linked, to be absorbed." Dumbledore's voice was low, each word like it was soaked in ice water. "Ginny abandoned it, but that was more like interrupting a feeding. When it's hungry, it will go looking for the next host." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and clenched her robes tightly. "We must conduct a school-wide search immediately. Curfew, seal off common rooms, check every student's belongings." "That would alert them, Minerva," Dumbledore interrupted her calmly, but his eyes were sharp. "If the holder realizes we're looking for the diary, they might hide it even deeper, or even use it to do something more unpredictable. We're not dealing with an ordinary student prankster, but a cunning, ancient, and malicious creation of dark magic. It knows how to hide, how to manipulate, and how to exploit the loneliness and curiosity of young people." Victor stepped forward, and Tom on his shoulders seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, raising the hairs on his neck. "The principal is right. Blindly conducting large-scale searches will cause panic and make it easier for the real danger to hide. But we need a line of action." His gaze fell on the pensieve, where the silvery substance had returned to calm, but the fragmented yet terrifying images from before were still vivid in his mind. The last place the diary appeared was where Ginny discarded it. "This is the clearest clue at the moment. We need to immediately and secretly search all the areas around there, as well as all the students who might have come into contact with that broom room." "I'll take charge," Professor McGonagall said immediately, her jawline taut. "I can lead a few prefects to investigate under the guise of checking for security risks in the castle or taking stock of unused classrooms. The focus will be on the area on the east side of the 5th floor, and all the paths leading there." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. But be careful, Minerva. The diary may have been moved, but there might be traces left, remnants of magic, or witnesses." He turned to Victor. "Victor, your playground is now one of the most popular places for students after class, a real hive of people. The diary's next target is very likely to be there. I need you to intensify your observation there, not to intimidate as a professor, but to blend in. Watch out for students who exhibit unusual isolation, sudden personality changes, or an excessive interest in secrets or power. Especially those who seem in need of friends. Victor understood Dumbledore's meaning, his expression turning solemn. I'll adjust the focus of the patrols and the advisors. George and Fred are quite influential over there, they might be able to spot anything unusual without drawing attention. Arthur held his wife tightly, looked at Dumbledore, his eyes filled with a fatherly determination mixed with fear and pleading. What can we do, Albus? For Ginny, and for the other children. Dumbledore walked up to them and gently placed his hand on Arthur and Molly's clasped hands. The warmth of his hand seemed to carry a strange, comforting power. Stay here and stay with Ginny. Her lucidity may be painful, the recovery of her memories and the weakness after her life force has been drained will require the support of her closest loved ones. Madame Pomfrey will soon take her to the special ward in the school hospital, and Severus's potion will be ready. You are her anchor. He then looked at McGonagall and Victor. Go ahead, but walk on thin ice. We're facing a shadow that successfully hid itself and manipulated others 50 years ago. This time it will be more careful and more dangerous. Professor McGonagall turned around without hesitation, her black robes tracing a decisive arc as she strode out of the office. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground quickly faded into the distance, carrying with it a sense of urgency akin to hunting prey. Victor nodded, glanced at the sleeping Ginny, and whispered, I'll go check on the playground first. We need to process the news Fox brought, but we can't stop our daily activities, that would seem strange. He patted Tom's head, and the little guy rubbed against his cheek, as if trying to offer some comfort. Only Dumbledore and the Weasley family remained in the office. Dumbledore waved his wand, and a soft sofa appeared out of thin air, gesturing for Arthur and Molly to sit down. He then conjured up a pot of steaming hot flower tea with a calming and soothing aroma, and poured a cup for each of them. Arthur, Molly, Dumbledore's voice regained some of its usual gentleness, but the heaviness beneath it was still clearly discernible. Ginny was brave. She chose to discard the diary in fear and ultimately chose to speak out. Many adult wizards would not be able to do that when faced with such temptation and corruption. Her soul was much stronger than the diary tried to convince her. Molly held the warm teacup, her fingertips still icy, but Dumbledore's words eased the despair in her eyes slightly, replacing it with a deep maternal resilience. We will stay with her, Albus. No matter how long it takes. Her voice was still hoarse, but no longer trembling. Just then, Ginny let out a soft groan. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. At first, the brown eyes were filled with confusion and lingering fear, but when they focused, they saw their parents' faces, which were full of worry. Mom. Dad. Her voice was weak and hoarse. Then, the immense fear and self-blame she felt before losing consciousness surged back like a tidal wave, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. Did I do something terrible? That diary, monster. No, darling, no. Molly could no longer hold back. She gently broke free from Arthur's arms, stepped forward, and carefully hugged her daughter, avoiding the binding spell, and rested her head against her chest. You're a brave and good child. You threw it away and told us. It's all right now. Mom's here, Dad's here, and Professor Dumbledore is here too. No one can hurt you anymore. Ginny trembled and cried in her mother's arms, finally finding an outlet for months of repression, fear, and loneliness. Arthur leaned down and gently patted his daughter's back with his large hand. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he couldn't speak, only repeating, It's all right, Ginny, it's all right. Dumbledore watched this scene quietly, his eyes softening for a moment, but then returning to their clear gaze. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the completely dark sky and the distant, indistinct sounds of noise coming from the direction of the playground. Dumbledore sighed softly, his white beard appearing frosty in the dim starlight. "Minerva, I hope you've made a discovery," he whispered silently, gazing out at the pitch-black night. On the east side of the 5th floor of the castle, Professor McGonagall, with Percy Weasley and Penelope Crivart, was inspecting the distribution of fire-fighting magical items with a serious expression but a normal tone. Her gaze swept over every corner like a hawk, especially the empty, dusty broom room. There was nothing there except a few broken brooms and a pile of junk. After wandering around the Battle Royale area, Victor arrived at the abandoned washroom on the 2nd floor. The air was filled with the musty smell of limescale and a faint musty odor. Several faucets dripped water, and from the innermost cubicle came intermittent, sorrowful sobs. It was Myrtle, who seemed particularly down today. Victor's gaze swept quickly over the rows of mottled pools. He quickly spotted his target, a pool that looked particularly old, its brass long since lost its luster, with a blurry decoration on its side, almost completely obscured by water stains and grime. He approached, bent down, and gently brushed away the grime with the tip of his wand. A small, exquisitely carved serpent pattern gradually emerged, its head slightly raised, as if silently hissing. "This is the place." Ginny remembers where she was standing. Victor breathed even softer. Instead of immediately attempting any spells or actions, he slowly extended his magical perception, like a pebble thrown into still water, probing for any hidden magical mechanisms or remnants in the faucet and surrounding pipes. Meanwhile, he kept an eye on the doorway and the entire space out of the corner of his eye. Tom sat crouching on the edge of the pool, his tail tip swaying gently, his bright green eyes darting around alertly, and his ears perked up, catching every subtle sound. Just as Victor's magical tentacles were about to touch an unusually tight magical node inside the faucet, Tom's ears snapped back, almost touching his head, and his entire body tensed instantly. It made no sound, but quickly raised its paw and gently, but definitely not insignificantly, poked Victor's calf. Victor's investigation was abruptly interrupted, and his magic receded into his body like a tide. There was nothing unusual on his face, and he didn't even take his eyes off the tap. He just nodded almost imperceptibly. Tom understood, and lightly and silently jumped off the edge of the pool, his paws making no sound as they landed on the damp tiles. Like a grey-blue shadow, it suddenly slipped into a half-closed toilet stall next to it, the door quietly closing, leaving only a sliver of almost invisible darkness. Almost simultaneously, footsteps sounded outside the restroom door. They weren't the light or sluggish steps of students, but rather the deliberate, rhythmic footsteps of adults, approaching from afar and sounding exceptionally clear in the empty corridor. The door was pushed open. Gilderoy Lockhart walked in with his signature, seemingly calculated, radiant smile. Today he was wearing his favorite blue robe with forget-me-not flowers, his hair was styled in perfect curls as always, and the various medals pinned to his chest still tried to gleam in the dim light. Upon seeing Victor standing in front of the snake-shaped faucet, Lockhart was clearly taken aback. A fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in his blue eyes: surprise, perhaps something else, but it was immediately covered by an even wider smile. "Professor Victor," he greeted warmly, his voice ringing out in the empty washroom. "I never expected to run into you here. It seems you've noticed too." He didn't finish his sentence. The moment he uttered the words "discovered," the perfect smile on his face suddenly froze, and the faint surprise in his eyes was instantly replaced by a cold decisiveness. His wrist, hidden beneath the sleeve of his magnificent robe, suddenly rose with a movement so fast it was almost imperceptible. "Forget everything and it's all empty." A dazzling milky white light burst forth from the tip of his hawthorn wand, pointing without hesitation straight at Victor's back, who was facing away from him and seemed completely unprepared. The light of the incantation illuminated Lockhart's face, which suddenly became ferocious and anxious, a desperate ferocity that was completely different from the carefully maintained image he usually possessed. However, when faced with this sudden, powerful oblivion curse that could be described as a sneak attack, Victor seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He didn't turn around, or even make any big movements. He just gave an extremely slight tremor in his wrist holding the wand. Armor protects you. A solid, almost tangible, silver blue light shield instantly unfolded behind him, its surface flowing with complex patterns resembling both water ripples and scales, radiating a stable and powerful magical energy. Lockhart's Oblivion spell, which he was determined to use, slammed hard into the edge of the light shield. Bang! A muffled burst of magical energy. The milky white spell light did not penetrate Victor's defenses and erase his memories as Lockhart had expected. Instead, it seemed to have hit an invisible yet incredibly tough wall. The spell energy suddenly spread and twisted at the point of impact, and was then cleverly deflected to the side by the light shield, hitting an empty pool next to it with a soft hiss sound, leaving a light white mark. Lockhart's expression instantly shifted from brimming confidence to utter shock and disbelief. His eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth gaping open involuntarily, as if he had witnessed the most improbable event in the world. All his calculations, all his pretense, shattered before this unexpectedly sturdy shield. He didn't have time to think, or even to make a next reaction. Because Victor had already turned around. His movements were fluid and calm, as if the thrilling scene just now was something he had rehearsed countless times. As he turned, his wand rose steadily, its tip pointing firmly at the terrified Lockhart. There was no incantation, only a sudden surge of magical power. He collapsed unconscious. A condensed, swift, and powerful red beam shot out from the tip of Victor's staff, slicing through the damp air and striking Lockhart's chest with perfect accuracy. Ugh! Lockhart only managed to let out a short, muffled groan, a mixture of pain and confusion, before the powerful impact sent him flying backward, like a large blue bird being flung away, crashing heavily into the wooden door of a toilet stall behind him. Crack! The not-so-sturdy wooden door groaned, and Lockhart's body slid softly to the ground, his head tilted to one side, his eyes closed, and the horrified expression still lingering on his face. He had completely lost consciousness. His wand fell to the damp floor tiles with a thud. Almost at the same moment Lockhart fell to the ground, the door to the cubicle where Tom was hiding slid open silently. Tom darted out, clutching a thick rope that looked unusually tough and whose origins were unknown, his movements so fast that he was just a blur. It leaped to Lockhart's side and, with dazzling speed and astonishing skill, bound the unconscious Lockhart tightly from head to toe, tying several intricate sailor's knots to ensure that the famous adventurer would be completely immobile even if he woke up immediately. Having done all this, Tom didn't stop. He sniffed carefully at Lockhart's magnificent blue robe adorned with forget-me-nots, a hint of disgust flashing in his emerald eyes, but mostly focused intently. Suddenly, its ears twitched again, as if it had sensed something. It turned around and pulled out an old but sturdy pair of fire tongs with jaws on the top from behind it. Tom gripped the tongs with his paws and carefully reached into a pocket inside Lockhart's robe. The tongs precisely slipped into the pocket, caught something, and then steadily pulled it out. It was a black-covered, old-looking, and ordinary-looking diary. The cover was blank, but the moment Tom pulled it out, Victor clearly felt the surrounding light dim for a moment, and a cold, slippery, and malicious magical aura emanated from the diary. Although faint, it was extremely unsettling, as if touching a tombstone on a cold winter night. Tom clearly sensed it too, his fur stood on end slightly, and he let out a low, warning growl. But instead of loosening the fire tongs, it handled the diary with the utmost care, as if dealing with some extremely dangerous contaminant, trying to avoid letting it touch its own body, and handed it to Victor. Victor did not reach out to catch it. His expression was cold and stern, his gaze sweeping over the diary like an icy blade before landing on Lockhart, who was bound like a dumpling and unconscious. He quickly took out a specially made dragon skin pouch from his pocket, which was enchanted with powerful isolation and protection spells. This was what he usually used to temporarily store samples of dangerous magical creatures or unstable magical materials. He gestured for Tom to put the diary in the bag. Tom released the diary, and it fell to the bottom of the bag with a thud. Victor immediately tightened the bag's opening and cast 3 different sealing and shielding spells until the unpleasant, chilling aura was completely blocked. Then, he walked over to Lockhart, knelt down, and carefully checked the other man's vital signs. He was just unconscious and otherwise unharmed. But his gaze lingered on Lockhart's face for a moment. The perfect smile had vanished, replaced by a complex expression that lingered from his unconsciousness, a mixture of fear, panic, and some twisted ambition. Gilderoy Lockhart, Victor murmured to himself, his voice carrying little surprise, but rather a cold confirmation in a heavy tone. He picked up Lockhart's wand that had fallen to the ground and cast the same spell to seal it. Just then, in the innermost cubicle of the washroom, Myrtle's weeping stopped at some point. A semi-transparent, bespectacled ghost girl floated out from above the cubicle, looking at them timidly. When Myrtle arrived at Victor's place, she let out a somewhat angry shout. Then he saw Lockhart lying unconscious on the ground, and immediately turned into a lovesick fool. Chapter 94. Myrtle floated in mid-air, her head tilted to one side. Behind the thick lenses of her glasses, her large eyes blinked curiously as she stared at Lockhart, who was bound tightly and unconscious on the ground, and asked in a high-pitched voice that was a mixture of infatuation and confusion. "Oh! It's Professor Lockhart. What's wrong with him? He looks, well, not quite right? Does he need help? His hair isn't usually this curly." Victor, who was half-crouched beside Lockhart, didn't even look up when he heard this. He continued to use the soft light emitted from the tip of his wand to check Lockhart's physical condition, while giving a concise answer. "He's been affected by a dangerous dark magic item. This thing is troublesome, Myrtle, it's better for you to stay away." "Dark magic items?" Myrtle pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied with the explanation, or perhaps simply because of Victor's indifferent tone and lack of attention towards her. She floated closer, trying to get a better look at Lockhart's face. "But Professor Lockhart is so handsome and famous, how could he?" "Myrtle." Victor's voice remained steady, but carried an undeniable air of authority. "Go aside. Now." Myrtle was taken aback by the tone, and her expression, which had been one of curiosity and worry, immediately turned into annoyance at being offended. She made an exaggerated face at the back of Victor's head and stuck out her tongue. Then he shouted in a dramatic, tearful tone. "Fine. Fine. You all find me annoying. Nobody needs poor, weeping Myrtle." After saying that, she suddenly turned around and, with an invisible current, whizzed through the nearest cubicle door. Then a faint, echoing splash was heard. She plunged directly into the toilet bowl in that stall and disappeared completely. Only a few invisible ripples, gradually subsiding, remain, ripples that only a ghost could stir up. And the faint sadness and a little bit of moisture that once again permeated the bathroom. Victor didn't react at all, and didn't even glance in that direction. His entire attention was focused on Lockhart, and on his own armor, which had just been protected by the Oblivion Curse and was now shimmering with a faint glow, its edges cracked like a fine spider web. He could clearly feel that the connection between himself and the protective spell was rapidly weakening and becoming extremely unstable, as if it would be completely severed and dissipated at any moment. Lockhart's Oblivion charm seems to contain some very special erosion or interference property that targets the magical structure itself. It does not merely attempt to erase memories, its magical fluctuations seem to permeate, interfere with, and even forget the stability of other spells and the spellcaster's connection with them. Victor had no doubt that if that spell had hit him directly, it would have affected his other ongoing magic, and even some of his combat instincts. Of course, having prepared in advance, it was impossible for him to be hit. A masterful application of memory magic, or rather, a distortion and deepening of the forgetting spell to an outrageous degree. Victor calmly assessed the situation in his mind while withdrawing the magic he used to examine Lockhart. Compared to Ginny's situation, where her memories were subtly altered and her life force was drained, Lockhart's case was indeed different. There were no obvious signs that his life force or magic had been drained, and his physical condition was fine except for being unconscious. However, the lingering fluctuations in his mental state indicate that he was strongly guided and suggested by emotions. Ambition is amplified, vanity is exploited to the extreme, and judgment is impaired. He developed an almost obsessive focus and impulse on discovering the secret room and becoming a hero. The diary, or rather the Tom riddle within it, clearly employs different manipulation strategies based on the characteristics of different hosts. For a lonely first-grade girl, it is about patient companionship and subtle, gradual control. For this vain adventurer who craved greater fame, the solution was to cater to his desires, amplify his ambitions, and lead him toward a dangerous discovery. However, Victor felt that Lockhart was affected quite severely. It's ironic that someone skilled at forgetting is almost harmed by another form of forgetting. Without further hesitation, Victor waved his wand, and several strands of light from reinforcement and binding charms entered the ropes Tom had previously tied, making the sailor knots even stronger and adding anti-interference magic. Then, he picked up Lockhart's hawthorn wand, which was inlaid with magnificent gems, quickly cast several sealing spells to isolate its magical fluctuations, and then put it into the inner pocket of his robe. After doing all this, he stood up and glanced at the dragon skin bag that Tom had placed aside and handled with fire tongs. The diary was quiet inside, but even through several layers of protection, that chilly, uncomfortable feeling still lingered like background radiation. Victor raised his wand and pointed it into the air. "Call on God for protection." A burst of silvery white light erupted once more, and the unique guardian spirit enveloped in a dense silver mist quickly took shape. Victor whispered quickly into it, conveying the message, "Find the diary, subdue Lockhart, and return to the office immediately." The silver-white guardian nodded, then transformed into a streak of light, passing through the wall and heading straight for the area where the principal's office and Professor McGonagall might be located. Immediately afterwards, Victor cast the disillusionment charm on himself, Tom, the unconscious Lockhart, and the dragon skin pouch simultaneously. Their figures and colors rippled and blurred like water, quickly blending into the damp and mottled environment around them, becoming almost imperceptible. "Let's go," Victor said softly, using a levitation charm to levitate Lockhart smoothly, while Tom jumped back onto his shoulder in perfect unison. The man and the cat, along with an invisible, floating captive and an invisible dangerous object, quietly left the abandoned second-floor washroom and quickly returned to the Magical Creatures Protection Department office on the second floor via a secluded corridor. The illusion spell wore off just as they arrived at the office door. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were already waiting outside the door, both with unusually serious expressions, clearly having received the patroness message. Upon seeing Victor, and Lockhart, who was floating behind him, bound tightly and still unconscious, Professor McGonagall's lips tightened, and her eyes sharpened like knives. Dumbledore quickly glanced around, his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles lingering for a moment on the dragon skin pouches in Lockhart and Victor's hands. "Let's go inside," Victor said succinctly, tapping his wand lightly as the office door slid open silently. The four, along with the floating Lockhart and the jumping Tom, quickly entered, the door closing behind them to isolate them from the outside world. The office was warm and quiet, a stark contrast to the cold and damp washroom we had just left. But the atmosphere became even more tense. Professor McGonagall barely waited for the door to close completely before turning to Victor, her voice low but urgent. "Victor, you really got it? That diary?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Victor nodded firmly and carefully placed the heavily protected dragon skin pouch in the center of his desk. "It's inside." Also, he gestured to Lockhart, who was floating beside him. "Jadiro Lockhart attempted to attack me with the Oblivion Charm while I was inspecting what appeared to be the entrance to the secret chamber. The diary was on him at the time." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall immediately shifted their gaze from Lockhart and fixed it firmly on the seemingly ordinary dragon skin pouch. While it was surprising that Lockhart found the diary, at this moment, the diary was the key. Dumbledore walked slowly to the table, and instead of touching the bag with his bare hands, he very cautiously and gently tapped the sides of the bag's opening with the tip of his elder wand. Subtle magical ripples spread out, as if he were sensing and analyzing the defenses set up by Victor. Then, he carefully used his wand to loosen the drawstring at the top of the bag, allowing it to open. Inside, the old, unadorned diary with its black cover lay quietly. In the brighter, cleaner magical environment of the office, it looks even less noticeable. But the faint, gloomy feeling that emanated from it, so out of place with the life and light around it, became even more clearly discernible. At least for wizards like Dumbledore and Victor. Dumbledore stared intently at the diary, his gaze deep. A moment later, he seemed to suddenly become interested and actually dipped his wand in the air. Then he pulled out a long, shimmering, golden-red quill pen from his pocket. Then, carefully using the phoenix feather pen, he wrote on the blank title page of the diary in his unique, cursive script, with circles nested within circles. Hello. The handwriting is elegant and fluent, carrying Dumbledore's unique style. However, the diary did not respond. The ink slowly seeped into the paper, and then, it just seeped in, as if it were absorbed by ordinary paper. It didn't disappear, nor did any new writing appear. Dumbledore raised his white eyebrows, seemingly unconvinced, and wrote another line. Tom? It still disappeared without a trace. The diary was as quiet as a reel, just a slightly old, ordinary notebook. Seeing Dumbledore's somewhat childish probing gesture, Victor couldn't help but cough softly, a slightly embarrassed look on his face. Headmaster, he gently suggested, is there any possibility that Voldemort recognizes your handwriting? Dumbledore's hand, which was writing, paused. He maintained a slightly bent-over posture, turned his head, and looked at Victor with his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped glasses. He blinked, and a look of realization mixed with a touch of embarrassment slowly appeared on his face. Oh! He straightened up, took the phoenix feather pen in his hand and twirled it, then touched the tip of his long, hooked nose with a hint of self-mockery. Well, that was my oversight. I thought, after 50 years, I might be able to chat with Tom again and see if he had any new ideas. There was even a hint of regret in his tone, as if he had missed an interesting tea party. Meanwhile, in another corner of the office, Lockhart, who had been crouching unconscious, was. Tom, who was carefully playing with the glittering metal on the other's forget-me-not blue robe with his paws, his eyes full of admiration, suddenly twitched his ears. It heard Dumbledore's words, especially the name Tom. With a whoosh, it abandoned its study of Lockhart's fine clothes and darted like a grey-blue lightning bolt to the desk at Dumbledore's feet. It tilted its head back, its big, round, bright green eyes staring unblinkingly at Dumbledore, its ears standing straight up, and the tip of its tail tapping the table lightly and impatiently. Dumbledore looked down at Tom, who had suddenly appeared in front of him with a curious expression, and immediately realized that he might have offended the office steward. He gave an apologetic smile and spoke gently. Oh, sorry, Tom, I wasn't calling you. I was talking about him, Tom Riddle. As he spoke, he pointed with the tip of his phoenix tail pen to the black diary in the dragon skin bag on the table. Tom looked at the diary in the direction of the pen tip, his big eyes filled with even deeper confusion. It glanced at the diary, then at Dumbledore. Suddenly, as if it remembered something, it raised a paw and pointed to the diary. Then it raised its two paws and made a circular crown shape on its furry head. Finally, it tapped its chest with the tips of its paws, its face showing a mixture of disgust and I understand expression. The three wizards present instantly understood what Tom meant. The guy in this notebook, just like the bad guy hiding in the crown before, is also named Tom. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile as he watched Tom's vivid performance. He bent down, trying to soothe the office cat boss, who was clearly a little unhappy, in a coaxing tone. Yes, Tom, or him. But he's bad Tom, and you're brave, good Tom, the Tom who helped us a lot. As he spoke, he magically pulled a small packet of colorful Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from his pocket and handed it to Tom. Here, take this. Consider it compensation for what I said wrong. However, Tom clearly wasn't buying it. It is the recognized Tom of Hogwarts, a powerful character who can catch mice and tie up dark wizards. How can we tolerate another smelly and gloomy thing being called Tom? Without even glancing at the tempting bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, it stretched out its paw and firmly pushed the bag away. Then, it snatched the phoenix feather pen that Dumbledore was still holding and angrily turned to face the diary on the table. It stood upright on its hind legs, its front paws gripping a quill pen that was a bit too long for it, its fur slightly bristling, its tail held high, baring its teeth at the black diary, and emitting a low, warning growl. Then, in a manner quite different from its usual nimbleness, slightly clumsy but full of momentum, it forcefully pressed the pen tip onto the pages of the diary and began to write furiously. Ink splattered, the handwriting was crooked and uneven, filled with the difficulty of a cat's paws holding the pen and the raging anger, but the meaning was expressed with unparalleled clarity. I am Tom. You filthy thing! You are not allowed to use that name. After finishing writing, Tom still wasn't satisfied, so he pressed several ink paw prints next to the writing, as if stamping his own personal seal. It angrily put down its pen, put its hands on its hips, glared at the diary, and waited for a response, looking like it was saying, "If you dare to agree, I'll scratch your cover." The office was completely silent. Dumbledore stroked his beard with interest, Professor McGonagall opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and Victor looked at his angry Tom with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. A few seconds later, under everyone's watchful eyes, the scraggly handwriting and claw marks Tom had left in the diary began to slowly disappear, as if absorbed by the paper. Then, in the same spot, a new line of elegant, flowing dark green handwriting, identical to what Ginny and Dumbledore had seen before, appeared with an almost bewildered, slow rhythm. That lone question mark stood out starkly against the blank page of the diary, completely igniting Tom's fury. In its view, this was not a response at all, but a blatant provocation. It was a contempt for its status as Hogwarts' only Tom. Chapter 95. Meow. Looking at the question mark, Tom let out a high-pitched, threatening screech. Its fur stood on end like a fluffy grey ball, and its tail stood straight up like a stick, the tip of which twitched rapidly. Then it suddenly rolled up the sleeves of its two front paws, revealing its muscular forearms, and then grabbed a quill pen and began to write. Swish! 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 This time, Tom's handwriting in the diary was wilder and more forceful. At this moment, it pressed almost its entire weight onto the pen, the quill tip scraping fiercely against the pages of the diary, making a teeth-grinding shh sound, the ink not flowing but splashing and splattering. You stinking scoundrel who stole my name! I am Tom. The most powerful Tom at Hogwarts. You! Get out of my castle! Now! Immediately! In the end, Tom seemed to feel that words and pictures were no longer enough to express his anger. It stopped writing, bared its sharp white teeth at the still wet ink of its masterpiece, and then... Pooh! A small, glistening clump of saliva, mixed with cat drool and a tiny bit of dust that had accidentally gotten on it earlier, landed precisely next to the dark green question mark on the diary, leaving a small, moist, circular mark. After doing all this, Tom threw the quill aside, took 2 steps back, and put his hands on his hips again. His bright green eyes were fixed on the diary, and he was snorting heavily, looking fierce with a "let's see how you get back at me now" expression. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Professor McGonagall was completely stunned, her eyes wide behind her glasses, seemingly unable to comprehend the extremely unseemly yet inexplicably serious naming rights battle between the cat and a dark magic artifact. Dumbledore's beard trembled violently as he tried his best to suppress a laugh, but a sharp glint flashed deep in his azure eyes as he stared intently at the diary's reaction. Victor rubbed his temples, feeling the veins in his forehead throbbing gently. The diary once again absorbed Tom's comments full of cat-like insults and the traces left by physical attacks. Ink stains, paw prints, graffiti, and even a speck of saliva slowly seeped into the paper and disappeared, as if erased by an invisible eraser. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Then, on that blank page again, new writing appeared. No longer a single, but a complete sentence, carrying a clear, cold, and arrogant confusion, and even a hint of offended annoyance. A cat. Seeing that line in the diary, which exuded cold arrogance, a cat. Tom snapped his ears back, his mustache stood on end, and a raging fire instantly ignited in his emerald eyes, mixed with a contemptuous disdain born of a severe offense. Meow woof! It let out a deep, drawn-out roar from deep in its throat, its tail lashing the air like a whip. It picked up the phoenix tail feather pen again, and this time, its calligraphy was even more unrestrained. It almost used the strength of its whole body to smash out each word, with ink splashing everywhere and the characters flying and dancing, full of the unique, unpredictable anger of felines. You're the one who's a nuisance. You stinky, sticky diary, you rotten thing. You're not even as good as a cat. At least a cat catches mice. What can you do? You can only fool little girls. Shame on you. It's as if they've been influenced and led astray by Tom. The writing in the diary quickly disappeared, replaced by a more urgent and scathing response. Ignorant fool. I am the heir of the great Salazar Slytherin. You will pay the price for your vile offense. Tom got even more excited when he saw this, and his paws moved incredibly fast. An heir? What a joke! The old snake-faced man of Slytherin would want a crybaby like you hiding in his diary as his heir? Even a slug has more backbone than you. How dare you? You neutered pet, only good for pleasing two-legged creatures. You're the one who's been castrated. Your whole family has been castrated. You bald, ugly, noseless monster with no friends, this is your diary. You lowly beast. What magic do you know? You don't even have a wand. I have claws. Is scratching you enough? My master has a wand. Is that enough to teach you a lesson? You pathetic wretch who doesn't even have a physical form. The verbal sparring quickly escalated, from a dispute over names to attacks on species, and then to personal attacks, with the language becoming increasingly explicit and direct. Tom became more and more excited as he wrote, his cat face full of the exhilaration of battle, feeling that he had gained an absolute advantage in this battle of words. Finally, after being ridiculed by Tom once again as a mouse hiding in a book, afraid to see the light, the writing in the diary suddenly stopped. Immediately, a long passage of text filled with malice and a certain twisted pleasure burst forth. Your sharp tongue won't change your pathetic nature. You're a stray cat, thrown out by your former owner, scavenging for food in the garbage. A worthless, abandoned creature. The so-called home you've obtained by begging for mercy is nothing more than another dream that could end at any moment. You pathetic wretch! The moment those words appeared, Tom's waving paws froze in mid-air. The excitement and smugness of battle on its face quickly faded, replaced by an expression of being caught off guard and deeply stung. The fire in its big, bright green eyes went out, replaced by an obvious look of hurt and confusion. Its ears drooped listlessly, and even its once erect tail quietly curled up behind it. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out. It just stared blankly at the sharp words in the diary, as if the ink had turned into cold needles, piercing the softest, most untouched corner of its heart. The somewhat eerie yet amusing atmosphere in the office instantly froze and became heavy. Professor McGonagall frowned, her gaze toward the diary filled with disgust. Dumbledore's smile vanished, and his eyes grew serious. Victor, who had been standing by the sidelines, found the scene bizarre but was mostly just curious and watching, felt a sudden pang in his heart. He immediately stepped forward, reached out without hesitation, and placed his warm palm firmly on Tom's fluffy head, rubbing it gently and soothingly, his fingertips lightly caressing its ears. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear and firm, carrying an undeniable gentleness and protectiveness. Nonsense! How could our Tom be unwanted? Victor crouched down, looking directly into Tom's slightly darting eyes, his tone resolute. It's those short-sighted, unlucky folks who missed out on the world's smartest, bravest, and most reliable cat. You've never been a waste, Tom. You're my partner, my most important friend. Without you, I don't know how many clues I would have missed or how much trouble I would have encountered. You can catch mice, tie up dark wizards, and even help us find such an important thing. He pointed to the diary on the table, which looked particularly gloomy at the moment, and then gently patted Tom on the back. You are the one I personally chose, and you are the best. We are together, and always will be. Victor's words were like a warm current, dispelling the gloom and hurt in Tom's eyes. It looked up at Victor, its bright green eyes shining again, even brighter than before, filled with the warmth and pride of being recognized and cherished. It sniffed hard, making a soft, contented purr in its throat, and nudged Victor's palm with its head. Then, it suddenly turned around, puffed out its chest, and held its tail high again, even more proudly than before. It grabbed the quill pen and, with a triumphant, almost boastful air, wrote heavily in the diary. My owner loves me very much. I'm his best partner. We're amazing together. You stinky thing, nobody loves you. You don't even have a real body. You can only hide in a tattered notebook to fool kids. He. After finishing writing, it even drew a big, funny face with its tongue sticking out. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. Tom's triumphant and happy declaration, especially the final line that cuts to the heart, nobody loves you, is like a poisoned arrow that precisely strikes the most vulnerable and least acknowledged scar of the remnant soul in the diary. The diary remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, the entire page was suddenly engulfed by a torrent of dark green text. The handwriting was no longer the deliberately maintained elegance or cold arrogance of before, but had become messy, sharp, and cluttered, filled with hysterical anger and incoherent words after a breakdown. Love? Ridiculous. Naive. Foolish emotion. Power is everything. Immortality is the only pursuit. What do you ants, bound by base emotions, know? A cat. A stupid, meowing beast. He's just using you. He'll throw you away like trash once you're no longer useful. Just like you've experienced before. Partner? Pshaw. You're nothing but a pet. A toy. Something that can be replaced at any time. I, Tom Riddle, am destined to transcend death and become eternal. You wretches. The handwriting became denser and faster, the sentences began to repeat and become incoherent, filled with all sorts of vicious curses and belittling remarks. It was a perfect scene of a cyberbully breaking down, who was angry and stubborn when he couldn't win an argument. Victor stared at the page filled with illogical and nonsensical insults, his lips twitching involuntarily, a strong sense of déjà vu rising within him. This is clearly impotent rage through a screen. Aside from personal attacks and repetitive statements, there's no way to refute it. Tom stared at the dense, malicious handwriting in the diary, his emerald eyes narrowing. The last trace of mockery vanished, replaced by a genuine, icy rage. When they can't win an argument, they start to act unreasonably, resorting to personal attacks, cursing my master, and repeating the same few phrases over and over again. Okay, very good. Tom tossed the quill aside with a soft snap. It stretched out its claws and pressed them directly onto the blank next page of the diary, the sharp claw tips gleaming with a cold light as they were dipped in ink. A few simple lines outline a crooked and very crude door. A small, single door with a simple handle was drawn in the very center of the diary page. The ink had not yet been swallowed up by the diary's strange absorption ability. Just as the ink was still wet and the simple little door had just taken shape, Tom's paw moved. Its paws, with their soft pads, pressed directly onto the ink-drawn doorknob, and then gently pulled it to the side. Squeak! A soft sound, like an old wooden door being opened, or like some kind of barrier being breached. The two-dimensional door drawn with ink was actually opened a crack under Tom's claws, just like a real door. Behind the crevice, instead of paper fibers, lay a darkness filled with an ominous, gray-green mist. The air in the office seemed to freeze instantly. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall stared wide-eyed, their expressions completely replaced by shock. Professor McGonagall even instinctively took a half step back and covered her chest with her hand. Dumbledore's silvery white eyebrows were raised high, and his blue eyes behind his crescent-shaped spectacles shone with an incomparably sharp light as he stared intently at Tom's movements. Victor was also taken aback, but he was clearly more accepting of Tom's various unconventional actions, and he just held his breath slightly. Without hesitation, Tom stretched his entire forearm through the gap in the ink-filled door. Its arm seemed to reach into another dimension, disappearing into the thin pages of the diary. Tom squinted, his beard trembling, as if groping and sensing something in the dark. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, a sharp glint of finding its target and a hint of wicked excitement flashing in its emerald pupils. Its mouth parted into a wide grin, revealing a standard, feline predator's smile, tinged with cunning and cruelty. Hey, whoosh! Tom gave a low shout, his hind leg on the diary exerted force, his waist twisted, and his forearm, which was inside the door, pulled outward with force. Pop! A strange sound, like the sound of a wine cork being pulled out, or like some kind of viscous substance being forcibly separated. Under the wide, incredulous gazes of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, Tom withdrew his paw from the ink-stained doorway. In its claws, it was clearly holding a miniature Voldemort, about the size of a human head, semi-transparent, and surrounded by grey-green mist. This miniature version of Tom Riddle has the handsome but pale features of his youth, with black hair. The ferocious expression from when he was frantically swearing in his diary still lingers on his face, but more than that, he exudes extreme bewilderment and confusion. He seemed completely confused about what had happened, how he had been pulled out of his diary. Tom didn't care whether he was confused or not. He casually tossed the now dull and lifeless diary, which looked like an ordinary notebook, into the corner of the table with a snap. Then, it grabbed the mini Voldemort by the neck with its two claws, lifted him to eye level, and looked him up and down. Tom's smile grew increasingly bright and evil, and he let out a low, mocking, and satisfied hee-hee-hee laugh, like a cat that had caught a mouse but wasn't in a hurry to eat it, wanting to play with it to its heart's content first. Mini Voldemort finally reacted, his translucent face showing a mixture of shock and anger. He tried to struggle, opening his mouth as if to roar or chant a spell. But Tom was faster. Just as skillfully as it had bound Lockhart before, it produced another rope from somewhere and, with dazzling speed, bound the mini Voldemort tightly from head to toe. The rope cut into his translucent soul, actually restricting his movements. Finally, Tom even tied a crooked but very eye-catching bow on the top of mini Voldemort's head with the remaining rope. Having done all this, Tom, satisfied, picked up the miniature trophy that kept wriggling but made no sound and had a bow on its head, and turned around triumphantly to look at the three wizards in the office. Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall. The two experienced wizarding giants completely lost their composure at this moment. Professor McGonagall stared wide-eyed at Tom, then at the miniature Dark Lord in her hand, bound like a dumpling and wearing a bow on his head, her eyes glazed over, as if her worldview had been subjected to an unprecedented shock. Dumbledore took a slow, deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He raised his hand and stroked his long, silvery white beard, the movement somewhat slow. The azure eyes glanced at the smug Tom, then at the ordinary diary in the corner, and then at the remnant soul that Tom had recently pulled out of the crown and disposed of. In his mind, all those plans he had devised to deal with the Horcruxes and to eliminate Voldemort, such as the Savior training plan, the successor plan, the old lover plan, now faded away silently, one by one, like pencil sketches gently erased by an eraser. Ultimately, all the plans and schemes converged, collapsed, and reshaped in his deep eyes, transforming into the shape of the cat before him, with its grey-blue and emerald-green eyes, proudly displaying the miniature Black Demon King. Dumbledore's fingers, which were stroking his beard, paused slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards in a tiny, peculiar arc, almost imperceptibly. In that arc, there was relief, amazement, absurdity, and also a kind of "okay, this works too" open-mindedness. Victor, looking at this surreal scene before him, especially Tom's real-life "I'll drag you out through the internet" demeanor, tried to hold back but ultimately couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What is this? A cross-dimensional claw attack? A physical capture via a magical link? As expected. Dad was right. We must use magic to defeat magic. Use Tom to defeat Tom. Chapter 96. The air in the office became both tense and comical amidst the sounds of slapping and screams of "oh ho ho ho." That miniature Voldemort that Tom forcibly pulled out of his diary, tied up like a dumpling, and topped with a bow. At this moment, it was tethered to a thin rope hanging from the chandelier, like a comical Christmas decoration being blown by the wind, spinning and swaying in midair as Tom rhythmically lashed it with his pointer. The handsome features of his face, once those of young Tom Riddle, were now completely distorted by extreme shock, humiliation, and persistent pain. His wide, bloodshot eyes were filled with the bewilderment of a worldview collapsing. Who am I? Where am I? I, Voldemort, the greatest dark wizard of all time, a pioneer beyond death, one of my most important Horcruxes, how could I be spanked by a cat with a cane? This is wrong. This is completely wrong. Horcruxes should be invincible. They should be the foundation of immortality. They should be the most exquisite and powerful creations of dark magic. Layer upon layer of protection, telepathy, it can only be destroyed by a very few specific methods, absolutely not by a cat drawing a door, taking it out, and then using it as a spinning top. Is something wrong with the world? Dumbledore pushed up his crescent-shaped glasses, and his blue eyes behind the lenses sparkled with an undisguised smile. But he controlled the curve of his mouth well, making it look more like a gentle and slightly sentimental smile. He cleared his throat and his gaze fell on the spinning top. "Long time no see," he began habitually, but then, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Tom, who was puffing out his chest, hands on his hips, and looking like he was saying "I'm amazing, praise me," he changed his tone immediately. Riddle." This call, like a pebble thrown into muddy water, barely managed to pull Voldemort out of his endless cycle of pain and existential doubt, leaving him with a sliver of clarity. He struggled to turn his head, which was still a bit dazed from the slap, and looked at the old principal he had both feared and hated since his student days. "Long time no see, Professor." His voice was hoarse, with the hollow echo unique to souls, and a comical quality as he tried to maintain the last shred of arrogance but was distorted by pain. He tried to make himself look more respectable, even if he was tied up and hanging in the air being beaten. Dumbledore nodded, as if it were just a normal reunion between teacher and student in the hallway or at the classroom door. "Why did you return to Hogwarts?" His tone was calm, even gentle, as if engaged in an academic discussion. A sneer, like a cold laugh, escaped Voldemort's throat from the diary, though it sounded somewhat broken due to the spinning of the pages. "What, our great Dumbledore, still has doubts? In order to fulfill Lord Slytherin's great will, purify this school." He struggled to organize his thoughts, trying to regain a sense of control. "If you give me that damn cat, perhaps I can answer your questions in more detail." He hadn't finished speaking. Meow. Tom, who was enjoying Victor's gentle scratching of his chin and Professor McGonagall's complicated gaze, suddenly perked up his ears. "Hand it over to you? You want to tattle on me? You want my master to hand me over?" Seeing the still stubborn diary, Voldemort Tom instantly became furious. It reached its paw behind its round rear end and pulled out a plain-looking wooden fly swatter with worn, shiny edges. Immediately afterward, in the instant before Voldemort could even react or see what was happening, the diary. Tom pushed off with his hind legs, leaping lightly into the air, his body tracing a graceful arc. He swung the fly swatter with all his might, aiming a powerful blow at the rear end of the grey-green spirit spinning in mid-air. Smack! This time, it landed solidly, with a crisp and loud sound that even drowned out the creaking of the chandelier as it rotated. Oh ho 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 ho! Voldemort let out an unprecedented, shrill, and distorted scream from his diary. The soul twisted and vibrated violently, almost breaking free from the ribbon binding it. The immense impact caused him to spin rapidly, like a top being whipped. The chandelier also began to groan under the strain, creaking and swaying as it rotated. Tom landed firmly, looked at the mini Voldemort who had been spinning wildly and screaming in agony after he had slapped it, and narrowed his emerald green eyes in satisfaction. It didn't stop, instead, as if it had found a new toy, it leisurely adjusted its stance, gripped the fly swatter handle with both paws, and assumed a standard battering posture. 1 spin, 2 spins. When the grey-green top, blurred from its rapid rotation, spun around to Tom's face again. Snap! Another incredibly precise and powerful strike. The target was perfect, right on the butt. The spinning accelerated again. The scream rose an octave. Asterisk slap. 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 Slap, asterisk. Tom was completely in the zone. Instead of waiting for a complete spin, it continuously swung the fly swatter with dazzling speed and amazing precision, based on the rotation speed and trajectory of the gyroscope. Each strike was accompanied by a crisp smack and an even more pitiful oh-ho, hoo-hoo, ah-ah-ah-ah. The sounds in the office suddenly became very rhythmic. The creaking of the spinning chandelier, the slapping of the fly swatter, and Voldemort's furious cry from the beginning in the diary, "I am the Dark Lord. How dare you?" Later, with an attempt at negotiation, came the line, "Stop. We can talk, Dumbledore. Professor." Finally, it all turned into meaningless, mechanical wails that rose and fell with the rhythm of the blows, ah, 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 ah. The dense pattering sounds almost blended together, like a sudden rain pounding on banana leaves. The chandelier spun like a disco ball in a dance hall, causing the decorations above it to transform into a blurry grey-green light and shadow. Dumbledore had somehow already sat back in his armchair, and even conjured up a small dish of cockroaches. He picked one up with relish, put it in his mouth and chewed slowly, all the while watching the spectacle unfold before him with a smile. Whenever Voldemort struggled to turn his face toward him in his diary, trying to make a negotiation request with his eyes or broken voice, Dumbledore would at the opportune moment show a bewildered expression as if to say, "I'm too old to hear properly, what did you say?" Then they would focus more intently on studying the color of the next pile of cockroaches, or look up to admire the rotating art of the chandelier, completely immersed in the sights of a bystander. Professor McGonagall went from being shocked and speechless at first, to frowning, and then looking at Voldemort's disheveled appearance and Tom's hard work spirit. His lips twitched a few times, eventually turning into a barely audible sigh. He shook his head, but his gaze remained fixed on her. Victor, arms crossed, leaned against the edge of the desk, looking at Tom with an expression that was a mixture of helplessness, amusement, and indulgence. He could sense that Tom was not just punishing or playing, but rather using it as a way to assert dominance and vent his anger. A complete crushing of bad Tom, who tried to harm Ginny, threatened Hogwarts, and dared to disrespect his master. Finally, after being whipped countless times, Voldemort's mechanical wails on the chandelier had become weak and intermittent. His translucent soul seemed to have dimmed and thinned considerably, and the handsome features that once belonged to 16-year-old Tom Riddle on his face were now only numb and dull, his scarlet eyes lost focus. It just blinks instinctively as it spins and strikes, as if its soul has been emptied out, leaving only an empty shell that reacts by inertia. Just as his rotation reached its peak due to a slightly heavier blow from Tom, his consciousness completely dissipated into a blank. Victor, who had been standing quietly by observing, finally moved. He raised his wand silently, his wrist moving steadily and gently. A silvery white light flowed from the tip of the staff, not from offensive spells, but from ancient runes that were complex and contained the power of exploration and connection. These runes were not written on parchment, but appeared out of thin air in the office, like living silver stars, slowly rotating and arranging themselves. At the same time, behind him, the air distorted slightly, and a semi-transparent phantom quietly appeared. It was a creature with an elegant and agile physique, smooth lines like a cheetah, yet possessing the unique mystery of felines, the cat-leopard. Its enormous, azure eyes opened, their gaze deep and unfathomable, as if they could see through appearances and glimpse the very essence of the soul. At that moment, those eyes slowly overlapped with Victor's eyes, and in Victor's black pupils, the wise and sharp gaze of the cat-leopard was faintly reflected. Victor's vision penetrated physical barriers, ignoring the residual, chaotic self-protective consciousness on the surface of the soul, and directly probed into the depths of the mini Voldemort's mind that was spinning rapidly and whose consciousness was scattered. That place holds the core fragments of 16-year-old Tom Riddle's memories and personality, storing his deepest secrets, knowledge, and plans. There was no resistance, no traps, and not even much distracting thought. It was like entering a treasure vault whose gates had been forcibly broken open and whose guards had all been knocked unconscious. Victor's thoughts, like the most precise probe, swiftly swept past the vast and useless stream of information about ambition, hatred, black magic research, and the desire for immortality, heading straight for two of the most crucial and clearest coordinates: the location of the basilisk and how to open the secret room. Images and information flooded in like a torrent. A cold, dark, and enormous natural cave buried deep beneath the castle's foundation. Perception travels down, and down, through a vast, damp pipe covered in years of accumulated slime and shed scales, into unimaginable depths beneath the foundations of Hogwarts Castle. There is a naturally formed, dark cave that has been enlarged and reinforced by magic. The cold, deathly air was almost stagnant, with only a pool of dark green, foul-smelling water in the center shimmering faintly. And in the shadows at the edge of the puddles, a massive, chilling silhouette lurked. Its bright yellow, lantern-sized vertical pupils were tightly closed, its eyelids covered with a thick layer of keratin, and its body, which snaked like the roots of an ancient tree, coiled in circles. In the absolute darkness, its scales occasionally reflected a dim, faint light belonging to a cold-blooded animal. It was asleep, but even in its slumber, the ancient and deadly aura emanating from it was enough to freeze the blood of any intruder. Salazar Slytherin's pet, the thousand-year basilisk. Then there's the snake-shaped faucet in that abandoned washroom. But the perspective is different. It's not about observing from the outside, but about understanding from the inside. It was not just a decoration, it was an intricately designed magical keyhole. The key is not a specific spell or prop, but a sound. A specific hissing sound that implies commands and authority. When the correct password is given, the mechanism is activated, and the pool will disappear like an illusion, revealing a dark, vertical pipe entrance below, large enough for one person to pass through, leading to the deep underground kingdom. Open it. Victor heard that voice from his memory, cold, slippery, and commanding with an unquestionable tone. Information acquisition complete. Victor slowly withdrew his magic, and the cat-leopard phantom behind him let out a silent whistle before dissipating into specks of silver light. The ancient runes in mid-air also dimmed and disappeared. Almost at the same moment he withdrew his magic, Dumbledore's gentle yet inquisitive voice rang out, drowning out the fading snap sounds. "Looks like you've made some progress, Victor." The focus in the office shifted instantly. Tom also stopped waving the fly swatter, letting the chandelier slowly stop spinning, carrying the mini Voldemort whose eyes had become vacant and whose soul seemed to have become more transparent. It slammed the fly swatter to the ground like an old soldier leaning on a cane, one paw on its hip, panting heavily, but its chin held high, waiting to hear Victor's battle report. Victor nodded, rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, and answered in a steady but clear voice. "The basilisk is slumbering in a deep natural cave beneath the castle. Its location is very well hidden, its magical energy is almost blending into the rocky strata, making it difficult to detect with conventional methods." He paused, then looked at Dumbledore. "As for the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, it is indeed the faucet in that washroom. The way to open it requires Parsleyne." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully and smiled approvingly. "Excellent work, Victor. So, there are two things to do right now. First, make sure the basilisk is under our control, or properly dealt with. Second, get rid of this thing completely." He gestured to the chandelier, "and its other brothers and sisters." His gaze sharpened again as he looked at the miniature Voldemort, who had finally regained some clarity from his daze and was looking at them with eyes that were a mixture of resentment, humiliation, and a hint of barely perceptible fear. "So, Tom Riddle," Dumbledore's voice returned to calm, but with a sense of finality, "your little adventure is over." Voldemort's spirit trembled violently in the diary, as if he wanted to say something, to threaten, to curse. But when his gaze fell upon Tom the cat beside him, who was stretching his wrists and staring at him with hostile eyes, all the words stuck in his throat, turning into only a weak and unwilling hiss. Seeing his expression, Tom grinned, smiled silently, and then it somehow produced a small, hand-operated air pump that looked like it was made of brass. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Tom skillfully connected one end of the hose to the air pump, and the other end, directly shoved into the mouth of the miniature Voldemort's translucent soul form. "Ugh! Wah!" Voldemort stared wide-eyed in terror, struggling in vain. Tom ignored it all, pushed off with his hind legs, grabbed the pump handle with his front paws, and started pumping air vigorously. Puff puff puff. As Tom moved, the mini Voldemort's soul began to expand at a visible speed, like a balloon. From the size of a human head, it swelled to the size of a pumpkin, and then to the size of a bucket. The soul became increasingly transparent, and the grey-green mist was stretched thin, stretching the outline of the handsome young man inside into a distorted and comical shape. "No! Stop, you damned cat!" Voldemort's broken voice squeezed out from the air valve, filled with despair. Tom ignored him and hit even harder, his little face full of focus and a serious expression of "I'm doing a good deed." Finally, when mini Voldemort swelled to almost half the size of a chandelier and became as thin as a giant, about to burst soap bubble, Tom stopped. It pulled out the hose and nimbly jumped back a few steps. Then, it raised its paw, extended a sharp claw tip, and gently poked the huge, transparent, swaying soul balloon. Pfft! A long, loud sound, like a deflated balloon, echoed throughout the office. The enormous soul balloon collapsed and deformed inward from the puncture point, and then with a whoosh, it darted and spun wildly and erratically in the air like a deflated balloon, while rapidly shrinking. Wah-ah-ah-ah-ah. The spirit rampaged through the office for a few seconds, then grew smaller and fainter. With a final soft pop, it turned into a wisp of insignificant grey-green smoke, completely dissipating into the air without leaving a trace. A brief silence fell over the office. Tom put away the air pump, clapped his paws, as if he had just finished a trivial chore. It walked to Victor's feet, rubbed against his trouser leg, raised its head, and blinked its big green eyes, as if to say, "See, done. Clean and hygienic." Dumbledore stared silently at the spot where Voldemort had vanished. After a moment, he sighed softly, whether with emotion or relief, it was hard to tell. He looked at the diary on the table, which now showed no magical fluctuations whatsoever, and whose cover was even beginning to crack slightly. Then this greatest creation, he said, walking slowly to the table, picking up the diary, his fingertips brushing against the rough cover, has also completed its historical mission. He took the diary, walked to the fireplace, and without using any magic, gently tossed it into the leaping flames. The flames shot up with a whoosh, greedily licking the paper. This time, there was no black smoke, no screams, only the slight crackling and burnt smell of ordinary paper and leather burning. Soon, the diary turned into a small pile of ashes, which rose with the hot air currents and eventually disappeared deep into the chimney. Beneath Hogwarts Castle, in a deep, dark cave, the enormous serpent monster, coiled like a mountain, had its tightly closed, lantern-sized, yellowish vertical pupils tremble almost imperceptibly. A thin, almost invisible grey-green film of light quietly peeled off its body, which was covered with thick scales, as if shedding a layer of dead skin, and then dissipated into the cold air. The extremely subtle and unspoken, coercive link that bound it to a particular entity has quietly broken. Inside the office, Dumbledore turned around, the firelight dancing on his silver beard and half-moon spectacles, yet now casting a warm glow. He looked at Victor and Tom, a genuine, relaxed smile spreading across his face. "I think," he said, his voice regaining its usual gentleness and strength, "we can begin preparing for the next step. Regarding the sleeping snake, and how to properly visit Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets." His gaze swept over the unconscious Lockhart. "Of course, before that, we still need to deal with the problem of our memory master. Minerva, please inform Mrs. Pomfrey and make sure that Professor Lockhart is in a safe and easily communicable state when he wakes up." Professor McGonagall nodded seriously and immediately took action. Victor bent down, picked Tom up, and placed him on his shoulder. Tom nuzzled his cheek affectionately, purring contentedly. Outside the window, the night at Hogwarts remained deep, but the crisis in a corner of the castle had quietly been averted. Dumbledore walked to the window, gazing at the vast night outside the castle and the direction of the Forbidden Forest, and murmured to himself, "The pursuit of immortality, sometimes, is not as practical as having a reliable cat." Chapter 97. Victor paused for a moment, then looked back at Lockhart, who was still fast asleep on the office sofa, bound tightly. He turned to Dumbledore, his tone returning to its previous calm. "Headmaster, should we deal with the locked room and the basilisk right now?" Dumbledore did not answer immediately. His gaze first swept over Tom, who was licking his paws on Victor's shoulder and had a look on his face that said, "I just got the right amount of exercise." A barely perceptible consideration flashed in his blue eyes behind his half-moon glasses. Then, he slowly shook his head, his long, silvery white beard swaying gently with the movement. "No, Victor, there's no need to rush tonight." Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet firm. "The basilisk is still asleep, and the link to the diary has been broken, so it won't wake up to pose a threat for the time being. As for the existence of the secret room and the dangers it may contain, I think this is a rare opportunity to train some students." He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the wall, looking towards the Gryffindor Tower. "After Christmas, I will guide Harry and of course Ron and Hermione to confront it. Harry needs this experience, not only to deal with the immediate threat, but also for the responsibilities he will have to bear in the future." Victor frowned slightly upon hearing this. He was not against Dumbledore training Harry, nor was he against eliminating the basilisk. For him and his grandfather Newt Scamander, protecting magical creatures was not without limits. The principle for dealing with any magical animal that poses a deadly threat to humans, especially those that have killed humans, is clear and consistent: harmless disposal. Basilisks, being emotionless creations of dark magic born purely for killing and already having committed murder, deserve absolutely no leniency. He just felt that it was a bit of a waste to use such a rare 1000-year-old serpent monster, a top-level dangerous creature material that was unique in the history of magic, merely as a trial prop for 3 second-year students. Such rare materials should be fully utilized before they are disposed of in a harmless manner, shouldn't they? Seeing Victor's slightly furrowed brows and thoughtful expression, Dumbledore gave a soft "oh," and a look of interest appeared on his face. "Victor, you seem to have other ideas. Are you thinking of studying a live basilisk? That's indeed very rare, but the risks are also. It's not entirely about studying living organisms, Principal." Victor shook his head, interrupting Dumbledore's speculation, as he carefully considered his words. "Studying corpses can also yield a lot of valuable information. My idea is, perhaps we can involve more students in this training." He raised his head, meeting Dumbledore's clear blue eyes that seemed to see into people's hearts, and continued. "The basilisk's most deadly weapon is its vision. If its eyes are removed beforehand or disposed of safely, its threat level will drop dramatically and become manageable. With your and the other professors' close supervision, and with Mrs. Pomfrey on standby at all times, the safety risks can be minimized. This is an extremely rare opportunity for real-world practice, allowing us to face legendary magical creatures and hone our crisis response, teamwork, and combat courage. It could be a valuable experience not only for Harry and his 2 friends, but also for many upperclassmen and even promising lowerclassmen." After Victor finished speaking, he waited quietly for Dumbledore's reaction. The only sounds in the office were the faint crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace and Lockhart's steady breathing on the sofa. Dumbledore did not immediately respond. He slowly walked to the window, his back to everyone, gazing at the deep night outside and the blurry outline of the forbidden forest in the distance, his fingers unconsciously stroking his long beard. After a long while, he turned around, a smile of approval and deep thought on his face. "A bold, but also very interesting proposal, Victor." Dumbledore's gaze swept over Victor, then over Tom, who was listening intently with his ears perked up. Turning a potential crisis into a controlled and educational practical exercise aligns well with Hogwarts' spirit of learning in protection and growing in danger, although it may have been a bit more dangerous than usual. He walked back to his desk, his fingertips touching, striking his classic thinking pose. "I need to discuss this in detail with Minerva, Severus, and the other deans to assess its feasibility and develop a foolproof safety plan." However, a sharp glint flashed in Dumbledore's blue eyes. "Before that, Victor, since you've brought up this idea, perhaps you can be partly responsible for strengthening the students' pre-war preparations." He looked at Victor, his tone becoming more formal. "Over the next few weeks, until the end of the Christmas holidays, I would like you to increase the intensity and practicality of the Battle Royale game as appropriate. You can design some combat scenarios targeting large, dangerous creatures, and strengthen team defense, dodging, and tactical cooperation training targeting fatal weaknesses. The specific degree is up to you." Victor nodded immediately. "I understand, Principal. I will adjust the training plan." "Very good." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Lockhart, who was still unconscious on the sofa, and his eyebrows rose slightly. "So, here's another question. About our memory master, Gilderoy Lockhart. Victor, what are your thoughts on how to deal with him?" Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who had just walked in with Mrs. Pomfrey and happened to hear this, also turned their gazes toward Victor. Snape's dark eyes swept over Lockhart, a hint of undisguised sarcasm playing at the corners of his mouth. Victor walked over to Lockhart and looked down at the face that still retained a certain affected handsomeness even in his sleep. He pondered for a moment, then looked up at Dumbledore. "Headmaster, before deciding how to proceed, I need to confirm 2 things. First, did Lockhart directly cause the deaths of others in the process of acquiring his adventure stories? Second, did his alteration of the victim's memories cause permanent, irreversible mental or magical damage?" Dumbledore seemed to have anticipated the question, and he answered calmly. Based on my intermittent investigations over the years, as well as corroboration from some victims and related individuals, there is no evidence that Lockhart directly caused anyone's death. His pattern is usually this: he learns by chance that someone has actually dealt with a dangerous incident, often a low-profile reclusive wizard, magical creature expert, or local resident, and then uses a skillful forgetting spell to erase that person's memory and claim it as his own achievement. As for the damage, Dumbledore's tone was slightly complicated. I must admit that Gilderoy Lockhart is indeed a rare genius in the field of memory magic. His forgetting spells are precise and thorough, and to my knowledge, they do not cause permanent magical trauma or mental disorder to the victims. The victims only lost the memory of that particular adventure, and their lives were not otherwise affected except for the theft of credit and the occasional confusion about why they had a strange sense of familiarity with certain place names or creatures. Victor nodded, understanding the situation. So, according to the Ministry of Magic's Act on Witchcraft and Gross Misconduct and the Supplemental Act on Memory Alteration and Abuse, Lockhart's actions, if the evidence is conclusive and a lawsuit is brought, would most likely result in a sentence of 8 to 15 years in prison in Azkaban. His sentence might even be shortened if he were willing to actively compensate the victims and cooperate with the Ministry of Magic in trying to help them regain their memories. Moreover, given his mastery of memory magic, the Dementors of Azkaban would probably have a much smaller impact on him than on ordinary prisoners. He paused, then looked at Dumbledore. Therefore, Principal, I personally believe that sending him to Azkaban, while a form of punishment, may not be the best in terms of social benefits or personal rehabilitation. Perhaps we can let him make a more meaningful compensation for his behavior. Oh! Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, showing great interest. Go on, Victor. Lockhart's most outstanding talent is his unparalleled memory magic, Victor clearly stated. In the literary world, this talent is considered deception and vanity, but in another field, it is an invaluable healing power. This St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries, especially the Spell Injury Department and the Long-Term Care Department, has a large number of patients suffering from painful memories. For example, victims who suffer mental breakdowns and memory confusion due to trauma from the Cruciatus Curse or other black magic, or people who suffer from persistent mental anguish and are unable to live normal lives because they have witnessed or experienced extremely horrific events. Victor's voice slowed, but every word carried weight. The Longbottoms are a prime example. If they had a memory magic master of Lockhart's caliber to intervene and treat them, carefully sorting through, shielding, or transforming those painful memory fragments, wouldn't their condition be better than it is now? Even just alleviating a little of the endless fear and confusion would be a great act of kindness. A brief silence fell over the office. Professor McGonagall's face showed emotion, Snape's sarcasm subsided slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in his dark eyes. Mrs. Pomfrey pursed her lips tightly, her gaze lingering on Lockhart, as if conducting a serious assessment. Dumbledore's eyes deepened, and he slowly repeated, St. Mungo's, memory healer. Yes, Victor affirmed. The respect, status, and contributions a master-level memory magic healer can gain in St. Mungo's and the entire magical medical community will be no less, and perhaps even greater and more substantial, than those of a fraudulent best-selling author. This is an opportunity to guide his shameful talent onto the right path. He looked at the unconscious Lockhart, his tone calm and pragmatic. We can talk to him. Make the consequences clear, either the matter is exposed, he is disgraced, spends a considerable amount of time in Azkaban, and is never able to establish himself in the wizarding world again. Either publicly admit the mistake, compensate all known victims, and then, due to a change in personal interest and deep reflection, decide to devote himself to the magical medical profession, receive supervision and guidance at St. Mungo's Hospital, and use his memory magic to treat the victims and atone for his sins. Given Lockhart's character, he is shrewd, vain, and adept at maneuvering, but deep down he is neither extremely evil nor brave. I think that after assessing the situation, he is very likely to choose the latter. This might allow him to make the best use of his talents and make up for the damage he caused, rather than simply being imprisoned. After Victor finished speaking, the office fell silent. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Lockhart, who was lying unconscious on the sofa, and this time, his eyes were completely different. It's no longer about looking at a troublemaker or a fraudster, but rather like examining a complex tool, rusted and worn, but with the potential to be reforged into something useful at its core. Transform repentance into healing, and sin into redemption. Dumbledore murmured to himself, then looked at Victor with a genuinely relaxed, even somewhat relieved, smile on his face. A wise and empathetic solution, Victor. This is far more in line with the spirit of Hogwarts than simple punishment, and it better reflects the restorative power of magic. He turned to Professor McGonagall and Snape. Minerva, Severus, what do you think? Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, adjusted her glasses, and said seriously. While I am reluctant to let such people escape Azkaban's punishment, if it can truly help victims like the Longbottoms, I agree that it is a direction worth considering. We must keep a close watch on it. Snape snorted, but did not directly object. He simply said in a somber tone. The premise is that his head, stuffed with hair gel and vanity, can actually hold a little bit of responsibility and medical skills. Moreover, there must be an unbreakable spell or contract binding him to prevent him from reverting to his old ways or running away halfway. Of course, these details require careful planning. Dumbledore nodded, then looked at Madame Pomfrey, who had been listening quietly. Bobby, in your professional opinion, is this idea medically feasible? Madame Pomfrey stepped forward and used her wand to perform a few simple tests on Lockhart, her brow furrowing and then relaxing. Memory magic does have applications in the treatment of psychological trauma, but someone at his level, if it can be used properly and is guided and supervised by an experienced therapist, theoretically, has a high chance of success. Especially for certain types of memory trauma, precise forgetting or shielding is sometimes more effective and can bring peace of mind to patients than repeated attempts to repair the trauma. The last trace of doubt on Dumbledore's face vanished, and he made his decision. Then, after Lockhart wakes up, I will speak with him personally. Minerva, Severus, we also need you to be there. We will clarify all the options and consequences for him. He looked at Victor. Victor, thank you for your suggestion. This provides a more constructive approach to dealing with a tricky problem. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the office before finally settling on the brightening sky outside the window. A lot has happened tonight, but Hogwarts has weathered another potential crisis. Now, let's settle Professor Lockhart properly, and then, perhaps it's time to think about breakfast. Dumbledore blinked. Of course, before we have breakfast, we need to come up with a plausible explanation for why Professor Lockhart, while heavily bound, ended up in your office, Victor. Tom, who was listening nearby, immediately raised his paw, meowed excitedly, and his big green eyes sparkled, as if to say, this is my specialty. Leave it to me to make up. Victor ruffled Tom's hair, a helpless smile on his face. A new day is about to begin, and the daily routine at Hogwarts always seems to be full of unexpected surprises and minor troubles that require creative solutions. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn were breaking, and the outline of the castle gradually became clear in the brightening light. Inside the office, the fireplace was warm, and several wizards began to discuss in hushed tones. Meanwhile, a cat, whose true purpose was kept hidden, had already jumped onto the windowsill and was leisurely grooming itself, preparing for its second breakfast. Chapter 98. Lockhart regained consciousness amid a chill that was a mixture of stinging, dizziness, and intense unease. Shalmo felt a tightness in his body, as if his body was being tightly bound and he couldn't move, and a dull pain in the back of his neck. That was a memento left by Tom when he saw that the man was about to wake up, and then he struck him precisely with the sword of physics. Then, I heard faint whispers of conversation, as if they were coming from behind a layer of water. So, will he agree? There was no other choice, was there? It was either become a hero or become a prisoner. We gave him the second path, which was merciful enough. I still think sending him to Azkaban would be easier, but if it really helps Frank and Alice. The premise is that he can control his vain mind and actually master the harmless memory manipulation techniques he claims to have. Poppy will oversee the initial treatment, and the Ministry of Magic will also send a specialist. The sound was intermittent, but each word struck Lockhart's chest like a small hammer. He struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, and his vision gradually focused from blurry. An unfamiliar ceiling, the warm glow of a fireplace, several faces gathered around, each with a different expression. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Madame Pomfrey, and Professor Scamander, who always stole his thunder, and the grey-blue cat perched on his shoulder, staring at him with great interest through its big green eyes. Most importantly, he himself was bound like a dumpling by magic ropes in an extremely undignified and uncouth posture, sprawled on an unfamiliar sofa. Lockhart tried to force a reassuring smile, revealing his signature 8 gleaming teeth, but his cheek muscles were stiff, his throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Where am I? What happened? I think I had a nightmare? I dreamt of an evil diary. His gaze darted around, trying to find a friendly way to persuade him with his charm. But Professor McGonagall's eyes were sharp and icy, Snape's lips curled into an undisguised sneer, Madame Pomfrey frowned with a scrutinizing expression, and Dumbledore's expression was frighteningly calm. Victor, on the other hand, simply crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a show and saying, "Please begin your performance." The cat even yawned and stuck out its pink tongue to lick its paws, as if to say, "Keep making things up." "Gilderoy Lockhart," Dumbledore spoke, his voice not loud, but with a strange penetrating power that instantly overwhelmed the confused victim atmosphere Lockhart was trying to create. "I think the nightmare is over. Or rather, the part of the nightmare you helped create should come to an end." Lockhart's chest suddenly twitched, and he chuckled. "Resolved? Headmaster, I don't understand. I was just investigating the secret room, and in order to protect the school, I may have accidentally stumbled upon some kind of dark magic trap." "The Diary of Tom Marvolo Riddle," Dumbledore said calmly, tapping the diary lightly with his wand. Then, the image of a somewhat old black diary appeared before Lockhart, as if silently confirming the existence of the diary. Lockhart's face drained of color instantly, and even his faint calm smile froze and twisted. "It seduces you, amplifies your wildness and vanity, leads you to the entrance of the secret room, and tries to make you a discoverer and a hero under its control, of course." Dumbledore continued speaking, his pace steady, yet his words were like a scalpel, precisely dissecting everything Lockhart was trying to conceal. "But you are not a completely innocent, passive victim, Professor Lockhart. You actively picked it up and became addicted to the more glamorous dream of fame it wove for you. Even tonight, when Professor Victor noticed the anomaly, you tried to use your masterful oblivion charm to attack a colleague in order to cover up your secret." "I didn't. It was the diary that controlled me. I lost my mind." Lockhart screamed at Dumbledore's revelation, his voice rising with fear, his body twisting futilely in the ropes. "Is that so?" Professor McGonagall finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly with disappointment and anger. "So, what about your previous adventures? Breaking with the ghost, wandering with the werewolf, walking with the troll. Were those feats where you erased the true hero's memories with the Oblivion Curse and then claimed them as your own, also controlled?" Lockhart looked as if he were being choked, his mouth was open, but he couldn't make a sound. The undisguised disappointment and contempt in Professor McGonagall's eyes stung and terrified him more than any spell. Snape strolled forward slowly, the hem of his black robe trailing on the ground like bat wings. He looked down at Lockhart on the sofa and said in a smooth, whispering voice. Azkaban, Lockhart. There are no glittering medals, no screaming worshippers, no headlines in the Daily Prophet. Only Dementors, endless cold, and the despair of being slowly drained of all joy, all vanity, all the charm you depend on for survival. Although your memory magic might allow you to adapt a little better than ordinary people, believe me, it will only prolong your suffering. You will feel that emptiness and coldness more clearly, for a year, 2 years, perhaps, 10 years. Snape's description was not exaggerated, but it hit Lockhart's deepest fears with unparalleled precision. His face turned deathly pale, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Victor added at this opportune moment, his tone calm, yet it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. An attack on a Hogwarts professor, caught red-handed. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement will be very interested in this case, especially when the victim is a Scamander. Lockhart looked sharply at Victor, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. He knew the weight of that name, and that it meant it was virtually impossible to escape punishment through public opinion or connections. I was just tempted, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He tried to explain incoherently, his voice growing softer and softer until it was just a faint, almost sobbing whimper. All the pretense and all the performance collapsed completely in the face of irrefutable facts and an overwhelming audience. Dumbledore waited quietly for a few seconds, allowing Lockhart's fear and despair to fully fester. Then he spoke again, his voice regaining its previous gentleness, but the content was completely different. Jadiro, we are not denying you a chance. Punishment is not limited to Azkaban. Atonement can also take more meaningful forms. Lockhart raised his tear-filled face and looked blankly at Dumbledore, as if grasping at a floating straw. Your talent in the realm of memory magic is beyond question, Dumbledore said slowly. If this talent were used for theft and deception, it would be a crime, but if used for healing and comfort, it could be priceless. St. Mungo's Hospital for the Injuries of Magic and Wounds has long treated patients suffering from mental and memory trauma due to dark magic and terrible experiences. The Longbottoms are just the most famous examples. There are many more nameless people struggling with painful memories, unable to find peace. Dumbledore looked into Lockhart's eyes. You can use your memory magic to help them. Shield them from pain, untangle the chaos, and give them a glimmer of peace. This is not just a simple labor service, but becoming a real, respected memory trauma therapist, perhaps the best in the magical world today. A world-class healer, a respected doctor. St. Mungo. These words seeped into Lockhart's mind like a spell. He knows fame and status all too well. A best-selling author may be glamorous, but how can he compare to an authoritative doctor who saves people from suffering and is genuinely appreciated by patients and colleagues? It's a more stable, more noble aura that can better satisfy some deep-seated vanity. The despair in his eyes was gradually replaced by a glimmer of disbelief, a mixture of longing and hesitation. Snape gave a cold snort from the side. Of course, the premise is that you can prove, under the close supervision of Bobby and St. Mungo's healers, that your fancy tricks can actually be used for healing, rather than creating more chaos. Furthermore, all your ill-gotten gains, your royalties, speaking fees must be returned as compensation to the real heroes whose memories you stole. Not a single gnat can be spared. Lockhart's face twitched. Money, he did love money, but compared to the Dementors of Azkaban an utter disgrace. And, Victor added, you need to publicly acknowledge your mistakes, apologize to all known victims, and do everything you can to help them recover their memories. The Ministry of Magic will have a contract waiting for you, ensuring that you cannot leave supervision or return to your old ways until you have completed a sufficient service period and achieved a specific assessment of the treatment's effectiveness. The conditions are harsh, and the road ahead is difficult, but, at least there is still a way to go. A path that might lead to another kind of fame and respectability, a path that doesn't have to rot under the kiss of Dementors. Lockhart slumped on the sofa, his chest heaving violently, his inner self wrestling with conflicting emotions. Fear, the fear of losing everything, greed for another possibility, a lingering sense of shame, all sorts of emotions tore at him. After a long while, as if he had exhausted all his strength, he slumped down, his voice barely audible. I agree. I will make amends, I will go to Saint Mungo, I will, do my best. As soon as he said those words, he felt as if all his bones had been ripped out. But strangely enough, the nerves that had been stretched to the limit relaxed slightly. At least, the worst outcome was temporarily avoided. Dumbledore nodded, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. A wise choice, Gilderoy. I hope you remember today's lesson and choice. Magic can both cause harm and heal. I hope that from now on, your magic will only be used for the latter. He waved his wand and released Lockhart from the binding spell. Lockhart staggered to his feet, rubbing his wrists which were marked with red welts from being strangled, and dared not look up at anyone. Tom jumped off Victor's shoulder, walked gracefully to Lockhart's feet, looked up at him, a sly glint in his large green eyes, and then meowed, as if to say, "Why didn't you behave like this earlier? It would have saved me the trouble of tying you up." Lockhart looked at one of the culprits that was causing the lingering pain in the back of his neck, his lips twitched, but he didn't dare to say anything in the end, and just shrank his neck. Outside the window, the sky was already bright. A new day at Hogwarts begins, accompanied by the resolution of a secret, the averting of a crisis, and the commencement of an uncertain path of redemption for a con man. The official explanation for why Professor Lockhart was found unconscious in Professor Scamander's office in the early morning is: according to Dumbledore and several professors, the story quickly turned into Professor Lockhart accidentally went mad while researching a new method of defense against the dark arts late at night. Fortunately, Professor Scamander, who was on night patrol, discovered and restrained him in time. After treatment by the principal and the school doctor, he is now out of danger. However, the version that requires rest and reflection on teaching safety sounds reasonable and retains some of Lockhart's dignity. As for how the professors and a few students who knew the truth viewed this matter privately, that's another matter entirely. Tom smugly enjoyed the extra portion of smoked fish breakfast that Victor had rewarded him with, his tail swaying contentedly. For it was another fulfilling and successful night. They caught a bad Tom, solved a problem for their owner, and even encouraged a bad guy to turn over a new leaf. He really is the best cat. In the following weeks, Hogwarts seemed to return to its former tranquility. Professor Lockhart was on sick leave, and the defense against the dark arts class was taught in shifts by several professors. Professor McGonagall's practical application of transfiguration, Professor Flitwick's precise spell counters, and Professor Snape's still somewhat eccentric but undeniably useful methods for identifying and protecting against dark magic. Victor also interspersed several lectures on how to deal with large, dangerous magical creatures. The students were initially annoyed by the lack of Lockhart's flashy practical lessons, but they were quickly drawn to the more refined and content-rich course material. In particular, older students have keenly noticed that this year's defense against the dark arts training has become significantly more practical and targeted. The Battle Royale game has quietly been upgraded. On the training grounds at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, large threat units simulated by shape-shifting and magical golems began to appear. The mini Norwegian Spinosaurus can breathe fire, the magic vines are fast-moving, entangled, and poisonous, and the light bat swarm can release blinding flashes. Tom played a crucial role in these training sessions. Sometimes it acts as an enemy raiding unit, appearing out of nowhere in cowboy clothes and using ropes to capture lone students. At other times, it acts as a rescue mentor, pointing out overlooked weaknesses or gaps in collaboration with its claws or tail tip when student teams are stuck in a stalemate. Every now and then, he would play some pranks with the twins and Peeves that made the young wizards grit their teeth. Chapter 99. In November, the chill of winter gradually sets in at Hogwarts. In the castle's corridors and classrooms, the young wizards wrapped themselves tightly in thick wizard robes, their breath quickly dissipating in the cold air. But what struck some astute students as even more unusual than the weather was the quietly increasing pressure in the course. Especially defense against the dark arts, and the weekly duel club training. Today's training has just ended, and there are still charred marks left by the magical flames at the edge of the field. A faint smell of sulfur, a simulated dragon's breath, lingers in the air. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, looking somewhat tired, squeezed together at a table in the far corner of the common room, where the fireplace flames were warmest. Hermione, with a stern face, slammed the heavy book down on the table, startling Ron, who was reaching for the last crucible-shaped cake. "The professors must know something," Hermione whispered, her eyes scanning the noisy crowd in the lounge to make sure no one noticed them. Professor McGonagall recently emphasized the application of rapid hardening and local magnification in her transfiguration class. Professor Flitwick specially trained the precision of obstacles, and Snape, although he never had a good word to say, his explanations of feature recognition about venom, petrification, and the deadly gaze were extremely targeted. She paused, her turquoise eyes filled with seriousness. "Not to mention the duel club, those big guys that Professor Victor created, fire-breathing, entangled, flashing. Although they're just shapeshifters and magical golems, the training focuses entirely on dodging vitals, team cover, finding weaknesses and escaping with a single strike. It's basically preparing for encountering some specific, large, dangerous magical creature." Harry nodded, his hair sticking to his scar with sweat. He brushed it aside, his green eyes filled with thought and a hint of worry. "I think so too. And, don't you guys think Malfoy has been particularly arrogant lately? In potions class, he practically looks down on everyone, and he always says things like Hogwarts needs a real purification or some things should be cleared out." "That's right." Ron swallowed the cake crumbs in his mouth and said indignantly. Yesterday in the hallway, he saw Hermione and deliberately shouted at his two henchmen, "Mudbloods should know their place," which made me so angry I almost pulled out my wand. He definitely knows something, maybe, no, he is definitely the heir. Hermione's cheek twitched slightly upon hearing the word Mudblood, but her eyes hardened. "We can't just go by feeling. But if Malfoy really is, or even just someone who knows the truth, we need evidence, we need him to tell us himself." "But how can we get him to say it?" Harry frowned. "He's not stupid enough to just swagger in and admit, 'I am the heir to Slytherin, and I opened the Chamber of Secrets.'" Hermione pursed her lips, leaned forward slightly, and lowered her voice to almost a whisper, "Perhaps, we need polyjuice potion." "What kind of compound preparation?" Ron looked blank, his blue eyes filled with "What kind of advanced term is this? Compound decoction, Ron?" Hermione glared at him angrily. "It can transform you into another person, completely, from appearance to voice. That way we can impersonate Slytherin, like Crabbe or Goyle, get close to Malfoy, and get information out of him." Harry's eyes lit up, he had made considerable progress in potions class recently and remembered the term. "I remember. Snape mentioned it once when he was explaining the principles of advanced potions. He said it was a very complex and dangerous potion, and the process of brewing it was extremely difficult and required many precious materials." Ron still frowned. "Wait, even if we have this potion, where do we get the recipe? And what about those precious ingredients?" Hermione sighed, seemingly used to Ron's lack of knowledge, but now was not the time to argue. "The formula is recorded in the book Powerful Potions." "A powerful potion?" Ron repeated, then his face fell. "I think I heard Percy mention it." "Is that book the restricted section of the library?" Hermione replied, her tone resolute. The warm atmosphere in the lounge seemed to cool down instantly. The restricted book section was not a place that a second-grade student could freely venture into. There's only one way to borrow a book like Powerful Potion, a title that screams danger: get a professor's autographed note. We have no reason to borrow that book, Ron said dejectedly, his shoulders slumped. It's clearly not something our age should be touching. Mrs. Pants is even more wary than Filch, she would never give us the book without a proper reason, and even if we had a note, we'd probably be interrogated for ages. Harry felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Ask a professor for permission? What should he say? That they were interested in the theory of polyjuice potion? Which professor would believe that? Hermione pursed her lips, her fingers unconsciously tapping the table, a habitual gesture when she was pondering a difficult problem. I think, she began slowly, her eyes gleaming with a defiant light. If we pretend to be interested in this theory, perhaps, there's some hope. For example, we could say we're preparing a very long paper on the history and application ethics of advanced potions, or, research on the intersection of transfiguration and potions. Oh, come on, Hermione, Ron interrupted her rudely, though he tried to keep his voice down. Professors won't fall for that so easily. Professor McGonagall will ask to see your thesis outline and bibliography, and Snape will only mock your wild ideas with even more venomous words. Professor Flitwick might be interested, but he is very cautious. As for Professor Victor, he might trust him, but he will definitely ask a lot of questions that we simply cannot answer. He concluded, unless the professor is extremely stupid. Faced with Ron's questioning, Hermione straightened her back, her brown eyes behind her glasses flashing with a sharp light. Perhaps, she said, deliberately lowering her voice to make sure only the three of them could hear, we don't need to go looking for those smart professors. Harry and Ron looked at her, puzzled. Professor Lockhart. He is rather susceptible to praise, and he seems rather listless lately. I think he needs some academic achievements to solidify his image as a distinguished professor. If we present him with a written borrowing request, offer a few compliments, and say that we need to consult some advanced potion materials to help understand his work, or to annotate his new theory of defense against the dark arts. Ron's eyes widened slowly, like two copper bells. You mean, fool him? Get his autograph. It's strategically acquiring the necessary resources, Hermione corrected, her cheeks flushing slightly but her tone resolute, in order to find out the truth and protect the school. Harry hesitated for a moment, feeling uneasy about deceiving the professor, even Lockhart. But the thought of the monsters that might be lurking in the secret room, and Malfoy's smug face, overcame his unease with an even stronger determination. He nodded, okay, let's give it a try. In the following days, the Gryffindor Quidditch team engaged in a final, intense training session before the tournament. As the first match against Slytherin drew ever closer, Captain Wood seemed to transform into a burning ball, driving his players to rush to the pitch every day after school and practice until the wee hours in the increasingly biting cold wind. Harry felt like he was under a perpetual motion spell, constantly running between classrooms, the library, and the Quidditch pitch. His fingers were so stiff from practicing dodging the flying juggles that he often felt so tired when he returned to the common room at night that he just wanted to collapse in a chair. Meanwhile, Hermione was also incredibly busy. In addition to completing mountains of assignments and searching through the vast amount of literature in the library for any clues about the locked room monster, she also had to find the right opportunity to execute her signature acquisition plan. The opportunity came quickly. One afternoon, after defense against the dark arts class, Hermione deliberately lingered until the very end. After everyone else had left, she took a copy of Lockhart's Wandering with Ghouls and walked toward Lockhart himself, who was fixing his shiny hair and emerald green robes near the teacher's lounge. Professor Lockhart! Hermione called out in her brightest, most adoring voice as she jogged over. Lockhart turned around, and a carefully practiced, bright smile that revealed 8 teeth immediately appeared on his face. Ah, it's Miss Granger. One of my brightest and most studious students. Is there anything I can do for you? Hermione resisted the urge to roll her eyes and held the book in her arms a little higher. Professor, I'm rereading your Walking with Ghouls to try and understand more deeply the tactics and psychological strategies you used when facing those ferocious ghouls. They were just so ingenious. It was textbook perfect on-the-spot reactions. Lockhart's eyes instantly lit up like 2 stars. He straightened his chest and smoothed his golden curly hair. Oh, that. Yes, it does require a little, well, improvisation. You know, true adventurers never stick to the books. Yes, Professor. Hermione nodded vigorously, pressing her advantage. It's precisely because we want to better learn from your practical spirit of not being bound by books that Harry, Ron, and I want to do an extended research project on, the creative combination and application of potions and spells in actual combat. We need to consult some more advanced reference materials, such as powerful potions. She carefully pulled a pre-written note from her school bag. Lockhart took the note and quickly scanned it. When he saw the phrase highly aligned with the professor's advocacy of practical defensive magic and his own name and title, his smile widened, almost blindingly bright. A very ambitious idea, Miss Granger. He praised her loudly, as if Hermione had just come up with a grand plan that would earn her the Order of Merlin. Combining theoretical potion theory with practical defense is precisely the future direction of wizarding education. I'm delighted to see my students have such forward-thinking ideas. Without even glancing at the specific book titles he was borrowing, he casually pulled a gleaming mechanical quill from his peacock feather-decorated pencil case, signed his flamboyant name at the end of the note, and drew a small, smiling sun below it. Here you go, my child. He handed the signed note back to Hermione and patted her on the shoulder. I wish you success in your research. If you need any guidance, please feel free to come to me provided, of course, that my busy schedule allows. Thank you, Professor. You are so generous and visionary. Hermione clutched the precious note tightly, feeling her smile about to freeze. She said goodbye hastily and practically ran out of the corridor. Only after turning a corner and making sure Lockhart was out of sight did she lean against a suit of armor and let out a long, trembling sigh of relief. The rest of the process went surprisingly smoothly. Mrs. Pants scrutinized the note with sharp eyes, and then looked Hermione up and down, as well as Harry and Ron behind her. When her gaze fell upon Lockhart's exaggerated signature and smiling sun, she merely pursed her lips almost imperceptibly, muttered something, but then turned and used a complex set of keys to open the gate to the restricted book section. Powerful Potion is a thick, worn book with a cover bound in some kind of dark red leather that feels cold to the touch, as if it carries the chill of a cellar. As Hermione carefully pulled it from the shelf, the gold-embossed title on the cover shimmered slightly. In the days that followed, Myrtle's washroom became their secret hideout. Hermione meticulously began preparing the materials, referring to the dizzyingly complex recipes and steps in powerful potions. She made a long list, most of which could be bought at the apothecary in Diagon Alley or using ingredients they had collected in potions class. But the most crucial items, especially the African tree snakeskin, presented a challenge for them. This thing was too rare and too expensive, and Snape's private storeroom was heavily guarded, at least most of the time. However, they still found a way, they lured Peeves away. Then, while Snape was chasing away Peeves with a dark expression, he successfully obtained the African tree snake skin. What they didn't know was that as they sneaked into Snape's potions storeroom, Dumbledore was watching them with amusement, along with Snape. In the secret hideout, Hermione tossed the last ingredient, the precious, dull-looking skin of an African tree snake, into the cauldron that was being gently heated over the fireplace. The liquid in the crucible, which had been calm and muddy, suddenly churned, its color changing from grayish-brown to a thick, pearly purple, and bubbles began to slowly burst on the surface. An indescribable smell, a mixture of earth, metal, and some kind of aged herb, filled the air. Hermione let out a long sigh of relief, carefully adjusted the heat with her wand, and showed the first truly relaxed smile she had seen in days. All right, the hardest step is done. Now all you need to do is stir it regularly every day, adjust the heat according to the moon phase, and keep the temperature constant. It should be ready in about a month, around Christmas. Harry and Ron, however, squatted on the dusty bathroom floor with long faces, looking at the cauldron bubbling with strange bubbles, smelling the odd odor, and looking around at the dilapidated surroundings and the leaky faucet. They felt no joy at all. Are we really going to be stuck in a place like this for a month? Ron complained under his breath, pinching his nose. This smell is worse than Snape's socks. It's better than being discovered in the dorm or common room. Hermione said in an unquestionable tone that she had already begun recording the details of the first successful brewing in her notebook. Moreover, this place is secluded enough. Although Myrtle is a bit noisy, she almost never leaves this washroom and doesn't talk to the living. The days that followed were unusually quiet at school. There were no further attacks, no new bloody writing appeared on the walls, and no one or animal was petrified. This calm initially kept the students on their toes, but as time went on, especially under the pressure of busy classes, assignments, and Quidditch training, discussions about the Chamber of Secrets and monsters gradually faded from daily conversation. Another version of the story even began to circulate in the castle. If you ask me, there's no such thing as a 1,000-year-old monster. One morning at breakfast, Michael Corner, a 6th grader from Ravenclaw, spoke loudly in the Great Hall. Think about it, it only attacked a cat? If it were truly a Slytherin monster, shouldn't it have attacked Muggle-born students? That makes sense, a Hufflepuff student chimed in. And Filch's cat, who knows if it's offended someone? Rumors spread like mold in every corner of the castle. By the end of November, a more specific version began to circulate. My cousin's roommate's girlfriend is interning at the Department of Magical Creatures Control at the Ministry of Magic. She said that some advanced petrification potions can achieve similar effects, and even Dumbledore couldn't tell the difference at first. A Slytherin student spoke mysteriously to a group of listeners outside the potions classroom. Really? Someone asked. Absolutely true. And someone saw a dark figure loitering suspiciously on the 3rd floor before the incident, holding a piece of cake. Just think about it, Mrs. Loris loves cream cakes made by house elves. This detail makes the rumor sound exceptionally believable. Within a week, almost the entire school was discussing it. What kind of magic potion could create such a realistic petrification effect? The claim that the antidote requires the mandrake to mature before it can be prepared has ironically become strong evidence for the poison prank theory. Because if it were a real monster attack, how could the antidote be available at such a specific time when the mandrake matures? This is ridiculous! Hermione exclaimed in anger upon hearing yet another version, slamming her book on the library table. It's said to be a prank orchestrated by the Weasley twins as revenge for Filch confiscating their dung balls last time. They completely missed the point. The Chamber of Secrets is real, and the monster is real too. Calm down, Hermione, Harry said in a low voice. Mrs. Pants had already given them a sharp look several times. It's good for them to think that way, at least everyone won't panic. But the truth? We'll find out the truth ourselves, Harry said firmly, glancing at his backpack in the corner, which contained the invisibility cloak. Once the compound decoction is ready, we will be able to learn everything from Malfoy. Ron, however, seemed somewhat worried. Speaking of which, don't you guys think it's been too quiet lately? If there really is a Slytherin heir, why hasn't he taken any action? This question made all three of them fall into deep thought. Indeed, it's too quiet. It's like the person who opened the secret room and released the monster suddenly changed their mind, or encountered some trouble. Hermione bit her lip, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards a certain direction in the castle, towards the tower where the faculty offices were located. Perhaps, Hermione said slowly, the professors have taken some measures in ways we don't know about. What do you mean? Ron asked, puzzled. Hermione shook her head without explaining, though she didn't have evidence for some of her suspicions. Anyway, Harry picked up his bag, his gaze resolute. We'll proceed as planned. Quidditch matches, training, polyjuice potion, one step at a time. If the Chamber of Secrets and the monster really do exist, we'll find out. Chapter 100. The professors neither publicly refuted nor strictly prohibited the increasingly rampant potion prank theory, Weasley twins' revenge theory, and various other bizarre speculations circulating at the school. In a speech to the headmaster, Dumbledore gently reminded the students to maintain their curiosity about the legends of the school, but pay more attention to safety and discipline in reality. Then, the deans of each college were asked to convey a simple request: the class leaders must take responsibility and do a good job in providing positive guidance and promoting safety awareness. When this instruction reached Percy Weasley, it was interpreted as a serious propaganda and education campaign to defend Hogwarts' discipline and rationality. So, at an evening gathering in the Gryffindor common room, Percy stood before the fireplace, back straight, his prefect badge gleaming, and began his speech in his distinctive, slightly bureaucratic, clear voice. He began by talking at length about the importance of rational thinking and not blindly following rumors, then changed the subject and began to list irrational behaviors that have been observed recently that do not conform to the Hogwarts Student Code of Conduct. For example, some students, driven by unfounded fantasies of adventure, frequently linger in places they should never go and that may pose safety hazards. Percy's gaze swept over Ron, who was trying to huddle in the corner, seemingly unintentionally. Especially near the abandoned girls' restroom. He emphasized his words deliberately, as if he were announcing a major disciplinary charge. This behavior is not only extremely indecent, but also demonstrates a profound lack of responsibility for the safety of oneself and others. Imagine if there really were some dark magic traps or unstable ancient magic there. Shut up, Percy! Ron jumped to his feet, his face and ears instantly turning the same color as his hair. He never expected that his own brother would expose his secret operation with Hermione and Harry in public, in such a way that it was almost a direct naming and shaming. Although Percy didn't know the full story, this undoubtedly exposed them to dangerous scrutiny. You shameless schemer! Ron's voice trembled with rage as he pointed at Percy's nose. All you care about is your ridiculous authority as a prefect, and how to impress the professor. I'm your brother. Your own brother. And you're spouting nonsense and slandering me for your little bit of power. You're a complete power-hungry animal. The common room fell silent instantly, all the young wizards staring wide-eyed at this rare infighting between the Weasley brothers. Percy's face also turned red, not from shame, but from anger and the embarrassment of being contradicted in public. He raised his voice, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. I am Ronald Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor. I am responsible for the badge on my chest, for the image and safety of the entire house, understand? You brainless idiot! You went too. I clearly saw you loitering around the third floor that night. Ron retorted without thinking. I was just fulfilling my duties as a prefect, conducting night patrols. Percy's voice shrill with anger. Furthermore, I was in the direction of the boys' restrooms, which is completely different from your suspicious behavior. Given that you openly defied the prefect and disrupted the assembly, a deduction of 10 points from Gryffindor. You. Just as Ron was about to pounce, Harry and Hermione quickly grabbed him from either side. Fred and George whistled loudly in the crowd, it was unclear which side they were cheering for. It was only Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice coming from the portrait hole that finally brought the farce to an end. She harshly criticized Percy for his inappropriate work methods and for accusing his classmates of making guesses in public, and also reprimanded Ron for lacking basic respect for his prefects and older brothers and for acting impulsively. The two brothers turned their faces away angrily, but thankfully they didn't fight again. After this incident, Hogwarts managed to maintain a semblance of harmony and friendship, but the Cold War between the Weasley brothers had dropped below freezing. Rumors continued to circulate in the castle, but the absence of an attack did indeed alleviate much of the panic. This fragile calm lasted until Saturday, the day of the first Quidditch match of the school year. The clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin, these old rivals, was already full of tension. This year, the fire was further fueled. The Slytherin team shamelessly received generous sponsorship from the Malfoys, and the entire team was given the shiny, state-of-the-art Nimbus 2001 brooms. Players from other college teams and Quidditch enthusiasts were eager to see firsthand just how much of an advantage this top-of-the-line broom could provide in actual gameplay. On the day of the competition, the weather was gloomy and cold, with dark clouds hanging low, but this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the audience in the slightest. The stands of all four colleges were packed, flags were waving, and the shouts and cheers almost shook the stadium. Victor didn't join in the fun. He had little interest in this sport of chasing a ball on a broomstick, feeling it was far less thrilling and exciting than the aerial racing and competitions he had witnessed in the Far East, where people rode magically modified flying trees with roaring engines. He simply stood on the tower terrace outside his office, glanced at the stadium from afar, saw the tiny black dots darting swiftly across the grey sky and the shimmering broomstick tails of light, then listlessly withdrew his gaze and went back inside to continue organizing his magical creature notebook. However, that afternoon, a big news story spread throughout the castle and reached his ears. Harry Potter suffered a serious injury during the game, with his arm broken into a comminuted fracture, reportedly shattered into pieces. Even more dramatically, according to eyewitnesses, before Madame Pomfrey arrived, Professor Lockhart, who happened to be in the stands, remained calm and quickly used magic to shield Harry from pain and stabilized his injuries with white dense essence. After Harry was taken to the medical wing, thanks to Madame Pomfrey's superb medical skills and Lockhart's initial treatment, he was basically cured in just a few tens of minutes. This news caused a subtle shift in Lockhart's reputation among young wizards. Although many people still think he is boastful, the evaluation that he is reliable in critical moments and is indeed capable has begun to spread quietly. Oh! Upon hearing this news, Victor paused slightly as he was adding cat food to the feeder. He put down the small shovel and thoughtfully stroked his chin. A comminuted fracture, using magic to block out the pain, Bixian stabilizes, healed in a few tens of minutes. He muttered to himself, shook his head, and a complex emotion appeared on his face. Lockhart may have a lot of problems with his character and personality, but his ability to execute on the spot and his foundation in memory magic are really not to be underestimated. He walked back to the recliner behind his desk, settled comfortably in, and casually scooped Tom, who had jumped up, into his arms, stroking the cat's soft, smooth fur. Tom squinted his big green eyes contentedly, making gurgling sounds in his throat. Victor's gaze was somewhat unfocused, as if he were thinking about something, his fingers unconsciously scratching Tom's chin. During this period, through the continued advancement of the Pokémon Pokédex project, the upgraded operation of the Duel Club, assisting in handling the Ravenclaw Corona Horcrux, and resolving the Tom Riddle diary incident. He did indeed accumulate another 10 consecutive draws. It's time to see what new and interesting things they can bring this time. He silently recited the mantra, his mind gently touching the special interface that only he could perceive. The next moment, as if invisible ripples were spreading in the air, a huge, illusory lottery wheel, divided into countless grids by countless fine lines, quietly appeared in the air in front of him. The spinning wheel shimmered with light, its edges engraved with ancient, barely discernible runes, and the central pointer gleamed faintly, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. Without much hesitation, Victor stopped rubbing Tom's head and silently chanted in his mind, "Draw a prize." Without hesitation, he pulled the illusory lever next to the turntable 10 times in a row. Buzz! The turntable emitted a deep hum and began to spin rapidly, its surface blurring into a dazzling band of colors that dazzled the eye. The 10 chances to win the prize were quickly used up. Immediately afterwards, 10 orbs of light of different sizes and colors flew out one by one from the rapidly spinning turntable, hovering quietly in mid-air, like 10 strange fruits waiting to be opened. Victor extended his finger and skillfully tapped on each one. The first few orbs of light dispersed, revealing the items inside: a packet of magical fish oil biscuits, white, that supposedly enhance the shine of a pet's fur. Several white pet toy balls with cartoon dragon patterns printed on them, and larger internal space than they appear. A small jar of white magic gel that smells refreshingly minty and automatically cleans pets' teeth, along with several other pet supplies with similar functions. They are all practical but not particularly rare little gadgets. Victor was slightly disappointed, but didn't pay much attention. He casually picked up a bag of delicious dried magic insects, chewed a few himself, and then fed some to Tom, who was curiously sticking his head out. The cat sniffed, cautiously licked a small amount, then its eyes lit up, and it tugged at Victor's hand with its paw, indicating that it wanted more. Victor smiled and gave it a few more, while his gaze remained fixed on the remaining orbs of light. The next two items were also white: a large bag of premium mixed flavor pet food and a beautifully crafted plush cat bed with a simple comfort charm. Tom showed interest in the cat bed, jumped off Victor's lap, stomped around inside, and then lay down contentedly. There are only 3 light orbs left. The color seems somewhat different from the previous white, with a faint green and blue sheen. Victor's spirits lifted slightly, and he pointed his finger at the first orb of light emitting a pale green glow. The light faded, revealing a small pouch woven from some kind of supple grass, containing about a dozen seeds of varying sizes and shapes. The seeds range in color from dark brown to light yellow, and some even have unusual patterns on their surface. Information about the item came to mind. A bag of magical seeds. No one knows what will grow after sowing. Perhaps ordinary flowers and grasses, perhaps strange magical plants, or perhaps some unexpected little surprises. It is recommended to sow them in an environment with abundant magic and ample space. A magical seed. Victor picked up the bag of grass leaves, opened it, looked inside, and then brought it closer to smell it. There was only a faint, fresh scent, similar to hay. He tried to draw upon the druidic abilities within him to explore the nature of these seeds. But the feedback was a vague sense of vitality, nothing special, as if they were just a bag of ordinary, but remarkably resilient, unknown plant seeds. Interesting. Victor raised an eyebrow, not readily attempting to plant seeds in the office flower pots. He walked to the wall, opened the briefcase he always carried with him, and went down the ladder into the spacious interior. Arriving at the area that simulated a sunlit grassland, he casually grabbed a handful of seeds from the bag of grass leaves and scattered them evenly on the soft, fertile soil, just like sowing grass seeds. "Grow, and see what you truly are," he said softly, a faint, almost imperceptible natural magic brushing across the land with his will. The seeds lay quietly in the soil, without making any movement for the time being. Victor wasn't in a hurry. He dusted off his hands and returned to his office. Then, he clicked on the second orb of light that glowed with a blue light. The ball of light dissipated, revealing an object he was quite familiar with: a flat electronic device with a bright red casing and a black screen. Pokémon Pokédex, a technological creation from a world where Pokémon and humans coexist. It contains a basic Pokémon database and features Pokémon identification, simple data lookup, and capture time and location recording. A Pokédex? Victor's eyes lit up as he picked it up. He was no stranger to this thing. In fact, the Pokémon Encyclopedia project he led had initially referenced the idea of a portable Pokémon database. He pressed the switch on the side, and the screen lit up, displaying a simple startup interface and operation menu. Although the Pokémon data stored inside doesn't mostly match the magical creatures of his world, its data architecture, recognition logic, and portable design are excellent references. More importantly, with this physical object as a blueprint and some technical support, the development of his Pokédex, which combines magical images, dynamic recording, attribute analysis, and many other functions, will undoubtedly be much smoother and more efficient. "Not bad," this lottery draw finally yielded some substantial results. Victor nodded in satisfaction, carefully placed the red encyclopedia on the desk, and prepared to study it carefully later. Finally, his gaze fell on the last sphere of light, which was also the softest and had a faint golden sheen. Tap lightly with your finger. As the golden light faded, an invitation quietly floated into his hand. The invitation is exquisitely crafted, made of a material that is neither paper nor silk, with a warm and smooth feel. The edges are inlaid with fine gold thread, and the cover is inscribed with the words "Luxury Invitation" in elegant cursive script. When you open it, you find only a blank sheet of parchment of excellent quality. But the relevant information had already entered Victor's mind. Luxury invitation, a magical invitation that automatically appears before the invitee and conveys the inviter's will. No address or postman is needed, simply decide on the invitee in your mind, write down the invitation, and it will transcend space and quietly arrive in the invitee's hands. Note: the invitation itself has no binding force, whether or not to attend is entirely up to the invitee's wishes. Automatically appearing in front of the invitee. Victor flipped through the ornate yet blank invitation with great interest, his smile growing wider and wider until he could barely suppress the upward curve of his lips. This function sounds simple, but in the magical world, this kind of invitation that ignores distance, delivers precisely, and carries a certain sense of mystery and ritual is very rare and useful. It seems, Victor gently stroked the smooth surface of the invitation, glancing at Tom, who was happily munching on a magical insect in his new cat bed, a mischievous glint of anticipation in his eyes. This Christmas, perhaps we can prepare a surprise Christmas gift for Tom. He seemed to have already seen a certain scene, and his mood became increasingly cheerful. Outside the window, dusk deepened, and the castle returned to tranquility. Inside the office, the fireplace crackled as Victor leaned back in his recliner, fiddling with his newly acquired Pokédex and a deluxe invitation, while Tom licked his paws contentedly at his feet. A day at Hogwarts is coming to an end, but some new plans and fun things are quietly brewing. Chapter 101. The approaching Christmas atmosphere, like the sweetest icing in Honeyduke's candy store, seeped into every brick of Hogwarts. Decorative rings made of holly and mistletoe began to appear in the corridor, shimmering with a warm, magical glow. Snowflakes drifted gently down from the ceiling of the auditorium, but they didn't actually wet anyone's hair or robes. Even the armor and portraits seemed to have become more amiable than usual, and occasionally one could hear the armor humming off-key Christmas carols. For most young wizards, this means the most enjoyable time of the year is about to begin, provided they can ignore the dreaded final exams. However, before the Christmas holidays officially began, the professor's mercy seemed to arrive ahead of time. In the Advanced Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall, though still stern-faced and emphasizing that the Wunamagus is not the end of Transfiguration, but the beginning, had noticeably reduced the length of the assigned papers by 1/3. In the Charms class, Professor Flitwick even allowed them to practice some fun little spells, but not necessarily within the scope of the Owl's exams, in the last 10 minutes, such as making a quill pen automatically tap dance. Potions class, well, Potions class is still Potions class. Professor Snape's sharp tongue and gloomy mood haven't diminished in the slightest because of the holiday. However, he seemed to focus more attention on the 7th grade Newt's test takers and spared a little more with his mockery of the younger students. This tolerant atmosphere, like a warm fire, successfully melted away the last bit of tension in the young wizard's nerves. The discussions in the library about locked room monsters were completely replaced by Christmas gift lists and stay-at-school holiday party plans. In the common room, there were more students playing wizard chess, playing explosive cards, or simply gathering together to chatter about the joke shop's new products. However, there are two places where this relaxed breeze absolutely cannot reach. One of them is an abandoned washroom that is bubbling away. The other area is the classrooms and common rest area for 5th and 7th grade students. The common wizarding levels, owls, and the ultimate wizarding levels, Newts, these two towering mountains in a Hogwarts student's life, will not be lowered even an inch by falling snowflakes and joyful hymns. On the contrary, the pressure increases daily as the countdown shrinks. A preparatory class for the Owl's exam of the Fantastic Beasts Conservation course. Today's class is in a regular classroom on the first floor of the castle, with a view of the courtyard covered in a thin layer of snow. Victor stood in front of the podium, his hands resting on the table, his gaze slowly sweeping over the group of 5th grade students below, whose faces still held a trace of holiday anticipation but who had to face reality. Many of them had faint dark circles under their eyes, and their notebooks were filled with dense notes. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen," Victor began, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. "I hope you enjoyed last week's hands-on lesson on how to find water and amazing plants using animal tracks in the wild. Wasn't it fun?" Several students nodded subconsciously, smiles appearing on their faces, but they quickly suppressed them. They knew that Professor Victor's use of such a light-hearted tone at the beginning usually meant that a but was to follow. Sure enough, Victor changed the subject, and the smile on his face became somewhat regretful. However, pleasant times are always short-lived. Let's turn our attention back to a perhaps less pleasant, but absolutely crucial, reality. You only have 6 months left until the ordinary wizard level exam. He paused, watching as many students below the stage unconsciously straightened their backs or quietly swallowed. 6 months, sounds like a long time? Let's calculate the actual effective study time. Subtract the Christmas holidays, Easter holidays, weekends, and the time that various Quidditch matches and club activities may take up. Well, let's be optimistic and say there are still 25 weeks of actual school study time left. He picked up a piece of chalk, turned around, and wrote the number 25 on the blackboard. We have 2 classes a week for the Magical Creatures Protection class. 1 long class, 2 hours, and 1 short class, 1 hour, added for the exam. That's 3 hours of class time per week. The chalk drew a clear formula on the blackboard. 25 weeks multiplied by 3 hours equals 75 hours. He turned around, faced the students, and spread his hands. Look, all told, you only have 75 hours left to study this subject in class. So, what about after class? How much time do you plan to allocate for reviewing, organizing notes, and reading supplementary materials? I'm guessing it'll be hard to exceed twice that number, right? Even if you work incredibly hard, setting aside an hour every day, let me do the math. He pretended to frown and do mental calculations, but in reality, some students in the audience were already quickly doing the same calculations in their minds, their faces gradually turning pale. Even if you can manage to study for 1 hour outside of class every day, 7 days a week, 25 weeks, well, that's only 175 hours. Add that to the 75 hours in class, and that's a total of 250 hours. You have 250 hours to master all the theories, practices, regulations, case studies, and risk management procedures required by the Wild Animals Conservation Law, OWL, exam syllabus. Victor sighed, his expression as if he had seen someone trying to scoop up the Black Lake with a teaspoon. Time is of the essence, children. Very, very urgent. The classroom was completely silent. The only sounds were the rustling of the quill pen tip unconsciously gliding across the parchment and the faint whistling of the cold wind blowing through the window pane. Here we go again. Professor Victor's time algorithm, which he learned from the mysterious East and sounds unbelievable but, upon closer inspection, sends chills down your spine. It felt like there were still many months left, but after he broke it down and calculated it like this, it seemed like there were only a few drops of sand left in the hourglass. An invisible, heavy pressure, like a thick, soaked cloak, hangs over the hearts of every 5th grade student. Several Gryffindors instinctively straightened their backs, the Ravenclaws pushed up their glasses, their eyes becoming more focused, the Hufflepuffs exchanged worried glances, and even a few usually carefree Slytherins frowned. Just then, Tom, who had been dozing at Victor's feet next to the podium, seemed to sense the solemn atmosphere and raised his head at just the right moment. A small, fluffy white cloud, like a cotton candy, popped up on the top of its furry head with a poof. A miniature, chibi-style image of Tom appears in the clouds. With a red ribbon tied around his head bearing the words struggle, he sat at a table piled high with books, biting the end of a quill pen, writing furiously with a bitter and resentful expression. Behind the chibi Tom, a huge, red glowing magic number countdown is rapidly ticking. The numbers are so small that it's hard to see exactly how many there are, but the sense of urgency is palpable. Pfft! Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud first, but quickly suppressed it. This scene is so eerily familiar. It's practically a true reflection of their feelings right now. Looking at the students' faces below the stage, which showed a mixture of anxiety, helplessness, and a strange amusement at Tom's antics, Victor nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's the state. He tapped the blackboard, drawing everyone's attention back. That's more like it. Owls are not child's play, they are related to your future career path, eligibility to take NEWT's courses, and even the threshold for some special professions. Relaxing your guard? Not at all. He then changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat lighter. However, learning should also be balanced with rest, being too tense will only reduce efficiency. So, before we begin today's main content, let's play a little game to relax our brains, and also, test your observation skills and knowledge of magical creatures. He waved his wand, and the blackboard behind him rippled like water, then a clear black shadow pattern appeared. The pattern looks like the silhouette of a zoo, but one part of it is enlarged and abstracted. It was a long, winding shape with what appeared to be a smaller sphere at the top, connected to a larger main body. I'll draw, you guess, Victor smiled. Based on this shadow, guess a magical creature. You have 30 seconds to think, and you can discuss it with each other. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became lively, and the heavy pressure from before was temporarily dispelled by curiosity. The students whispered among themselves, staring at the strange shadow, trying to recall any mythical creatures that might be associated with them. A long neck, and a small head, is it a giraffe? Oh no, Muggle animals don't count, a Hufflepuff student muttered under his breath. Could it be a bird snake? Bird snakes can extend and retract. A Ravenclaw's eyes lit up. A bird snake's neck isn't that thick, is it? And the main part of the shadow is quite wide, like some kind of crouching creature, another Ravenclaw retorted. I know, a Gryffindor boy excitedly raised his hand and shouted after Victor nodded in agreement. It's a horse-shaped water monster. When it transforms into a horse, its neck can stretch very long, and it likes to stay in the water. This wide part resembles the surface of the water or the shadow on the shore. This answer sounded quite reasonable, and several students showed expressions of agreement. Victor smiled and shook his head. The idea is interesting, but it's wrong. When the horse-shaped water monster changes form, the length of its neck doesn't change that dramatically, and the shape of the head in this shadow is not quite right. Wrong guess? The students got even more excited. Several other people tried names like bulletin bird, ball bird, and some even guessed it was Australian protein-eyed fire dragon baby, but all of these were rejected by Victor. 30 seconds passed quickly, and no one guessed correctly. The students' curiosity was piqued to its peak, and they stared eagerly at Victor. Looks like everyone's stumped. Victor's smile held a mischievous glint in it. Well then, let's reveal the answer. He waved his wand again. The shadow patterns on the blackboard spread out like ink, then quickly reformed, refined, and filled with color. A few seconds later, a lifelike animated image appeared on the blackboard. It was Tom. It was on all fours, stretching its neck, trying to reach a plate of smoked fish on a shelf in the distance, emitting an enticing aroma. Its neck was stretched out long, like a highly elastic rubber band, its eyes were wide open, and its tongue was sticking out. That large body is its round body and crouching hind legs, while that small round ball at the top is naturally its cat head that is stretching out desperately. Ha 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 ha! The classroom erupted in laughter. The students, who had been racking their brains trying to come up with all sorts of fantastical creatures, suddenly realized that they had all been tricked by the professor. This isn't some magical creature at all, it's just the professor's quirky cat. Beside the podium, the real Tom was already clutching his stomach with both paws, rolling around at Victor's feet laughing. His big green eyes were full of mischief and smugness, and his throat was making gurgling sounds that were like hiccups and laughter at the same time. All right, joke time is over. Victor clapped his hands after the laughter subsided, and Tom also scrambled to his feet, shook his fur, and resumed his serious squatting posture. Let's relax a bit, now let's get back to the main topic. Victor's tone became serious and infectious. A very important part of the practical exam for owls is to assess the wizard's knowledge of the habits of magical creatures, especially in simulated and challenging wild environments. Therefore, how to communicate with your partners efficiently and safely, leverage each other's strengths, and work together to overcome difficulties is not only a key point in the exam, but also an essential skill to master when you actually work in the washing industry in the future. He bent down and picked up the seemingly ordinary but intriguing briefcase that had been lying at his feet. So, we'll have today's class in a different place. He opened the lid of the box, revealing a deep, dark entrance that seemed to lead to another world. Leave the theoretical knowledge for review after class. Now, let's move on to the practical training ground. Learn how to achieve the best cooperation with your animal companions in a simulated wild adventure environment. Amidst the sudden brightening of the 5th grade students' eyes and low cheers, Victor smiled and pointed his wand at the open box. A gentle yet irresistible suction force came, and the students in the classroom, along with their backpacks and notebooks, were as if drawn into an invisible vortex. Exclamations and excited shouts mingled together, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared at the entrance of the suitcase. Tom was the last to go in. He gracefully leaped into the box and landed accurately, not forgetting to use the tip of his tail to close the lid. With a soft click, the lid of the box closed. The classroom fell silent again, with only the comical image of Tom stretching his long neck to reach for the fish on the blackboard remaining, silently mocking the students' serious guesses, and the increasingly rich Christmas prelude outside the window, carrying the scent of pine needles and blue cookies. In that vast and diverse world of suitcases, a wilderness adventure team training program, combining fun, challenges, and exam-oriented elements, is about to unfold in snowfields, jungles, swamps, or volcanic areas. Chapter 102. The common room was bustling with activity, and the stove was burning brightly. The twins, Frashad and George, were undoubtedly the focus of the evening. They stood on either side of the battle zone in the center of the lounge, which had been tacitly cleared out by everyone, and were commanding their magical animal companions in a fierce battle with great enthusiasm. As some of the first students to receive the Pokédex from Professor Victor and successfully summon their own animal partners, they have already developed a level of understanding and affection with their partners that far surpasses that of ordinary partners. At this moment, this tacit understanding is transforming into a highly entertaining duel. Frashad's companion, Kabora, hovered in mid-air, its blurry form, composed of grey mist, moving nimbly and swaying as if it had no physical form. When faced with an attack, it sometimes disperses like drifting clouds, and sometimes it instantly coalesces. Left dodge, Kabora. Cover with black mist. Frashad shouted, waving his arm. A thick cloud of black smoke immediately erupted from Kabora's misty body, quickly enveloping half of the battle area and obscuring visibility. Occasionally, through the smoke, one could see a few glittering, glass-like beads, seemingly pulled from nowhere, being silently tossed out, tracing eerie arcs. Hey! Frashad, you've been secretly hiding the raw materials for dung balls again. George shouted from across the way, his eyes fixed on the smoke. All's fair in love and war, my dear brother. Frozhard grinned. Doesn't your sniff always sneak my socks too? George's companion, the niffler named Golden Galleon, is displaying astonishing agility at this moment. Its body was agile, darting left and right, skillfully avoiding the unidentified objects flying out of the black mist. Meanwhile, its tiny paws were frantically rummaging through a small pocket on its belly that seemed to connect to another dimension. Counterattack, Galleon! With the surprise package! At George's command, Galleon's little paws dug even more excitedly. Small daggers, prank-tickling feathers, rubber spiders that suddenly expand, many screaming tops, and even a few suspicious-looking balls that resembled expired bubble gum, all sorts of props came crashing down on the black mist like a flood. Although these props are not particularly lethal, their sheer number and the way they are positioned are astounding. They also include some small gadgets that make strange noises and flash suddenly, making them excellent at creating interference. Kabora in the black mist was not to be outdone. The mist churned, sometimes condensing into a shield to deflect flying debris, and sometimes dispersing into wisps, popping out a few smoke bombs from unexpected angles, causing the young wizards watching to laugh and cover their noses. That was amazing. Kabora's mist-like dodge was so cool. Is the pocket of the galleons connected to the warehouse of the joke shop? It's inexhaustible. The lounge was filled with excited cheers, exclamations, and laughter. The twins' duel not only showcased their superb teamwork with their animal partners, but also perfectly combined Gryffindor's unique adventurous spirit and mischievous talent, resembling a unique magical circus. Just as the atmosphere reached its climax, a noise came from the entrance of the portrait cave. Percy Weasley, with a stern face and meticulously adjusting his cuffs, crawled in through the hole. Having completed his night patrol mission as class monitor, he found himself with a reddish-brown, glossy cat named Ella perched on his shoulder. Ella bore a striking resemblance to her master, both standing tall with their backs straight and heads held high. Ember's sharp eyes swept across the noisy lounge with a reserved, scrutinizing air. When Percy came in, Ron, who had been huddled in the corner armchair, barely watching the twins' match, immediately turned his head away as if he had been burned, his back to his brother, demonstrating the unbreakable Cold War barrier between them. Hermione, sitting next to Ron, looked at the brothers with concern and whispered to Ron, "Ron, haven't you two made up yet? It's been several days. Unless he apologizes to me first and admits in front of everyone that he was talking nonsense and abusing his power that night." Ron stiffened his neck and spoke in a muffled voice, but enough for Percy, who was not far away, to faintly hear, "Otherwise, forget it." Harry sat on the other side and sighed helplessly. He understood Ron's grievances, but being caught between his brothers made it difficult for him to offer too much advice. Moreover, to some extent, Ron was taking the blame for the three of them, which made him feel a little guilty. "Hey! Percy!" A senior Gryffindor boy noticed Ella standing proudly on Percy's shoulder and called out loudly. "I heard that this afternoon in Professor Victor's advanced practical training class, you single-handedly snatched 10 points from the Slytherin group and escaped unscathed." This topic immediately attracted a lot of attention, and even the twins' battle slowed down temporarily. Kabora and King Galleon also curiously floated to their master's side and looked at Percy. Percy straightened his posture with a dignified air, letting the gleaming prefecture badge on his chest reflect a dazzling light in the firelight. Ella, perched on his shoulder, seemed to sense her master's pride, and proudly raised her head, puffing out her fluffy little body, letting out a soft, boastful meow. "Yes," Percy replied in a deliberately calm tone, but with a slight upward inflection at the end. "Professor Victor tried a new team-based teaching model today, simulating a battle for a magic beacon within a limited resource area. I must admit, Professor Scamander is indeed very clever when it comes to teaching innovation. You also fought off a provocation from a fifth-year Slytherin and protected the beacon," another girl added, her eyes filled with admiration. Percy's lips curled upwards involuntarily, and he raised his hand, casually scratching Ella's chin. Ella immediately squinted her eyes comfortably, purred loudly, and wagged her tail tip happily. That is mainly due to the excellent teamwork between Ella and me. Percy said it modestly, but anyone could hear the smugness in his voice. Ella is excellent at disrupting and feinting, which created opportunities for me. Wow! Percy truly lives up to his reputation as a top student with 12 OWLS certificates. Ella is amazing too. A chorus of exclamations rippled through the lounge. Percy's academic achievements and status as prefect already earned him the respect of some students. His performance in Professor Victor's courses, known for their high difficulty and practicality, has further solidified his image as a top student. Humph! Ron, in the corner, let out a clear, disdainful snort. The volume wasn't loud, but it sounded particularly jarring during the brief pause in his praise. He deliberately didn't turn his head, but everyone knew who the voice was directed at. Percy's smile froze for a moment, his gaze behind his glasses sharply sweeping towards the back of Ron's head, his lips pressed into a straight line. Ella seemed to sense the change in her master's mood. She stopped snoring, pricked up her ears warily, and looked in Ron's direction. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Harry quickly nudged Hermione and gestured with his eyes. Hermione understood, immediately raised her voice, turned to Harry, and asked in a serious tone that was just loud enough for those around them to hear. By the way, Harry, didn't you ask me to ask Professor Victor about, the characteristics of certain dangerous creatures? Any progress? She cleverly omitted the sensitive word basilisk. Harry immediately chimed in, feigning a troubled expression, oh, that. Hermione, did you go ask her later? I haven't had a chance these past few days. Hermione shook her head, taking the opportunity to steer the conversation away from the Weasley brothers' Cold War, which also attracted the attention of other students who were still interested in the locked room monster topic. No, Professor Victor seems to be particularly busy lately, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. She pushed up her glasses, her tone somewhat helpless. We don't take the magical creatures protection class, and Professor Flitwick has been giving practical training at the Duel Club these past few weeks. Professor McGonagall seems to be assisting him with some research on ancient runes as well. We haven't seen Professor Victor anywhere. Upon hearing Hermione's answer, Harry and Ron also mimicked expressions of helplessness and disappointment, scratching their heads in response. Although Ron was still awkwardly turned to the side, his ears were clearly perked up. Yes, Harry sighed, I always felt that if I asked Professor Victor, I might get some more intuitive clues. Their conversation clearly diverted some of their attention. Some students began to whisper among themselves about what Professor Victor had been up to lately, wondering if he was preparing some new course or research on magical creatures. Percy seemed to have temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction with Ron, reverting to his serious demeanor as a prefect, and led Ella toward the boys' dormitory stairs, preparing to go back and organize his patrol records. As he passed Ron, he paused almost imperceptibly, and Ella on his shoulder breathed softly in Ron's direction, her fur bristling. Ron's back was visibly tense, but he stubbornly resisted turning around. On the twins' side, Frashad and George exchanged a glance. Frashad subtly gestured to Kabora, whose misty body swayed slightly, and a faint, almost invisible wisp of grey mist drifted toward Percy's feet, quickly tying a comical bow on his shoelaces. George patted King Gallion on the head and whispered, "Well done, buddy. How about we borrow some cream pudding from the kitchen for tonight's treat?" The little eyes of the golden dragon immediately lit up like those of the real golden dragon, and it nodded frantically, patting the little pocket on its belly as if it were ready. The firelight danced on the three men's faces, elongating their shadows and casting them onto the scratched and graffiti-covered wall behind them. It was confirmed that most people's attention was drawn to the twins' renewed and more exaggerated battle, and that Percy's figure had completely disappeared around the corner of the stairs leading to the boys' dormitory. Harry, Ron, and Hermione then huddled together again, forming a tight, guarded little circle to prevent eavesdropping. Ron glanced quickly at the noisy crowd around him, making sure no one was paying attention to their corner, before lowering his voice and almost whispering as he asked. Hermione, how's that thing in the bathroom? He dared not utter the term compound decoction directly, even in the relatively safe public lounge. Hermione also cautiously scanned the area, leaning forward slightly to make sure only Harry and Ron could hear her. Her voice was low, but it carried an irrepressible excitement that came with the plan progressing smoothly. Progress is going very smoothly. Harry and I have taken turns overseeing it, strictly following the steps in Potions of Power, and there hasn't been a single mistake. Most importantly, Snape, well, the materials for Tears of the Soul are of unexpectedly good quality. The African tree snakeskin has a very high level of magical activity. She paused, her eyes gleaming with calculation and anticipation. Judging from the current progress of the decoction and the state of the liquid, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be completed around the Christmas holiday. Ideally, it would be in the days leading up to the holiday. That's awesome! Ron couldn't help but cheer in a breathy voice, lightly punching his knee with his fist, his face beaming. Harry also felt a sense of relief, as if the heavy burden that had been hanging over him had been lightened a little. With the compound decoction, they had the key to unlock Malfoy's tight-lipped mouth. The problem now is, Harry continued, his green eyes shining brightly in the firelight. Who should we become? Our target must be someone close to Malfoy, someone he can lower his guard and who is willing to reveal secrets to. Crabbe and Goyle, Ron answered without hesitation, as if he had rehearsed the question in his mind countless times. Those two big oafs are Malfoy's most loyal henchmen, following him around like shadows all day long. Malfoy is almost completely unguarded in front of them, and their minds, well, they're relatively simple, so it's easier for us to imitate them and we won't easily be exposed. Hermione frowned, rationally analyzing the risks. Crabbe and Goyle are indeed the best choices, in terms of status and relationship. However, we have 3 people and they only have 2. This means that one of them must not be involved in direct questioning, or, we need to find a third Slytherin student, preferably from the Malfoy inner circle, but not so prominent. Harry pondered, Pansy Parkinson? She's Malfoy's friend, a girl, none of us can change. No, Parkinson is too harsh, and he's very attentive to Malfoy's movements. It would be difficult for us to imitate him, and we'd be easily exposed, Hermione immediately objected. Or, Theodore Nott? He seems to have occasional contact with Malfoy, but they're not particularly close, and he's rather aloof. Nott is too smart, and we know too little about him, Ron shook his head. If you ask me, it's Crabbe and Goyle. 2 of us can go and get information out of them, and the other one can be in charge of, keeping watch? Or we can try to lure the real Crabbe and Goyle away and make sure they don't suddenly show up while we're on our way, or we'll be completely finished. This practical problem caused all 3 of them to fall silent for a moment. How can we ensure that, during the hours-long effects of the drug, the real Crabbe and Goyle don't happen to come looking for Malfoy, or appear anywhere they might run into the imposters? This requires meticulous planning and a bit of luck. We can choose a time when they are most likely to separate, Harry said slowly. For example, Quidditch practice. If the Slytherin team has practice, Malfoy will definitely be there, but Crabbe and Goyle aren't players, so they might be in the library. Well, that's unlikely. Or they might just be idling in the common room. We need to figure out their routines. There are also the ingredients needed for the compound decoction, Hermione reminded her, her voice even lower. We not only need a little something from them, like hair or nail clippings, but we also need to make sure it's theirs and that they don't notice. This is probably more dangerous than trying to get information out of them. Ron's face paled, clearly thinking of some unpleasant possibility. Pulling hairs from their heads? Or stealing drinks from their cups when they're not looking. Merlin's beard, that sounds worse than dealing with spiders. It's better than facing the basilisk head-on. Harry smiled wryly, trying to lighten the mood. Besides, it's the best we can think of right now. We need to come up with a complete plan. Hermione took out her notebook and quill pen, which she always carried with her to record various matters, but after looking around, she put them away. I can't write this here. Tomorrow, I'll find an absolutely safe place and list out every step, the time, place, and method for obtaining the materials, the specific date and time for brewing the medicine, the duration of its effects, the specific location and strategy for extracting information, how to deal with emergencies, and how to safely evacuate afterwards. Her clear and logical words were like a reassurance, calming Harry and Ron's anxious mood somewhat. With Hermione around, at least the plan won't be riddled with flaws. Okay. Harry nodded, his gaze resolute. Let's do as Hermione said, and plan in detail tomorrow. For now, let's enjoy ourselves. He pointed to the center of the lounge, where Fauchad was directing Cabora to temporarily trap George's galleon with an exaggerated fog tornado, while George was yelling for Galleon to pull a secret weapon out of his pocket to get out of the predicament, which drew laughter from the onlookers. A rare moment of relaxation, perhaps. We must remain normal until the compound decoction is ready and avoid arousing any suspicion. Ron muttered, I'd like to relax, but the thought of breathing the same air as Percy's face makes it hard to relax, but he turned his attention back to the bustling battle zone. Hermione sighed softly, her gaze sweeping over the laughing crowd before drifting involuntarily towards the deep night outside the window. The ancient stones of the castle gleamed with a cool luster under the moonlight, and the winding corridors, hidden corners, and the legendary secret chambers buried deep underground remained concealed beneath the calm surface. But at least now they have a clear path, a plan that can be put into action. This is much better than the previous aimless speculation and worry. The fire continued to crackle, warming the Gryffindor tower. Meanwhile, in the abandoned girls' restroom on the other side of the castle, a pot of violet potion, gleaming with a pearly luster, was quietly maturing in a corner unknown to anyone, as the bubbles slowly burst. Beside the potion, a figure draped in a black cloak was watching the potion bubbling in the cauldron. Chapter 103. On a weekend in mid-December, Hogwarts was completely captivated by the gentle magic of Christmas. The castle's stone walls were covered with colorful ribbons woven from holly and mistletoe, shimmering with gold and silver light. In the corridor, the students secretly dressed the armor that used to look rather serious in red and green with wool hats or hung little bells that would giggle and make a crisp sound whenever someone passed by. The air was filled with a warm, sweet aroma of roasted gingerbread, hot chocolate, and burning pine, as if even the breath exhaled carried the scent of the holiday. All the pressure of classes, assignments, and exams seemed to be temporarily pushed aside by this overwhelming festive atmosphere. Both the professors and the young wizards wore expressions of ease and anticipation as they discussed holiday plans, gift lists, or the upcoming Christmas dinner in the Great Hall. Tom, as usual, stretched lazily in his luxurious cat bed in the corner of Victor's office and woke up comfortably. The cat's bed was lined with a thick velvet mat that had been enchanted with a temperature-regulating spell, and a few magical toy balls that Victor had won in a lottery were scattered in the corner. He yawned, revealing pink gums and sharp little teeth, then walked with elegant and languid steps toward the fireplace. The fire had burned down to just dark red embers. Tom skillfully poked at the pile of firewood beside him with his paw, picked up a few dry pine logs, and threw them precisely into the firebox. It then playfully flicked the ignition switch above the fireplace with the tip of its tail. With a soft poof, the orange-red flames leaped joyfully again, dispelling the lingering chill of the morning. Having done all this, Tom strolled to the window, placed his front paws on the cold windowsill, and pushed off with his hind legs. Splash! He suddenly pulled open the heavy velvet curtains. The next moment, a pure, dazzling white world crashed into his emerald green cat eyes without reservation. Last night, a heavy snowfall quietly arrived, gently enveloping the entire Hogwarts Castle, Black Lake, and Forbidden Forest in a thick, fluffy down blanket. The distant mountain outlines softened, the nearby towers and courtyards were draped in silver, and every branch was covered in glistening icing, shimmering with diamond-like sparkles in the soft morning sunlight. Meow! Tom's drowsiness vanished instantly, his bright green eyes widened, and his tail stood tall, its tip trembling with excitement. A small, cotton candy-like white cloud suddenly appeared above his head, and a series of dynamic images flashed by quickly within the cloud. Several round, chubby snowmen wearing crooked wizard hats, looking adorably ugly. Snowballs of all sizes flew through the air, tracing chaotic yet joyful paths. A cartoonish Tom, wearing goggles, leaps down a snow-covered slope on a makeshift wooden plank, kicking up a cloud of snowflakes, his face contorted in an exaggerated, ear-to-ear grin. It seems our explorers are already impatient. A chuckled voice came from behind. Victor had just stepped out of the bathroom, still carrying the refreshing steam and a faint scent of mint. He also saw the snow scene outside the window, and the flawless whiteness reflected in his grey-blue eyes instantly lifted his spirits. When he saw the carefree scene in the little cloud above Tom's head, his smile deepened. "Go out and have some fun," Victor announced, his tone as casual as if he were simply saying how nice the weather was today. He waved his wand with a graceful and fluid motion. A heavy, furry, dark brown bearskin coat with a Far Eastern flair flew out of the closet and automatically draped over his shoulders, the glossy bear fur around the collar accentuating his defined features. Then, a bearskin hat of the same style but much smaller, and a wool scarf woven with snowflake patterns flew toward Tom. Tom obediently lowered his head, allowing the hat to sit securely on his furry head, while the scarf deftly wrapped around his neck and tied a playful knot in front of his chest, keeping him warm without hindering his movements. Waterproof, moisture-proof, and warm as spring. Victor chanted another spell, tapping the tip of his wand on himself and Tom respectively. A faint light, barely perceptible to the naked eye, flashed by, as if shrouding the two of them in an invisible, warm, and dry barrier. When they came down the stairs and into the auditorium, a steaming breakfast was already laid out on the long table. Several professors, including Professor McGonagall, who was sipping black tea and reading the Daily Prophet, and Professor Flitwick, whose head was nodding and who seemed not to be fully awake yet, had already taken their seats in the faculty section. Victor, with Tom by his side, greeted them with a smile. Tom even jumped onto the long table, and without any hesitation, scooped a bowl of fragrant creamy mushroom soup from the silver plate and drank it down in big gulps with a satisfied gurgling sound. Victor also enjoyed a delicious breakfast. The hot soup dispelled the last trace of chill. After finishing his meal, Tom eagerly nudged Victor's hand with his head. Then, with a whoosh, she jumped off the long table, grabbed Victor's robe, and ran towards the castle gate. His impatient manner made several professors on the faculty panel unable to help but chuckle. "Have fun, Victor, and Tom too." Professor McGonagall gave a rare, gentle smile. "Be careful, don't let the children play too wildly." Professor Flitwick exclaimed, but his eyes gleamed with the same anticipation. He was probably already thinking about whether he should cast a warming spell on himself and go watch the game. As soon as you step out of the castle's heavy oak gates, a crisp and fresh chill hits you, carrying the pure scent of snow. The scene before me was even more breathtaking and vibrant than what I could see from the window. The lawn, covered with thick snow, has been transformed into a joyful snow playground. Everywhere you look, there are snowmen. Some snowmen are exquisite and beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure, two sparkling obsidian eyes on their round heads, carrot noses, branch arms, and brightly colored scarves. They are clearly the result of careful crafting using transformation magic. Some are adorably clumsy, made entirely of snowballs of various sizes, with heads that are bigger than their bodies, or arms that are of different lengths, full of the naive charm of handmade crafts. Several young wizards were working together with their animal friends to roll a snowball. A tree-guarding bower struggled to push a snowball 10 times its own size with its tiny arms, squeaking from exhaustion. A fluffy little cat simply curled itself into a ball and rolled around on the snow, leaving trails behind it, which made its little owner giggle. What's most eye-catching is the training ground not far away, which has been transformed into a battle royale forest. At this moment, it has become the ultimate battlefield for the snowball fight. Because of this sudden heavy snowfall, the rules of today's battle royale have been adjusted: a snowball attack and defense battle. The young wizards, organized by academy or in small groups, lead their animal companions as they navigate, hide, and fight back among trees and shelters covered in icicles and snow. The wands were waved and the spells flashed, but the main force of the attack was no longer light or mimicry creatures, but snowballs of all sizes flying everywhere. Flocks of birds, a Gryffindor girl screamed, pointing her wand at the ground. A large clump of snow was grabbed by an invisible force and instantly shaped into more than a dozen fist-sized snowballs, which roared towards the Slytherin squad that peeked out from behind the opposite tree. "Protect yourself!" Captain Slytherin shouted, but there were too many snowballs, and a few still managed to penetrate the barrier, exploding into white flowers on him and his companions. "Haha! Got it! Bird snake, spray water and add more ingredients," another Ravenclaw student shouted. His companion, a small bird snake, immediately flew into the air and sprayed thin jets of water at the snowballs that had just been made. The snowball, soaked in water, immediately became hard and heavy. After being accelerated by its owner's levitation charm, it hurtled towards Hufflepuff's position like a cannonball, causing a burst of exclamations and laughter. "Maggie, help me hide more ammunition," a Hufflepuff student said to his partner. The Niffler excitedly burrowed into the snowdrift and soon dragged out several old snowballs that had been left behind in the previous battle and were frozen solid, with considerable power. Kabora transformed into a hazy mist in the air, carrying with it a large amount of snowflakes and forming a small blizzard that interfered with the opponent's vision and throwing accuracy. The King Gallon, with its magical pocket, continuously produces perfectly round snowballs to supply the twins with firepower. Laughter, screams, the dull thud of snowballs hitting their targets, and all sorts of strange incantations mingled together, creating a lively yet strangely harmonious and joyful scene. Meow woof! Seeing this, how could Tom possibly hold back? He let out a long, drawn-out cheer full of fighting spirit, and with a powerful push of his hind legs, he charged straight into the battlefield where snowballs flew and magic shimmered, like a black and white lightning bolt. He didn't even look for cover, just stood there casually in an open space, waving his claws at the same time, moving so fast that he left after images. Centered on him, a small snow tornado seemed to instantly erupt. The snow at our feet and all around us was wildly swirled and shaped by an invisible force, turning into hundreds and thousands of snowballs of varying sizes, which shot out indiscriminately in all directions like an enraged swarm of bees. Puff 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 puff. The snowballs hit tree trunks, snowdrifts, and hastily erected magical barriers, and also precisely took care of several young wizards and their animal companions who were secretly making snowballs or peeking out from behind cover. Wow! Who? It's teaching assistant Tom. How did it get in? In an instant, Tom became the most dazzling guy on the battlefield, and also the most conspicuous target. His arrogant entrance and all-encompassing attack successfully attracted the hatred of almost everyone. Brothers/sisters. Focus fire on Boss Tom! Someone shouted first, and the next moment, as if a tacit understanding had been reached, the brief academy confrontation on the battlefield was suspended. Whether it was Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff, almost all the young wizards and their animal companions who participated in the battle turned their guns against each other. Snowball barrage! For the ear that got hit. Teach this professor-level troublemaker a lesson. Snowballs of all sizes and shapes, some even imbued with speed-up charms, tracking charms, and freezing charms, rained down from every corner and direction of the forest, raining down on the smug cat in the center of the arena, wearing a bearskin hat and a small scarf. Tom clearly hadn't expected to receive such a grand welcome from everyone. He paused for a moment, then tried to create a snowstorm again to defend and counterattack. But the snowball of public opinion was simply too dense and too overwhelming. Crackle. Thump. Bang. In just a few seconds, Tom's spot was completely buried by countless snowballs, forming a small snowdrift that was about half a person's height. The snowballs kept falling, reinforcing Tom's grave. The world is quiet now. The snowdrift stood there quietly, with the corner of the hat and scarf sticking out, looking somewhat comical. A few seconds later, a crack appeared on the top of the snowdrift. A cat's paw, covered in ice crystals and trembling slightly, reached out and scratched at something. Then, the entire snowdrift collapsed with a whoosh, revealing Tom, who was frozen solid inside. His entire body was covered in a layer of white frost, with small icicles hanging from his beard and eyebrows. His originally fluffy and soft hair was soaked and frozen by the snow water, clinging to his body in clumps, making him look at least 2 sizes smaller. The funniest thing was his bearskin hat, which was tilted because of the snowballs hitting it, and was now on his head at an extremely comical angle, with the brim covering one eye. Achoo! Tom suddenly sneezed loudly, causing the ice crystals on his body to fall off in a flurry. He shuddered, as if a rusty machine had been restarted. He stiffly and shakily raised his 2 front paws to his mouth, rubbing them together desperately, trying to draw a little bit of meager warmth. His big green eyes were filled with confusion and grievance, his mouth was pursed, and his beard twitched. Pft ha 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 ha! Teaching assistant Tom has turned into an ice pop cat. Look at its hat. His expression is so pitiful, but so funny. Instantly, the entire Battle Royale forest erupted in deafening laughter. The young wizards who had just been fighting each other were now laughing so hard they were doubled over, tears streaming down their faces. Their animal companions also made all sorts of strange, laughing noises. Kabora twisted into a pretzel in the air, while King Aaron rolled around on the snow clutching his stomach. Even the professors watching from the castle porch or from behind high windows couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, the laughter seemed to have triggered Tom's feline, never-give-up spirit. The grievance and confusion quickly faded from its eyes, replaced by a burning fighting spirit that was ignited, a mixture of cunning and "you've messed with the wrong cat." It shook its head, straightened its askew hat, and then shook its body, causing more ice crystals and snow to fall. Chapter 104. Instead of launching an attack immediately, it slowly and even gracefully began to roll snowballs with its paws on the snow at its feet. It started as just an inconspicuous little snowball. But Tom was making snowballs incredibly fast, and the snowballs swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 centimeters, 30 centimeters, half a meter. When the snowball reached half a person's height, Tom stopped kneading it with his hands and started pushing it with his whole body. He was on all fours, his head and shoulders resting on the huge snowball, and his hind legs pushing off the ground. Gurgle. The heavy snowball began to roll slowly forward, grinding across the snow with a dull thud. As it rolls, new snow keeps sticking to the surface of the snowball, causing it to expand wildly like an inflating balloon. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. When the snowball rolled to the edge of the battlefield, it had become a huge object with a diameter of more than 4 meters, like a small mountain. The surface of the snowball, due to repeated compaction and freezing, has a solid, cold glowing white color. When it rolls, it makes a dull rumbling sound, and the ground trembles slightly. All the young wizards were stunned. Their laughter stopped abruptly. They stared wide-eyed at the enormous snowball that blotted out the sky, and behind it, a tiny black and white figure that seemed to be pushing the mountain forward. Tom seemed to be pushing with some difficulty, but his bright green eyes gleamed with excitement and the light of a mischievous triumph. It adjusted its direction, pushed the supersized snowball, and began to crush the little wizards who had just been laughing at it at a slow but oppressive speed along the edge of the Battle Royale forest. "Boss, what is the boss going to do? Run! A snowball is coming!" Exclamations erupted from all sides. The young wizards finally realized what was happening and scattered in screams. But they soon discovered that Tom's snowball pushing route was very tricky, as if he had accurately predicted their escape route. The enormous snowball moved slowly forward with an overwhelming force, forcing them to converge towards the center of the forest. Obstacles are numerous. Torn apart. Students tried to stop the snowball with magic, but ordinary obstacle spells were of little effect in the face of its size and mass. The Split 5 curse only managed to create a few small craters on the surface of the snowball, making it even more uneven and threatening. Tom, while pushing, also let out a smug, drawn-out meow sound, as if to say, "Who was laughing so happily just now?" Finally, under Tom's intentional or unintentional urging, most of the young wizards and their animal companions who participated in the snowball fight were forced to a relatively open clearing in the center of the forest, with their backs against the thickest and oldest oak tree known as the heart of the forest. The oak tree was now covered in snow, its branches drooping low, like a silent white giant. The enormous snowball Tom was pushing had rolled to the edge of the open space, its size now even larger than before, resembling a moving white wall that blocked most of the way. The young wizards huddled together, watching the snowball get closer and closer, their faces showing a mix of nervousness, amusement, and bewilderment. Their animal companions crowded around their feet, some cowering in fear, others watching with curiosity. Just then, Tom seemed to get carried away with pushing, or perhaps the snowball was too big and blocked his view. It didn't slow down or turn, it just pushed the small white hill forward with unstoppable momentum, crashing straight into the crowd and the huge oak tree behind them. "He can't stop. Get out of the way. Run to either side." The crowd stirred again, desperately lunging or rolling to either side. Kabora transformed into mist, carrying away several young wizards, while Galleon dragged its little master into a snowdrift. The next second. Boom! A deafening roar, so deep it seemed to shake the very earth. The enormous snowball, solid and unadorned, crashed head-on into the ancient oak tree that required several people to encircle. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the enormous kinetic energy and pressure accumulated inside the snowball found an outlet. Bang! The super snowball exploded like a white bomb that had been detonated. It wasn't a slow collapse, but a violent, explosive disintegration. Tons of compacted and frozen snow, snow powder, and ice crystals were violently sprayed, splashed, and splattered in all directions in a radial pattern. It was like a pure ice and snow firework exploding in the middle of a forest. The immense impact even caused the ancient oak tree to shake violently, and the thick snow piled up on its crown poured down with a whoosh, forming a second wave of snowfall. Those little wizards and their animal companions who were crammed in the middle of the open space, who had just pounced to the sides and hadn't had a chance to completely hide from the man, were the first to be hit. Exclamations, laughter, and screams were drowned out by the roar of the snow waves. Everyone was swallowed up, swept away, tossed up and down by this giant white wave. As the swirling snowflakes gradually subsided and visibility returned, the scene before them stunned all the survivors. Then he burst into even louder and more unrestrained laughter than before. The open space that had been there, along with a large area around it, was now completely covered by the exploding snowballs and the snow that had fallen from the trees, turning it into a thick, flat snowfield that was more than half a meter deep. On the surface of this brand new snowfield, dozens of snow radishes have grown like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The little wizards and their animal companions, who had been submerged by the snow waves, now had only their heads sticking out of the snow. Their bodies, arms, legs, and feet were all buried deep in the soft yet firm snow, unable to move. With snowflakes on their heads, their expressions blank, comical, or barely suppressed laughter, they stood neatly arranged on the snowfield. To the men, they looked like a strange crop that had just been planted and was waiting to be harvested. Hufflepuff's chubby, round face is next to Slytherin's haughty chin. Snowflakes clung to the Ravenclaw's glasses, making the Gryffindor's red hair stand out even more. Only the fluffy top hairs and two beady eyes of the cat were visible. Cabora turned into a cloud of mist half covered in snow. The king's head was peeking out, but its magical pocket was blocked by snow, and it was struggling to pry it open with its little paws. The most amazing thing is Tom himself. Because it was closest to the explosion's epicenter, it was buried up to its head. The crooked bearskin hat stubbornly remained on its head, and the scarf was spread out and draped over the snow. It stared wide-eyed at the field of human heads it had created with its own hands, its mouth slightly open, seemingly a little bewildered. Then, it couldn't help but burst out laughing, revealing its sharp little teeth. Ha 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 ha! We've turned into radishes in the field. Who's kicking me? I can't move. My little Sniff. You've gotten snow down my neck. Boss Tom. That's a foul. Massive destruction snowball. A chaotic yet incredibly joyful chorus of laughter, complaints, and shouts erupted across the snow-covered plains. Everyone looked at each other, amused by each other's comical antics, and all the previous hostile feelings disappeared completely. Several quick-witted students, or those buried relatively shallowly, began to twist their bodies, trying to pull themselves out of the snow. However, they would often lose their balance and fall to the side as soon as they pulled out an arm, causing another round of laughter. Victor stood at the edge of the forest, looking at the chaotic yet incredibly joyful scene, a genuine smile of delight on his face. He shook his head, took out his wand, and whispered a few spells. A gentle breeze swept across the snowfield, helping the little wizards buried deep inside to loosen the surrounding snow. Several enormous, magically powered snow shovels appeared out of thin air and began carefully clearing the obstacles around the radishes. The warm sunlight seemed to be guided, becoming even brighter, shining on the snowfield without making it feel hot. With magic and everyone's help, the snow carrots were quickly harvested and transformed back into little wizards covered in snowflakes, laughing and patting their clothes, and animal companions shaking off their fur. Although everyone looked a bit disheveled, their faces were filled with pure and bright joy. This sudden and unprecedented snowball fight will undoubtedly become the most unforgettable collective memory before Christmas. However, the price of this crazy fun in the snow was clearly revealed in the auditorium at noon. When Victor led Tom, whose fur was still damp and looked exceptionally fluffy despite having been cleaned, into the warm and noisy auditorium, the scene before him made him raise an eyebrow slightly. The long table was laden with a sumptuous lunch, golden brown honey-glazed ham, steaming hot vegetable stew, fragrant mashed potatoes with gravy, and a mountain of Yorkshire pudding. The young wizards had a hearty appetite and wolfed down their food to replenish the energy they had expended that morning. But looking around, almost all the young wizards, especially those who participated in the Battle Royale Forest Snowball Frenzy, had white steam poof coming out of their ears. The steam also carried a unique, spicy, and invigorating aroma characteristic of stimulants. Apparently, to prevent everyone from catching a cold from playing too wildly in the snow, Mrs. Pomfrey distributed preventative energy drinks. The medicine took effect at that moment, and the rising steam filled the hall with smoke, as if a fierce Quidditch match had just ended, or as if everyone was taking a sauna. Pfft! A Gryffindor boy burped, exhaling an even thicker cloud of steam, and scratched his still steaming ear sheepishly. Mrs. Pomfrey's energy drink is really potent. My ears are so hot, a Ravenclaw girl whispered to her companion, but my nose does feel clearer and my head isn't dizzy anymore. Boss Tom. The twins waved as soon as they saw Victor and Tom come in, their ears practically popping out of their ears, but they were in high spirits. That last hit this morning was so cool. Next time, could you teach us how to make such a big snowball? Tom jumped onto an empty chair, licked his paws modestly, raised his head, and the little white cloud above his head reappeared, revealing a smug expression of him pushing a huge snowball with an air of invincible pride. Victor smiled and shook his head, then sat down in the teacher's section. He glanced at the still snow-covered world outside the window, then at the vibrant, healthy young faces in the auditorium, and felt a sense of peaceful joy. The Christmas spirit, youthful energy, magical wonders, and a touch of harmless madness and laughter. This is winter at Hogwarts, and this is where he chose to stay. Lunch continued amidst rising steam and cheerful laughter. Outside the castle, the post-snow sunshine was exceptionally bright, illuminating this weekend enveloped in magic and festive blessings. Looking around at the steamy, laughing and chatting Great Hall, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had just slipped back from their caretaker duties in Myrtle's cold and dilapidated washroom, seemed somewhat out of place, their faces showing a hint of undisguised frustration. They missed the epic snowball fight that morning, having to sacrifice precious playtime to take turns tending to the crucial pot of compound soup, ensuring the heat was steady and the stirring was timely. At this moment, I listened to my classmates excitedly recounting how Boss Tom was targeted and how he takes revenge by pushing a giant snowball, and how everyone ended up turning into snow carrots in the end. Looking at their dusty robes and the lingering scent of strange potion on their fingertips, the regret of missing out on the collective revelry gnawed at their hearts like tiny insects. "That sounds really exciting," Ron muttered enviously, scooping up a large spoonful of mashed potatoes, but with little appetite. "If only we could be there too." SHH. Hermione immediately nudged him with her elbow, glancing warily around to make sure no one was paying attention to their hushed conversation. "Don't forget our more important task. There can be no mistakes with the compound decoction." Harry nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his green eyes, but his disappointment was still palpable. "I know, Hermione. It's just a little disappointing." Just then, at the other end of the hall, Tom, surrounded by a group of excited Fred and George and a bunch of mischievous kids, jumped onto the edge of an empty long table. It strutted around proudly, and in the little white cloud above its head, all sorts of imaginative images were flashing rapidly. A winding, crystal-clear ice and snow slide spirals down from the tower. A giant carousel woven from ice crystals and glowing vines, with snowmen and ice sculptures of small animals riding on it. A maze filled with colorful ice lanterns and draped with icicle curtains. There are even castle models carved from a single block of solid ice, with hollow interiors that you can climb in and out of. Tom displayed these whimsical ideas in his mind while gesturing with his paws and meowing at Victor, who was sitting in the teacher's seat, his big green eyes full of expectation and affection. Chapter 105. Victor looked at the blueprint cloud on Tom's head, then at the expectant gazes of the young wizards around him, and a knowing and indulgent smile appeared on his face. He put down his teacup and cleared his throat. Although his voice wasn't loud, it seemed to possess a certain magic, quickly silencing the previously noisy auditorium and drawing everyone's attention to him. Victor looked at Tom, his grey-blue eyes gleaming. "It seems our architect Tom has a complete plan. He wants to use this heavy snow to build something really fun outside the castle." Tom nodded vigorously, and the little white cloud above his head expanded, making the scene inside clearer and more detailed, even showing a joyful scene of little wizards playing and frolicking among them. Meow. Its meaning was clearly conveyed to everyone through the vivid imagery of clouds and its urgent cries. "Wow! Ice and snow amusement park! That's so cool!" Quiet gasps and excited chatter spread among the young wizards, and everyone's eyes lit up. Fred and George exchanged a glance and immediately understood their boss's intention. They jumped onto the bench one on each side and became temporary spokespersons. "Ladies and gentlemen, students of Hogwarts," Fred announced in an exaggerated, loud voice. "According to reliable sources, from our beloved and creative teaching assistant Tom, and the equally wise and magical Professor Victor behind him, an unprecedented magical architectural feast is about to unfold before our eyes." George spoke, waving his arms and pointing to the snow-covered world outside the window. "On this land blessed by ice and snow, a winter wonderland ice and snow amusement park Hogwarts Winter Wonderland is about to rise from the ground, sculpted by magic and imagination. Yes. Fred's voice drowned out the sudden cheers. This is no longer your ordinary snowball fight or snowman building. It's a real, large-scale, complex, and surprising amusement park ride. Created for us by Professor Victor himself. Just imagine. Ice slides. Ice crystal maze. Glowing carousel. And many more unexpected surprises. George's voice was full of excitement. Missed the snowball fight in the morning? That's nothing. The real highlight is the snow park in the afternoon. Professor Victor wants to build a snow and ice amusement park outside the castle. This news was like a firework that had been lit, instantly igniting the entire auditorium with the twins' highly infectious announcement. Really? Marvelous! Long live Professor Victor! Long live Boss Tom! Can we all go play? When will it start? Now! Cheers, applause, and excited inquiries filled the air, and the auditorium, which had been somewhat hazy from the energizing steam, was now completely ignited by the boiling enthusiasm. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also stunned. Their earlier frustration was instantly swept away by this huge surprise. A snow and ice amusement park? Built by Professor Victor with magic? This sounds even more exciting than the snowball fight this morning. Ron's mouth dropped open, his blue eyes gleaming. Lynn's beard. A snow park. I bet it has some super thrilling slides. Hermione also showed a rare smile full of anticipation, temporarily putting aside the troubles of the Chamber of Secrets and Polyjuice potion. This absolutely requires very advanced transfiguration and shaping magic, and may also involve plant manipulation and incantations for warmth and reinforcement. It's incredible. Harry nodded vigorously, his face beaming with undisguised excitement. We absolutely have to go this afternoon. As for the soup, the potions, we can take turns checking on them, it shouldn't take too long. Lunch ended hastily amidst an unprecedented sense of urgency and anticipation. The young wizards finished their food in no time, and then, in twos and threes, they poured out of the hall and gathered outside the castle gates on the snowfield bordering the Battle Royale area. The cold wind was still biting, but the sun was shining brightly, reflecting a dazzling light onto the thick snow. Everyone chatted excitedly, wondering what spectacular spells Professor Victor would cast and what new and interesting attractions the amusement park would have. The twins and their companions, Kabora and King Aaron, were undoubtedly the most active in the crowd, jumping around to maintain order. Percy also appeared with Ella. Although he still had a stern face and tried to maintain the dignity of a prefect, his eyes would occasionally drift towards Orlin, revealing a hint of curiosity. Even some senior students, as well as professors drawn by the excitement, stood on the high terrace of the castle portico, looking down. Soon, the star of this magical architectural extravaganza made a grand entrance amidst cheers as if welcoming a hero. Victor was still wearing that thick bearskin coat, his steps were steady, and his grey-blue eyes looked particularly bright and deep in the snow. Tom, who walked ahead of him and was escorted in by a passage that the young wizards had spontaneously cleared for him, held his head high, his chin held high, his scarf swaying gently in the wind, and every step he took was incredibly firm, like a great general about to inspect his kingdom. The little white cloud on its head had now transformed into a constantly changing and detailed construction blueprint, with the structure, location, and even general gameplay of various facilities appearing and disappearing within the cloud, causing the surrounding little wizards to exclaim in surprise. Boss Tom! Professor Victor! Let's begin! We can't wait! The cheers grew louder and louder. Tom walked to the entrance to Battle Royale or the forest, a land that had been ravaged by war that morning, now covered with fresh, smooth, thick snow. It turned around to face Victor, raised one front paw, solemnly pointed to the forest in front of it, and then pointed to the blueprint cloud on its head, its emerald green eyes full of earnestness and expectation. Meow. Victor smiled, nodded to Tom, then raised his hand and pressed down lightly. A gentle yet undeniable surge of magical energy quietly spread, like an invisible conductor's baton, quickly silencing the noisy crowd. All eyes were on him, filled with anticipation, curiosity, and a touch of awe for the unknown magic. Victor took a deep breath of the crisp, cool air and slowly raised his wand. He did not immediately chant the incantation, but instead closed his eyes. It was as if it was listening, communicating, and engaging in a silent exchange with this land covered in ice and snow, with the life beneath the land, and with the surrounding forest that, though called Battle Royale or forest, was actually full of natural magic. The surrounding silence deepened, with only the faint whistling of the wind through the bare branches and the occasional crisp sound from the ice of the black lake in the distance. The young wizards held their breath, even the most lively twins stared wide-eyed. The next moment, a change quietly occurred. First came the wind, which seemed to have changed direction, gently brushing across the snow at the edge of the forest with a strange rhythm. Then, Lin himself seemed to come alive. It wasn't a violent tremor, but a deep, slow, and vibrant pulse. The thick snow on the ground rippled with barely perceptible waves. Beside Victor's feet, the seemingly ordinary suitcase silently opened automatically, its lid flipping upwards. A dense, almost tangible emerald green mist, mixed with surging life force, poured out of the box like a giant dragon of spring from Sujiao. The emerald green clouds quickly rose into the air, unfolded, and spread lightly and swiftly, completely covering the entire Battle Royale forest and the vast snowfields surrounding it in just a few breaths. Sunlight filtered through the thin layer of green clouds, casting a dreamy pale green halo over the scene, as if the world had instantly transformed into a vibrant and wondrous secret realm. Immediately afterwards, wisps of emerald green rain, shimmering with a faint light, gently drifted down from the green clouds. This is not cold winter rain, but a sweet rain full of the essence of life and the magic of nature. The raindrops fell on the snow, but instead of melting the ice and snow, they were like the most delicate paintbrush, beginning to outline the shape. The snow fell on the seemingly dead shrubs, vines, and trees covered in snow, and a miracle occurred. Visibly, tiny green shoots are emerging from the dark brown branches, not leaves, but more flexible and vibrant new buds. These plants seem to have been gently awakened from hibernation, and begin to grow, stretch, and spread at a pace that defies common sense but is full of beauty. Their growth is not chaotic, but rather as if guided and woven by an invisible hand. The thick trunk of the tree twists and branches, cleverly forming a supporting framework. The supple vines, like nimble green ribbons, climb and intertwine along the framework, forming the backbone of the network. Low shrubs gather, shape, and fill the gaps, forming platform-like decorations. At the same time, the thick snow and ice on the ground and tree branches seem to come alive. They are no longer passively covered objects, but have become the most docile and malleable building materials. Under Victor's powerful and precise magical control, the snow seemed to be kneaded and shaped by an invisible giant hand. Large chunks of solid ice are extracted from under the snow layer, cut and polished in mid-air, becoming smooth as a mirror and with sharp edges. The fluffy snow powder is then compacted and condensed to form snow bricks and blocks with a certain strength. The ice and snow began a breathtaking dance and fusion with the growing plants. The crystal-clear ice slide spirals down from the top of an ancient tree more than 20 meters high, along a support made of thick vines and reinforced tree trunks. The surface of the slide is as smooth as a mirror, but the inside seems to contain shimmering snowflakes and starlight. A massive rotating platform, woven from countless tiny icicles and vines with blossoms that emit a soft white light at their tips, slowly took shape. On the platform, magical creatures of various shapes and endearing appearances, carved from pure white ice and snow, stand quietly, waiting to be given life. A towering ice castle, built of thick ice bricks and with intricately carved passageways inside, rises from the ground. Long icicles hang from the castle's spire, and the windows are made of transparent ice slabs that reflect a rainbow of colors. On the spacious ice and snow plaza, the flat ice surface has been sculpted into a standard water surface, with exquisite snowflake relief railings along the edges, resembling a natural ice rink. A maze, consisting of ice walls and neatly trimmed magical bushes covered in snow, began to take shape. The maze's paths were winding and complex, and occasionally there were mysterious runes on the walls that emitted a faint glow, or prank mechanisms that would suddenly spew out a small puff of harmless cold air. What's even more amazing are some facilities that combine Victor's past life memories with magical fantasies. A towering water slide made entirely of ice, with a transparent, winding slide and magically driven water flow simulating waves, rushing down from the top of the tower into a circular ice pool. Several enormous bubble houses, encased in transparent ice shells, have taken shape among the trees. Inside, there are ice-sculpted tables and chairs, and even small, barely lit magical fireplaces, offering warmth and privacy. A snow train track that runs through a large part of the park has been laid out. The track itself is a smooth ice trough, while the carriages are round ice balls carved into the shape of pumpkins and smiling snowmen. There's even an area that's been transformed into a miniature snowy mountain forest, complete with snow-covered hillsides, ice crystal forests, and a small ice lake frozen with beautiful bubbles, for younger students and their small animal companions to explore and play in. The whole process is not an explosive growth that happens overnight, but a smooth, elegant, gradual formation that seems to be a natural evolution. Plants provide support and decoration for ice and snow as they grow, while ice and snow create a framework and a fantastical backdrop for plants as they are shaped. The verdant rain of life continued to fall, not only nurturing plants but also seemingly reinforcing, fusing, and endowing these ice and snow creations with an extraordinary crystalline texture and a faint magical luster. The magical glow and the rhythm of natural growth intertwined to create a breathtaking scene. All the young wizards watching were stunned, forgetting to breathe and forgetting the cold. They had seen magic before, but never such a grand, exquisite, creative, and vibrant scene of magical creation. This has transcended the scope of ordinary polymorph and summoning spells, it's more like a nature god personally unleashing their creativity to construct a dreamlike paradise. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes behind her glasses filled with shock and academic fervor. Ron's jaw nearly dropped to the snow. This is a million times more amazing than the most amazing shop in Diagon Alley. I dare say even Gringotts' vault door isn't this complicated. Harry was completely captivated by the dreamlike scene. His green eyes reflected the shimmering carousel, the glistening ice slide, and the magnificent outline of the park gradually taking shape. His heart was filled with pure awe and joy. Even the usually serious Percy adjusted his glasses and whispered to Ella on his shoulder, "Awesome magical skill." Ella meowed as if she understood, her amber eyes fixed on the glowing vines and ice sculptures, her tail swaying gently. Tom was the most excited one. It stood at Victor's feet, looking up at the green clouds and rain of light in the sky, and then at the rapidly taking shape paradise in front of it. The blueprint cloud on its head had long since faded, replaced by a big, wide-eyed smiling face, and countless Q-version Toms jumping and cheering. It would occasionally extend its paw, pointing at a facility that was taking shape, meowing as if offering final suggestions for improvement. Victor would always understand, subtly adjusting the facility with his wand to make it more perfect and in line with Tom's imagination. Time slipped away quietly amidst magic and miracles. As the last wisp of emerald green rain melts into the ice and snow, as the last vine stops growing and takes its final shape, as the last block of ice falls perfectly. A magnificent, fantastical, crystal clear, and vibrant ice and snow magic amusement park has been fully presented in front of Hogwarts Castle, under the winter sun. It occupies a large area of the original Battle Royale or forest and its surroundings, complementing the ancient castle and resembling a fairy-tale kingdom that has suddenly appeared. All facilities are enveloped in a faint, multifaceted magical aura that blends insulation, reinforcement, slip resistance, and even a touch of mild happiness, ensuring both safety and fun. The silence lasted for a good 10 seconds. Then, a deafening roar of cheers, almost lifting the sky, erupted like a long-accumulated volcano. "Marvelous! Long live Hogwarts! Long live Professor Victor! Long live Tom! The young wizards could no longer contain themselves. Like a floodgate opened, they cheered and ran towards the newly created ice and snow wonderland. The twins took the lead and rushed towards the towering ice crystal slide. Hufflepuff students curiously ventured into the ice and snow maze. The Ravenclaws, however, were more interested in the magical principles behind the glowing carousel. The shy girls maintained a certain reserve, but their steps involuntarily led them toward the most elegant-looking ice castle and circular skating rink. Gryffindors naturally gravitate towards anything exciting. Tom meowed and darted off, heading straight for the cat watchtower specially made for him, located at the highest point in the center of the park. A small platform made of ice crystals and warm wood, upon which sits a personal throne covered with a plush cushion. Victor put away his wand and looked at the park, which was now filled with laughter and joy. He watched the young figures screaming and laughing on the ice slides, exclaiming as they explored the maze, and leaping and spinning on the carousel. A gratified and warm smile appeared on his face. He walked to the suitcase and gently closed the lid. The emerald green clouds in the sky have dissipated, and the sunlight shines down without obstruction, making the entire ice and snow park even more dazzling, like a dream sculpted from diamonds. "Have fun, kids," he whispered, his voice carried on the wind. The winter at Hogwarts was made even more lively, colorful, and joyful by this magical paradise that suddenly appeared. Chapter 106. The Christmas sun shone later than usual, but it was exceptionally clear. It penetrated through the tall stained glass windows of the auditorium, casting dappled light and shadow onto the empty long table, and also onto the edges of the silverware that Victor was enjoying his breakfast alone, shimmering with a tranquil luster. The castle was indeed mostly empty. Yesterday's hustle and bustle, the flapping of owls, and the footsteps chasing and playing in the corridors have all faded away with the white steam billowing from the Hogwarts Express. What remains is the breathless silence of the stone walls, the occasional crackling of the hearth fire, and the clear, lingering echo of footsteps on the ancient stone slabs. This emptiness doesn't make people feel lonely, instead, it's like a soothing interlude, allowing the mind, which has been immersed in excitement and wonder for days, to settle down. The Victor newspaper enjoys this unique holiday tranquility. On his way back to his office from the auditorium, he only saw Mrs. Pants carrying a stack of books toward the library, and Mr. Filch carrying a bucket and mop, grumbling as he wiped away what appeared to be eggnog splattered on the bottom of a portrait by a mischievous child. Pushing open the office door, a warm breeze carrying the scent of pine and pine nuts wafted out. Under the small Christmas tree in the corner, the array of gifts had grown even larger. Clearly, while he was having breakfast, several more owl mailmen had worked hard. Victor brewed himself a pot of Ceylon tea, leaned back in his armchair by the fireplace, and began to examine his harvest with a leisurely anticipation. He processed the 3 newly arrived orders first. The exquisite little box brought by the exhausted owl was sent by an old wizard living in northern Norway who was obsessed with studying the connection between the northern lights and magical climates. Inside the box was a small bottle of magical sand that seemed to have sealed away a corner of the aurora-like clouds, shimmering with a dreamy blue-green hue under the light. The other 2 are a hand-drawn guide to the feathers of rare birds, from a French zookeeper. The other was unsigned, consisting of a simple greeting card with the words "Greetings for the holidays and appreciation for an interesting soul" written in beautiful cursive script. The accompanying gift was a mithril quill pen that automatically draws ink and writes smoothly forever. Carefully putting away the greetings from afar, Victor began to unpack the local gifts from Hogwarts. Dumbledore's Dragon Blood Alchemy manuscript is undoubtedly valuable. The marginal notes that sparkle with wisdom and the unique experimental steps immediately captivated Victor for a moment. The books about computers and the internet, along with the wool socks he gifted in return, will likely make the principal, while enjoying his lemon-orange drink, smile with a hint of curiosity and a touch of amusement at the rules of another world. Professor McGonagall's Quidditch team book is thick and beautifully illustrated, clearly the result of careful selection. Hagrid's handicrafts are full of personal style. They are woven from unicorn tail hair, Norwegian spiny dragon scale fragments, and the molted skin of the tree protector, and are also decorated with a few small octopus spider fangs. Its ruggedness belies its warmth, and Victor placed it in a prominent spot on the bookshelf. Professor Flitwick's gift was a weighty bundle of knowledge. The parchment of ancient magical texts gleamed with the patina of time, while the goblin tricks were full of ingenuity and unexpected practicality. Snape's potion was contained in a specially made black crystal bottle, with a label bearing a sharp line of text, "Arousal Potion, for mental exhaustion after excessive pleasure." Victor couldn't help but chuckle. Professor Sprout's mandrake seeds were full of vitality, wrapped in special magical soil. Lockhart's hardcover book set gleamed with gold, and the title page featured an extravagant signature and blessing. As for the document Understanding Memory Magic, Victor decided to save it for a leisurely afternoon. The Tom alarm clock the twins gave him was a masterpiece. Victor had barely taken it out of the box when the alarm time he had set went off. The alchemical artifact instantly transformed, its wooden body swelling into the shape of Tom wearing a Santa hat. Then he started laughing smugly on the table, making Tom's signature "ooh ho ho ho" sound, while running around like a real cat whose tail had been stepped on. Finally, it knocked over an ink bottle, then plunged headfirst into Victor's teacup, splashing a few drops of black tea, before snapping back to its original shape with a click, reverting to its normal alarm clock form, except now with a grinning cat head pattern on the clock face. Victor suppressed a laugh and decided that he would definitely take it to the auditorium for a show at breakfast the next day. The other young wizards presented a dazzling array of gifts, full of childlike wonder and heartfelt sentiment. Homemade greeting cards with animal paw prints, hand-drawn magical creature comics, compilations of articles about Victor's course or the zoo clipped from the Pre-Domain Daily, and most notably, all sorts of magical creature fur, scales, and feathers, are carefully packed in transparent bags or boxes. Victor's return gifts were already prepared, scales and hairs of magical creatures, each with a brief description card, all safely processed. They should have already arrived at the homes of the young wizards by the owls. Finally, his gaze fell on two gift boxes placed side by side, with very different packaging styles. One was a gift from Tom, wrapped in paper printed with patterns of little fish and yarn balls, and tied with a crooked but clearly well done large bow. The other one was much smaller and more delicate, wrapped in dark blue paper with a silver ribbon attached, and a small card with a simple drawing of a mouse wearing a top hat and tipping its hat. Victor picked up Tom's gift box first. It has a certain weight to it, and when you shake it, you can hear a slight, muffled thud from the contents inside. He patiently and meticulously unwrapped the overly elaborate packaging, as if Tom had used every wrapping paper he could find, removing 7 or 8 layers before finally revealing the cardboard box inside. Upon opening the box, the first thing you see is a large pile of colorful candies of various shapes, sizzling honey candies, chocolate frogs, coconut ice cream, jelly slugs. Some of the candy wrappers are already wrinkled, as if they have been treasured for a long time. Beneath the pile of candy, carefully wrapped in a soft cloth, was a wooden carving. Victor took it out and held it in his hands. The carving technique is not masterful, the edges are still a bit rough, and the tool marks are obvious, but the vividness and emotion are palpable. The wood carving depicts Victor and Tom standing side by side, facing a ferocious fire dragon. Victor's robes fluttered, his wand pointed forward, his expression focused. Tom, on the other hand, hunched over, baring his teeth, his tail flared, looking fierce yet clinging tightly to Victor's leg. Every detail, especially Tom's expression that is a mixture of fear and bravado, has been captured perfectly by the sculptor. The natural grain of the wood adds to the texture of the story, as if you can feel the focus and care of the claws during the carving. Victor's fingertips gently brushed across the surface of the wood carving, his smile gentle and genuine. He placed the wood carving in the most prominent place on the fireplace mantel. Then, he picked up the exquisite gift next to him. Unpacking the exquisite packaging revealed a small box lined with velvet. Upon opening the box, a gleaming little golden bell lay inside. Next to the bell, there was a small, sealed jar of amber-colored paste with a faint, sweet fragrance, labeled premium cheese conditioning oil. Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open with a loud thud. Dressed impeccably, wearing his mini bearskin hat, snowflake scarf and even a pair of tiny, decorative reindeer antler hair clips tucked behind his ears, Tom burst out like a little rocket. Its bright green eyes widened, its gaze fixed on the largest gift box under the Christmas tree that read to Tom, "From Victor." "Meow," he cried excitedly, pounced on the box, and began tearing the wrapping paper with astonishing speed and destructive force, using both claws. Colorful ribbons fluttered and paper scraps flew everywhere. Quick news! A large cardboard box was revealed. Tom used his teeth to pry open the box and eagerly poked his head inside. Inside was another box. Tom paused for a moment, then continued dismantling the device, refusing to believe it. The second, the third, the fourth. He opened the boxes faster and faster, more and more impatiently, and more wrapping paper and empty boxes piled up on the ground. It was almost like a crazy live unpacking event. Victor stood to the side, holding a teacup, watching with a leisurely air, his grey-blue eyes full of a mischievous grin. Finally, after dismantling countless layers, the ground was almost completely submerged in packaging waste. Tom pulled out a motionless Jerry from the last and smallest velvet jewelry box. His eyes were like mosquito coils, and he had a huge bow tied around his neck. Time seemed to stand still. Tom stood there frozen, cradling Jerry in his paws, his bright green eyes wide open, pupils shrinking to slits. He stretched out his paw, trembling, as if to touch Jerry's face, but then pulled it back as if he had been burned. His beard trembled, and the reindeer antler hair clip on his head was askew to one side. Just then, the little mouse in his palm moved. Jerry shook his head, feeling dizzy, with small birds circling overhead. He had meticulously planned this surprise, keeping the film as the ultimate gift, waiting for Tom to discover it in the deepest box, imagining the cat being moved to tears. And what happened? This idiot shook and disassembled him wildly and haphazardly, almost shaking him to pieces. And now he's staring at him with that utterly stupid, incredulous look? Jerry's small chest heaved violently. He stood up abruptly, put his hands on his hips, looked up, and met Tom's green eyes, which were filled with shock and confusion. Squeak! Jerry puffed up his cheeks in anger, stretched out his little hand, grabbed Tom's longest beard, and pulled it down hard. Meow! Tom cried out in pain, his head involuntarily lowering. Immediately afterwards, Jerry skillfully swung his fist and aimed it at Tom's right eye. Bang! A muffled thud, not loud, but exceptionally clear in the quiet office. Tom's head snapped back, and his right eye began to vibrate at an alarming high speed, making a buzzing sound. A large, red, steaming lump quickly swelled up around his eye socket. However, the expected anger, chase, or howl did not occur. Tom kept his head tilted back as the vibrations gradually stopped. The left eye, which hadn't been hit, and the right eye, which was gradually regaining its clarity, refocused on Jerry in the palm of the hand. That familiar pain, that familiar, undeniable physical persuasion, that small figure with hands on hips, puffed out in anger yet incredibly vibrant. It's true. It really is Jerry. It's not a dream, not a joke, not a magical illusion. Woo! Meow meow meow. An indescribable, immense joy exploded in Tom's chest like fireworks, instantly overwhelming all reason. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his eye and disregarding his image, he abruptly lifted Jerry to his face, and then... First. A series of loud, wet kisses rained down on Jerry's face, head, and body. Tom rubbed his nose against Jerry, making loud, almost whimpering, happy purrs, and his tail swung like a little windmill, sweeping several empty boxes off the ground. Jerry was initially a little stunned by the kiss, but then became embarrassed by Tom's overly direct and enthusiastic reaction. He tried to push away Tom's wet nose, waving his little paws in the air, squeak! Squeak! But Tom wouldn't listen at all. He simply held Jerry carefully in his arms, gently nuzzling him with his chin, his emerald eyes sparkling with genuine tears. He looked just like a pirate who had found a treasure he had lost for many years. A clear cough was heard. Victor had put down his teacup at some point and walked over to them, a smile he could no longer hide on his face. As he watched this familiar farce mixed with warmth, his heart was filled with warmth. "Looks like my Christmas present delivery went quite well," he teased, reaching out to ruffle Tom's fluffy head, then winked at Jerry, who had finally escaped Tom's intimate offensive and was busy fixing his bow and feathers. Jerry responded incredibly quickly after receiving the invitation, Victor explained casually. "It seems he also misses that troublesome guy who always messes up plans but is impossible to really hate." Tom looked up at Victor, then at Jerry in his paws, who looked disgusted but had slightly red ears, and finally realized that this was not a dream. He put Jerry down, then took 2 steps back, puffed out his chest, raised his paws, and gave Victor a proper salute. Then he pounced and gave Victor a big hug. All right, happy holidays, Tom," Victor chuckled. "And Jerry, welcome to Hogwarts. I think you won't be bored here." Jerry, perched on Victor's shoulder, had regained his clever yet slightly reserved demeanor. He removed a non-existent top hat, gave Victor a graceful bow, then glanced at Tom, who was still excitedly spinning around in multiple places, and a familiar, sly smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 107. Victor gently cradled Jerry in his palms, his fingertips lightly tickling Jerry's soft belly. "I've also prepared a gift for you," Victor said. Jerry stopped moving. He slowly lowered his paw, raised his head, and his small, beady eyes were filled with disbelief. He pointed to himself with his paw, then to Victor, his mouth forming a small O shape. "Does he have it too?" "Of course, it doesn't matter who it is." Victor led him to the carved cabinet by the bed. The moment the cabinet door opened, Jerry's breath caught in his throat. Inside is a complete, small room. The first floor is a living room covered with a floral tablecloth. There are even miniature magical flames quietly dancing in the fireplace, and the light reflects on the palm-sized floral carpet, making it warm and tranquil. Above the fireplace hung a small oil painting, about the size of a fingernail, with a gold frame, depicting a fluffy little dog whose breed was indistinguishable. The bedroom is on the second floor. A fluffy down comforter is folded on the bed, and a book smaller than a fingernail sits next to the pillow. The cover is written in neat, tiny font, 72 Ways to Eat Cheese. What made his eyes widen the most was the small bathtub in the corner. It's made of white porcelain, with golden claws, and a neatly folded beige towel is draped beside it. There was a small rubber duck, about the size of a palm, on the edge of the bathtub, with a tuft of downy feathers sticking up on its head. He pushed open the door, walked into the living room, and spun around on the floral carpet, his little paws stepping over every familiar texture. He climbed the stairs, crawled into the bedroom, and rubbed his cheek against the soft pillow. Then he ran back, grabbed Victor's fingers, and kissed them hard. Squeak! Tom stood a few steps away, arms crossed. He watched as Victor cupped Jerry's ear in his palm and pulled it back, his chin slightly raised, but his eyes refused to look in that direction. Victor turned around. Tom stood there with his arms crossed, his tail stiffly held up, his reindeer antler hair clip askew and almost slipping off his head. His furry face screamed 2 words. "I don't care at all, and I actually care a lot." Victor smiled. He walked over, squatted down, reached out, and gently stroked Tom's head. Tom's ears twitched and his chin involuntarily lifted. His eyes narrowed to slits, and the muffled breathing in his throat had somehow transformed into a loud and satisfied snort. His tail swung wildly, drawing large, joyful circles behind him and sending wrappers flying everywhere. Victor stood up. He took Jerry off his shoulder and gently placed him between Tom's ears. Victor looked at them. Outside the window, the sunlight shone quietly in, falling on the cat and mouse by the fireplace, giving them a soft golden edge. Jerry sat on Tom's head. Tom lay quietly, his chin resting on his front paws, his eyes half closed, and his tail tip occasionally brushing gently. Victor laughed as he watched the harmonious cat and mouse. "All right, Tom, you take Jerry around Hogwarts for a bit, and don't forget the Christmas dinner tonight." After saying that, Victor turned around and continued sorting through the mountain of gifts. Tom, meanwhile, watched Jerry run off without waiting. The corridors of Hogwarts were colder and more bustling than Jerry had imagined. "It's the air that's cold." In winter, the ancient stone walls would bend and emit a thin layer of cold air, which would gently lick the skin through Tom's fluffy fur and through the little sweater Victor had just added to Jerry's clothes. The sounds were lively. The portraits are chatting. An old wizard in a green robe was arguing with a grey-robed witch in a picture frame next door about a long-lost potion recipe. Their voices grew louder and louder until the two of them turned away angrily and ignored each other. Several young women dressed in artsy, Tanzanian-era dresses huddled together, chattering about the Christmas dinner menu. The staircase was moving, and Jerry watched as a 4-foot-wide stone staircase slowly turned before them, connecting to a completely different corridor. The castle of ivory had its own will, reshaping its own skeleton at will. The armored figures were snoring. One of the helmets was tilted to one side, and from the gap came even, low snores, occasionally accompanied by a few indistinct whispers in their sleep. "Charge, for Gryffindor." There are also candlesticks. Thousands of candlesticks floating in mid-air, like a swarm of tamed fireflies, quietly illuminated every corridor. Jerry looked up and watched the flames of shame flicker in the air, but nothing supported them, they just hung there, like light solidified in amber. He peeked his head out from under Tom's shoulder, his little paws tugging at the edge of Tom's scarf, his eyes too busy to see anything. A Ravenclaw girl carrying a stack of books ran down the stairs and almost bumped into them, but stopped abruptly the moment she saw Tom. "Boss Tom," she exclaimed in surprise, then noticed the little mouse peeking out from Tom's shoulder. "Is this your friend? He's so small and cute." Tom led Jerry through the corridors, up the stairs, and into those nooks and crannies that even Filch wouldn't go to. He was looking for his little brother, Mischievous Ghost, so he could introduce him to his good friend. He questioned Sir Cadogan, the perpetually excited knight, who pursued him for a full half-hour, recounting the knight's glorious exploits, from how King Arthur pulled the sword from the stone to how Lancelot crossed the River of Sighs. In the end, he even tried to get Tom to join him in singing knightly hymns, and Tom struggled to escape. He asked the plump lady, who had drunk too much eggnog last night and was still hungover, muttering something in a half-dreaming state. "PP? It seems to have drifted by this morning, towards the astronomy tower, or maybe towards the dungeon," then let out a huge yawn, closed his eyes and went back to sleep. The Gryffindor common room was warm and cozy, with the fireplace burning brightly. The young wizards who stayed at school were scattered in twos and threes on the sofas and armchairs, some unwrapping gifts, leaving scraps of paper and ribbons scattered all over the floor. Some were turning the pages of a book, the firelight reflecting off the parchment with a warm yellow glow. Others had already unwrapped their gifts and were now rolling around with their animal companions, frolicking and playing on the carpet. Just as Tom came in, the stove exploded with a bright crackling sound. Then he saw 3 people at the low table by the fireplace. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had several open boxes laid out in front of them. "Hey Tom, boss!" Ron was the first to look up. His eyes lit up, and he swung his arm high, almost knocking the book out of Hermione's hand. Hermione quickly moved the book aside, glared at Ron, and then saw Tom, and the small, grayish-brown figure peeking out from under Tom's shoulder. Tom wagged his tail, walked to the empty armchair opposite them, pushed off from behind, and sat down steadily. Then he took Jerry off his shoulder. Hermione was stunned when she saw Jerry. She wasn't unfamiliar with rats. Ron's spotted dog, grey and lazy, always huddled in a dark corner, its bare, unsettling tail peeking out. Every time her gaze swept over the mouse, she would subconsciously look away, pretending it didn't exist. But this one is different. He was clean and tidy, with soft, grayish-brown fur that gleamed healthily in the glow of the stove, each hair lying obediently behind him. Around her neck was an exquisite red butterfly knot, with a tiny golden bell the size of a fingernail hanging from the center of the knot. He crouched in Tom's paws, his two little paws obediently resting in front of him, tilting his head to look at her. There was no evasion or fear in those black bean-like eyes, only curiosity and a little bit of cautious probing. Hermione was instantly charmed by Jerry's adorable appearance. "Jerry is so cute," she whispered. "Hello, Jerry," she said in a low voice, afraid of startling the little, clean mouse. "My name is Hermione Granger, and you are much cuter than the other mouse I know." Jerry, with his hands behind his back, shyly twisted his body. Then he put his little paws behind his back, rummaged around for a bit, and then produced a little flower from behind him. The petals are light pink with pale yellow edges, shimmering slightly in the fireplace light. He lifted the little flower and gently placed it on Hermione's thumb. "Thank you, Jerry," she said, carefully pinning the little flower to the collar of her sweater, her voice brimming with undisguised joy. "This is the cutest gift I've received today." Ron snorted loudly from the side. He crossed his arms, chin held high, and a few strands of his red hair stood up in indignation. "What's wrong with Blemish?" he said. "It's cute too." Hermione glanced at him. She looked again at the mouse in her palm, which was using its tiny paws to fix the knot in the cup. She paused for 2 seconds. "Take a good look," Hermione said, her tone very objective, very rational, and completely focused on the matter at hand. "How can Scabbers compare to Jerry?" She gently lifted Jerry up a little, letting the fireplace light shine on his clean little face, his soft fur, and his delicate cup knot. "Compared to Jerry," Hermione said, "Scabbers looks like a middle-aged greasy-haired uncle." Ron opened his mouth angrily. He took a deep breath in anger. He was furious. Then he was dismayed to discover that every single word Hermione said was correct. "I'll agree with you for now," Ron muttered as he extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Ron Weasley." Jerry reached out from Hermione's palm, extended his little paw, grasped Ron's fingers, and solemnly tied them together. Then he pulled out a small flower from behind him. "That's awesome," he grinned. "My turn." Harry leaned forward. His green eyes were full of anticipation, and a little nervous, afraid of being left behind. "My name is Harry Potter." He then received the same small flower. "Thank you, I'll keep it safe." Tom sat to one side. His tail curled into a contented bun, quietly circling around his feet. He watched Jerry meet Hermione, Ron, Harry, his good friend, and his friends at Hogwarts. After leaving the Gryffindor common room, Tom held his tail high the whole time. "I took Jerry on a nice tour of Hogwarts, including the potions classroom and the rooftop, but we didn't see Peeves or the twins." As dusk fell, the hall grew increasingly filled with voices. The young wizards who stayed at school took their seats in 2s and 3s. The long table was set with gleaming silver cutlery and small vases filled with holly. The professors' seats gradually filled up. Professor McGonagall was talking quietly with Professor Sprout, while Professor Flitwick tiptoed to place a stack of sheet music on the table. Tom and Jerry sat side by side on 2 empty chairs at the edge of the professor's desk. Tom sat upright, his tail neatly curled around his side, and his reindeer antler hair clip was worn properly. Jerry sat upright in the chair next to his arm, his little paws resting on his knees, trying to look like a worldly mouse who wouldn't embarrass Victor. His small chest was held high. Victor, who had arrived at the auditorium, looked at them and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Professor McGonagall walked over from the other end, carrying a neatly folded little garment. Tom, she leaned down, her tone as serious as ever, but a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. It's new. Try it on to see if it fits. Tom immediately stood up from his chair. Professor McGonagall unfolded the garment. It was a deep red cat vest with gold trim. A delicate Gryffindor lion is embroidered on the chest, its mane made of real gold thread, shimmering in the candlelight. Tom sat in Professor McGonagall's lap. Professor McGonagall was adjusting the bow tie on his vest collar. Jerry, meanwhile, somehow ended up with Professor Flitwick, who was conducting the orchestra. At that moment, Professor Flitwick was looking down at the sheet music, his head close to the little mouse on his shoulder. Jerry tapped his little paws to keep the beat. Professor Flitwick laughed, his white beard trembling. Professor McGonagall was working on that damned butterfly knot when she suddenly felt the furry thing in her arms start to heat up and become hot, like a small mountain of shame about to erupt. Tom. She looked down. Then we saw Tom, who was eager to try. Professor McGonagall then frantically tried to restrain him. Victor also leaned over and tried to grab Tom's front paws. However, the two were too late. Tom left Professor McGonagall with a stretched out, empty, deep red cat vest and a catskin coat. At that moment, Tom rushed into the orchestra wearing shorts and a tank top. The entire room fell silent for a second. Then, the auditorium erupted in chaos. The young wizards in the audience were doubled over with laughter. Some sprayed pumpkin juice onto the heads of the students in the front row, while others laughed so hard they slid off their chairs and rolled on the floor clutching their stomachs. The twins hugged each other, laughing so hard they stomped their feet. King Gallion poked his head out of George's pocket, looked around in confusion, and then shrank back in shock at his master's maniacal laughter. Professor Flitwick, leaning on the music stand, laughed until tears streamed down his face. Jerry stood on his shoulder, his two little paws covering his belly, laughing so hard he almost fell over, his tail swishing back and forth behind him, unable to stop. Tom stood there blankly. He looked around. He looked around again. Then he lowered his head. Two fuzzy, smooth camisoles, and a slightly faded vest with a loose neckline. The Christmas stockings on her feet were printed with small orange fish, and one of them had a hole in the toe, revealing a claw. He let out a random squeak. Using all four paws, he darted back to the professor's seat even faster than when he rushed in, snatching the still warm crimson cat vest from Professor McGonagall's hand. Professor McGonagall leaned on the table. She laughed so hard she could barely breathe, her shoulders shaking violently, and her glasses slipped down to the tip of her nose, but she didn't even bother to fix them. Dumbledore took off his crescent-shaped glasses and slowly wiped the corner of his eye. He wiped for a full 2 minutes. Then he stood up, cleared his throat, and his voice still carried a hint of amusement that he couldn't quite suppress. "Thank you, Tom," he said, "for the joy you brought at Christmas." Applause and cheers resounded throughout the auditorium. When Jerry returned with Professor Flitwick, a smile still lingered on his lips. Seeing this, Tom stood on the edge of the table, leaning back, looking at Jerry. Tom then extended 2 fingers and walked step by step behind Jerry on the table, before flicking Jerry on the head, sending him rolling twice across the table. Jerry, not to be outdone, jumped up and stretched out his little paws, trying to pull Tom's beard. Tom dodged aside and gently pushed him away with 2 fingers. Jerry rolled around on the table. He immediately got up, stood firm, and made a big face at Tom. Tom refused to back down. He squeezed his eyes into an even wider cross-eyed shape, stuck out his tongue even longer, tucked his ears back even further, and scrunched up his whole face even more tightly. The cat and the mouse were facing each other, sticking out their tongues. Caught in the middle, Victor's face darkened as he watched the spittle flying everywhere. He put down his wine glass, grabbed one in each hand, and pinched their two little tongues sticking out, struggling to see who was longer. Tom, meow goo. Jerry, squeak. Victor grabbed the two tongues and tied them together in a knot. The cat and mouse, their tongues intertwined, raised their paws, whimpering, trying to untangle the damn knot. The knot got tighter and tighter. Tom's paws were too big, and he kept pressing Jerry's little hands into the knot. Jerry's hands were too small to reach the back of the knot. It took a full 2 minutes to figure it out. The butterfly knot remained perfectly still, but 2 more knots were added instead. They sat side by side at the table, heads bowed and looking dejected. The two tongues were still pitifully stuck together. Seeing the cat and mouse become docile, Victor gently tapped their tongues, and the two tongues immediately released their grip. Tom and Jerry simultaneously withdrew their tongues, pulling them back into their mouths, and dared not stick them out again. Victor reached out and ruffled Tom's hair, then extended his fingertip and gently scratched Jerry's chin. Who is in charge is obvious. As dinner began, the food on the long table appeared out of thin air as if by magic. The whole roasted chicken is golden brown, with crispy skin, tender meat, and a glossy sheen. The honey-glazed dessert, piled high like a small mountain, glittered under the candlelight. Yorkshire pudding, drizzled with meat gravy, is fluffy, crispy, and bursting with meaty aroma. The sizzling sausages were still grilling, their brownish-red skin slightly cracked, revealing the tender, juicy meat filling inside. The candied chestnuts, served on a silver plate, are coated with a glistening sugar shell, resembling amber-colored gems. There's also cream of mushroom soup. The thick, white soup was served in a deep porcelain bowl, with a layer of golden oil floating on the surface. The aroma of milk and the sweetness of mushrooms rose with the rising steam, wafting across the entire long table. Tom's eyes lit up. He didn't even have time to grab the plate. He stretched out his two front paws and moved the whole roasted chicken closest to him to his face. He hugged the golden, glistening roast chicken tightly with both paws, brought his nose close, took a deep breath of the aroma, and let out a satisfied, loud snort. Victor looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. He turned around. Jerry was eating another roasted chicken. That roast chicken was bigger than Jerry's entire mouse. He buried his entire body inside the roast chicken's breast. Only two constantly wagging hind paws were visible, along with a small tail that was held high and gently swaying due to extreme satisfaction. Jerry quickly devoured the whole roasted chicken. He patted his bulging little belly, leaned against Tom's paw, and let out a satisfied burp. Eat until you are 80% full. I saved some room for dessert. Professor Flitwick leaned over from the side, scooped up a small piece of candied chestnut with his spoon, and handed it to Jerry. Jerry's head. He politely pushed it away with his paw, his little face saying, "Thank you, but I really can't eat any more." Then his gaze fell on Tom's side. That bowl of cream of mushroom soup. The soup was simmered until it was thick and white, and wisps of steam rose gently. The aroma of milk and mushrooms mingled together, wafting softly over, making his little nose twitch. Although he also had mushroom soup, at this moment he thought Tom's soup tasted better. Tom was engrossed in devouring the half-eaten roast chicken. His ears trembled slightly from biting so hard. His entire face was buried in his chicken breast, making focused, single-minded smacking sounds. Jerry quietly approached Tom's side under the cover of a pile of food. He leaned over the rim of the bowl. The little nose twitched. He lowered his head. Slurp. Bite. Slurp. 2 mouthfuls. Slurp. 3 people. Tom's ears perked up. He slowly turned his head. Jerry lay on the edge of the bowl, his little paws gripping the rim, his cheeks puffing out, intently, brazenly, and shamelessly stealing his soup. Tom put down the half-eaten roast chicken he was holding. He picked up the spoon next to him. He was looking at Jerry's head. Thump. Jerry took another 5 or 6 sips. His body reacted a beat too slowly. His eyes slowly turned into 2 spinning mosquito coils. He collapsed onto the table. "Tho!" Tom grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. He pulled Jerry in front of him, about to deliver a stern lecture on how it's wrong to steal someone else's soup. Jerry opened his eyes and opened his mouth. Puff! Tom's face turned white. Jerry's mosquito coil eyes instantly cleared, and his cool little thing instantly took off, sliding down from Tom's paws like a small cannonball, bouncing from the table to the edge of the table, and then sliding down to the floor. Tom shook the soup off his face and then let out a roar that could be heard throughout the entire auditorium. Meow-ah! Chapter 108. Victor watched the cat and mouse darting around amidst the cheers and applause of the young wizards. Just as he was about to get up and pull the 2 rascals back to their seats, Dumbledore gently pressed down on his wrist beside him. The old principal's blue eyes were filled with a gentle smile, his half-moon glasses slid down to the tip of his nose, and his tone was full of indulgence. "It's Christmas Day, Victor. Let them run around as much as they want. Christmas Eve at Hogwarts should be filled with this kind of lively atmosphere." Victor turned to look at Dumbledore, then at Tom and Jerry, who had already run out of sight in the center of the Great Hall and were causing a ruckus throughout the room. He sighed helplessly, rubbed the rim of his teacup with his fingertips, and finally sat back down in his chair. Even the principal has spoken, so what more can he say? Anyway, if things really get out of control, Dumbledore will be there to back him up. So he picked up his teacup and started watching the Tom and Jerry Hogwarts Christmas special with great interest. At this moment, Tom and Jerry had long since thrown the elegance and etiquette of the Christmas dinner to the winds and were having a blast. Jerry, with his small and delicate body, nimbly darted around the feet of the young wizards, his grey-brown fur brushing against their shiny shoes and robes like a nimble lightning bolt. The little wizards laughed so hard they almost fell over, and carefully lifted their feet, exclaiming in surprise as they made way for Jerry to escape. They were all shouting at once, "Jerry, over here! Tom, slow down," becoming a makeshift cheerleading squad for the cat and mouse chase. Thanks to the little wizards reporting in cover, Jerry dodged left and right, always keeping a step's distance from Tom. But Tom was, after all, the cat boss of Hogwarts, and his agility was already extraordinary. With the added fuel of his anger, he suddenly accelerated in a short while, and it looked like the sharp blade was about to hit the tip of Jerry's tail. With lightning speed, Jerry leaped onto a long table laden with desserts, his hind legs pushing off the ground. The pumpkin pie, chocolate cake, and cream puffs on the table swayed gently, releasing a sweet aroma. Tom followed closely behind, leaping into the air, his green eyes filled with smug satisfaction, as if to say, "Let's see where you run this time." But just as he lunged at Jerry, Jerry grabbed a steaming hot apple pie from the table and slapped it hard across Tom's face. Smack! The golden, crispy pie crust shattered, and the sweet and sour apple filling, mixed with the aroma of cinnamon, splashed everywhere, covering Tom's face and even his eyes with sticky filling, instantly turning him into a comical apple pie cat. The surrounding young wizards erupted in a deafening roar of exclamations and laughter, the applause and whistles nearly lifting the roof off the hall. Tom, furious that his face was covered in dessert, stood on end and his tail bristled like a fluffy feather duster. He haphazardly wiped the apple pie off his face, glared at Jerry across the table who was laughing so hard he was doubled over, grabbed a loaf of whole wheat bread from the side of the table, and hurled it at him. Jerry, however, with his incredibly skillful footwork, dodged left and right, and the bread slices flew precisely past him, as if they had eyes, landing right in the mouths of the laughing little wizards. A Gryffindor boy had just shouted yay, when a piece of bread was precisely stuffed into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out and his eyes wide open. A girl in Ravenclaw covered her mouth and laughed, when she was gently hit on the cheek by a piece of bread, which prompted her classmates to tease her. Even the usually reserved Slytherin students were not spared, some of them watching the farce with bread stuffed in their mouths, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Frey and George swallowed their bread in one gulp, exchanged a glance, and a mischievous blaze instantly ignited in their eyes. These twins have always been the source of excitement at Hogwarts, and now that the cat and mouse battle is raging, how can they possibly hold back? The two immediately washed their hands, called over a group of mischievous kids they usually played pranks with, grabbed some soft bread, cream, and seedless grapes from the table, and joined the fray without hesitation. In an instant, the entire center of the auditorium descended into complete chaos. White cream, golden breadcrumbs, purple grapes, fluffy cat fur, gray-brown mouse fur, and hair of various colors flew out from the rising dust, like a peculiar Christmas carnival party. Instead of hiding, the young wizards screamed excitedly. Some hid behind tables, while others simply used their plates as shields. Their laughter and cheers filled the entire hall. A moment later, Tom chased Jerry out of the dust and smoke. After the smoke and dust dissipated, only the twins and the mischievous kids, entangled in strange positions, remained in the same spot. The battle between the cat and the mouse has escalated, long since transcending simple chasing and transforming into a war unique to them. Jerry seized the opportunity, picked up a small piece of butter from the table, and smashed it hard on Tom's head, making Tom see stars and his body instantly flattened, looking like a thin cat pancake, sliding down the wall. Enraged, Tom grabbed a huge plate and smashed it down, turning the gloating Jerry into a mouse slice on the table. Whether it was Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall sitting high in the teachers' seats, or the other wizards giving lectures, they were all amused by this real-life version of Tom and Jerry. Dumbledore laughed until tears welled up in his eyes, which he kept wiping away with his handkerchief. Professor McGonagall could no longer hide her smile, and her previously serious expression vanished. Professor Flitwick laughed so hard he stood on tiptoe, the finger wand in his hand swaying merrily. Even Snape, who was always cold-faced, had a faint smile on his lips, which quickly disappeared before he returned to his aloof demeanor as a potions professor, without making any attempt to stop him. Only the experienced Victor, after watching for a while, frowned slightly and sensed that something was wrong. His gaze landed precisely on Tom's ever-lengthening tail. He was about to call out to the two noisy little ones when it was too late. Unbeknownst to Tom, Jerry had already secretly tied the tip of his tail to the table leg while Tom wasn't looking. Tom was so focused on chasing Jerry that he didn't notice his tail being stretched longer and longer. At this moment, his tail had been stretched to its limit, like a taut rubber band, twisting and turning and binding together the little wizards, their chairs, and the long table around him, as if weaving a peculiar cattail fishing net. Finally, Tom pounced and triumphantly hugged Jerry tightly in his arms. His sly eyes were full of victorious pride, and he made a woof-woof protesting sound, as if announcing that he had finally caught this mischievous little mouse. But just then, he felt a tight pull on his tail, and instinctively turned around, instantly freezing in place. The scene unfolded before my eyes, tables and chairs tangled together, a startled little wizard, and a tail tightly bound. Tom hugged Jerry, shrugged helplessly, and wore a bewildered and comical expression, as if to say, "I didn't do this." The next second, there was a sharp whoosh sound. The cat's tail, stretched to its limit, instantly lost its tension and contracted wildly at an astonishing speed. Tom, who was holding Jerry, didn't have time to react. He was pulled by the tail and turned into a blue and white blur, dashing around wildly in the center of the auditorium. Immediately afterwards, a series of crisp yet chaotic sounds exploded out. Bite. Thump. Smack. Choke. Boom. In the end, all the tables, chairs, and little wizards tied together by the cat's tail were violently knocked away by the darting Tom, flying into the air in unison. The little wizards danced and gesticulated in mid-air, their screams of terror, cheers of excitement, and bursts of uncontrollable laughter blending together to create the most lively symphony of Christmas Eve. Thump. Thump! Thump! With a series of heavy thuds, the little wizards who had been thrown back landed one after another, piling up in layers to form a round, human-shaped mountain. At the very bottom, naturally, were Tom and Jerry, their heads turned around by being pulled by their tails, and at the very front were Freddy, George, and a bunch of mischievous kids, who were the most eager to join in the fun. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the crooked little wizard hill finally quieted down for a moment. Tom, at the very bottom, was flattened out, his body like a crumpled cat's skin. His blue eyes were seeing stars, and he had a hair in his mouth, still clinging tightly to Jerry, not letting go for a second. Jerry lay on Tom's belly, shook his chubby little head, his black bean-like eyes darting around, and secretly poked Tom's flat face with his little peephole. Meow! Tom let out a weak groan, finally coming to his senses. He was about to bare his teeth at Jerry in his arms when he found himself unable to move, so he could only roll his eyes helplessly. On the second floor, Frey and George were head to head, their glasses askew. They looked at each other and burst into laughter, struggling to stay upright as they laughed. Merlin's mustache. Christmas prank successful. The little wizards above also realized what was happening. No one felt any pain, instead, they all laughed until tears streamed down their faces. Some rubbed their bellies, some tidied their messy hair, and others grabbed the cream that had gotten on their bodies and smeared it on each other in playful fights. What was originally a well-organized Christmas dinner had completely turned into a carefree carnival. Professor McGonagall looked at the chaotic Great Hall, shook her head helplessly, but still raised her wand and whispered, "Restore to normal." A gentle silver magical light shone down, instantly restoring the shattered tableware, overturned plates, and crooked tables and chairs to their original state. The food scattered on the floor was also returned to the long table, though it still carried faint traces of revelry. Dumbledore smiled and waved his wand. A gentle buoyancy spell enveloped the young wizards, gently carrying them back to their seats and cleaning away the dirt and debris. Victor finally stood up, walked to the center of the auditorium, bent down and picked up Tom and Jerry, who were still glaring at each other. Tom was being held by the scruff of his neck, his limbs dangling, but he still bared his teeth at Jerry defiantly. Jerry nestled in Victor's palm, wagged his tail smugly, and made a big face at Tom. "All right, you two little rascals." Victor tapped Tom's head with a helpless yet affectionate smile, then gently tapped Jerry's nose. "If you keep making a scene, you'll destroy the Christmas dinner. Mrs. Pomfrey might come and arrest you with the water of life and death." Tom immediately wilted, his ears drooping, and he let out a pitiful meow as if to say that he was only provoked by Jerry first. Jerry lay obediently in Victor's palm, with Xiao Jingzi behind his back, looking like a well-behaved boy who knew he had made a mistake and was ready to correct it, but his black bean-like eyes still held a sly smile. The young wizards burst into laughter again at the sight, and the applause and cheers lasted for a long time. This unexpected cat-and-mouse farce, far from spoiling the Christmas dinner atmosphere, actually made the holiday more unforgettable, becoming the most vivid and joyful Christmas memory in the hearts of Hogwarts students who stayed at the school. Back in his seat at the teacher's table, Tom was still sulking, clinging to the edge of the desk and staring at Jerry across from him, his tail occasionally sweeping impatiently across the table. Jerry sat at the mini plate Victor had prepared for him, holding a small piece of chocolate cake and eating slowly. Occasionally, he would look up and raise an eyebrow at Tom, making Tom so angry that he wanted to pounce on him again, but Victor would glare at him and stop him. Dumbledore smiled and raised his glass, the golden orange juice swirling gently within. His voice, gentle yet powerful, echoed throughout the great hall. "Dear children and professors, Merry Christmas! May this joy and warmth always be with you, and may Hogwarts always be your warmest home. Merry Christmas!" Everyone cheered and clinked glasses. The crisp sound of clinking glasses mingled with laughter, echoing in the ancient auditorium and drifting out the window to the snow-covered campus, blending seamlessly with the snow-covered landscape. The banquet continued, the aroma of roast turkey, the sweetness of desserts, and the rich fragrance of mulled wine filling the air, while the warm candlelight illuminated every smiling face. Tom eventually calmed down. Taking advantage of Victor's inattention, he secretly picked up the largest piece of honey-glazed ham, pushed it in front of Jerry, and looked away with his eyes turned away, pretending not to care. But his ears were quietly perked up, waiting for Jerry's reaction. Jerry paused for a moment, looked up at the awkward Tom, a sweet smile appeared on his little face, he picked up the ham and ate it in small bites, and didn't forget to lift the ham and wash it for Tom as a way of thanking him. Seeing this, Tom immediately wagged his tail proudly, made a satisfied purring sound in his throat, grabbed his own roast chicken, and began to eat heartily. Harry, Ron, and Hermione watched the harmonious cat and mouse with gentle smiles on their faces. Ron, munching on ham, mumbled, "Tom and Jerry are so funny. This is better than any magic show." Hermione nodded, pushed up her glasses, and smiled broadly, "This is what Christmas should be like, warm, joyful, without worries, just companionship." Harry looked at the lively scene before him, his eyes filled with a sense of peace and joy he had never felt before. At Hogwarts, surrounded by his friends, professors, and Tom and Jerry, this Christmas was the happiest and warmest holiday he had ever experienced. In a corner of the auditorium, Peeves appeared out of nowhere, wearing a Santa hat, somersaulting in the air, scattering colorful snowflakes and candies, which the little wizards eagerly reached out to catch. Cabora transformed into a wisp of pale purple mist, weaving through the crowd, picking up candies and handing them to the younger wizards. Jin Jialong crawled in and out under the long table, stuffing all the fallen candies into his little pockets. His round body bounced as he ran, which was extremely cute. Victor looked at everything before him, his grey-blue eyes filled with a calm joy. The snow was still falling silently outside the window, but inside the castle it was warm as spring, filled with laughter and cheerful voices. The cat and mouse antics, the children's laughter, the professor's indulgence, the aroma of food, the gentle magic, all of these combined to create the most perfect Christmas Eve at Hogwarts. He looked down at Tom and Jerry, who were already full and dozing together. Tom curled up in a ball, sheltering Jerry beside his furry belly, his tail gently brushing against Jerry's body, and slept soundly. Jerry nestled in Tom's warm fur, while little Path, clutching a small piece of the remaining cheese, slept soundly with a sweet smile on his lips. Dumbledore looked at Victor, his eyes full of knowing smiles. "You see, Victor, sometimes the most touching magic is not the grand creation, but the simple joy and companionship." Victor smiled slightly, raised his glass, and lightly clinked it against Dumbledore's. "Yes, that's the best magic at Hogwarts." The candle light flickered, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere, and the Christmas bells seemed to ring softly from afar. This winter at Hogwarts has become exceptionally bright and touching because of a snowball fight, an ice and snow park, a cat and mouse comedy, and a warm companionship. This pure joy will be forever etched in everyone's heart, becoming the most precious memory of the years. As the banquet drew to a close, Dumbledore once again flicked his wand, and countless dazzling magical fireworks exploded from the top of the Great Hall, transforming into the shapes of cats, mice, lions, eagles, badgers, and snakes, swirling and blooming in the night sky, illuminating the entire Hogwarts night sky. The young wizards rushed to the windows, looked up at the dazzling fireworks, and cheered with joy. Tom was awakened by the light of the fireworks. He groggily looked up and saw the cat-shaped fireworks in the sky. He immediately perked up, meowed, and jumped onto the windowsill to watch the Christmas fireworks show that was just for them with Jerry. Victor stood behind them, quietly watching everything unfold before him, his heart filled with tenderness. This Christmas, there is no strife, no worries, only endless joy and warmth. This is the Hogwarts he wanted, this is the winter he longed for. The fireworks had faded, but the warmth lingered, and the joyful laughter from the auditorium still echoed in the ancient castle for a long time. Chapter 109. The next morning, Hogwarts Castle was still shrouded in a thin, blue glowing silence. The snow outside the window had stopped, and the sky was a clear grayish-white. The snow reflected the faint light, making the corridor a few times brighter than usual. Tom woke up exceptionally early, or rather, he hadn't slept very soundly at all. The embers in the fireplace still glowed with a dark red light. He nimbly slipped out of Victor's arms and first stretched out his paw to carefully poke Jerry, who was sleeping on the pillow, hugging the tip of his tail. Jerry groggily brushed his paw away, rolled over, and buried his head in the fluffier folds of the feather pillow. Undeterred, Tom brought his wet nose close and began to breathe heavily into Jerry's ear. Jerry was finally woken up. He sat up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the enlarged cat face in front of him, which seemed to say, get up, let's go play." He sighed helplessly, but still got up quickly and started tidying up his little sleeping cap. Victor was also awakened by the rustling noise. He opened his grey-blue eyes and looked at Tom, who was already jumping on the bed and eager to rush out of the room, and Jerry, who was trying to put his nightcap on properly. He couldn't help but laugh. "So eager? It's not even dawn yet." "Meow." Tom nodded vigorously, his bright green eyes sparkling. He jumped off the bed, ran to the door, scratched at the door with his paws, and then looked back eagerly at Victor and Jerry. His little brothers, the portrait ghosts and elves in the castle, and his familiar animal companions are surely waiting to hear their boss recount last night's glorious exploits. Of course, his old friend Jerry also deserves a grand introduction. Victor couldn't persuade him otherwise, so he got up. He changed his clothes and wrapped the few small snacks he had specially saved from the night before in paper and stuffed them into his robe pocket. Tom couldn't wait any longer. As soon as the door opened, he dashed out, but after a few steps he quickly stopped and turned back to urge Victor, who was slowly walking out, and Jerry, who was sitting on Victor's shoulder and still yawning. The corridor was deserted in the early morning, except for the portraits dozing or chatting quietly in their frames. Tom ran ahead, tail held high, like a smug general surveying his territory. Jerry sat on Victor's shoulders, curiously observing the ancient castle awakening in the morning light. Unlike the brightly lit and bustling scene of last night, Hogwarts was now quiet and solemn, with fine frost flowers on the stone walls and the air filled with the smell of dust and old books. Just as they were walking through a corridor lined with portraits of past principals and preparing to turn toward the kitchen, they heard familiar, dragging footsteps and hushed conversations coming from around the corner ahead. "It's Harry and Ron." The two boys were walking dejectedly, their shoulders slumped and their steps heavy. Harry's usually unruly black hair looked even more disheveled today, as if he hadn't slept well all night. Ron, meanwhile, was kicking imaginary pebbles at his feet, looking rather sullen, and even his red hair seemed a bit duller. Tom's ears immediately perked up. He stopped, tilted his head, and looked at his bright green eyes with confusion. These two little brothers aren't usually like this, especially when that human girl with lots of hair, who talks fast and always carries a book, is around. Although they often make noise, they're always full of energy. He glanced behind the two of them. It was empty. There was no sign of that person with the thick, brown hair. Tom was even more confused. He trotted over to them, stopped in front of Harry and Ron, looked up, meowed, and then gestured with his paws. He first pointed at Harry and Ron, then put his two paws together on the sides of his face to indicate lots of hair, and then spread his paws out to make a questioning expression as if asking where. Victor and Jerry also came over. Jerry jumped from Victor's shoulder onto the helmet of the armor next to him, looking down at the two boys with curiosity shining in his beady black eyes. Harry and Ron straightened up slightly when they saw Professor Victor, forcing a smile. "Good morning, Professor Victor." "Good morning, Tom, and Jerry," Harry added, his gaze lingering on Jerry for a moment, seemingly not yet fully accustomed to this suddenly appearing, unusually clever and clean mouse. Tom wasn't fooled. He continued gesturing with his paws, even turning around in a hurry, pointing behind them, and making an urging grunt sound in his throat. Ron sighed and scratched his head. "Are you asking about Hermione, Tom?" Tom nodded vigorously. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, their expressions growing even more dejected. Harry whispered, "Hermione, she's sick. In the hospital wing." "Are you sick?" Tom tilted his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his emerald eyes. In his limited understanding, being sick meant drinking some strangely tasted medicine, or being touched by that serious lady in white robes with her wand, and he would soon be bouncing around again. How could that smart, capable, and hairy little girl be so sick that she can't come and play? Victor raised an eyebrow slightly. It was not uncommon for young wizards to fall ill at Hogwarts, but it was usually not a big problem. Madame Pomfrey's medical skills were sufficient to handle most situations. It was rare for a case to require hospitalization, or for Harry and Ron to look so worried. "What did Mrs. Pomfrey say? What illness is it?" Victor asked, his tone tinged with concern. Ron muttered, "That was us, the accident that happened during the experiment." "An experimental accident?" This piqued even Victor's curiosity. Tom was so anxious that he stood up abruptly, put his two front paws on Harry's legs, and meowed loudly, his emerald green eyes filled with "Take me to see." Victor hesitated for a moment, then said to Harry and Ron, "Since we've run into her, I'll go check on Miss Granger too. Maybe I can be of some help." He glanced at the impatient Tom and added, "Of course, if Mrs. Pomfrey allows it." So the group turned around and headed towards the medical wing, with Tom leading the way, running ahead and occasionally turning back to urge them on. Jerry jumped back onto Victor's shoulder, his little paws gripping his collar, seemingly also curious about the hairy little human girl's condition. The medical wing is located on the second floor of the castle. It is spacious and bright, with a faint smell of disinfectant and the fragrance of a calming flower in the air. It was quiet here at the moment, with only a few hospital beds separated by white curtains. Mrs. Pomfrey was with her back to the door, busy in front of a cabinet full of bottles and jars. Hearing footsteps, she spoke in a serious voice without turning her head. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, didn't I say Miss Granger needed to rest and that you could come later?" She turned around, saw Victor, and stopped speaking. "Oh, Professor Victor, good morning." Mrs. Pomfrey's tone softened somewhat, but still retained a professional rigor. She glanced at Jerry on Victor's shoulder, then at Tom at her feet, who was staring at her expectantly, and her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Good morning, Mrs. Pomfrey," Victor said with a smile. "We heard that Miss Granger was unwell, so we came to visit her. We hope we haven't disturbed your work or your patient's rest." Mrs. Pomfrey sighed and pointed with her wand to an empty hospital bed next to her, indicating that they could sit down. "Visits are welcome, but please keep quiet. Miss Granger needs to rest." Her gaze fell on Harry and Ron, with a hint of reproach. "Especially you two, don't make a fuss, and don't try to help her in any self-righteous way, that will only make things worse." Harry and Ron shrank back and nodded repeatedly. Victor then asked, "Mrs. Pomfrey, if I may be so bold, is Miss Granger's condition very serious? I heard it will take some time to recover." Mentioning this, Mrs. Pomfrey's expression became even more serious, even showing a hint of anger. "Troublesome? It's more than troublesome. Kids these days are just too audacious and too reckless." She lowered her voice, but the dissatisfaction in her tone was obvious. "They brewed and used polyjuice potion without authorization. And with the wrong ingredients at that. By Merlin, what do they think potions are? Toys for a playing house. Compound decoction." Victor repeated, a hint of understanding flashing in his grey-blue eyes. Madame Pomfrey nodded, "The effects of the medicine have malfunctioned and mutated unpredictably. In her current condition, even with the best remedies and corrective potions, it will take at least a month for her hair to completely disappear and her form to stabilize." "A month?" Harry and Ron gasped, their faces filled with shock and guilt. Tom seemed to understand only vaguely, grasping only the words hair and a month. He blinked his bright green eyes, appearing even more confused. Wasn't having hair a good thing? It would be so warm. Victor raised an eyebrow with interest. Kids these days, they really have ideas. His tone was ambiguous, whether it was a reprimand or something else. May I go see her? Perhaps I can offer a little insight into the morphological stability and adaptability of magical creatures. He gestured to himself. Madame Pomfrey hesitated for a moment, glanced at Victor's gentle and professional expression, then at Harry and Ron, whose faces were full of anxiety, before finally nodding. All right, Professor Victor. But please keep it brief and don't upset her. She, in her current state, might not want anyone to see her like this. She glanced specifically at Harry and Ron, especially you two, watch your mouths and expressions. Harry and Ron immediately covered their mouths and nodded frantically. Mrs. Pomfrey led them to the bed at the far end of the medical wing, which was covered by a heavy curtain. As if hearing footsteps, a muffled, nasal voice rang out, Madame Pomfrey, is it time for another dose of medicine? As the voices spoke, the curtain was pulled open a crack from the inside, and a furry head peeked out. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of tall, erect, brownish-black pointed ears with black stripes, furry and with the tips twitching nimbly. Then there were those eyes, no longer the original brown, but a bright, ginger yellow with vertical pupils, like two warm amber pieces under the pale lights of the medical wing. Her cheeks were covered with a fine layer of soft, brownish-red fur, which made her face appear rounder, and a few long, black whiskers extended from the sides of her nose, trembling slightly with her breathing. Her hair seemed to have become more voluminous and curly, mixed with some lighter downy hairs, and cascaded messily over her shoulders. She peeked out, her ginger yellow vertical pupils initially adjusting to the light with a hint of confusion, then met Victor's curious yet gentle gaze. Next, she saw Jerry staring at her with wide eyes from Victor's shoulder, and Tom at Victor's feet, head tilted back, his bright green eyes wide open. Ah! Hermione cried out in surprise, as if she had been burned. She quickly pulled her head back, and the curtain was pulled shut again with a whoosh, leaving the people outside looking at each other in bewilderment. Mrs. Pomfrey shook her head helplessly. Victor chuckled softly, stepped forward, and spoke through the curtain in a relaxed and friendly tone. Good morning, Miss Granger. I heard about your little mishap from Potter and Weasley, so I came to see you. He paused, his voice carrying a genuine smile. To be honest, don't be too nervous. You're actually quite cute like this, with a kind of, well, wild liveliness. There was a moment of silence behind the curtain, then Hermione's muffled, uncertain voice came through. Really, really? Professor? You're not just trying to comfort me, are you? Her voice, besides being embarrassed, seemed to also contain a barely perceptible fear of the changes she was experiencing. Of course it's not just consolation, Victor said firmly. If you don't believe me, you can see Tom's reaction. He's an expert in this area. As Victor finished speaking, the curtain was slowly pulled open. Hermione sat half upright on the hospital bed, covered with a white blanket, with only her shoulders and above exposed. She seemed to be trying to hide herself under the covers, but her ginger yellow, vertical pupils, wide open with curiosity, couldn't help but look in the direction Tom was. Tom, who had been squatting at Victor's feet just moments before, had somehow changed his outfit. He somehow acquired a sharp striped suit, complete with a small red bow tie. He stood ramrod straight, one paw behind his back, the other gracefully extended forward, holding a bunch of colorful wild flowers that were temporarily kept fresh with dew by magic. In the very center of the bouquet, surrounded by several of the largest daisies, is Jerry, with a huge red bow tied around his head, a look of utter despair on his face, as if saying, I knew this would happen. Jerry was carefully placed in the center of the flower, his two little paws helplessly outstretched, his black bean eyes gazing at the sky, as if enduring some kind of great sacrifice. Tom struck what he considered his most handsome and dashing pose, blinking his emerald eyes and meowing at Hermione with a long, drawn-out meow filled with soothing words and a boastful "Look how handsome I am." And his admiration for Hermione's appearance at that moment, as if Hermione were the most beautiful girl in his eyes. This dramatic scene dispelled Hermione's embarrassment and unease. Looking at Tom's attempts to strike a pose, and then at Jerry's "I'm holding back" expression in the center of the bouquet, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Laughter broke the somewhat tense atmosphere in the medical wing. Hermione's tense expression eased considerably, and she reached out to accept the bouquet Tom offered. "Thank you, Tom," Hermione said softly, her fingers gently brushing across the soft petals, then looking at Jerry, who was struggling with the bow. "Thank you too, Jerry." A genuine smile finally appeared on her lips, and although the cat whiskers on her cheeks curled up slightly with the movement, making her look somewhat comical, they also revealed a strange kind of cuteness. Seeing Hermione smile again, Harry and Ron visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Ron muttered under his breath, "See, I told you it wasn't that bad." Harry nudged him with his elbow, and he quickly shut up. Victor smiled and walked closer, carefully examining Hermione's exposed skin and hair. "How are you feeling? Besides the changes in appearance, are there any other discomforts? For example, hearing, vision, balance, or certain instinctive impulses?" he asked professionally. Hermione thought for a moment, then said somewhat embarrassedly, "My hearing and sense of smell seem much more sensitive. I can hear sounds from far away, and the potion smells particularly strong. My sense of balance seems okay. It's just..." She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her voice even further, "Sometimes when I see small things moving quickly, like the light reflecting off Mrs. Pomfrey's medicine bottle, I can't help but want to pounce on them." The tips of her ears turned slightly red and drooped down. Tom, standing nearby, meowed in agreement and nodded vigorously, as if to say, "That's normal. Pouncing on things is so much fun." Victor nodded in understanding. "This is an instinctive effect brought about by the change in form, and you need to use your willpower to control and adapt to it. But don't worry, you'll get used to it gradually." He drew his wand. "Would you mind if I tried a few minor spells? Perhaps they'd make you feel more comfortable, at least, outwardly." Hermione glanced at Madame Pomfrey, who nodded to her. Hermione took a deep breath and nodded, "Okay, Professor, thank you for your help." Victor raised his wand and chanted an ancient and obscure incantation in a low voice. A soft, silvery white light emanated from the tip of the wand, a light that was not dazzling but like the gentle glow of moonlight, slowly enveloping Hermione. Hermione felt the fine, itchy downy hairs on her face and the back of her hands gradually disappearing, as if being gently brushed by a breeze, leaving her skin smooth again. She touched her cheek in surprise, then looked down at the back of her hand. Yes, the overly thick hair was gone. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Professor," Hermione said happily. Hermione felt a slight itch on the top of her head, and her pair of brown, pointed ears twitched. They didn't disappear, but their shape seemed more refined and fit better. At the same time, she felt a strange, tingling sensation near her tailbone, as if something was growing from there. She instinctively turned her head and saw a long, furry, ginger yellow tail with black ringed stripes emerging from under the blanket. Behind her, it swayed awkwardly and stiffly from side to side, its tail tip black, as if dipped in ink. "Ah!" Hermione exclaimed softly, quickly reaching out to press down on the unruly tail, but the tail seemed to have its own ideas, nimbly swaying away from her hand and playfully curling up. Victor put away his wand, and the silver light dissipated. Hermione's current appearance is now evident to everyone. Only a few playful black whiskers remained on its smooth cheeks, a pair of spirited pointed ears stood upright on its head, a long, fluffy tail swayed restlessly behind it, and its eyes were still beautiful ginger yellow vertical pupils. Without the fur covering her face, Hermione's originally delicate features were clearly revealed, and these feline features gave her a unique charm that blended intelligence and wildness. "This is all I can do," Victor explained, his tone slightly apologetic. "The morphological changes caused by the incorrect compound decoction have already penetrated deep into the body. Forcibly reversing them completely may put a greater burden on the body. The adjustments made by ancient runes were more about guiding and stabilizing, rather than completely eliminating them. The changes in the ears, tail, and pupils are the core of this transformation, making them even more pronounced. It will probably take about a month for the potion's effects to wear off naturally over time." Madame Pomfrey's assessment is correct, it will likely take about a month. Hearing this, Hermione was not disappointed at all, instead, she breathed a sigh of relief and a look of relief appeared on her face. "A month, it's okay. It's already much better now." She touched her smooth cheeks and tried to control her tail again. Although her movements were still a bit clumsy, at least she was no longer covered in fur like a real plush toy. "What happened just now? I simply didn't know what to do." "Thank you so much, Professor Victor," she said sincerely, her ginger eyes filled with gratitude. However, a clear and loud sigh of disappointment came from the side. Meow. Tom had somehow taken off his ridiculous striped suit. At this moment, it was squatting on a chair next to the hospital bed, its two front paws resting on the edge of the bed, its head resting on its paws, its big green eyes staring unblinkingly at Hermione, its eyes filled with undisguised regret and confusion. He didn't understand. "Why would you want to remove all that beautiful, soft, and warm fur? Hermione looked so cute with all that fur. Although he still has ears and a tail, his smooth face looks, well, not so exciting anymore." Tom flicked his tail in protest. Hermione felt a little embarrassed by Tom's direct gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly. She reached out and tried to gently scratch Tom's chin, just like she had done the night before. Tom's attention was immediately diverted, and he made a comfortable purring sound in his throat. His eyes narrowed, and his head involuntarily tilted upwards to accommodate Hermione's caresses. Jerry sat on Victor's shoulders, looking at Tom's pathetic state, and pursed his lips, but a hint of a smile flashed in his black bean eyes. He nimbly slid down Victor's arm, jumped to the edge of Hermione's blanket, and gently touched the back of Hermione's hand, which was placed by the bedside, with his little paws, as a form of greeting and comfort. Hermione felt a slight touch on the back of her hand, looked down, and met Jerry's bright, dark eyes. She smiled gently and tapped Jerry's head lightly with her fingertip. "Thank you too, Jerry." Seeing that Hermione had calmed down, Madame Pomfrey was relieved. She walked over and handed Hermione a bottle of clear, pale blue potion. "Take your medicine on time, Miss Granger. It will help stabilize your magic, adapt to changes, and alleviate discomfort. Remember, never try any more unauthorized potions." She said the last sentence while looking at Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron quickly assured him again, "We understand, madam." Victor then asked Hermione about her physical sensations and offered some suggestions, such as trying to understand and control her enhanced senses from a cat's perspective, which might help her adapt. Hermione listened attentively, nodding occasionally. The visit was almost over, and Madame Pomfrey began to signal with her eyes that it was time for them to leave. Hermione was still a little reluctant to part, but she knew she needed to rest. Before leaving, Victor winked at Hermione, "Get some rest, Miss Granger. Perhaps you can come to my office when you're feeling better." Tom and Jerry, he gestured to Tom, who was trying to tease Jerry with his tail but was impatiently swatted away by Jerry, "will certainly be happy to have you as their new kin." Hermione chuckled at the word kindred spirit, touched her furry ears, and nodded vigorously. "I will, Professor. Thank you for coming to see me." When Tom was picked up by Victor, he looked back at Hermione with lingering affection and meowed a few times, as if to say, "When you're better, let's play the game of chasing light spots together." Stepping out of the medical wing, the cold air invigorated the group. The gloom on Harry and Ron's faces finally dissipated. Although Hermione would still have to wear cat ears and a tail for another month, she looked much better than before and seemed to be in good spirits. "Thank you, Professor Victor," the two boys said sincerely again. Victor waved his hand. "No need to be polite. However," he said in a slightly somber tone, "polyhydral potion is no joke. This time it was just good luck, only the appearance changed. From now on, be careful in everything you do, especially when it comes to magic and potions, understand?" Harry and Ron lowered their heads in shame. "Understood, Professor." "All right," Victor glanced at the sky, "I think you haven't missed breakfast yet. Go on." Watching Harry and Ron run towards the Great Hall, Victor, with Tom in his arms and Jerry perched on his shoulders, continued their original plan of patrolling the underlings. However, after his experience at the medical wing, Tom seems to have temporarily lost interest in showing off. He lay in Victor's arms, sullen and listless, his ears drooping and his tail drooping listlessly. Only when Jerry occasionally tugs at his beard with his little paws will he lazily swing his paws in retaliation. Victor looked at the cat in his arms, a cat with a unique aesthetic sense, who was saddened by the loss of a furry companion. Then I remembered the clever girl in the ward who wore cat ears, controlled her tail, and tried her best to adapt to the changes, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 110. Madame Pomfret turned and left with the empty medicine bottle. The moment her white robe disappeared through the doorway, Harry and Ron, like two rabbits sprang from a spring, darted to Hermione's bedside. "Hey, you two!" Hermione hadn't even finished speaking when that unruly tail popped out from under the covers, drew a big circle behind her, and then slapped onto the sheets with a thud, as if it had startled itself. Ron's lips began to twitch. The tail stood up again, swayed hesitantly, and then slowly and tentatively curled into a question mark shape. Harry's shoulders began to tremble. Hermione blushed and reached behind her to try and grab the traitor's tail, but the tail deftly bypassed her fingers and instead wrapped around her wrists, giving them a slight tightening. Ron couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide open. "Ron!" Hermione's ginger-yellow vertical pupils narrowed, and the tail whooshed as it released her wrist, whipping the tail in the air with a loud crack, directly striking Ron's calf. "Ouch!" Ron jumped up on one leg, clutching his leg. "It hit me." "That's what you deserve," Hermione said angrily, then took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and tried to calm herself down. The tail slowly drooped down with her breathing, finally resting obediently on the edge of the bed, its tip gently nodding as if to say, "Okay, okay, I'll be good." Harry tried to suppress his laughter and cleared his throat. "Hermione, we have something to tell you." Hermione opened her eyes, saw the smiles on the two boys' faces that they hadn't yet completely hidden, and snorted, "If you're here to laugh at me, you can leave now." "No, no, no." Harry quickly waved his hands. "We came here to tell you about last night." Hermione's ears perked up, really perked up, those fluffy, pointed ears popped out of her hair, tilted slightly forward, catching every syllable. Ron rubbed his calf and limped back, his expression turning somewhat dejected. "After using the compound decoction, we kept a close eye on Malfoy last night, and even made him drink 2 spiked butterbeers. And then..." Hermione's tail tip began to tap the sheets nervously. Harry continued, his voice trailing off, "And then, nothing was found. Malfoy never even went to that Chamber of Secrets, he didn't even..." "He even what?" Hermione's ears peeked forward again. "He even doubted whether the heir to that secret chamber really existed," Ron said in one breath. "Malfoy said that the petrification of Lady Loris might just be a prank, someone deliberately playing a trick." Hermione was stunned. Her ginger yellow eyes blinked, her vertical pupils contracted slightly, and her tail stopped thrashing, hanging stiffly by the bedside. So, her voice was a little hoarse, so I brewed a compound decoction for a whole month, stole so many ingredients, and ended up like this. She pointed to her ear, then to her tail behind her. Didn't find anything? Not Malfoy. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance and nodded guiltily. Hermione slumped back onto the pillow like a punctured balloon, her tail drooping listlessly off the edge of the bed, its tip touching the ground, motionless. A month, she murmured, I had to wear these ears and this tail for a month, and I found nothing. Actually, Ron tried to comfort her, it's not that bad. Look at Tom, he seems to like you the way you are now, doesn't he? The way he looked at you just now, it was like he was seeing a fairy. Ron. Harry quickly nudged him. But it was too late. Hermione's tail sprang up from the ground with a smack and landed squarely on Ron's face. Ugh! Ron was covered in a fluffy tail, staggered back 2 steps, and knocked over the stool behind him. It hit me again. It hit the mark perfectly. Hermione exclaimed, but a slight smile crept onto her lips. Harry quickly righted the stool and watched Hermione's tail wag triumphantly in the air before slowly retracting and resting on the edge of the bed. So, Harry began cautiously, if it's not Malfoy, then who could it be? This question silenced all 3 of them. The medical wing was quiet, with only a faint scent of potions wafting from afar. The sunlight from the snow outside shone through the window, casting white patches of light on the floor. Hermione's ears twitched, as if she were listening to something, or perhaps she was thinking. I'm thinking. She began slowly, her ginger yellow eyes gleaming with a familiar light, the light she shone every time she solved a difficult problem. Although Malfoy is a jerk, if he really knew any secrets, especially the secrets about the pure blood honor that his father was so proud of, he couldn't help but show them off. Harry and Ron nodded. So when he says he doesn't know, he probably really doesn't know, Hermione continued. But that doesn't mean the Chamber of Secrets doesn't exist. Maybe that person is hiding deeper than we think. Or, Ron suddenly spoke up, his expression somewhat strange, or perhaps Mrs. Loris really was petrified by some prank. Like Peeves. Hermione glared at him, and her tail flicked in protest. When Mrs. Loris was petrified, her body was as stiff as a stone. Mr. Filch tried all sorts of methods to wake her up, but he couldn't. Even Dumbledore couldn't. Could that be done with an ordinary prank? That's true, Ron shrank back. So there must be someone, or something, who possesses some kind of terrifying ability. Hermione's voice lowered, and the tip of her tail unconsciously began to gently pat the sheets again. It can move freely in the castle, it can attack cats, and it hasn't been caught yet. Harry was silent for a moment, then looked up. Do you think it could be related to what happened with Professor Quirrell last time? Someone was causing trouble in the castle, and we didn't know who it was at first. Hermione's eyes lit up for a moment, but then dimmed again. Possibly, but we have no leads right now. The only lead is that Mrs. Loris is still lying somewhere frozen in place. The 3 of them fell silent again. The flapping of the tail slowed down more and more, and finally stopped completely. So now? Ron asked tentatively, there's nothing we can do. Hermione took a deep breath and tried to sit up straight. Her tail also supported her on the bed, acting like a third leg to help her maintain her balance. There's not much we can do, but we can prepare, she said, her ginger eyes regaining that indomitable spirit. I will continue reading and researching to see if there have been similar attacks in history. You too, continue to keep an eye on Malfoy and his friends. Even if he doesn't know, the people around him might know something. But your ears and tail. Harry looked at her worriedly. Hermione's ears twitched and her tail flicked. So I'll be reading in the library, not at the Quidditch pitch. Who's going to notice a girl who's a little special for now? As she spoke, She tried to hide her tail under the covers, but the tail stubbornly poked out and even wagged it defiantly. Ron couldn't help but laugh again. Hermione, I think it'll be harder for you to go unnoticed at Hogwarts this month than to shut Peeves up. Hermione angrily grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it, but her tail, due to the excessive force, swept a bottle of potion from the bedside table to the floor. Smack! The three people froze at the same time. The sound of Mrs. Pomfrey's footsteps came from afar, growing closer and closer. Mr. Potter! Mr. Weasley! A commanding voice echoed down the corridor. How many times have I told you, Miss Granger needs to rest? Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, then turned and ran. Hermione frantically tried to clean up the broken pieces on the floor, but her tail got tangled up in the mess and wrapped around her wrist. You two, come back here, she whispered, but the two boys had already disappeared through the doorway, leaving her alone, with her cat ears standing up and her unruly tail wagging, looking at the potion fragments scattered on the ground, feeling utterly helpless. Mrs. Pomfrey appeared at the door, looked at the scene, and sighed deeply. Hermione's ears drooped completely, and her tail hung listlessly by the bedside, the tip of which drew small circles on the floor. Miss Granger, Mrs. Pomfrey said helplessly, I think we need to talk about precautions on how to avoid blowing yourself up during recovery. Hermione buried her face in her hands, and the tail swayed weakly in response. The Christmas holiday flew by, as if it had been put on a fast-forward spell. For Jerry, these short 10 days were 100 times more wonderful than any other time he had ever spent anywhere else. Every morning, he wakes up in a fluffy, warm bundle that makes a soft snoring sound. Tom would scoop him up in his arms at any moment, curl him into a tight fur fortress with his two front paws, rest his chin on his head, and sleep soundly. Jerry would struggle a bit at first. After all, it was really against the instincts passed down from his ancestors for 18 generations that a mouse should sleep with a cat. But Tom's snoring sounded like some kind of magical frequency, making him feel weak all over. He gave up resisting in no time and even snuggled closer to that warm spot. With Tom, a Hogwarts native, leading the way, Jerry explored every nook and cranny of the castle in just 3 days. Which corridor's portraits love to chat the most? Which staircase suddenly turns at what time? Which suit of armor hides a nest of spiders in its helmet? Which tapestry has a secret passage behind it that leads directly from the 4th floor to the kitchen? And so, one led the way while the other explored the wonders, and they thoroughly searched every corner of Hogwarts. Besides the castle itself, Jerry also met a bunch of different big friends and little friends. The house elves in the kitchen are another place Jerry frequents. When Tom first took him inside, Jerry thought he had stumbled into some kind of dream castle. As soon as the little elves saw Tom, they cheered Boss Tom. Boss Tom is here. Then they saw Jerry on top of Tom's head. Oh! All the little elves gasped at the same time, their eyes widening, and then, like a flock of startled sparrows, they swarmed around, chattering excitedly. Is this Tom's friend? He's so small. So cute. What's his name? Jerry. His name is Jerry. Professor Victor said so. Mr. Jerry. Are you hungry? I have some freshly baked cookies here. Jerry was surrounded by enthusiastic elves and stuffed with a bunch of food in a day's mini sandwiches the size of a thumb, berry tarts smaller than a fingernail, and a whole plate of butter cookies, no bigger than sunflower seeds, baked especially for him. A little elf even wove a small blanket especially for him, with a red background and gold trim, and a crooked J embroidered on it. A Christmas present! A Christmas present! The little elf jumped up and down excitedly. Mr. Jerry can use it to cover himself when he sleeps. It'll keep him warm. Jerry hugged the little blanket, and his nose tingled with emotion. He looked back at Tom, who was being held down in a chair by another elf, with a whole roast goose in front of him. Tom was eating with his head down, his tail swishing back and forth contentedly. Jerry smiled, then carefully folded the small blanket and put it into the small backpack Victor had prepared for him. Sir Cadogan's penchant for boasting was another kind of fun. That day, Tom and Jerry were passing by a painting of a knight and a horse when the knight in the painting suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Tom stopped, and Jerry poked his head out from over his shoulder. The knight rode a short, stout, variegated horse, wore gleaming silver armor, and brandished a sword longer than himself, his face beaming with excitement. "Who goes there? State your name. Do you dare challenge my authority?" Tom rolled his eyes. Jerry blinked. Sir Cadogan's gaze fell on Jerry, and his eyes lit up immediately. "Oh! A little traveler. A brave explorer. Have you come from the Far East? Are you seeking my protection?" Before Jerry could react, Sir Cadogan had already launched into a long and detailed explanation. It tells the story of how he single-handedly defeated 100 giants, how he rescued 18 princesses from the mouth of a fire dragon, and how he traversed the Sea of Mist, climbed the peaks of ice and snow, and dived into the depths of the abyss. Jerry was stunned. Tom yawned beside him, nudged Jerry with his paw, and said silently, "Don't believe it, it's all fake." But Jerry listened very attentively. When Sir Cadogan finally finished speaking and asked him, panting, "Young traveler, would you like to follow me and write a legend together?" Jerry nodded seriously and then gestured with his little paw, next time for sure." Sir Cadogan was so excited he almost fell off his horse, spinning several times within the frame, his hat flying off. From then on, every time he passed by the portrait, Sir Cadogan would greet him warmly, "Young traveler. I have tamed another griffin today, you must hear it." Tom would quicken his pace and drag Jerry away as fast as he could. The phoenix fox was the most beautiful thing Jerry had ever seen. That day, Dumbledore invited Victor to the headmaster's office for tea, and Tom and Jerry naturally went along as well. As soon as the office door opened, Jerry saw a golden perch with the most beautiful bird he had ever seen in his life perched on it. The bird's feathers were a fiery golden red, gleaming softly in the fireplace light, its long, curved tail feathers resembling a flowing sunset. Fox lowered his head, his dark eyes looking at Jerry. Jerry nervously grabbed Tom's hair. Then Fox called out softly. The sound wasn't like an ordinary bird call, it was a strange, warm, and long, melodious chime, like the distant tolling of a bell. The moment it rang out, Jerry felt all the tension and fear in his heart be soothed. Fox flew down from the perch and landed lightly in front of Tom. He lowered his head and gently touched Jerry's little paw with his beak. Jerry cautiously reached out his paw and touched Fox's feathers. So soft, so warm, like touching the sunshine. Fox called out softly again, then plucked a small golden red downy feather from its tail and gently placed it in front of Jerry. Jerry was stunned. He looked up at Fox. Fox's small figure was reflected in his dark eyes. Jerry carefully tucked the fluffy feather into his small backpack, placing it next to the small blanket. Of course, there's also the old headmaster with that big white beard. Dumbledore seems to have a particular fondness for Jerry. Every time they met in the corridor, he would stop, bend down, take a piece of candy from his robe pocket, and hand it to Jerry. "Lemon Olaf, today's special recommendation." He would say this, his blue eyes behind his half-moon-shaped glasses filled with a gentle smile. Jerry would take the candy, which was bigger than his whole head, and he could only hold it and gnaw on it and then wave his paw at Dumbledore. On one occasion, Dumbledore even prepared a small jar of mini candies for him, with a note on the jar that read Jerry in elegant cursive. "A Christmas thank you gift." Dumbledore blinked. "Thank you for the little flower you gave me, it was very pretty." That night, when Jerry returned to Victor's room, he placed the jar of candy on his bedside table and looked at it for a very long time. Then he climbed into Tom's arms, buried himself in the warm fur, and closed his eyes. Everything at Hogwarts was so interesting and so new. A talking portrait, a moving staircase, candles floating in mid-air, and ghosts wandering through the corridors. A little professor, an enthusiastic elf, a boastful knight, a beautiful phoenix, and the old headmaster who always smiles and gives him candy. Every day brings something new for him to discover, and every turn may bring a surprise. But most importantly, Jerry lay on Tom's furry belly, listening to the familiar snoring and feeling the warm, rhythmic undulations, his beady eyes gazing out the window at the quietly falling snowflakes. Tom is here too. Tom has a wonderful owner. Victor would scratch Tom's chin, let him sleep at the foot of the bed, sigh helplessly after Tom misbehaved but never really get angry, prepare gifts for him on Christmas morning, and pat both of their heads with a smile when Tom held Jerry in his arms. Tom now has a home. Jerry gently patted Tom's belly with his little paws. Tom's snoring paused for a moment, then he groggily opened one eye, looked at him, pulled him closer, and went back to sleep. Jerry's eyes crinkled into a smile. The snow was still falling outside the window, the fire in the fireplace was still flickering, and Tom's snoring was still going on. Jerry curled up into an even smaller ball, nestled into the warm fur, and closed his eyes. He is too. He also started a family. On the morning the holiday ended, the corridors of Hogwarts came alive again. Students returning to school dragged their suitcases and shared Christmas stories with their friends. The portraits greeted everyone with great enthusiasm, while ghosts floated around, busy spreading all sorts of gossip. Tom sat by the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room, his tail curled into a circle, and Jerry crouched inside his curled-up tail. They watched the little wizards come and go in twos and threes, listening to their laughter about gifts, food, and family. Fred and George ran past, saw them, stopped and waved, "Tom." "Jerry. How was your holiday?" Jerry waved his little paw. Tom meowed and tapped his tail tip slightly in response. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, providing a warm and cozy atmosphere. Jerry looked up at Tom, and Tom looked down at Jerry. Then they turned their heads at the same time and continued to look at the lively, warm Hogwarts that belonged to them. Chapter 111. On the first morning after the holiday, Hogwarts' Great Hall was as lively as a pot of boiling pumpkin soup. The chatter of young wizards echoed between the long tables, with questions like "What gift did you receive? My parents sent me the latest flying broom care kit, and look at this sweater of mine, my grandma knitted it by hand." Occasionally, the sound of a few owls flapping their wings could be heard. Tom squatted in the center of the Gryffindor table, his tail gracefully circling a plate of bacon in front of him, his bright green eyes scanning his surroundings warily. Jerry sat between his two front paws, holding a small piece of cheese, nibbling on it, his beady black eyes curiously observing the sudden increase in big friends. "Merry Christmas, Tom." Fred plopped down next to Tom and reached out to pat his head. Tom deftly tilted his head to dodge, then raised his paw and shoved his face away with his paw pads. "Oh dear, still so aloof." George gloated from the side, then pulled a beautifully packaged box from his pocket. "Boss Tom, this is our Christmas present for you, the latest product from Weasley's Magic Tricks Studio, a cat-specific toy with 36 different modes, and the color can even be adjusted to match the cat's mood." Tom twitched his ears and his tail tip curled up slightly, but he still tried to maintain an "I'm not interested" expression. Jerry poked his head out from between his paws and looked curiously at the box. Just then, the side door of the auditorium was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. The lively conversation suddenly paused. Hermione Granger, head down, strode quickly toward the Gryffindor table, her fluffy brown hair even more fluffy than before the holidays. But that wasn't the point. The key feature is that she has a pair of fluffy, brown, pointed ears with black stripes standing upright on her head. Behind her, a similarly fluffy, ginger yellow tail with ringed stripes was swaying uneasily, like a foxtail grass being blown by the wind. Merlin's beard. "Oh my God, look at Granger. Is it closed? Is that a closed ear?" Hermione's face instantly turned bright red, her ears twitched, and her tail snapped around her leg. She quickened her pace, plopped down between Harry the cat, Ron, and buried her face in the plate in front of her, pretending to be a plant that eats. Unfortunately, the tail wasn't cooperating. It peeked out from behind her, swayed left and right, and then slowly curled into a question mark, curiously looking at everything around it. Hermione. Fred's cat George, like two sniffles discovering a new continent, instantly rushed over, squatting on either side of her, their 4 eyes wide open. Is this even fit? Can we touch it? How did they do that? Was it a potion accident? Will it disappear? How long? Can it be controlled? The questions popped out of Hermione like popcorn kernels from a popcorn machine, raining down on her. Hermione lifted her face from the plate, her ginger yellow vertical pupils narrowing dangerously. The tail slung off her calf with a whoosh, whipping through the air with a sharp crack, pointing directly at Fred's nose. No, no, she said, enunciating each word clearly, then turned her tail to George. No, no. Then to Fred, potion, incident. Then to George, 1 month. Finally, her tail pointed at both of them at the same time. Ask again and I'll whip you. Fred the cat and George exchanged a glance, then simultaneously flashed a smile that sent chills down Hermione's spine. That's so cool, Fred murmured. That's so cool. George nodded in unison. We have to do something, Fred said. We have to do something, George repeated. Cat ear candy? Fred asked tentatively. Cat's tail candy? George chimed in. It will make those who eat it grow a pair of hairy ears. A cat with a disobedient tail. For 1 hour. Or longer. The twins looked at each other and simultaneously flashed a bright smile. Perfect. Hermione's ears perked up. What are you trying to do? It's nothing, it's nothing. Fred waved his hand, but his eyes looked as familiar as 2 little lanterns. It was just a sudden inspiration, George added, his eyes also looking familiar. We have to go now. Take your time eating. The twins vanished like the wind, leaving Hermione staring at their backs, her tail slapping irritably against the bench. What are they trying to do? She asked Harry's cat, Ron. Harry shrugged, do what they want to do. With his mouth full of bacon, Ron mumbled, it can't be anything good. Hermione slapped her tail even harder. Tom watched this scene, tilted his head, and then looked down at Jerry between his paws. Jerry spread out his little paws and shrugged. Humans, I just don't understand. Tom nodded in agreement, then pushed the bacon toward Jerry. Meanwhile, in Victor's office, the fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. He sat at his desk, holding the red and white Divine Knowledge Baby Compendium in his hand, his grey-blue eyes reflecting the light flickering on the screen. He was quite busy during this holiday. While talking, Tom and Jerry run around like crazy every day. He spends his days holed up in the office, tinkering with this little device. The chat function has been enhanced. Now, young wizards can not only send messages to each other, but also create group chats and even send simple emoticons. He witnessed Fred the cat George send more than 300 messages to the Gryffindor group during the holidays, and was eventually kicked out of the group chat by a group of classmates who were almost overwhelmed by messages for 10 minutes. Now, he is debugging another new feature. He clicked on the new icon that looked like a sheep's paper, and images of the 4 academies popped up on the screen. Slytherin's Silver Serpent, Hedwig's Badger, Gryffindor's Lion, Ravenclaw's Eagle. He gently tapped the badger's location with his wand, and the other 3 creatures disappeared. The little badger took center stage on the screen, shaking its head and baring its teeth at him. Then, a line of thick, handwritten text slowly appeared, you can always trust Hertzbacke. Victor smiled and tapped the leaderboard icon in the upper right corner. A list pops up on the screen, with OWL Simulation Test Leaderboard at the top and Newt Simulation Test Leaderboard below. It's currently blank, but soon it will be filled with the names of young wizards like Percy, Cedric, Hermione, and others. He closed the leaderboard, then opened the incorrect question collection module. Looking at the questions categorized by knowledge point, he nodded in satisfaction. With this, the young wizards should be able to study more efficiently. In the afternoon's animal protection class, the 5th grade classroom was packed with students. The young wizards whispered among themselves, discussing the fun things that had happened during their holidays. Cedric sat in the front row, holding the red and white Divine Knowledge Encyclopedia in his hand. He used it to look up a lot of information during his vacation, but Professor Victor said there was a new feature today, and he had been looking forward to it all morning. Victor pushed open the door and walked in, holding Tom in his arms and Jerry sitting on his shoulder. The classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes were on the cat and the mouse. After the cat and mouse battle on Christmas Eve, Talking Tom and Jerry's fame at Hogwarts is almost catching up with Dumbledore's. Good afternoon, students. Victor put Tom on the podium, and Jerry jumped from his shoulder to Tom's side. The two little guys sat side by side like two students waiting for class to start. Good afternoon, Professor Victor, the young wizards answered in unison. Victor smiled, took out his encyclopedia from his robe pocket, and waved it. I gave the encyclopedia a little upgrade during the holidays. He tapped the new icon that looked like a sheep's paper, then turned the screen toward the students. The young wizards all looked down at their encyclopedias and, sure enough, found a new icon on the screen. A rolled-up piece of sheep paper, slightly yellowed at the edges, looked as if it had just been unearthed from some ancient library. Cedric couldn't wait to open it. The encyclopedia screen flashed, and images of 4 different creatures popped up in the 4 corners. The Slytherin silver snake swayed and undulated in place, its scales shimmering with a cold light. The hedgehog stood up and looked around, its round body exuding a honest and simple air. The Gryffindor lion stands tall and roars silently, the Ravenclaw eagle flaps its wings as if about to take flight, every single line of its feathers clearly visible. Wow! A chorus of exclamations rang out in the classroom. It's so beautiful! Look at my lion, it's so majestic! The eagle is still more beautiful, you can even see its feathers clearly. The little badger is the best. Look how cute it is! Cedric stared at the screen, his heart pounding. He reached out and gently tapped the little badger with his finger. The other 3 Academy's creatures vanished instantly, and the little badger took over the center of the screen. It shook its head and bared its teeth at him, its round eyes seeming to hold a smile. Then, a line of thick, handwritten text slowly appeared. You can always trust Hedgeon Packy. Cedric felt as if something had struck him in the heart. In the top left corner, the little badger is shrunk into a tiny icon, followed by his name Cedric Diggory. The center of the screen is divided into 3 modules, Owl's module, Newt's module, and Error Collection. And in the bottom left corner, there's another one, a leaderboard. He took a deep breath and looked at Victor. Victor was patiently answering questions from the students around him on the podium. Tom lay beside him, his tail drooping lazily over the edge of the podium. Jerry sat on Tom's back, watching the excited little wizards below with amusement. Professor, a Ravenclaw girl raised her hand, is there only one kind of fennel? I mean, I chose the falcon, but what if I want to see the ones from other houses? Victor shook his head, each person can only bind to the fins of their own academy. However, he paused, then blinked, if you want to see introductions to other academies, you can talk to students from those academies. The girl nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the boy next to her, Heejipaji, and asked, can I see yours? No, the boy clutched the encyclopedia to his chest. This is my cat Badger's secret. The people around laughed. All right, everyone. Victor clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. I'm going to introduce the functions of these modules to you. He clicked on the owl's module in his encyclopedia, and the screen redirected to a simple interface. This contains past year's Owl's Cat News test questions for you to complete and learn from, he explained. Of course, I've broken down this content so that each test lasts about 20 minutes, making it easier for you to practice during your spare time. He then opened the error collection module. As for this, all the questions you got wrong will be automatically collected here and categorized by knowledge point. When reviewing, you can directly find your weak points here. The young wizards recognized the name immediately. Cedric immediately raised his hand and asked, "Professor, may I try it now?" Victor glanced at the wall clock and nodded understandingly, "Of course, the next 20 minutes are reserved for you." "Very good." A cheer erupted in the classroom, and the young wizards all lowered their heads to start working on their encyclopedias. "Oh, right," Victor suddenly spoke up, a subtle smile playing on his lips, "if you don't like the twins, certain little things, you can turn them off." As soon as he finished speaking, Fred the Cat George let out an exaggerated sigh from below the podium. "Professor, you are stifling art. Those were ideas we came up with after several sleepless nights." Victor smiled and looked at them, "I believe your ideas will find a more suitable stage." The twins looked at each other, their eyes filled with the stubborn determination that we will come back. Cedric didn't quite understand the conversation, but he couldn't wait any longer. He tapped the owl's module with his wand. The screen flashed, and a piece of sheep-themed paper slowly unfolded, revealing a series of magical questions. Question 1. Please explain the compatibility principle between bowtruckle and unicorn tail hair in wand making. Cedric thought for a moment, then wrote the answer on the screen with his wand. The moment he clicked submit, a line of golden text suddenly popped up on the screen. "A wise choice. You saved this poor little thing." Cedric paused for a moment, then saw the little badger jump out from the corner of the screen, shaking its head and spinning around, its two short front paws raised high, as if celebrating some great victory. He couldn't help but laugh. Next, he encountered all sorts of exaggerated praise. "Your answer is absolutely perfect. You are the next master of divine knowledge. You've captured my precious little heart. You've conquered this problem, it's crying in the corner now." Each time it completes a question, the little badger changes its celebration method. Sometimes it circles around, sometimes it does somersaults, sometimes it pulls out a small flag from somewhere and waves it, and the most exaggerated time, it actually summoned a group of mini fireworks that exploded into the two big characters excellent above the screen. Cedric laughed so hard his shoulders shook. The students around him weren't much better off. "Merlin's beard, my lion just did a tap dance. My eagle is scattering flowers. Where did it get those flowers from? The little badger is making a heart shape with its hands for me. It's actually making a heart shape with its hands." In less than 10 minutes, Cedric was the first to complete all 10 questions. A large O slowly appeared on the screen, the lettering was gold-plated, and the edges shimmered with a soft cat-like glow. The little badger in the upper left corner jumped out. This time it didn't spin around, but stood in the center of the screen, its two short front paws covering its chest, making an exaggerated expression of gratitude. Then, the background suddenly exploded. Clusters of fireworks rose from the bottom of the screen, blooming into golden, red, and blue flowers in the virtual night sky, illuminating the entire screen. The little badger hopped and skipped through the fireworks, then turned around, bowed deeply to Cedric, and blew him a kiss. "Congratulations on completing this test. You're amazing." Cedric clenched his fist, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. Victor nodded in satisfaction, "Very good, Mr. Cedric, Herdepate gets a perfect score." "Thank you, Professor." The students around him cast envious glances, and then buried themselves in their work even harder. 20 minutes passed quickly. Victor clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop. "All right, time's up. I believe you now have a basic understanding of this new feature." He paused, and waited for everyone to look up at him before continuing. Today's homework is to complete 3 tests and write an essay based on the questions you answered incorrectly. He blinked, a sly smile flashing in his grey-blue eyes. The content of the paper is to analyze the areas where my knowledge is weak. A wailing sounded in the classroom. Professor, that's too cruel. Analyzing your own weaknesses, isn't that just admitting you're incapable? This is even more enjoyable than writing a thesis. Victor smiled and looked at them. Only by clearly knowing where you are lacking can you improve in a targeted way. This is the most effective learning method. He paused, then added, don't worry, your error correction notes will be automatically organized by Fen to distribute the knowledge points of the errors. When writing your papers, you can just refer to them directly. The little wizards looked down at their encyclopedias, opened the mistakes collection module, and sure enough, they saw that each knowledge point was clearly listed, with the number of mistakes and the cat's level of mastery indicated after each knowledge point. This seems to work quite well, someone muttered quietly. Of course, Victor replied with a smile. I spent my entire vacation figuring this out. On the platform, Tom yawned, rested his head on his 2 front paws, his bright green eyes half closed, with an expression that said, you humans are just too much trouble. Jerry sat next to his ear, tapping a nut with his little paws, nibbling on it, and occasionally looking up at the busy adults below. The bell rang, signaling the end of get out of class. The young wizards packed up their things and left the classroom in 2s and 3s, their voices rising and falling in discussion. How many tests did you take? I took them twice and got 1 question wrong. I got 2 wrong, both about the hunchback. Have you seen the leaderboard? Cedric is in number 1 now. Of course he's first to finish, and he got them all right. I want to be on the list too. I must surpass him next time. On the podium, Victor watched this scene, smiled, and shook his head. He bent down and picked up Tom, and Jerry skillfully jumped onto his shoulders. The cat, the mouse, and the professor slowly walked out of the classroom. The sunlight was perfect in the corridor, streaming in through the tall windows and casting golden dappled patterns on the floor. The young wizards walked by in 2s and 3s, their laughter and chatter echoing between the ancient stone walls. What gifts did you receive during your holiday? Let me tell you, my parents gave me a new broom, and it's a sleek, shiny one. It's fake. Let me see. By the way, did you hear? It seems like Fairchild caught a few more night owls in the corridor. Shh, keep your voice down, don't let him hear. Tom nestled in Victor's arms, squinting as he watched everything unfold. Jerry sat on his shoulder, his little paws clutching his collar, his beady eyes reflecting the golden sunlight. An owl flew overhead, a letter clutched in its talons, and flapped its wings toward the auditorium. A burst of laughter came from afar, sounding like Fred the Cat George was plotting another new prank. Jerry patted Tom's head with his little paw. Tom lazily opened one eye and looked at him. Jerry pointed out the window. Outside the window, sunlight spilled onto the snow, shimmering with tiny silver sparkles. Several birds circled in the distance above the forbidden forest, like a few free and unfettered black dots. Tom meowed softly and then closed his eyes again. No rush. There's still a long way to go. Chapter 112. The next morning, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with the aroma of toasted bread and fried sausages, and hundreds of candles hung above the tables, illuminating the entire space warmly. The young wizards sat down in 2s and 3s, holding pumpkin juice in their hands, but their mouths were busy discussing the new features that had just been launched yesterday. Have you seen the leaderboard? A third-year Gryffindor boy approached his companion, his eyes wide with surprise. Cedric is now firmly in first place in the 5th grade Owls mock test. He's a full 37 points ahead of second place. 37 points? His companion nearly dropped the bacon he was eating. How many practice tests did he do yesterday? It's said to be 12 sets. Oh. Is he human? On the Ravenclaw table next to them, a girl wearing glasses was holding a picture book, her brow furrowed in worry. No, there's something wrong with the algorithm for this leaderboard. Why am I ranked 123rd even though I only did one set of questions? Because your accuracy rate is only 82%, her classmate added sarcastically, and you spent 45 minutes on that set of questions. The area around the Hufflepuff table was even more lively. A group of badger cubs huddled together, staring at their respective encyclopedias, occasionally bursting into exclamations of surprise. Look, look! 3 students from our college have made it into the top 10. Cedric is number 1, who else? Amy, a second grader, took the second grade test and is currently in second place. There's also a 4th grader. That Granger is amazing. I heard she's already aiming for the 4th grade rankings. What about the 7th grade Newt's rankings? Who's number 1? I think it's a Gryffindor prefect, what's his name again? Percy. It's Percy Weasley. Fred's voice came from the Gryffindor table, tinged with a subtle disdain. Our meddlesome prefect is grinning like an idiot right now, clutching his picture book. George leaned over for a look. He looks just like an owl with its chin scratched as it grins like an owl. Doesn't it look like Tom getting his chin scratched? The two of them turned their heads at the same time to look at the center of the long table. Tom was squatting there with 2 plates in front of him. One plate contained whole pieces of bacon, and the other plate also contained whole pieces of bacon, except that one of them had been cut into small pieces the size of a fingernail, specifically for Jerry who was sitting next to his paws. At that moment, Tom was using a fork. Yes, a fork. His forks gripping the handle with his front paws, his posture as perfect as if he were attending some kind of etiquette class, to pick up a piece of bacon and slowly put it into his mouth. Jerry, meanwhile, nibbled on his small piece of meat, his beady eyes occasionally glancing at the big piece of meat on Tom's plate, but he would quickly look away and continue eating. Fred watched in amazement. Tell me, which of the 2 of them is the boss? George pondered for a moment. It looks like it was Boss Tom, but the portion that Jerry ate was cut by Boss Tom himself. So Tom is Jerry's underling. It could also be a nanny. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. That makes sense. Tom's ears twitched, his emerald eyes glanced at them sideways, and then he continued eating his bacon as if nothing had happened. Jerry waved his little paws at them as a greeting. Just then, whoosh! A flapping sound came from above the auditorium. Hundreds of owls, like a brown cloud, poured in through the open window, their claws clutching letters, packages, and a thick stack of the Daily Prophet. Owls circled overhead, their calls echoing throughout the hall, their feathers fluttering down. The young wizards rose to their feet, reaching for their letters or tearing the day's newspaper from the owl's legs. Why is today's newspaper so thick? Someone muttered. I don't know, let me see. A moment later. Merlin's beard. A gasp came from the Ravenclaw table. Immediately afterwards, exclamations spread rapidly like a contagious disease. Oh my God! Look at the front page. Professor Lockhart? It's Professor Lockhart. Victor was sitting at the faculty table, leisurely enjoying his breakfast. Hearing the commotion, he raised an eyebrow slightly, a knowing glint in his grey-blue eyes. They've arrived. He looked down at the plate in front of him. Tom and Jerry had started arguing again, each sticking a fork into the same piece of bacon, their eyes wide open, neither willing to let go. Tom let out a low growl, his tail held straight up. Jerry's little paws were clenched tightly, and his black bean eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. The surrounding portraits stopped and watched with great interest this battle of the century. Victor chuckled, extended his fork, and, under the 2 little ones' wide-eyed stares, steadily inserted it into the middle of the bacon, and then swallow it in one gulp. Tom's fork missed. Jerry's fork also missed. The cat and mouse remained stiffly in their positions, their 4 eyes slowly moving upwards to look at Victor. Victor chewed, giving them an innocent smile, "It tastes good." Tom's beard twitched. Jerry's little paws twitched. The surrounding portraits burst into laughter. "Well done, Professor Victor. This is the real boss. Tom, your house has been raided." Tom meowed and pointed at Victor with his paw, his face full of accusation. Jerry covered his face, looking like he didn't recognize the person. Victor chuckled and ruffled Tom's hair, then tapped Jerry's little paw with his fingertip before taking the newspaper from Professor Flitwick, who had stood up beside him. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick." You're welcome, you're welcome." Professor Flitwick stood on tiptoe, trying to get his gaze over Victor's arm. "Did you see the front page? It's Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart." Victor unfolded the newspaper, and the headline on the front page immediately caught his eye. A line of bold text occupied an entire half of the page. The renowned adventurer Gilderoy Lockhart, accompanied by Dumbledore and Minister Cornelius Fudge, achieved a breakthrough in his treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries. Below is a photo that takes up a third of the page. In the photo, Lockhart is wearing his signature horse green robe, revealing his well-honed white teeth, and his smile is as bright as if he just finished filming a toothpaste commercial. He stood beside a hospital bed, one hand holding a magic wand, the other on the shoulder of a man sitting on the edge of the bed, looking bewildered. The man's face Victor recognized it. Frank Longbottom. Neville's parents. In the photo, Dumbledore stands beside Lockhart, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles calmly gazing at the Longbottoms, a gentle smile playing on his lips. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge stood on the other side, his round belly protruding, a broad smile on his face, as if he were attending his own oil-making party. Below the photo is a densely packed text of the report. Victor's gaze swept quickly over the flowery language, exaggerated embellishments, and various far-fetched praises. With Dumbledore's assistance, Professor Lockhart unleashed his unique skill. The treatment has been effective, and the heroic couple, who suffered under the unforgivable curse during the war, are now relieved of their torment. According to the examination by Chief Physician St. Mungo, this heroic couple may have a chance of truly recovering in the future. All of this was accomplished under the personal leadership of Dumbledore and our esteemed Minister Cornelius Fudge. Victor skipped over the next 3 paragraphs of praise for Minister Fudge. He stared at Lockhart's radiant smiling face in the photo, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. "No wonder my ears were so quiet around Christmas." It turns out that Dumbledore had assigned this peacock to heal the sick and save lives. He recalled the suggestion he had made to Dumbledore earlier. "Victor, your suggestion is very interesting." Dumbledore was sitting in the headmaster's office at the time, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, his blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles flashing with thoughtful light. "Let Lockhart do something truly meaningful." Victor was sitting across from him, with the dozing Tom in his arms and Jerry perched on his shoulder, studying the feathers of Phoenix Fox. While his adventure stories were fabricated, his mastery of memory magic was indeed extraordinary. And Victor raised an eyebrow at the time, and he needs to salvage his reputation. Now the whole school knows what kind of person he is. Dumbledore smiled, "Exactly. A person who desperately needs to prove himself will often work extra hard." In retrospect, Dumbledore not only gave Lockhart a chance to prove himself, but also gave the Minister of Magic a great gift. Cornelius Fudge. This minister is looking for an opportunity to make his presence felt in the public eye. Now, thanks to his personal guidance, the 2 war heroes received treatment. Victor could almost picture Fudge's expression when he saw the report. His round face was beaming with smiles, and his small eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. He might even cut out this issue of the newspaper, frame it, and hang it in his office. He shook his head and folded the newspaper. "Professor Victor! Professor Victor!" A young wizard came running up, panting, waving his encyclopedia and looking excited. "Did you see that? Professor Lockhart! He's at St. Mungo's. He cured the long bottoms. Victor nodded, I saw it. That's amazing. I knew Professor Lockhart was truly skilled. The young wizard's eyes sparkled. Those rumors that he was just a braggart have been completely disproven. Victor smiled but did not reply. He turned to look towards the Gryffindor table. Neville Longbottom was sitting there, his breakfast untouched. He stared intently at the newspaper in his hand, his face blank. His classmates congratulated him, patted him on the shoulder, and said things like, "That's great, Neville, your parents have hope, and Professor Lockhart is amazing." Neville nodded mechanically, his lips trembling slightly, but he couldn't utter a single word. Victor's gaze lingered on him for a moment. This boy, who was always forgetful and timid, had a complex, indescribable light in his eyes at this moment. Surprise? Doubt? Hope? Or disbelief? Perhaps both. Tom jumped off the faculty bench at some point, ran to Neville's feet, and rubbed his head against Neville's calf. Neville looked down and met those emerald green eyes. Tom meowed softly, his tail wrapping around his ankle and gently tightening around it. Neville paused for a moment, then squatted down and reached out to pat Tom's head. His hands were trembling. Tom didn't dodge, instead, he tilted his head back, put his chin in Tom's hand, and made a low snoring sound in his throat. Neville's lips finally twitched, managing to force an expression that didn't quite look like a smile. Jerry had somehow slipped over and stood on Neville's shoe, tilting his little head up and staring intently at him with his beady black eyes. Then he stretched out his little paw and gently touched Neville's finger. Neville looked down at him, his eyes slightly red. "Thank you," he said softly, whether to Tom, Jerry, or something else entirely. Tom meowed again, rubbed his head against Jerry's knee, then kissed Jerry, and the cat and mouse slowly walked back to the faculty seating area. Victor bent down and picked them both up, then sat back down in his seat. Tom proudly raised his chin and wagged his tail. Jerry spread his little paws and shrugged. He was a good guy to begin with. Victor smiled and shook his head, put Jerry on his shoulder and Tom on his lap, and continued eating his breakfast. The discussion in the auditorium continued. "Do you think Professor Lockhart really has real skills?" "Nonsense, it's on the front page of the Daily Prophet, how could it be fake?" "But when he's in class. Attend class when you're supposed to, and competence is what matters. Maybe he's just not good at attending classes." "That makes sense. But then again, can the Longbottoms really be cured? St. Mungo's treatments have been going on for so many years with no progress. Now we have Professor Lockhart and Dumbledore to help. We're sure to succeed." As Victor listened to the lively discussion, his smile deepened. Dumbledore made a brilliant move. Give Lockhart a chance to prove himself, give Fudge a chance to make his mark, give the public hope, give Neville. He looked toward the Gryffindor table. Neville remained crouched in the same spot, clutching the newspaper in his hand, staring at the photo on it. His lips were moving, as if he were reciting something. It might be his parents' names. It could be something else entirely. Victor looked away and gently patted Tom on his lap. Tom looked up and rubbed his head against his palm. "Meow. It's nothing," Victor said softly. "It's just that sometimes, you feel like..." He paused, not finishing his sentence. Tom tilted his head and looked at him, his bright green eyes full of confusion. Jerry peeked down from his shoulder and patted his cheek with his little paw, as if asking, "What's wrong?" Victor laughed, and Jerry took it off his shoulder and placed it next to Tom. The two little ones squatted side by side on his lap, all four eyes looking at him. "I'm fine," he said, reaching out to rub Tom's head and then tapping Jerry's nose. "It just feels like this winter isn't so cold anymore." Tom and Jerry exchanged a glance, both giving each other a "humans are so strange" look, before burying their heads in their studies of the bacon on Vic's tray. Outside the window, sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on the snow, shimmering with tiny golden rays. Discussions filled the hall, while owls continued to circle overhead, occasionally a few feathers drifting down and landing gently on the shoulders, hair, and plates of the young wizards. And so, a new day began in a lively and bustling manner.